Chapter 1 Signing into the Super Saiyan bloodline at the beginning. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball, turn on the Saiyan system. Drop. Now giving away gift packages for newcomers. In his mind, a mechanical sound sounded, making the sleeping Liuya a little confused. Dragon Ball world? Saiyan system? Worry. Have you traveled through time? And he also traveled through the Dragon Ball world? Have you awakened the system? God! Do you want it to be so sudden? Although he also wants to travel through time, he is not ready yet. Open your eyes, and what you see is a vast black starry sky. Is he wandering in the universe? Suddenly discovering something, Liuya exclaimed in shock, I'll go. This spaceship is so familiar. Isn't this a space capsule specially used by Saiyans? After pinching his face hard and feeling the real pain, Liuya completely believed it. I am not dreaming, I have really traveled through the Dragon Ball world. But how come I am in this space capsule? After a moment of confusion, Liuya checked his surroundings and even himself. In the end, his face looked a little strange. Because he was wearing a Saiyan-specific combat uniform, and he had a tail on his butt. He is a Saiyan. Damn it! Not only did he travel through time, he also became a Saiyan. Drop. Reminder, the gift package for newcomers has been distributed. Do you want to open it? Suddenly, a mechanical voice prompted. When Liuya heard this, he immediately nodded, turn on. Drop. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial combat power of 100 million points. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ape transformation. As soon as the system finished speaking, a terrifying force suddenly burst out from Liuya's body. The next moment, the entire space capsule began to shake and cracks continued to appear. Seeing this scene, Liuya quickly put away his anger. Damn it, he gave away 100 million combat power at the beginning. He is a rich man. It made him feel a little embarrassed. System, am I the IG where the Saiyans are now? Liuya asked curiously. No, host, the environment we are in now is already in the Dragon Ball Super stage, the system said lightly. Hearing this, Liuya's face froze, and then his eyes widened. I'll go, are you kidding me? System, I'm not kidding. Although the current host's combat power is as high as 100 million, it is still not the strongest. Many people are stronger than you, such as Sun Wukong, such as Vegeta, such as Liuya. System, host, the destination of the space capsule you are currently riding on is Earth. Hearing this, Liuya breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, if he teleported himself to an unknown planet, wouldn't it be a pain in the ass? Suddenly thinking of something, Liuya asked, since it's already the plot of Dragon Ball Super, has the martial arts tournament started yet? No, it's just the beginning. Now Son Goku and Vegeta are no longer on Earth. They have both gone to practice with the god of destruction Beerus. Hearing this, Liuya frowned and then his eyelids twitched. Isn't that the part about Frisia's resurrection? System, yes, Frisia was resurrected 3 hours later, and it was 4 months later when he invaded Earth. According to the calculation of time, Frisia's army has already gone to steal the Dragon Balls. I don't have time to rush to Earth to stop them. Thinking of this, Liuya asked, is there any way to improve my combat effectiveness? To be honest, although the combat power of 100 million is very strong, it is only equivalent to the level of the first stage of the Super series. Of course, this is the combat power in the Dragon Ball plot, and now Sun Wukong without transformation can already reach dozens of levels. With a combat power of 100 million, let alone one who can become Super Blue? And Frisia can also transform into Golden Frisia, and his combat power is still above Super Blue. The system said, yes, as long as you complete the tasks assigned by this system, the host will receive rewards. In addition, the host has the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Do you want to use it? Hearing this, Liu shook his head. I don't want to die here. If the Super Saiyan bloodline is activated, then this space capsule will definitely not be able to withstand his power. He is not Frieza and can survive even in outer space. Go to Earth first. 3 hours later, in the sky above the Earth, a spaceship was suddenly wrapped in flames, penetrated directly into the Earth's atmosphere, and fell down. Western capital. Boom! As a huge roar fell, a huge crater appeared in a valley in Zidu, with a diameter of up to 100 meters. In the center of the giant crater, a space capsule is embedded in the soil, with scalding heat rising around it. Click, click, click. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Liu's face. Liu walked out of the cabin and glanced at the surrounding environment. This is the Earth in the Dragon Ball world. It's really different from the Earth I live in. In his previous life on Earth, Liu was a student with mediocre grades. His hobby was to watch island country action movies under the covers. However, when he happened to read a story about the relationship between number 18 and Zilu, he was inexplicably transported back in time to this world. He was also confused. He had seen all kinds of people who traveled through time. He was probably the originator of people who traveled through time after watching action movies about island countries. Just when Liu was about to find a place to stay, 2 huge waves of energy suddenly approached him. Liu looked with some confusion. Who could it be? The next second, 2 figures flashed above him, a young man and a middle-aged man. The young man wears academic attire, glasses, and looks like a good student. The middle-aged man wears a white robe and cape, black trousers, black pointy shoes, a white hat, and has green skin. Son Gohan and Piccolo. The visitors are none other than Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo looked at Lua. When he saw Lua's outfit and his tail, his face suddenly froze. Saiyan. What? Saiyan. Gohan looked at Lua in surprise. Liu looked at the 2 of them and raised his hand to say hello. Hi, how are you? Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at Liu with strange expressions. Gohan approached Piccolo and whispered, Uncle Piccolo, is there a mistake? This person seems to have just landed on the Earth. Piccolo's facial muscles twitched, and then he said in a deep voice, but I did feel someone summoning the dragon here just now. It's strange, what's going on? He suddenly saw Liu. Who are you? Liu wagged his tail, then grinned, I'm a Saiyan, Liu. Hello, Gohan. Piccolo. Gohan. Piccolo. The 2 were immediately confused. Did the other party know them? How is this going? How do you know us? Gohan asked confused. Liu smiled slightly and said, Of course I do. I investigated you just because I knew there were Saiyans on your Earth, and then I came. Piccolo looked at Lua, scanning him with wise eyes, but said in a deep voice, Your energy is very powerful. It is definitely not something that an ordinary Saiyan can possess, and weren't all Saiyans killed by Frieza? Logically speaking, Saiyans are only found on Earth in the entire universe. How did you survive? Liu thought for a while, then smiled and said, I am not a Saiyan from your universe. Not from our universe? You mean you are a Saiyan from another universe? Piccolo stared at Liu in shock. Liu smiled and nodded, that's right. A few drops of cold sweat slid down the cheeks of Piccolo and Gohan. Another universe. In addition to their universe, there are other universes. P.S. The Dragon Ball Super fanfic is out. I hope you all like it and help rate it. Chapter 2 Explosive. Liu vs Gohan. I have to say that the 2 of them were very shocked, because until now, the highest level they had come into contact with was just the God of Destruction, and the God of Destruction was already the ceiling of this universe. Drop. Trigger System Tasks. Mission Content, Compete with Sun Wufan. Hearing this, Liyue was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. It just so happened that he also wanted to see where his strength was. Thinking about it, Liyue looked at Sun Wuhan and said, "You are also a Saiyan, can you compete with me?" Hearing this, Sun Wuhan was stunned for a moment, and then he pointed at himself, a little puzzled, "You want to spar with me?" Piccolo looked at Liyue and didn't know what he was thinking. Liyue nodded, "Yes, is that okay?" Gohan glanced at the lure, then looked at Piccolo, seeking his opinion. Piccolo was silent for a while, then nodded, "In that case, then Gohan, let's compete with him." Gohan nodded, "Okay Uncle Piccolo." A moment later, Liyue and Gohan stood on the ground, only 20 meters apart. Liyue smiled slightly, "Let's get started." Gohan's face was serious. He took off his glasses and immediately made a battle-ready posture. The two looked at each other closely, but neither one made a move first. Ha! Soon, Gohan's figure shot out. Liyue's expression changed, and then he rushed out. Boom! As soon as the two of them fought, they immediately became inseparable, their speed and strength were comparable. In the air, Piccolo looked at the battle in the field with a calm expression. After fighting for dozens of rounds, Gohan suddenly grabbed Liyue's arm and swept it out with a kick. Liyue could only hurriedly block it with his arms, and with a heavy blow, he flew backwards. Boom! Liyue crashed into a hill, and the hill exploded with smoke and dust, burying Liyue's body in it. Gohan's suspended figure landed on the ground, and he said a little embarrassedly, "Did I use too much force?" Piccolo said calmly, "Actually, his chi is not weaker than yours, but there seems to be something wrong with him and he can't control that chi, so you have to be careful." After hearing this, Gohan put away his relaxed expression and looked seriously in the direction of Liyue. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Liyue suddenly stood up. He patted the dust on his body, his expression unchanged. Gohan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking a little serious. Liyue sighed a little at this time. Although his current combat power is 100 million, he has not yet adapted to such a strong energy. Through the system, Liyue knew that Sun Wuhan's combat power reached 130 million, which was much stronger than him. In fact, with Gohan's potential, his fighting power is much more than this. It was just because he had neglected his cultivation these years and was asked by Kikai to study hard and become a scholar. In terms of combat power, before becoming a Super Saiyan, Piccolo's ki was stronger than Gohan's. Liyue looked at Gohan, then smiled and said, "Come again." After saying that, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Gohan said no nonsense and disappeared as well. The two began to fight again, and only the impact waves generated by them could be seen in the sky. Their bodies were so fast that no one could see clearly. After the battle with Gohan, Liyue's control over Chi began to gradually increase. But he was still suppressed by Gohan. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Gohan jumped into the air, and then continued to release air bombs at the Lua. Not to be outdone, Liyue followed up by firing countless air bombs. The two of them faced each other directly. The space between the two exploded, extremely fierce. Call out! Suddenly, Gohan's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second he appeared behind Liyue. With an elbow strike, Liyue was directly knocked to the ground, and another burst of smoke and dust exploded. Gohan stood in mid-air, he began to put his hands together at his waist, and the next moment he began to gather energy. Turtle, section. Qi, Gong. Ha! Gohan suddenly unleashed his turtle-style Qigong, and a huge shock wave hit the ground where the Lua fell. Boom! In an instant, the entire valley was leveled to the ground. In the air, Piccolo was a little helpless. This kid, he was asked to hold back too much, but if he was to be serious, he was using too much force. If this turtle-style Qigong was used, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Gohan stood above the thick smoke and looked down, his eyes serious and solemn. He did not feel that he had won. On the contrary, he already felt a little uneasy in his heart. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and a vague figure stood in the smoke, finally revealing the figure of the lure. How could this happen? Gohan was stunned when he saw Yuya's appearance. Piccolo couldn't calm down anymore, he couldn't hide his horror as he looked at Yuya. Super Saiyan. At this time, Yuya was surrounded by golden chi. His hair also stood up and turned golden. His chi was much stronger than before. Drop. The host activates the Super Saiyan bloodline and transforms into a Super Saiyan, with a combat power of 5 billion. Using the Super Saiyan bloodline, Yuya successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his combat power exploded from 100 million to 5 billion. 50 times improvement. Ha! Yuya roared angrily and exploded. A powerful aura swept away, causing sand to fly and stones to fly away. The scene was spectacular. I didn't expect that besides the Saiyans on Earth, there are other Saiyans who can transform into Super Saiyans. Son Gohan suddenly laughed, and a strong fighting spirit began to appear in his eyes. The stronger the opponent, the Saiyan's pride will be aroused immediately. Ha! Gohan shouted angrily, bursting into anger, and his hair instantly turned golden. Super Saiyan! Whoosh! 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 With a powerful golden air current all over his body, Gohan's lips curled up slightly and he said, "Let me see the Super Saiyans from other universes." Yuya looked at Gohan. Although the opponent's potential has not been stimulated yet, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power has reached an astonishing 6.5 billion. So strong. Even stronger than him. Yuya's face was a little solemn. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't beat Sun Wuhan. Even though the gap is only 1.5 billion, the gap is still huge. Thinking like this, Yuya suddenly gave up his explosive energy and returned to his original appearance. Seeing this scene, Piccolo and Gohan were both stunned and confused. Yuya smiled and said, "I can't beat you." Hearing this, Gohan hesitated for a moment, then stopped exploding and returned to his original appearance. Sure enough, the Earth Warriors did not disappoint me. Yuya laughed. Gohan also smiled and said, "You are also very strong. You are already strong now that you can fight with me." Yuya smiled and nodded. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The mission rewards 100 million combat power points. Reward combat skill turtle style Qigong. Reward combat skills and teleportation. The mechanical beep sounded in his mind, and Yuya was immediately overjoyed. Putting aside the combat power for the moment, this turtle-style Qigong and teleportation are the fragrance of the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, Yuya feels that he can completely replace Sun Wukong as the protagonist. But this can only be thought of. Although he is very powerful now, there is still a big gap between them and Sun Wukong. After recovering his mind, Yuya suddenly looked at Piccolo and Gohan and asked, "You are here to investigate who used the Dragon Balls, right?" Piccolo's expression froze. "How do you know?" Yuya smiled slightly and said, "Because I know who it is." "Who is it?" Chapter 3 Obtaining the Unlimited Kaio Fist. Yuya smiled mysteriously and then told the general story of what happened. After a long time, Frieza is actually resurrected. Gohan and Piccolo looked solemn, with a hint of fear on their faces. Undoubtedly, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, left a very deep impression on them. Dad defeated him again and again, but I didn't expect that his life was still so hard, and he was resurrected so quickly. Gohan said through gritted teeth. Piccolo also had a serious look on his face. He was killed by Frieza back then. Although they never fought again, he still had a lot of fears about him. Piccolo looked at Yuya and asked, how do you know? Didn't you just arrive on Earth? Could it be that this kid, like Trunks, also comes from the future? Liuya made a riddle, of course I have my channels. Anyway, Frieza has been resurrected, and he has become extremely powerful. Now the opponent is training and will attack the Earth in 4 months at the latest. By that time, the Earth will be in crisis. Gohan's face was solemn. Frieza, has he really become stronger? Liuya nodded, very powerful. He didn't say clearly that Frieza's normal state was enough to instantly kill Gohan, who turned into a Super Saiyan. In this case, things would not be interesting. Piccolo and Gohan looked at each other, and the former said, whether it's true or not, let's go back and discuss countermeasures. Gohan nodded, then he looked at Liuya, smiled and invited, Liuya, right? If you don't mind, can you live with us? As soon as these words came out, Piccolo's brows twitched, but he didn't say anything. Liuya was stunned for a moment, thinking that he really had no way to go, so he nodded, okay, I'll stay with you for a few days. After a while, several people left the place, but they first went to Bulma's house and gave the space capsule to her for study. Bulma and others were very surprised to see Liuya, a Saiyan, but because her husband Vegeta is also a Saiyan, Bulma was quite enthusiastic about Liuya. Saying goodbye to Bulma, the three of them left directly. So in the next few days, Liuya stayed at Gohan's house, and he also asked Gohan to teach him some tricks, including turtle-style Qigong. Krillin and other fellow warriors heard about the existence of Liuya and were surprised for a while. However, when they learned about Frieza's resurrection, they were all in disbelief, so they began to practice. A few days later, Bulma got some shocking news. According to the Space Patrol scumbag, oh no, it was Gok, Frieza is really resurrected. And he will arrive on Earth soon. As soon as this news came out, everyone was even more convinced, so they entered into penance one after another. Even Klin suspended his duties as a police officer and began to practice. 2 months later, Liuya is basically familiar with the powerful power of his body, and his combat power has reached an astonishing 210 million. The training talent already has Saiyan blood. Gohan, I want to go to the spiritual time room of the gods to practice. On this day, Liuya made this request. Upon hearing this, Gohan quickly discussed it with Piccolo, and finally Piccolo agreed. Now that Goku and Vegeta are gone, Frieza they have to face is a very scary figure, and they still need strong partners. The reason why Liuya wants to go to the spiritual time house to practice is because the system temporarily issued a task. However, even if the system does not release a task, he will go there to practice. After all, anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows that it is currently the fastest place to practice to improve your strength. Soon, Gohan brought Liuya to the Celestial Temple. Long time no see, Gohan. Tien trotted over with surprise on his face and gave Gohan a hug. Since Piccolo merged with the previous generation of gods, Tien has served as the new god of the earth. Today, Tien is already a teenager. After Gohan reminisced with Tenten, he began to introduce Liuya to him. Tien said that he has been paying attention to the situation on the earth and knew that Liuya had no ill intentions towards the earth, so he also greeted politely, "Hello, Liuya, my name is Tien." Liuya smiled slightly, "Hello, Tien, you are indeed the most talented name Qian since Piccolo. The god of the earth is a perfect match for you." Day by day, he was a little surprised. Was the other party so familiar with him? Thinking of this, Tenten looked at Gohan. The latter shrugged. He himself was a little confused. He didn't seem to have mentioned Tien to the other party, right? Liuya didn't think much about it. After a few pleasantries, he made a request to enter the spiritual time room to practice. Tien nodded, "Let Mr. Bobo take you there." At this time, Bobo stepped forward and said to Liuya, "Please follow me." Liuya nodded to Gohan and immediately followed Bobo. In place, Gohan looked at Luya's back and showed a smile. Gohan, don't you think his origin is a bit mysterious? Tian Tian suddenly asked. Gohan was stunned for a moment, then said, I think it's okay. He said he is a Saiyan from another universe. Tian Tian was speechless. Do you believe what he said? Gohan laughed. It's okay. The main thing is that he has no ill intentions towards the earth. Even if he did, I would personally deal with him. Tenten sighed, and then said, okay, I'll leave it to you to handle it, but Frieza is indeed resurrected, haven't Goku and the others contacted him yet? Gohan shook his head. Dad, he and Uncle Vegeta are training at the God of Destruction, Beerus, and we can't contact them. Tian Tian said solemnly, Frieza is very powerful, I'm afraid even you can't match him. Gohan also said solemnly, now there is no other way but to practice hard. Tian Tian suddenly said, Gohan, can't you still enter the spiritual time room for a day? You can enter and practice inside, and you will definitely become stronger with your potential. Gohan shook his head and laughed, no, I don't want to train now. Day by day. On the other side, Liuya followed Bobo to the door of the spiritual time house. Bobo explained, in the spiritual time house, each person can only stay in it for 2 days. 1 day outside is equivalent to a year inside. The gravity inside has increased from 10 times to 50 times, so the effect has also been enhanced a lot. You pay attention to the time, if it exceeds the time, then the entrance to the spiritual time house will disappear. Luya pretended to understand and nodded, I understand. Bobo nodded, then he opened the door of the time room and said to Luya, then go in. Luya nodded and walked in immediately. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of entering the spiritual time room to practice. Reward 100 million combat power points. Reward the strongest Saiyan talent. Reward Kaio Fist, no upper limit. After closing the door, Liuya showed a smile. I have to say that this system is awesome. It has simple tasks and rich rewards. With it, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for Liuya to surpass Sun Wukong and the others? No, his vision is a little short-sighted. He needs to set a small goal first and surpass God first. Chapter 4 Frieza is coming. Z warriors gather. Walking into the house, Liuya looked outside. It was a vast world of white light with no end in sight. Moreover, the gravity here was very strong, it was 50 times stronger than outside. In that case, let's start practicing. Liuya rubbed his hands and immediately activated the Saiyan's training talent. Drop. Using Super Saiyan talent, the host has the strongest Saiyan talent. Liuya grinned, System, how does this talent compare to Gohan? System, of course it has to be strong. The host's talent is comparable to that of Broly, the strongest Saiyan. Broly. Hearing this name, Liuya was a little serious. Broly was indeed the strongest Saiyan, and the opponent's talent was also very terrifying. If he were to undergo formal systematic training, I'm afraid no one in the entire universe would be his opponent. Of course, now is not the time for the opponent to appear. 1 year inside the spiritual time house, 1 day outside, time flies by. In the starry sky of the universe, a huge battleship flew quickly. Inside the battleship, a group of soldiers in combat uniforms were kneeling in the same direction with their trembling bodies. There, sitting is an alien wearing a similar helmet. Frieza. It's the resurrected Frieza. At this time, the hatch opened and several aliens walked in. The leader was Salbai. Lord Frieza, we are almost at Earth. Sorbet said respectfully. Very good. I didn't expect you to resurrect me this time. You are so thoughtful. Frieza smiled evilly. Sorbi said respectfully, it is our honor to serve Lord Frieza. Ho ho ho. Stop saying these things. You are also a bunch of losers. You almost lost the army when I was not around. Frieza smiled sarcastically. Sorbet and others were sweating profusely. They don't want to either. If it weren't for the various powerful men that appeared in the universe, which caused them to lose 60% of their troops, they would still be the #1 army in the universe. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. This time when I go to Earth, I will definitely settle the score with those Saiyans. Frisia said coldly with a cold expression on his face. He still remembered the scene when he was defeated twice by Super Saiyans. He was extremely humiliated by losing to those stinky monkeys. Sorbet didn't dare to speak, because when Lord Frisia was resurrected, someone also persuaded Frisia not to provoke the Saiyans, but he was thrown out of the space capsule and died without a burial place. Now through training, Lord Frisia's power has become extremely terrifying. Come on, go ahead at full speed. Arrive at Earth as soon as possible. I can't help it anymore and want to find those Saiyans. Yes. After an unknown amount of time, the kings and gods on Earth suddenly stopped what they were doing. They looked up at the vast sky, their eyes surprisingly solemn. Coming. On this day, a powerful energy enveloped the entire Earth. How could it be so fast? Piccolo, who was practicing, looked to the north in disbelief. Call out. At this time, Gohan's figure appeared next to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, there is strong chi in Baidu. Piccolo felt cold sweat falling down his face and said solemnly, it's Frisia's anger. Let's go. Sensing the sudden appearance of chi, Earth Z warriors rushed to the source of the chi. At the same time, on a small island in Baidu. Boom! A huge spaceship landed slowly and stopped at the edge of a cliff. The hatch at the top of the spacecraft opened, and suddenly dense crowds of soldiers flew out of the spacecraft. At the same time, a floating seat slowly rose up, and Frisia was sitting on it. Hoo ho ho! Earth, Frisia is back again. Frisia let out his unique laugh. Hey, people over there, please give way. Suddenly, Frisia said to the soldiers floating in front of him. The soldiers also immediately made way for them. Just give these people on Earth my greeting gift. Frisia stretched out a finger toward the city in the distance, an array of red light gathered at his fingertips. Call out. The next moment, a ray of red light shot out directly from Frisia's fingertips. The light became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a wave of light and disappeared into the city. There was a moment of silence. Boom! Under the shocking explosion, the entire north was directly destroyed. Ho ho ho, I really miss this pleasure of destruction. Frisia was in a good mood, and suddenly he looked in another direction. Clatter! Clatter! Two figures flew over at great speed and finally stopped on a cliff. It was Gohan and Piccolo. Seeing Baidu reduced to ashes, the two of them were dumbfounded. I'm late. You guy. You actually. Gohan gritted his teeth and looked at Frisia, his fists clenched and veins popping out. Hoo ho ho, it turns out it's you. You are the Namekian who was on Namek back then, right? As for you, you look a bit like Sun Wukong. If I guessed correctly, you should be Sun Wukong's son. Son Gohan is here now. I didn't expect that little kid back then would grow so big. Frisia looked at Gohan and Gohan with some surprise. Humph! Frisia, you are so stubborn. Piccolo looked at Frisia coldly. Bold! Ignorant earthlings, how dare you be unreasonable to Lord Frisia? Thorberg shouted coldly. Gohan glanced at him coldly, and was about to speak immediately. At this time, a figure flew over, it was Tianjin Fan. Uncle Tianjin Fan. When Gohan saw him, his face softened and he greeted with a smile. Tianjin Fan nodded, then glanced at Frisia. I didn't bring any dumplings with me. It would be useless for him to come for this kind of battle. Gohan nodded. Then Krillin, came Sennin, and others came one after another, and even Bulma came to the scene on Gok's spaceship. Bulma, why are you here? Klin and others were suddenly surprised. Bulma said calmly, that guy Vegeta wasn't here, so I came. By the way, Trunks is still young, so I didn't let him know about it. Klin nodded in understanding, and then said, can't you contact Wukong and the others now? Bulma shook her head, I tried to contact Weiss, but he hasn't responded to me yet. Hearing this, everyone had a headache. To be honest, they didn't feel safe without Wukong around. By the way, who is this? Klin looked at Jack, who was hiding in the spaceship. Bulma smiled slightly and said, by the way, let me introduce to you, this is my friend, he is a galactic patrolman, his name is Gok. Hearing this, Krillin and others all nodded. They were used to Bulma's tendency to make such messy friends. Hey, I asked you, are you neglecting me too much? At this time, Frisia said expressionlessly. Chapter 5, Training in the Time House, Soaring Combat Power. Hearing this, Bulma looked at Frisia, curious, is this guy Frisia? He looks so ugly. Frisia. Hey, you have some virtue in your mouth. That's the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia. Gok suddenly shouted. Damn it! Why does this woman always have such a poisonous mouth? As a friend, he expressed that he was panicking at the moment. Bulma glanced at Gok and said disapprovingly, what's the point? Although Frisia is powerful, our Gohan is now even more powerful. It's definitely not a problem to deal with him, right, Gohan? Gohan looked at Frisia solemnly, but shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, Frisia's energy is so powerful right now that it's scary. Even I can't defeat him. Hey? How could this happen? The relief on Bulma's face disappeared, and she glanced at Frisia in disbelief. Frisia was already a little impatient at this time. He looked at Son Gohan and asked, where is your father, Son Goku? Gohan said solemnly, Dad, he is still working hard to practice. If you want to find him, you can wait. Bulma said quickly, yes, yes. Wukong and the others will be back soon, please wait. Ha 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 ha, is that so? Frisia suddenly laughed and said, well, after all, I've been waiting for so long, and it's not this moment anymore, so I'll just wait for you, for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Everyone choked on their saliva, a little weird. Hey, are you too stingy? Bulma said angrily. Then, the time has come. Let the game begin. Frisia showed a sinister look. Sorbet waved his hand, kill them. In an instant, more than 1,000 soldiers rushed down like a wave. Gohan and others gritted their teeth and watched this scene. The next moment, they all exploded with anger. There are more than 1,000 soldiers. On average, each of them has to defeat more than 170 people. Come on, everyone! Kamisenran said in a deep voice. The next moment, Gohan and others rushed out one after another. Meanwhile, the spiritual time room. Liuya is still training at this time, and his anger has reached a very terrifying level. He has been practicing here for 1 year and 3 months, which is equivalent to 6 hours a day in the outside world. And his combat power at this time is as high as 6.5 billion. That's right, in the pure Saiyan state, the combat power is 6.5 billion. It has to be said that the training environment here, coupled with Liuya's strongest Saiyan talent, has increased his strength dozens of times. Even more powerful than the Super Saiyan he first transformed into. Liuya fell to the ground panting. He had conducted difficult training during this period, and the results were quite satisfactory. 6.5 billion, should not be enough to deal with fully. Liuya pondered. He knew that Frisia's combat power in his normal state at this moment should be between 7 billion and 8 billion. It's been more than a year, it's time to go out. Liuya said slowly. Although he might not be Frisia's opponent yet, such high-intensity training would be too much for him, and if people outside knew that he had reached such a terrifying level after just 1 or 2 years of training, they would probably put him at risk. Treat it like a monster. Thinking of this, Liuya walked towards the exit of the time room. When Tian Tian and Bobo were feeling the battle below, their expressions were very serious, because Frisia at this time was too powerful. So powerful that they couldn't even pry into its depth. After 3 months of training, his strength has improved so much. Tian Tian said with a wry smile. Gohan and the others may not be able to defeat Frisia. Bobo also said. Tian Tian smiled bitterly, not only could he not beat him, but he was just a little behind. When will Wukong and the others come back? Tian Tian asked worriedly. Now that Goku and Vegeta, the 2 strongest warriors on Earth, have disappeared, who will save the Earth from its crisis? What happened? Why do you look so worried? Just when the 2 of them were worried, a suspicious voice came from behind them. Tian Tian and Bobo were stunned for a moment, then turned around in surprise. I saw Liuya strolling over with a relaxed smile on his face. You, Mr. Liuya, have you completed your practice? Tian Tian looked at Liuya in surprise and asked. Liuya smiled slightly and then said, yes, I feel that practicing for a long time is too much of a load on the body, so I came out early. Hearing this, Tian Tian and Bobo looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces, as if they had heard this sentence somewhere. By the way, what were you discussing just now? Why do you feel that your faces don't look good? Liuya asked. Hearing this, Tenten suddenly woke up and said solemnly, Frisia, he has arrived on Earth. What? So fast? Liuya was a little surprised. It seemed like it hadn't been 4 months yet. Why are you here? However, Liuya felt it and indeed discovered Frisia's anger. This guy really came early. Tian Tian said, I don't know either. Logically speaking, he should be 4 months later, but now he is here. Gohan and the others are fighting with them. Hearing this, Liuya narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little serious. Undoubtedly, Frisia's coming so quickly was unexpected. But thinking about it on the other hand, the other person has only been training for less than 3 months, so his combat power is it also 8 billion? Thinking of this, Liuya suddenly thought to himself, can the system detect Frisia's combat power? System, sorry, cannot be detected. The other party is too far away from the host, so it cannot be detected. Liuya nodded and then said, okay, then I'll go meet him. Drop. Trigger System Mission, Mission Content, Defeat Frisia and Save the Earth. The mechanical sound of the system fell, and Liuya's face froze. Damn, defeat Frisia? How can this be? He couldn't even estimate whether he was Frisia's opponent right now. It would be difficult for him to defeat Frisia. And isn't that Sun Wukong's mission? Just when Liuya was dazed, Tian Tian suddenly bowed to Liuya and said, Mr. Liuya, can I ask you to join the battle? Help Gohan and the others defeat Frisia? Of course, although this is a bit unrealistic, but still asking for your help. Hearing this, Liuya looked at Tian Tian, then smiled slightly and said, okay, you are the god of the earth, you don't need to be so polite to me, and I also used your spiritual time room, so Frisia, I will defeat him with my own hands. After finishing speaking, Liuya pointed to his eyebrows, feeling Frisia's anger. This is... Tian Tian and the other 2 suddenly looked horrified when they saw Liuya's gesture, as if they had thought of something incredible. Liuya suddenly said in surprise, found it. He waved to Tian Tian and Bobo, then see you next time. After saying that, he disappeared directly from the spot. Tian Tian and Bobo's expressions were still frightened. That was just now. Teleport. Chapter 6. Are you here to make fun of me? Turtle Style Qigong. Ki1 / Devil Penetrating Light Killing Cannon. Qigong Cannon. Boom boom boom. Under the sound of explosions, countless soldiers were blown to pieces. Although their number is 100 times greater than Gohan's. But the quality is really not good. Everyone present is a master who can fight 1 against 100. But even so, these soldiers seem to be invincible, and they are gradually consuming the physical strength of the Z warriors. Seeing his partner, he couldn't resist. How could Gohan still hold back? Transform directly into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his aura surged. Gohan's face was indifferent. He stretched out his palm towards the soldiers and fired a laser cannon, killing and injuring a large number of them instantly. At this time, Piccolo was fighting evenly with the bull demon soldier. Gohan did not hesitate and appeared in front of the opponent in a flash. He didn't make a move, just stared at him closely. "Damn you, brat! Go to hell!" The bull demon soldier was furious, and then punched Gohan fiercely. "Call out!" But the bull demon was defeated. Gohan appeared directly behind the opponent, and then struck a knife with his hand. Suddenly, the bull demon felt like he had been hit hard, and he was stunned. He lost consciousness and hit the ground hard. After finishing dealing with the opponent, Gohan nodded to Piccolo and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. It is worth mentioning that Gohan did not kill, he was kind-hearted and just knocked these soldiers unconscious. On the other side, Frieza was watching this scene with veins popping out on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he looked at Son Gohan, who was fighting bravely. Who is this?" Sorbet's face was covered in cold sweat. Seeing his soldiers fall one by one, his heart was bleeding. "This is Super Saiyan. I didn't expect that Son Goku's son would do this, but I have to say that he is as kind as his father, so kind that it makes people want to vomit." Although Frieza's strength is higher than that of Gohan, he has been psychologically affected by being killed by Saiyans twice. At this moment, when he saw Son Gohan transform, his face was extremely ugly. The next moment, Frieza suddenly appeared in front of Gohan. Sensing the danger, Gohan shouted angrily and punched Frieza. With a cold expression on his face, Frieza easily grabbed Gohan's fist, bullied him directly, and punched Gohan firmly in the stomach. Ugh! How could Gohan withstand the impact of the other party? He was so beaten that he even vomited out bile. However, when his fist was caught, his figure did not fly backwards, but his body softened, his blonde hair returned to black, and his energy also weakened sharply. Gohan! Klingbeak and others suddenly looked horrified when they saw Gohan being KO'd like this. Frieza looked at Son Gohan, and then he showed a slight arc. The next moment, he grabbed Gohan's hand and kicked him directly. Ugh! Gohan let out a scream, flew backwards, and crashed into a cliff, causing the cliff to collapse immediately. "Go and save him!" Klin's expression changed and he said quickly. Piccolo clenched his teeth, then exploded and rushed directly towards Gohan's position. "Call out!" Suddenly, Frieza blocked his way. He looked at Piccolo with an evil smile, opened his palm towards Piccolo, and blasted Piccolo into the sea with a red air bomb. Bick! Klin and others suddenly despaired. Even Piccolo was no match for the opponent, so how could they fight? Frieza glanced at Krillin and the others and smiled meaningfully. Krillin and the others were too scared to move at Frieza's glance. He was so terrifying. They have absolutely no chance of winning. Hoo ho ho! It seems that I am too powerful and I am a bit bullying. Frieza did not take action anymore. He no longer had the desire to take action. He originally thought that these people could let him stretch his muscles, but there were some not enough. Frieza withdrew his gaze and was about to return to his throne. Suddenly, at this moment, his eyes widened, and then he turned around and looked in one direction. There, a boy appeared at some point, and the boy also had a tail. "You, who are you?" Frieza looked at the boy in surprise. The young man smiled at him and said, "Frieza, I finally see you." "Hey? Do you know me?" Frieza asked doubtfully. The young man nodded, "Of course I know you." "Yeah. Why are you here?" "No, you are finally here." Bulma suddenly said in surprise. Liu Ye nodded slightly. I've been waiting for a long time. What? He is the Saiyan Lua? He looks very powerful. Krillin and Kame Sennin both looked at the Lua in surprise, a little curious. But soon, their expressions became solemn, because they discovered that they could not see the strength of each other's anger. How can it be? Liu Ye smiled slightly, then looked at Klin. Mr. Klin, you should have fairy beans on you, right? Go and save Piccolo and Gohan. Hearing this, Klin was a little stunned. Excuse me, do you know me? Liu Ye was speechless, then smiled and said, we know each other, but now is not the time to talk about this, save people first. Hearing this, Krillin nodded clearly, then he glanced at Frieza with lingering fear, and then flew to the seaside. But Frieza obviously wouldn't let him succeed, and the next moment he appeared in front of Krillin, blocking his view. Clinton's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Frieza, ready for a desperate fight. Call out! At this time, Liu Ye suddenly appeared in front of him, facing Frieza, and said, your opponent is me, just in time. I want to see how powerful Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe is. When Frieza heard this, the corner of his mouth curled up. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Well, then it's better to be respectful than to obey. The corners of Liu Ye's mouth rose. When Klin saw this, he immediately flew over to save people. Liu Ye and Frieza looked at each other in the air, neither of them making the first move. He had already clearly seen Frieza's combat power just now. Since the opponent did not attack after 4 months, his combat power was only 7 billion. When Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power increased to 6.8 billion. It was only with the combat power of 200 million and Frieza's perfect sneak attack that Gohan was instantly killed. Tisk tisk, Liu Ye is a pity. If Gohan could never give up training, then he would probably not be weaker than Frieza now. But this way he is no longer afraid. After all, his combat power is 6.5 billion. Although there is a slight gap, it will not be a defeat. Liu Ye suddenly extended his palm towards Frieza. Frieza was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly without any unnecessary movement. Puff! The next moment, Liu Ye suddenly fired an air bomb. Shoot Frieza directly! Frieza's smile remained unchanged and he shook his head easily. The air bullet flew directly past his ear without hitting him. Frieza looked at Lua and smiled, are you here to make fun of me? Liu Ye smiled mysteriously, really? Frieza was stunned for a moment, and then he had a bad premonition. He suddenly remembered something and turned around to look. The air bomb fired by Liu Ye turned a corner and hit Sorbet. No no! Frieza-sama! Save me! Save, ah! Boom! Sorbet was directly blown to pieces by the air bomb. Chapter 7 Fierce Battle. Lore vs Frieza. No one expected that Liu Ye's target would be Sorbet. But they were confused, because Sorbet was just a little guy, so why did they attack him first? Frieza's face was a little distorted. He turned his head and stared at Liu Ye. You seem to be a little arrogant. Liu Ye smiled slightly and said, I just think that a fair fight between the two of us should exclude other interfering factors. What do you think? Hearing this, Frieza's face darkened. Did the other party know something? In fact, he had specially prepared a trump card for his trip to the Earth, but what he didn't expect was that it was destroyed by this boy of unknown origin. This made him a little angry. But then, Frieza suddenly showed a cruel smile. Ho ho ho, since you said so, let me help you eliminate the interference. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza suddenly pointed in the direction of Tianjin Fan, and with a hiss, red light shot out. Liu Ye's eyes narrowed, and the next moment he suddenly appeared in front of Tianjin Fan, directly knocking Frieza's attack away. Frieza's face was calm, but a little cold. Liu Ye said calmly, leave Frieza to me. You can retreat to a safe place. Tianjin Fan heard this and nodded immediately, please. After saying that, he and Kame Senin looked at each other, and then flew in the direction of Bulma. Liuya looked at Frisia and smiled, now, we can start fighting. Frisia landed slowly, then looked at Lua and said, who are you? Why is the energy in your body so strong? Liuya grinned and then raised the tail wrapped around his waist. Seeing the tail, Frisia's expression suddenly changed, tail. Are you a Saiyan? Liuya smiled and said, that's right. Is it an accident? Frisia was a little unbelievable, it's impossible. Except for the Saiyans on Earth, all other Saiyans have been destroyed by me together with planet Vegeta. Liuya shook his head and said, don't pay attention to those things, let's have a fight. Frisia put aside his surprise and then smiled, are you so confident that you can defeat me? Liuya suddenly smiled, and then shouted angrily. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out from his body. Frisia looked at Liuya, who suddenly exploded and was stunned, impossible. Why is your power so strong? Covered in pure white aura, Liuya had a confident smile on his face, originally, I thought you would come in 4 months, but I didn't expect that you actually came early, which surprised me. Take out the strength. Frisia looked at Liuya with a somewhat unhappy expression. Things had developed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that besides Son Goku and Vegeta, there would be such a powerful Saiyan. Hateful. Boom. The next moment, Frisia suddenly began to explode, and purple energy enveloped his body. The intensity of that energy was not much weaker than that of Lua. Liuya looked at Frisia and then smiled slightly. Every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. On the other side, Krillin helped Piccolo and Gohan up and fed them celestial beans. It was indeed a magic bean that could cure all wounds. As soon as the two of them swallowed it, they woke up the next second. Krillin? Are you okay? Where's Frisia? Gohan sat up and asked, a little confused. Krillin smiled slightly and said, Gohan, I'm fine, that Saiyan friend you brought back is so powerful. Saiyan? Gohan was confused when he heard this. And suddenly Piccolo said in surprise, that Saiyan Lua. Hearing this, Gohan quickly looked towards the field. Suddenly, even Gohan was stunned. Is this Liuya? How did his energy become like this? So powerful. Gohan's mouth opened in surprise, a little unbelievable. He was suppressing Liuya before, but he felt his own insignificance from the other party. Piccolo's face also became solemn, I didn't expect that his talent is so powerful. He has already improved his strength to this level just after entering the time room for more than a day. I'm afraid, even Wukong and the others are not as good as him. Hearing this, everyone's faces became serious. In the eyes of the friends, no one can surpass Goku in strength. Even if there is, Vegeta is undoubtedly the most promising one, but now Liuya appears. Why doesn't this shock them? It seems that Vegeta, the 1000-year-old second in command, has to move his position. In the field, Liuya and Frisia looked at each other, and suddenly, his anger surged again. Frisia gritted his teeth and was not to be outdone. Ha! Liuya suddenly shouted angrily and rushed forward. Bang! Frisia snorted coldly and rushed out with an explosive energy. Boom! The two fists collided directly, and in an instant, a wave of air burst out. The two fists were locked together, and neither of them took a step back. They continued to increase their energy and remained in a stalemate. Suddenly, Frisia revealed a curve, and then he instantly grabbed Lua's hand, pulled it sharply, and kicked it out at the same time. Liuya had already guessed the opponent's move, and directly pressed Frisia's knee with his other hand, turning the tables and throwing him out. Ah! Frisia's figure fell directly to the ground like a lead ball. Liuya didn't pause and directly threw an air bomb down. Boom! The gas bomb exploded directly, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Liu looked into the smoke and squinted his eyes slightly. According to the Dragon Ball law, the bigger the smoke, the more proof that the other party is innocent. Sure enough, after the smoke and dust dissipated, Frisia was revealed. At this time, he was standing on the ground, looking at Liu with a smile. Wow! You really didn't let me down. Apart from Sun Wukong, you are the only one who let me a worthy opponent. Liu smiled slightly and said, okay, stop talking nonsense and transform. You are only in the first form now. Frisia was a little surprised, but he quickly smiled and said, it's interesting. Although I don't know why you know me so clearly, but in that case, I will play with you first before the decisive battle with Sun Wukong. As soon as he finished speaking, Frisia suddenly howled. In an instant, the ground around his feet cracked, and the gravel floated up regardless of gravity. Then, a powerful purple energy burst out from Frisia's body. Ah! Frisia's body suddenly began to expand, and then became more than 3 times its original size. But it didn't stop yet. His body began to change again, turning into something like a duck. Finally, his body began to shrink again, directly transforming into something similar to his original appearance. It's just that the original helmet is gone, replaced by a bald head. Violent purple energy raged, and Frisia's body relaxed. He looked at Liu. This is my final form. Chapter 8 Fierce Collision. Instant moving exposure. What a powerful energy! It turns out that Frisia never used his full strength. Krillin's face was covered in cold sweat, and his face was already a little frightened. How did he practice? Why can he reach this level? Turtle Immortal also said in disbelief. Gohan and Piccolo didn't speak, looking at the two of them solemnly. At this moment, they can no longer intervene in the opponent's battle. Because the power displayed by Frisia has far surpassed them. The final form is a bit awesome. Liu looked at Frisia and was slightly surprised. This guy was really rude and directly used the final system to fight him, which caught him off guard. After 2 transformations, Frisia's combat power has reached an astonishing 1.5 trillion. It seems that I can't hold back anymore. I have to use all my strength to retaliate against you. Liu smiled slightly, and then the energy around him suddenly became restless. Ha! With a loud shout, Liu's energy increased exponentially. His hair also turned golden in an instant. Similarly, his chi also turned golden. Super Saiyan. Liu turns into a Super Saiyan. His combat power skyrocketed from 6.5 billion to 325 billion. Frisia's expression changed. Super Saiyan. I didn't expect you to be able to transform. Are you really a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? Liu smiled slightly and said, sorry, I am a Super Saiyan from another universe. Hearing this, Frisia's face froze, and then he frowned. Other universes. On the other side, other friends were also very surprised. Krillin, are the Saiyans in other universes so powerful? Gohan said solemnly, I think Mr. Liu's strength has surpassed that of Dad. How is it possible? He surpassed Wukong? This is impossible. Tianjin Fan was a little surprised and was the first to disagree. Cold sweat fell from Piccolo's face, and he immediately said, Liu may indeed be stronger than Goku, and his talent is also slightly higher than that of Goku and Vegeta. Liu was not Gohan's opponent before, but now, after a year of training in the time room, he has reached this level. It can be seen that he has surpassed us. The boys looked at the field in disbelief. They were a little complicated because they had never thought that besides Beerus, the god of destruction, there were others who could surpass Goku and Vegeta. What was even more surprising was that the other party also surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Still a Saiyan. At this time, Liu looked at Frisia, and then laughed softly, I still can't beat you. In that case. Ha! Liu exploded again, and the golden airflow shot directly into the sky. Everything around was razed to the ground at this moment. I saw traces of thunder and lightning suddenly appearing around Liuya. Frisia looked at Liuya's sharp rise in anger, and his expression suddenly changed, and he said in disbelief, "Impossible. This is impossible. That's the second stage of Super Saiyan. Gohan also changed back then. He will also change." Krillin and others lost their voices in horror again. Gohan's eyes widened. Super Saiyan 2, this is the state he became when he defeated Siru. Mr. Lua can also do it. As Liuya's roar fell, the energy in his body suddenly exploded. In an instant, he couldn't bear it and a huge pit appeared directly under his feet. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-boo. Ba. Ba, ba, ba. The golden aura enveloped the electric current. And Liuya's hair also grew a lot at this time, making him look more handsome like a hedgehog than when he was Super Saiyan. Drop. The host uses the Super Saiyan 2 transformation skill to transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan, with a combat power of 1.65 trillion. Frisia was at a loss for words. The opponent had evolved again and his power was actually stronger than his. Liuya looked at him jokingly, and then said, "Let the battle continue. Call out." After saying that, Liuya flashed and disappeared. Frisia gritted his teeth, exploded, and then disappeared. Bump bump bump. As soon as the battle started, the two collided directly at high speed, and countless ripples appeared in the air, representing the intensity of the battle. Below, the Z warriors watched this scene closely. "It's too fast, I can't catch their movements at all." Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, his three eyes kept moving, but they couldn't keep up with the movements of Liuya and Frisia. Gohan was also frowning at this time. He was also a little unable to keep up with the rhythm. Only Piccolo kept staring at the sky. His unique body structure allowed him to see their movements. Bump! Woohoo! Suddenly, a figure fell rapidly. "It's Frisia! Call out!" Liuya appeared behind him the next second, shouted, and punched. Frisia's expression changed, and he directly used his tail to wrap around Lua's hand. Liuya sneered, then grabbed the opponent's tail with both hands, and swung it wildly with himself as the center of the circle. "Ah!" Frisia shouted in shock as his expression changed drastically. "Ha!" Liuya used his strength and threw Frisia directly into the ground. The opponent's figure hit the ground hard and bounced up again. A big pit appeared on the ground. "Take the move." A ball of energy condensed in Liuya's hand, and then he threw the energy bomb in his hand violently. Frisia's face was fierce. He stabilized his body and also fired a key bomb. Boom! The two stalks collided directly and exploded. Ha! The lure flew through the smoke with golden energy and rushed towards Frisia. The latter suddenly burst out of gas, and then continued to release gas bombs towards Liuya. Liuya was caught off guard and crossed his arms to block the opponent's attack. When Frisia saw this, he immediately went crazy and released key bombs like crazy. Liuya struggled to resist, and the energy in his body continued to weaken. "No! We have to help him." Klin's face changed drastically and he was about to go up. "No! It's useless even if we go to help now. We can't get involved in this kind of battle." Gohan stopped Krillin and said solemnly. Klin said, "What should we do? Are we watching Liuya lose? If that happens, our Earth will be finished." Gohan was silent. Piccolo suddenly looked at Bulma. "Bulma, is there no news about Goku and the others?" Bulma shook her head helplessly. "No, I don't have their contact information. I can only communicate with them when Whis takes the initiative to contact me." "Hey!" Piccolo snorted impatiently and then stopped asking. In the field, Frisia already showed a proud smile. He thought that if he suppressed the opponent like this, he would definitely win. But just when Frisia was proud, a figure appeared behind him and punched him hard. Ugh! Ugh! Frisia was stunned. He turned around in disbelief, but saw Lua looking at him with a sneer. How is that possible? That's teleportation. Isn't that Dad's move? Gohan couldn't help but screamed when he saw this scene. P.S. Based on the reactions of major readers, the combat power is now adjusted. Don't say that the author can't count anymore, I was wrong. Transform into Super Saiyan from his normal form, increasing his combat power by 50 times. Super Saiyan 1 transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with a 5-fold increase. Super Saiyan 2 transformed into Super Saiyan 3, with a 5-fold increase. This is my limit, because I have written so much and there are indeed changes, so some readers can abandon the book if they cannot accept it, I don't mind. Chapter 9 The Final Trump Card, Golden Frieza. When Liuya used teleportation, everyone was stunned. Why does the lore move instantly? Isn't that Wukong's move? Could it be that the other party has also been to that planet? Gohan was a little confused. If Liuya knew the turtle-style Qigong, he would be able to accept it. After all, he had taught Liuya, but he couldn't teleport either. In the field, after giving Frieza a critical hit, Liuya kicked him away. At the same time, he disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of Frieza and hit Frieza again. The opponent was like a sandbag. Still being chased and beaten by Liuya. Bump! Ugh! Liuya clasped his fists with both hands and smashed Frieza into the ground with one blow, causing the ground to crack open. Standing in the air, Liuya looked down, then put his hands on his waist. It was a familiar move, and everyone could tell at a glance that it was a move from the Turtle School Qigong. Krillin had a cold sweat on his face. Gohan, did you teach him the turtle-style Qigong? Gohan nodded, yes, I taught you. In fact, he didn't teach him. Liuya has a system and he can learn it directly, but he just doesn't know it. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a powerful energy gathered in Liuya's hands, radiating light. Drink. Liuya held up his hand, and immediately, a huge Qigong wave spurted out like a fountain and sank directly into the ground. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion appeared, and the entire island trembled. Get out of here! Gohan's expression changed, and then he flashed to Bulma's side and flew away with her. When the others saw this, their expressions changed drastically, and they all flew away. Boom! Liuya's one blow of turtle-style Qigong directly flattened the entire island, the island collapsed, and the waves swept over. Boo-hoo-hoo! Liuya's whole body was covered with golden energy. He looked down with an expressionless face. He didn't think that Frieza had been killed by him. This guy hadn't used his true strength yet. Thinking of this, Liuya suddenly became vigilant. On the other side, other people also came to the island on the other side and looked over there solemnly. Do you think Liuya can really defeat Frieza? Krillin asked with some doubts. Gohan shook his head, I don't know. Frieza should be fully prepared when he comes to Earth this time. Although he has turned into his final form now, it makes me feel bad. I think so too. Tianjin Fan said solemnly. But Liuya's ability to fight Frieza to such an extent is already remarkable. At least, he can buy us time. Wait for Goku and the others to return. Piccolo said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone was a little helpless. There was no news about Goku and the others until now, and Whis did not take the initiative to contact Bulma. In this case, they would not be able to find Goku and the others. So now we can only wait. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration, and everyone tensed up. The Liuya in midair was also looking at the sea water with some seriousness at this time, as if something was about to rush out from it. Boom. The next second, huge water columns rise into the sky. A vague figure rose from the water column, but Liuya knew without guessing that it was Frieza. This guy is indeed fine. But this also makes him a little excited. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Frisia slowly rose into the air. Although he was not seriously injured, the scratches on his body still made him a little embarrassed. Frisia looked at Lua expressionlessly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lua looked at the other person, then smiled slightly and said, "It's interesting, you are okay. His combat power is 10 billion higher than the opponent's, but so far in the battle, he has only gained a slight advantage. It can be seen that the opponent's combat experience is stronger than his." Frisia looked at Lua solemnly, and then said, "Your current strength really makes me very puzzled. Why are you so powerful? Are you really a Saiyan from another universe?" Lua raised his eyebrows and said, "What if it's not?" Frisia's face suddenly turned cold. "I didn't expect the Saiyans from other universes to be so powerful. Could it be that they also have Frisia's race there?" Lua was a little surprised. How could the other party know? Although he is not a Saiyan from other universes, he knows that there is a universe that has strong people similar to their current 7th universe, that is the 6th universe. There are Saiyans there, and there is also a person similar to Fu, Lisa's sinister villain. Seeing Lua's expression, Frisia understood. "It seems I guessed it right." Lua shook his head and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's fight again. I want to defeat you, not brag with you." "Bragging? What do you mean?" Frisia asked confused. Lua was stunned for a moment, and then felt weird. Then he remembered that the language style of his world was a little different from the one here, so he said lightly, "It literally means bragging X, do you understand? Are you a foreigner?" Frisia frowned. Lua glared, "Nima, do you still know about foreigners?" Frisia frowned and then said coldly, "You want to defeat me? That's impossible." He had been defeated by Saiyans in the past. How could he tolerate such humiliation happening again? Lua smiled and said, "I know you haven't shown your true strength yet, so now, you can transform." "What?" Frisia's face froze, and then he said in disbelief, How did you know that I can still transform?" He was able to transform into Golden Frisia again, but how did the other party know his secret, his most powerful technique? Lua smiled slightly, "Because I am already familiar with this plot." "Frisia? Come on! Let me see how powerful Golden Frisia is. Otherwise, you are no match for me now," Lua said with a joking smile. Frisia's face darkened. He was a little wary in his heart. Not only did the other party know that he had not transformed yet, but he also knew about the Golden Frisia he had created. What is his origin? This is a group that he is afraid of. But in this case, he has no way out and will not transform again, then he is no match for this Saiyan. In this way, his plan this time completely failed. Humph! It was originally prepared for Sun Wukong, but since you provoke me like this, then I'd rather obey you than be respectful." Frisia suddenly sneered, and then the energy in his body began to rage. Chapter 10 Explosion. Sevenfold Kyo Fist. Ah! Boom! Following Frisia's explosive energy, the sky immediately darkened, and among the thick clouds, rolling lightning lit up, as if the end was coming. At this moment, within a few miles, no, the entire earth should be filled with Frisia's energy. That energy is amazing and powerful. This. Krillin and others looked at this scene in shock. They never thought that Frisia's anger could soar to such a degree. This guy, what kind of training has he gone through in the years since he died? Piccolo looked at this scene in disbelief with cold sweat on his face. Originally, they thought that after so many years, their power had improved to surpass that of Frisia, but they did not expect that Frisia would also become so much stronger. The other party is really a genius monster. Gohan looked at Frisia's figure with surprisingly solemn eyes. With Frisia's strength, he might not be able to match him even if he transformed into Super 2 again. Boom boom boom! Not only were they shocked, Lua was also shocked. Unlike others, he could clearly feel how much Frisia's energy had increased. 1.5 trillion, 1.6 trillion, 1.7 trillion. The opponent's chi has increased somewhat abnormally. It has almost increased exponentially. Liu was a little embarrassed. Nima, in this way, he is far from being his opponent. What to do? Going to run away? I can't escape. If he escapes, who will stop Frisia? Wouldn't the earth be finished by then? But if you don't slip away, you might be the one who dies. System, can you issue mission rewards in advance? Liu quickly asked the system. System, no, the host has not completed the task of defeating Frisia, and the system does not yet support issuing rewards in advance. Worry. Liu's face was full of black lines. Then what if I die? System, if the host is killed, the system will break away from the host and look for other hosts. Liu. Damn it. Ruthless. Is there any way? The corner of Liu's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, this system seems a bit unreliable. System, the host has two choices. 1. The host uses Kyo Fist Blessing, and the winning rate is 50%. Second, the host uses Ape Transformation, and there is a 50% chance of triggering the hidden skill, Transformation into Super 4. The winning rate is 80%. Hearing this, Liu was about to choose the second option, but the system voice sounded again. Reminder, if the host uses Ape Transformation, it may not be able to withstand the ferocious Saiyan character, and the host will lose its mind and become a killing machine. Liu. Ho ho ho. Does your expression indicate that you are already feeling fear? Suddenly, Frisia's evil laughter came. Liu looked around and saw that Frisia had turned into a golden color. Apart from the color, nothing else had changed. But Liu knew that Frisia had changed more than just the color. Golden Frisia. Under the test of this system, Golden Frisia's combat power has reached 15 trillion. Damn it! 15 trillion. What is this concept? This is undoubtedly more than 50 times more powerful than Super Saiyan 2. Tricky. At this time, Liu felt that the other party was so difficult. Damn it! 15 trillion combat power is probably enough to kill him now. Liu's face was extremely solemn, not to mention Gohan and others. They were already stunned at this time. Is this Frisia's true strength? So scary. Under that huge energy, they all felt extremely depressed. Even though they were standing far away, they couldn't think of a fight with each other at this time. Fear has almost shut down their cells. I call this form, Golden Frisia. Frisia looked evil and said immediately, although I don't know why you know my trump card, but in this case, you should also have a trump card. Show it. Liu smiled forcefully, and a drop of cold sweat slipped from his face. You are indeed very powerful. It seems that you have surpassed Sun Wukong and the others. Oh? What do you mean? Do you mean that only if I transform into Golden Frisia can I surpass them? Frisia said calmly, his smile fading. Liu nodded, that's true. Ho ho ho. Really? Is that so? Very good. Then I will deal with you first, and then go to find Sun Wukong. Frisia's face turned ferocious, and then he did not attack Lua, but said, the power now is much higher than yours, but I can give you a chance. As long as you promise to be my loyal subordinate and swear allegiance to me, I can spare your life. Liu smiled slightly and said, that's not necessary, because I won't necessarily lose. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu exploded with energy. The golden energy enveloped him, and there were a series of lightnings inside. Ha! Kyo Fist! Suddenly, Liu roared, and then, a ball of red energy suddenly appeared on his body surface. In an instant, Liu's power also increased rapidly. Kyo Fist! He can do it too. Klin and the others looked at Liu in confusion, already doubting life. Why, even Kyokan Liuya knows it. Teleportation. Turtle-style Qigong. Kyo Fist. This Saiyan named Liuya actually succeeded in practicing Goku's special move. It seems that we all underestimated him. Piccolo's face was serious. At this time, Liuya's burst of energy, in his opinion, was already greater than that of Wukong. Of course, before Goku went to Beerus, the god of destruction, Goku was definitely no match for this lure. It can only be said that the opponent's talent potential is very terrifying. He has achieved this kind of improvement just by entering the time room. You must know that they also entered the time house in order to deal with Sharu, but they were not as improved as Liuya. Even Gohan couldn't do it. Whoosh! In the field, the air current is raging, Liuya's energy is still improving, and the red energy besides his golden energy is also getting stronger quickly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. 1.6 trillion. 1.7 trillion. 1.8 trillion. Liuya's chi also quickly became stronger at this time, and his power had a tendency to fill the balloon with water, expanding more and more. I remember this move. It was the move Sun Wukong used on planet Namek. I never thought you could do it too. Frisia looked at Lua, his eyes gradually becoming serious. The opponent's move has already brought him a threat. Ha! 7 times Kyo Fist. Liuya roared angrily. The surrounding area was directly shattered, a tsunami rushed over, and water columns shot into the sky. Breathtaking. P.S. Dragon Ball Fanfic, I hope you all like it. Please rate and reward. Chapter 11 Super Turtle Style Qigong. Whoosh! At this moment, Liuya's figure was completely wrapped in golden airflow and red airflow, and his cold expression was like a god of war. His muscle lines are obvious, slightly swollen than before, and full of explosive power. In fact, Liuya is still very worried, because it is unprecedented to transform into Super Saiyan 2 and use Kyo Fist. Even Son Goku can only use it when he is Super Blue. When he was in the spiritual time room, he was already practicing the Kyo Fist, and he still insisted on using the Super Saiyan form to maintain the state of the Kyo Fist. And this current 7 times Kyo Fist, even if he uses it, took half a year to acquire the strongest Super League talent. Otherwise, with his talent, his strength may be far more than that. Boom boom boom. Drop. The host uses Kyo Fist successfully, and the side effects return to 0 and start counting. Now the side effects are +1. At this time, the system voice sounded in his mind, and Liuya was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. System, what do you mean? System, the Kyo Fist acquired by the host does not have side effects from the beginning like Sun Wukong does. Instead, it has no side effects at the beginning. The side effects will only accumulate when the host uses it. Hearing this, Liuya was stunned, and then ecstatically asked, does that mean that I can maintain this form forever? System, this is theoretically possible. Although Kyo Fist has no side effects, the energy it requires is very huge. In the current state of the host, it can last for 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Liuya's eyes narrowed, this might be enough. Because his combat power now using the 7-fold Kyokan has reached 1,137,500,000,000. That's right. That is from more than 1 trillion to more than 1.13 trillion. At this time, a golden figure appeared in front of Liuya. Before Liuya could react, he felt a sting on his face. The next moment, he screamed and flew backwards, crashing into the sea water. The person who took action was none other than Frisia. He stood in the void, looked at the sea water, and smiled, it seems that you think I am weak? How dare you be distracted while fighting? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a column of water shot up into the sky, and immediately after, Liuya's figure flew up. Without losing his breath, he looked at Frisia and said with a smile, come on. Frisia's face turned grim, and then he disappeared like a cannonball. The Liuya disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, billowing waves erupted in the void again. Extremely intense. These two are evenly matched. Clin sighed as he looked at the fighting scene. No. On the surface, Frisia has the absolute upper hand. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly and kept staring at the battle. Woohoo! Liuya and Frisia were fighting at high speed. From time to time, you punched and kicked me, but the hit rate was not high, and they were always blocked by the opponent. Of course, during this period, Liuya was also punched and kicked by Frisia. All in all, Frisia has the upper hand. Drink. Liuya suddenly appeared behind Frisia, stretched out his hands, and fired an air bomb directly, hitting him and shooting him backwards. Liuya gritted his teeth and rushed out, but the next moment Frisia, who was flying upside down, suddenly disappeared, and then he suddenly appeared in front of Liuya. So fast that even Liuya only saw an afterimage. Bump. Ugh. Good guy, Frisia punched out and hit Liuya hard on the stomach. The latter immediately foamed at the mouth and flew backwards like a bow shrimp. Frisia didn't give Liuya a chance. He went even faster, rushing in front of Liuya at supersonic speed, clasping his fists with both hands and smashing it down again. Woohoo! Liuya screamed and fell directly. Frisia looked at the falling lure with a ferocious expression, then he stretched out his index finger and reflected the laser cannon towards the lure. Bang! 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 More than a dozen red laser cannons bombarded like this, and smoke was everywhere. At this time, a figure fell out of the smoke. It was Liuya. He was slightly injured now, but it was not fatal. Finally, Liuya fell onto a rock. Frisia looked at Liuya and smiled, ho ho ho. Is this all your power? It seems you are not my opponent yet. Liuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then raised the corner of his mouth. You are indeed powerful enough, but how could I lose to you? Oh? Do you have any other moves? Just use them. Frisia spread his hands, flicked his tail, and said jokingly. Liuya gritted his teeth, and then exploded instantly, raising his breath to the highest level. He is still in the Kyokan state now. But it was a bit difficult. Normally he could last for 10 minutes, but now, dealing with Frisia when he is angry also requires consuming energy, so he doesn't have much time. A quick win. Thinking of this, Liuya directly raised his energy to the highest level. At the same time, he put his hands on his waist. Turtle, Pi, Chi. Seeing this familiar scene, Gohan and others woke up in shock. Krillin wanted to shout out, but Gohan quickly covered his mouth. Don't interfere with them. Gohan said in a serious tone. Krillin nodded quickly, and after Gohan let go of him, he said excitedly, does this guy want to use Goku's technique against Cell to deal with Frisia? Gohan looked at the Liuya in the field and secretly prayed, I hope it can succeed. At this time, Liuya was still gathering chi crazily. He raised his chi to the highest level. Then, the energy gathered in his hand continued to surge, and was compressed by him again. Frisia also noticed something was wrong. He looked at Liuya with some doubts. Hey! You guys, aren't you crazy? With such a gathering of energy and qigong, you will wipe out the entire earth. Liuya smiled slightly and said, what? Are you scared? Frisia's face was stunned, and then he smiled, boy, let alone whether your attack can hurt me, you can't hit me with your speed alone. So, you'd better be careful and save your breath. This way we can still fight to the death. Liuya smiled slightly and said nothing, but the next moment, his breath suddenly surged. Frisia looked at this scene and felt something bad in his heart, but he didn't believe that the other party could hit him. Or is the other party also delaying time? Thinking of this, Frisia's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent, and then he opened his palm to Liuya, and red energy gathered on his palm. Go to hell! The next moment, Frisia burst out with a burst of energy and shot directly towards the lure. Liuya's eyes widened, and the next moment, he shouted angrily, "Gong!" "Uh-huh!" The next moment, Liuya's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only the afterimage of the air bullet that had hit him. At this time, Liuya has arrived behind Frisia. What? Frisia was startled and wanted to run away, but it was too late. Ha! Liuya pushed forward, and in an instant, a huge Qigong wave directly overwhelmed Frisia. Ah! Frisia screamed and was immediately submerged in the torrent of Qigong waves. Chapter 12 The Rebirth Technique appears. Duo returns. When Liuya hits the turtle-style Qigong, everything in the path of the Qigong will be reduced to nothing. Even the sea water was split open by his Qigong. Countless sea water evaporates. Looking around, there is no end in sight. This is the turtle school Qigong performed by gathering all Liuya's qi, with a combat power of more than 11 trillion. Who could have imagined how powerful that kind of qi is? It can be said that if Liuya had just launched this move in mid-air, it would have directly destroyed the entire earth. Ha! Liuya was still gesturing and breathing heavily. After bursting out with his ultimate move, he felt sore all over. Boo-hoo-hoo. The originally violent qi gradually weakened at this time. The red qi had disappeared, leaving only the golden qi. Liuya's current physical strength was no longer able to maintain 7 times the power of the Kyokan, so he quickly withdrew the Kyokan, and he was now unable to maintain his Super 2 form and became an ordinary Super Saiyan. After performing the turtle-style Qigong, the breath he was holding had been released, so he could not transform into his Super 2 form for the time being. That guy should be gone, right? The Z warriors looked at this scene with some palpitations. They had also seen Wukong use this move against Cell, and even Cell couldn't react at that time. After being disabled, Liuya's attack should be more than a little stronger now. Frisia shouldn't be able to stop it, right? Thinking of this, everyone was a little excited. It seemed that they could defeat Frisia, a powerful enemy, without Goku and the others coming back. Something's wrong. Gohan and Piccolo did not show a relaxed expression like the others, but revealed a touch of solemnity, because Liuya at this time also showed no signs of slacking off. Could it be that guy, he can be like Uncle Piccolo? Gohan thought of something and suddenly gritted his teeth. Cold sweat ran down Piccolo's face. On the other side, Liuya was a little solemn, because he knew that although his attack just now was powerful, it did not kill Frisia. The other party is still alive. Drop. It is detected that Frisia's energy is still there, so the host has not completed the task. Please keep up the good work. Liuya. Sure enough, he's not dead. At this time, everyone suddenly noticed something and looked in one direction at the same time. Liuya looked at the water surface and broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged from the sea water, first the head, then the body, and finally when the whole person appeared on the water, the air suddenly became quiet. Frisia. This person is none other than Frisia. He's not dead yet. Liuya looked at Frisia, then smiled slightly and said, "You are really lucky." Frisia's face was ferocious. His current appearance was indeed a bit miserable. He had broken away from the golden Frisia form. One of his arms was missing, and only half of his waist was left. Even his tail was 70% broken off. Awful. Although golden Frisia noticed Liuya's appearance just now, he was still a step too slow. The aura of Liuya who uses teleportation is difficult to capture, so even if he evolves into golden Frisia, it will still be a bit difficult to withstand. Damn it! Damn it! Damn science! Frisia roared with an ugly face, and then he suddenly burst out with a terrifying energy. Immediately afterwards, his severed body began to squirm, as if something was about to break out of the flesh. Piccolo's eyes suddenly widened and he reminded, "Do it now." He is going to grow back. Liuya was stunned for a moment, and then became confused. Damn it, Frisia can do Piccolo's moves? Is this a joke? Why has he never seen it? After coming back to his senses, Liuya quickly fired a few air bombs. In an instant, the air bombs landed on Frisia and exploded instantly. But the next moment, a burst of purple energy suddenly swept across, instantly dispersing the smoke. Then, Frisia's figure is revealed. How? Liuya's expression changed drastically, because at this time Frisia had returned to his physical body. Frisia stretched his muscles and remained expressionless. He looked at Liuya and said, "You are the first one who can force me to use regeneration." Rebirth. Liuya said solemnly. Frisia laughed, and then said, "Yes. Regeneration. This move is my secret skill. I will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. I am a creature of the universe, and I have also been reorganized with the matter of the universe, so, as long as there is matter and there is still no one blow that kills me, then I can be reborn." Liuya frowned and then said, "Why didn't you use it when you were defeated by Sun Wukong and Trunks?" Hearing this, Frisia seemed to have been stabbed in a sore spot, and then said coldly, "In the battle with Son Goku, I had no chance at all, and I couldn't, because if I used rebirth, I wouldn't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's opponent. Maybe he will be completely killed by the opponent." After a pause, Frisia continued, "As for the Super Saiyan boy behind me, I had no chance at all. He didn't give me any time to breathe, and I was killed." At this point, Frisia suddenly burst out in anger, "It's all because of you Saiyans. A bunch of stinky monkeys. They are obviously my servants, Frisia, but they have made me so embarrassed over and over again." Frisia looked at Xianglua and suddenly said, "Okay, now that you're done complaining, you should have regained some strength, so let's get started." Liuya's face was solemn. He was really stalling for time just now in order to adjust his state, but now he has not reached the peak at all, at least he can no longer transform into Super 2. Although the opponent said that his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced after rebirth, he could still beat everyone here. "Next, it's a tough battle." Frisia smiled and said, "How is it? Do you want to surrender? If so, then I can consider it." Liuya grinned, "Surrender? Surrender is impossible. I, Liuya, will die even if I am beaten to death by you. I will never compromise with you." Frisia's face darkened, "If that's the case, then you die." As he spoke, he suddenly rose up. Then, he stretched out his fingers and a ball of red energy began to gather. Then, the energy grew larger and larger, forming a red ball of light. "Hu ho ho! Saiyan, now that I have had enough fun, I will let you and this earth disappear together," Frisia said with a ferocious smile. The next moment, he suddenly threw down the ball of light that had expanded to a diameter of 20 meters. Liuya narrowed his eyes slightly. If he couldn't catch it, the earth would be gone. What to do? Just when Liuya was about to use ape transformation, suddenly, two figures suddenly flashed in front of him. Seeing them, Liuya was stunned for a moment, and then felt relieved. "Good guy, he's finally back. Wukong. Vegeta." Seeing the two people who suddenly arrived, all the friends cried out in surprise. Chapter 13 Vegeta's Pride Battle. Goku and Vegeta had just returned from training with the God of Destruction. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a thing as soon as they returned to Earth using teleportation. For the first time, both of them sensed the danger and looked at the red ball of light heading towards them. The next moment, their faces darkened, and then they stretched out one hand at the same time, blocking Frisia's air bomb in an instant. Ha! Ha! The next second, the two of them exploded at the same time. In an instant, two terrifying chi swept away directly. At the same time, the two of them exerted force at the same time and immediately pushed back the huge ball of light. How is that possible? Frisia's expression changed drastically, and he quickly disappeared. Boom! The huge ball of light exploded directly in the distant clouds, and the entire sky was instantly dyed with a layer of bright red. Goku and Vegeta calmed down, and the former was a little confused. What happened? Why did Frisia appear on Earth? At this time, the Z warriors all came to Wukong and others. Goku looked at Gohan and others gathered together, and felt a little happy. Gohan, Krillin? You are all here, what happened? Gohan immediately told what happened. Frisia is resurrected. After hearing what they said, Goku and Vegeta were both surprised. That guy Frisia is really stubborn. He dares to destroy the earth. Goku said angrily. Then he thought of something, and suddenly looked at Liuya, and said with a smile, Liuya, right? I heard that you are also a Saiyan. Please go out of your way to stop Frisia from messing around. We can't contact the earth, so we have to find the earth. I'm angry, but it took a lot of time. Liuya nodded slightly, just come back. Frisia is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Now that you are back, I'll leave it to you. Goku nodded seriously, don't worry, Frisia, I will defeat him. Hey, hey, hey! Kakarot! Leave Frisia to me. I've never fought against this guy since I broke through to Super Saiyan. So I'll go first later. Vegeta suddenly he said unhappy. Goku glanced at Vegeta, then smiled and said, okay, you can do it later. But do you have a familiar feeling? This scene is similar to that of back then. Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and then smiled coldly, what you said is indeed a bit true. Back then, I was not a Super Saiyan. When Frisia invaded the Earth, it was future Trunks who solved it. Having said this, Vegeta suddenly looked at Liuya, you said you came from another universe. Liuya nodded slightly, yes. Vegeta frowned, and then said in a deep voice, it's strange, there are other universes besides ours. Moreover, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. What is the universe you live in like? Universe? Liuya raised his eyebrows and then said, what an awesome universe. Awesome? What is this? Vegeta said in confusion. Everyone. Liuya suppressed his smile and said, it means it's very powerful. Hearing this, Vegeta nodded in understanding, how awesome is that? Liuya said seriously, very, very awesome. Damn it! Vegeta's face froze, and then he clenched his fists. He was so angry that he wanted to go up and yell at the other person. Stop chatting and get rid of Frisia first. This guy is more than a little stronger than before. At this time, Goku suddenly said. He had not listened carefully to the conversation between the two just now, but was paying attention to Frisia. With a hint of fanatical fighting spirit in his eyes. Humph! Let's say it first, Frisia, I, Vegeta, will handle it. You all, step aside. Vegeta said arrogantly. Hearing this, Wukong struggled a little, but finally agreed, okay, then you go. Liuya suddenly said, Frisia can transform into Golden Frisia, so be careful. Vegeta dismissed it, humph. Is he the only one who has been promoted? I have also been promoted, and it is easy to deal with him. Liuya shook his head with a headache. As a forcing king, and a failed forcing king, he was really worried about the other party. But he didn't say anything and followed Wukong and others back to a distance. Now that Liuya's energy has been consumed a lot, it's better for him to avoid its sharp edge for the time being, and he hasn't been able to transform into Super Blue yet, so he can't defeat Frisia. Mr. Klin, can you give me a fairy bean? Liuya suddenly looked at Klin and said. Krillin nodded quickly, of course. If it weren't for you, we would all be killed by Frisia. As he spoke, he took out a fairy bean and handed it to Liuya. Liuya took it and swallowed it directly. In less than 2 seconds, his state reached its peak. Hey! At this time, Wukong suddenly looked at Liuya. His expression was a little solemn. This guy's anger doesn't seem to be any weaker than mine. Wukong thought so and made a decision in his heart. On the other side, Vegeta moved slowly and then came to Frisia. Frisia was recovering his strength after dodging the attack just now. These guys were simply enjoying themselves, so he had a chance to breathe. Seeing Vegeta coming over at this moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "Ho ho ho! Who do I know? It turns out to be my loyal subordinate, Vegeta." Vegeta's face turned cold. "Hey! Don't make any mistake. I, Vegeta, have never regarded you as my boss." Frisia didn't care. He thought it was his pride, so he smiled and said, "Vegeta, you came at the right time. Join me and help me kill Sun Wukong and the Saiyan. I can let you do it. My right hand. How about being my #1 general?" Vegeta was silent for a second, and then showed an evil smile. "It seems that the conditions are not bad." Frisia thought he had defeated Vegeta, and then said, "That's right, so you'd better come to me." Vegeta actually walked towards Frisia. That guy, what is he doing? Seeing that her husband wanted to betray him, Bulma suddenly became angry. Goku looked at Vegeta, his smile unchanged. "Don't worry, Vegeta, he is no longer the original Vegeta." Liuya didn't speak. He slowly closed his eyes and checked his situation. Fortunately, his current strength not only has no side effects, but has also improved a lot. In the battle with Frisia, Liuya was full of firepower, and his Super Saiyan talent was always activated by him, so he became stronger while fighting Frisia. Now his combat power is 6.7 billion, 200 million more than before. And he also used the system to see the fighting power of Goku and Vegeta. Before they transformed into Super Saiyans, their fighting power reached an astonishing level. Wukong's combat power is 6.9 billion. Vegeta, on the other hand, is also close to 6.8 billion. The fighting power of the two is almost the same, but with their strength, this difference is completely negligible. Chapter 14 Vegeta starts. Super Blue appears. When Vegeta walked up to Frisia, he stood still. Frisia looked at him with a smile, feeling somewhat proud. Bang! The next moment, Frisia felt like he was hit hard, and his whole body arched up like a shrimp. Ugh! Frisia's eyes were splitting, and his face was distorted by the tremendous pain. Vegeta appeared in front of him, and his fist hit Frisia in the stomach. Vegeta leaned close to Frisia's ear and said jokingly, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your conditions at all." Frisia's eyes were red and he had an expression of disbelief. Vegeta's face turned cold and he shouted loudly, knocking Frisia away. The latter crashed directly through several hills and finally crashed into a cliff. Vegeta snorted coldly, "That's it." Frisia's body was embedded on the cliff, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Vegeta. He really didn't expect that just now, Vegeta, this kid, dared to attack him. Click, click, click. The figure floated out. Frisia looked at Vegeta with an ugly face, and then snorted, "I didn't expect that his former subordinates would become so powerful today." Vegeta looked at him coldly and said, "There are many things you haven't seen before and things you didn't expect. For example, HA." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta shouted loudly, and the next moment, he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. This. Frisia's pupils shrank, a little unbelievable. Vegeta sneered, "It's not over yet." Boom! Whoosh! Ba, ba, ba! Vegeta exploded again and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. "I didn't expect it, Frisia. I, Vegeta, can also transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta pointed at himself with his thumb and sneered. Frisia gritted his teeth, then suddenly closed his eyes, then calmed down, opened his eyes and looked at Vegeta, smiling, "I admit, I am indeed a little surprised, but even so, so what? I, Frisia, but the greatest genius in the universe, even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you will not be my opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, Frisia clenched his fists with both hands, veins popped up on his forehead, and he started to explode. Boom! As Frisia drank violently, the purple aura around him transformed directly into a golden glow. His body also transformed little by little, turning into golden Frisia. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying power emanated from him, shaking the sky. Vegeta's face froze, and then cold sweat broke out on his face, but, damn! This guy! On the other side, Wukong, who saw this form for the first time, also showed an expression of disbelief. How on earth did this guy practice? Can he reach this level? This is Golden Frisia. His power is terrifying. Even Liuya can't beat him. If Liuya hadn't used teleportation and the strongest turtle-style Qigong, it would have been over. Clin said solemnly. Wukong was a little complicated. Teleportation, turtle-style Qigong, Liuya, you are very strong. Liuya said modestly, just so. Uncle Vegeta, will he be okay? Gohan said worriedly. Goku smiled and then said, don't worry, Frisia has indeed become stronger, but our training has not fallen behind. Don't worry, Vegeta will not lose. Everyone was a little puzzled. No matter how hard they practiced, would these two people have any adventures? Liuya smiled knowingly. He knew why the other party was so confident. Because both Goku and Vegeta could further improve and reach Super Saiyan Blue in the God Realm. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The golden aura enveloped Frisia, and he transformed into Golden Frisia again. At this moment, his aura reached its peak. His power is stronger than Liuya, but the opponent's teleportation with one hand and the strongest turtle-style Qigong are really difficult to resist, so he was hurt by the opponent. I didn't expect that your power would reach this level. It's really scary. At this moment, even as arrogant as Vegeta, he was a little shocked. You know, it has been so many years since the last time Frisia was killed. And now, the other party is in hell, and the speed of improvement is even more terrifying than them. You must know that they are personally guided by Weiss. He originally thought that guys at Frisia's level could no longer keep up with them, but now, the power displayed by the other party posed a very big threat to him. Ho ho ho! Do you think you are the only one who can make progress? This is the new form I have developed in hell for so many years. I call it Golden Frisia. Frisia laughed and said with some pride. Vegeta's face was a little gloomy, and he snorted coldly, hey! So what? I also have reservations. Frisia was stunned and said in surprise, oh? Really? Then there's no need to keep it, come on. Use your power. Vegeta snorted coldly, and then the energy all over his body began to explode. Then, he looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, a terrifying golden energy rushed out of his body. The next moment, the yellow energy was also there. A transformation occurred at this moment. Vegeta's energy is increasing. Soon. Piccolo's eyes widened and cold sweat poured down his face. It's amazing. Clin and others were stunned. They were all stunned. What on earth has this Vegeta experienced? Wukong smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Liuya narrowed his eyes slightly. He was using the system to estimate Vegeta's power. The opponent's chi was constantly increasing, and his combat power had exceeded 10 trillion. And it's still improving. Ah! Vegeta is still roaring, it seems that only in this way can he fully explode his power. Frisia's face was already a little tense. He gritted his teeth and looked at Vegeta with some disbelief. How is it possible? I don't believe it. Ha! A high-pitched roar fell, and the air around Vegeta had turned blue, and it could no longer be called air, but was squirming like a liquid. The breath of God. With a blue hedgehog head, Vegeta's aura changed drastically at this time. He looked at Frisia with a sneer, and then said, "How is it? This is my strength." Frisia's face looked ugly. The opponent's anger had exceeded that of his current physical exertion. "If I had known, I would have practiced for another half a year, improved myself, and come here to cause trouble for these Saiyans. Moreover, I also consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Liuya just now." Vegeta had no intention of being verbose with the opponent. The fighting cells in his body immediately became active, and immediately, Vegeta rushed directly towards Frisia. "Damn it!" Frisia shouted angrily and rushed forward. Bump! The two fists collided directly, and in an instant, a sonic explosion swept away. Chapter 15 Wheel Battle, Wukong appears. Boom! The two of them directly faced each other, and were immediately knocked back at the same time, but the next second, they both faced waves at the same time. Boom! There was another explosion, and Frisia had already flashed behind Vegeta. An elbow hit directly towards him. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, he lowered his head and dodged Frisia's attack. At the same time, he suddenly elbowed back, but Frisia blocked it too. "Call out!" Vegeta flashed, and the next moment he appeared above Frisia's head, firing a key bomb with both hands. "Call out!" Frisia was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye, dodging the attack. At the same time, he appeared next to Vegeta and kicked him away. In just a few seconds, the two people's movements were impossible to capture. Klin and others looked at this scene solemnly, surprised by the strength of both parties and secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Boom! Whoosh! Vegeta blasted straight into the air, looked at Frisia, and snorted coldly. Frisia's face turned ferocious, and then he crossed his hands, each fingertip shining red. "Take my move!" Frisia snorted, and then he suddenly pointed his finger in Vegeta's direction. In an instant, 10 red rays of light shot out. And the light appeared just right, completely blocking Vegeta's route of action. Cold sweat slid down Vegeta's face, and then he gritted his teeth and pushed out several palms. Several air bombs bombarded him one after another, and exploded in the next moment. At the same time, Vegeta directly exploded, and the blue light beam rushed out of the smoke, jumped into the air, and then Vegeta rushed forward fiercely to Frisia. But Frisia showed a strange smile at this moment. "I'm waiting for you." He suddenly opened his palm towards Vegeta's figure. Coax! A condensed air bomb of terrifying power flew out instantly. Vegeta's expression changed and he had no time to dodge, so he could only block it with his arms crossed. Boom! The next moment, Vegeta's figure fell directly down. When Frisia saw this, he did not intend to let him go, but rushed towards Vegeta's figure. In an instant, Frisia kicked Vegeta on the back, causing the opponent's body to speed up and fly down. Falling into the sea water caused a wave of waves. However, with an angry shout, Vegeta rushed out of the sea again. He looked at Frisia, then gritted his teeth and gathered his energy. Final flash! Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying energy erupted again, and powerful energy suddenly gathered in Vegeta's palm. Frisia's expression changed, and then he showed a look of solemnity. The next moment, he said ferociously, "Then come on." Immediately afterwards, Frisia also began to condense into a terrifying energy, and the golden energy gathered in his palm, exuding a terrifying aura. "Frisia! Die!" Vegeta roared angrily and launched his ultimate move, sending a huge Qigong wave swooping down. Frisia sneered, "Ho ho ho! Let it bloom! Beautiful fireworks!" Boom! In an instant, he exerted force on his palm, and a terrifying wave of golden light shot out. Boom boom boom! The two energies directly collided with each other and were in a stalemate. But the surrounding things couldn't bear the power of the two of them, and they started to be destroyed. Goku and others looked at this scene with solemn expressions. Goku sighed, "Frisia, is he really that powerful? On the sidelines, Liu watched the battle on the field and already had the idea of killing the opponent. As long as he defeated Frisia, his mission would be completed. Both of these two are so strong, Gohan exclaimed. As a Saiyan, he had a feeling of blood boiling. If he had persisted in practicing over the years, he might be able to reach this level. Thinking of this, Gohan's face suddenly became firm. It seemed that he couldn't be lazy anymore. We can't let these two people mess around, otherwise the earth will be destroyed by them, Wukong suddenly said solemnly. The next moment, he exploded and shouted angrily, and a terrifying power burst out from him. For a moment, Wukong also transformed into Super Blue. Wukong! Dad! Krillin and others looked at Wukong in surprise. It turns out that Wukong can also transform. Wukong nodded, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared between the two of them. Wukong instantly raised his energy to the top, and the next moment, he directly launched his ultimate move. Turtle, Section. Qi, Gong. Ha! Boom! Wukong directly used turtle-style Qigong to push the two attack waves out of the earth. The field returned to normal. Frisia and Vegeta were both somewhat exhausted. But what can be seen is that Frisia's condition is worse. Kakarot! What are you doing? Seeing his fight being interfered with, Vegeta suddenly became unhappy and glared at Goku. Wukong said helplessly, if you keep fighting like this, the earth will be gone. Vegeta snorted coldly, tilted his head arrogantly, and said, who cares whether it lives or lives? Wukong was speechless. After all, you have a family, so you should have a sense of belonging. Hearing this, Vegeta suddenly turned green. Shut up! Kakarot, give you 3 seconds. Go away now. My battle with Frisia is not over yet. Wukong hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, it's time for me to appear. What did you say? Vegeta's face suddenly turned evil. Wukong laughed, and then said, you have consumed a lot of energy now, and you can't beat this guy, so let me do it. I have found this guy's weakness. What? Vegeta suddenly became furious. You said I can't beat him? Are you kidding me? Oh? Weakness? You say I have a weakness? Ha 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 ha. Son Goku, you are just ridiculous. How could I, Frisia, have a weakness? Frisia suddenly interjected, his face looking a little humiliated. It's your physical strength. At this time, Liu suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Liu smiled slightly, feeling secretly happy in his heart. Damn it, it's time for him to show off. So you've noticed it too? He's really an amazing guy. Wukong looked at Liu with some admiration. Liu said modestly, low-key, low-key. Hey! Stop talking nonsense here. The weakness you are talking about does not exist at all. Frisia said with a ferocious expression. Wukong looked at him, then smiled and said, in that case, then you come to fight with me. Frisia clenched his fists and stared at Goku. Kakarot, do you want to go back on your word? Do you want me to come as you promised? Vegeta suddenly said in a deep voice. Wukong scratched his head, when did I say that? You've been fighting for so long anyway, so why don't you just take a break and let me defeat this guy? What a fart! Absolutely not! Vegeta roared angrily. Goku shrugged. Then he looked at Frisia and asked with a smile, hey, Frisia. Do you want to compete with me? Frisia. Vegeta. Chapter 16 The Final Struggle. Frisia's death. You, what are you talking about? Frisia looked at Sun Wukong with a livid face. At this moment, he seemed to feel like a clown. Being played by these two guys. Wukong smiled slightly, and then suddenly exploded, and the blue breath of God directly enveloped him. Come on! Your target must be me. Frisia gritted his teeth, and then he exploded with energy and rushed towards Gaku in an instant. Wukong's eyes narrowed, and then he took action directly. Bump! 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 The two started a high-speed collision, and the fierce collision rippled through the space. Vegeta's face looked a little ugly, but he soon sank down, dissipated the super blue, and fell to the ground. In the field, even though Frisia had consumed a lot just now, he was still not at a disadvantage in the battle with Gaku. However, this situation was quickly reversed, because Frisia's face was a little ugly, and he was kicking and kicking during the fight, looking like a weakling. Look like? Gaku looked at Frisia, and then asked with some confusion, Frisia, in this form, you must have just successfully transformed, right? Frisia was stunned, then gritted his teeth and looked at Gaku. What do you mean? Gaku smiled and said, you should familiarize yourself with this form before coming to Earth. In this case, maybe even Vegeta and I will not be your opponents. Frisia snorted, even now, you are no match for me. Wukong smiled and said, you must be very tired, right? This form consumes too much of your physical strength, so now you have more and more flaws. If this continues, you will not be my opponent at all. Stop talking nonsense. Frisia's face was ferocious, and the next moment he exploded and rushed straight towards Gaku. Snapped. Frisia punched very quickly, but Gaku caught his fist. What? Frisia's expression turned extremely ugly. Gaku grabbed Frisia's fist and grinned, too slow. Snapped. The next moment, Gaku turned around, grabbed Frisia's figure and swung him violently. Just throw it out. Frisia was not a vegetarian, so he stopped forcefully. Frisia! Wukong roared, rushed over, clasped his fists with both hands and smashed it hard. Ugh! Frisia was directly hit by a critical hit, and his figure fell directly. Boom! A cliff was directly hit and Frisia was bounced out by the elastic force. The next moment, Goku's figure flashed in front of him. Wukong opened his palm towards Frisia and sent him away again with an air bomb. Boom! After crashing through the cliff behind him, Frisia finally crashed into the remaining rocks in the distance, sending a burst of dust and smoke flying. Gaku looked in Frisia's direction with a grim expression. Win! Gohan and others all showed happy smiles. Hey! If I hadn't consumed him, Kakarot wouldn't have had anything to do with him. Vegeta said arrogantly. Liuya didn't speak at this time. He tried to lower his presence as much as possible so that he could make a surprise attack later. To defeat Frisia, it was better for him to complete this task alone. Hey! Wukong's expression suddenly changed, and then he became solemn. Next moment. Ah! Son Wukong! The roar shook, and the next second, Frisia rushed into the sky wrapped in golden aura. Goku's eyes narrowed, and the next moment his body suddenly shook, and the dark blue god's aura twisted, and then he rushed into the air to look at Frisia's level. Frisia stared at Gaku, but he was getting weaker and weaker, and his breathing became more and more severe. Frisia, you can no longer maintain this form, it's better to admit defeat. Gaku looked at Frisia and said calmly. Humph! Give up? How could I, Frisia, lose? Are you kidding me? Frisia roared with a ferocious look on his face. He suddenly exploded with energy and then rushed towards Gaku. Go to hell! Frisia's eyes were bloodshot and he punched out with hatred. Wukong snorted coldly, and the next moment he lowered his head to avoid the opponent's punch, and then punched out. Hit the opponent's stomach directly. Puff! Ugh! 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 Frisia's face twisted, and his body was shaking violently in great pain. Sun Wukong's punch almost penetrated his body. Suddenly, Frisia's body flashed with light, and then the golden Frisia's form disappeared and he returned to his final form. Damn it! Damn it! Frieza turned around with difficulty and tried to hit Goku, but the latter disappeared in a flash, appeared behind him the next moment, and kicked Frieza to the ground. Ugh! Frieza's entire body crashed into the ground, the entire earth trembled, and the solid ground shattered. Goku landed slowly and looked at Frieza expressionlessly. Frieza stood up with difficulty, his face was filled with disbelief, and he murmured to himself, This is impossible. How could I lose? Bang! Angry, Frieza punched the ground twice, causing a small crater to appear. Goku said coldly, Frieza, you have no hope. Now, I will send you back to hell. Frieza's face turned ferocious, and then he showed a hint of madness, he, ha ha ha. In this case, let's die together. What? Wukong suddenly showed a look of horror, feeling intensely uneasy in his heart. Suddenly, Frieza suddenly raised his fist, preparing to punch the ground. When Wukong saw this, it was too late to stop him. Hu ho ho! Everyone disappear! Frieza looked ferocious and punched down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly appeared next to him and grabbed his wrist. What? Frieza's face changed drastically, and he looked at the person who stopped him in disbelief. Liuya smiled slightly, waiting for you. After saying that, Liuya grabbed the opponent and threw him. In an instant, Frieza was thrown far away. Boom! The next second, Liuya directly exploded, reaching Super 2 and then used Kaio Fist. Then start gathering energy. Turtle, Section. Qi, Gong. Liuya didn't hesitate, and directly burst out with the most powerful force, hitting Frieza fiercely. I will, definitely, come back. Frieza screamed, and then turned into blood and ash and dissipated in the turtle-style Qigong. The sudden scene stunned everyone. They didn't expect that Frieza planned to die with them in the end, and Liuya seemed to have predicted it in advance, stopped him, and killed him. Even Goku and Vegeta shed cold sweat. Especially when they saw Liuya's current form, both of their faces became solemn. Especially Goku, he didn't expect that his opponent could actually use Kaio Fist. This is a trick he didn't even think of. This guy is really awesome. P.S. Readers who see this, if you think it looks good, please give it a rating. You can also send me a message for love and try to give you more updates. Chapter 17, New Mission. Liuya vs Wukong. Frieza's death made everyone in the audience extremely confused. It was really unbelievable that a generation of evil emperors was killed like this. After Liuya eliminated Frieza, he dissipated his form and returned to his original appearance. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and defeating Frieza. Drop. Distribute rewards and award 500 million combat power points. Reward the host with Frieza cells. Be able to survive in outer space. Reward Super Saiyan 3 transformation skills. Reward 100 fairy beans. Reward Kaio Fist power upgrade, the current power level is 10 times. Hearing a series of reminders in his mind, Liuya felt happy inside. Damn, this reward is quite generous. The combat effectiveness was directly increased by 500 million points. And there are 3 super skills. That means he can transform into Super Saiyan 3 like Son Goku. You know, in the entire Dragon Ball series, only Goku and Gotenks, the combination of Goten and Trunks, can transform, and now, there is one more of him. That. Liuya. At this time, Wukong's call brought Liuya back from his thoughts. Liuya looked at Wukong and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Wukong said seriously, "How do you know my tricks?" Other friends also rushed over and looked at Liuya after hearing this. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Liuya, his eyes slightly narrowed. Liuya glanced at everyone and then said, "I learned it from Gohan." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Goku looked at Gohan and asked, "Gohan, Do you also know my teleportation and Kyo fist? Gohan shook his head. Dad, I don't know how. I only taught Liuya the moves I know. I don't know Dad's special moves. How can I teach him? Hearing this, Wukong nodded in understanding, and then looked at Liuya. Liuya smiled slightly and said, teleportation was created by me. And Kyo fist was learned by me. What? Everyone's expressions suddenly changed and they looked at Liuya in disbelief. At the same time, the king of Kai far away in heaven also shed a cold sweat. In the field, Wukong looked at Liuya strangely and said, did you create it? Do you know where teleportation comes from? Planet Adetra. I went there back then and saw that the residents there were very kind, so I taught them by the way. Is there any problem with this? Liuya said matter-of-factly. In fact, he was snickering inwardly, damn, who doesn't know the history of Dragon Ball yet? As a time traveler, he was very capable of deceiving people. When Wukong heard this, his expression suddenly became serious, because he learned teleportation from the planet Yadetra back then. What this guy said seemed to make some sense. Hey! How is that possible? You look like this and are so young, how could you possibly be able to do that kind of trick? And at that time, you were still a child. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Liuya looked at him and smiled, actually, I am already 520 years old. What? Everyone was confused. Liuya smiled and said, actually, I have been practicing in our place for 500 years. During these 500 years, I pressed myself under a mountain to exercise. I did not eat or drink for 500 years, and experienced wind and rain, so only now can I transform into a Super Saiyan. And my hometown is called Five Fingers Mountain. Everyone. Liuya then continued, later. After I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I began to look for opponents in the universe, and then after fighting the invincible opponent in the universe, I came to this universe. Later, I traveled through the universe and discovered there are Saiyans in the universe, and then I found the Earth. Listening to Liuya's boastful remarks, everyone was a little skeptical. Is there really anyone in this world who can live for hundreds of years? Honestly, except for gods, I have never seen anyone live for such a long time. Wukong scratched his head. I have never heard that Saiyans can live such a long life. Vegeta said calmly. Just because you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Doesn't it? Liuya said with a slight smile. Damn it! He suddenly discovered that bullshit requires skill, and he really didn't dare to brag without some knowledge. But is bragging illegal? Don't break the law. Just when everyone was confused, Wukong suddenly said, forget it. No matter how many there are, although it is hard to believe, it does not exist, haha. Immediately, Wukong looked at Liuya and suddenly smiled confidently, Mr. Liuya, can you compete with me? Hearing this, Liuya was stunned for a moment, and then said with some doubts, are you sure? Wukong clenched his fist and said with a smile, of course. You are so powerful, I also want to compete with you. Hearing this, everyone was a little helpless, but they were all used to Wukong's character, so they were not surprised. Vegeta, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and felt a little angry, but he snorted and said nothing more. Drop. Trigger system tasks. Task content, fight against Sun Wukong for 1,000 rounds without losing. Liuya. Damn, why are you on a mission? And it's such a difficult task? Undoubtedly, with his current strength, unless he uses Kyo Fist in Super 3, he will never be able to defeat Sun Wukong. How is it? Mr. Liuya? Wukong suddenly asked eagerly, with expectation in his eyes. Liuya hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. Great. Wukong suddenly became excited, unabashedly happy. Let's fight farther away, otherwise it will affect us here. Liuya suggested. Okay. Wukong looked at Liuya confidently. The two smiled at each other, and then used teleportation to disappear. On the spot, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Bang! Cockroach! Vegeta's face looked a little ugly. Damn it, Cockroach was actually seduced away by someone else. Isn't this a slap in Prince Vegeta's face? Cockroach's opponent can only be him. Only he is qualified to defeat Cockroach. Thinking of this, Vegeta's heart was filled with confusion. He looked at Bulma. Hey! Bulma, you're back. Bulma looked at everyone, then nodded quickly, okay. Vegeta left with Bulma, and Gok quickly followed. Everyone looked at each other in shock. This crisis was finally resolved, and there was no need for them to stay. Those two guys won't mess around, right? Klin said worriedly. Who knows? Gohan, let's go. Piccolo said calmly, and then greeted Gohan. Okay Uncle Piccolo. Gohan agreed quickly, and then he looked at Klin and others. Everyone, please go back. We're leaving first, bye. Ah. Be careful on the road. Klin and others waved goodbye. After a while, everyone left one after another. After an unknown amount of time, a rainbow light fell into the field. Hey! Wise! Where are they? A cold voice came out. Oh? What's going on? The person who was clearly here just now is gone. A surprised voice sounded. Humph! It's all your fault. We took you the wrong way. You wasted my time. This time is enough for me to eat many desserts. The cold voice suddenly became angry. Oh haha, Lord Beerus, calm down, I will take you to Miss Bulma's house. Another voice laughed. Immediately, a rainbow light rose into the sky and disappeared at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. P.S. Let me see who hasn't slept yet and is sitting around waiting for updates. Let's take a look and ask for a reward. Chapter 18 Suppression. Goodbye Super Blue. In a desert, Liuya and Wukong looked at each other in the air. The two of them were suspended in mid-air quietly, neither of them moving at all, letting the strong wind howl. Ho-ho! A gust of wind blew by, their eyelids twitched, and the next moment, they suddenly disappeared on the spot. Bump! In the air, two people appeared at the same time, punching each other with fists. A wave of air spreads. The two of them looked at each other with an arc, and the next moment, he shouted angrily and exploded at the same time. Then the high-speed brawl begins. Bump! 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 Ha ha ha! The two of them became more and more courageous as they fought, and their chi began to increase crazily. Boom! Boo-hoo! There was a collision and the two people quickly retreated. At the same time, both of them exploded and transformed into Super Saiyans. Goku looked at Liuya, smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder you can stop Frieza. Liuya smiled slightly, you are also very powerful. If he hadn't suddenly increased his combat power by 500 million, he might not be Wukong's opponent now. Even now, he must be more vigilant. The opponent's combat experience is really rich. Compared with a dabbler like him, he is really much stronger. Goku suddenly said, I heard that you can transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan. Liuya nodded, yes. Wukong smiled confidently and said, then come on. Ha! Goku drank it violently and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Power surges. Liuya was also a little excited, and then he roared as well, and the aura on his body reached its peak in an instant. Boom! Ba! Bat! Bat! With thunder and lightning all over his body like a small snake, Liuya wore a head of golden hair, clenched his fists and said with a smile, how about it? This is the second stage of my Super Saiyan. Wukong looked at Liuya in surprise and sighed, it really looks like. Immediately, he showed a smile, your strength is not weaker than mine. In this case, you can fight to your heart's content. Wait a minute. Liuya suddenly interrupted, you should still be able to transform, right? It's the third stage of Super Saiyan. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes, indeed. Liuya curled his lips slightly, then use it. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, are you sure? If I transform again, the power will be very strong. Liuya waved his hand, it's okay, hurry up and transform. Wukong's face condensed, okay. Look at it. Ha! The next moment, Wukong began to explode, and the huge breath rose directly into the sky. Suddenly, the sky changed color, countless white clouds speeded up and drifted by, and the stars moved, and the whole world seemed to be filled with Wukong's energy. Liuya looked at Goku and then said, System. Use Super Saiyan 3 transformation skills. Drop. Use Super Saiyan 3 transformation skills. The host can transform into the third stage of Super Saiyan. Liuya's expression suddenly turned ferocious, and the next moment, he looked up to the sky and roared, ah! Boom! Golden pillars of air rose directly into the sky. The entire cloud layer was stirred up. In the field, two terrifying auras surged directly, and the energy of the two people also increased rapidly at this time. At the same time, on a remote island, a young man with long black hair suddenly noticed something. He turned and looked into the distance, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he was silent for a long time. Sun Wukong. Have they already mastered these two energies? At the same time, at Bulma's house, the god of destruction Beerus, who was eating dessert, suddenly looked into the distance and said, Lord Beerus, there seems to be some mystery about this lure. Weiss said intoxicatedly, holding a spoonful of ice cream in one mouthful. Humph! So what? If he dares to have any bad intentions towards this universe, just destroy him. Beerus didn't care and said calmly. Bulma brought a plate of dessert over at this time. When she heard this, she suddenly said, that's not necessary. Liuya is a good person. If it weren't for him, you two wouldn't be able to eat these things. Hey! Beerus was stunned, then curled his lips, well, in that case, let's give him a way out. Bulma smiled, thank you Lord Beerus. Beerus said arrogantly, it's for the sake of these snacks. Weiss smiled, and then he thought of something and looked into the distance, with something meaningful in his eyes. At the same time, in the desert, Wukong and Liuya shouted almost at the same time, their breath reaching a climax, and then, their hair grew directly to their buttocks, their faces were cold, their original eyebrows were gone, and their bodies wrapped in a terrifying golden aura. Wukong looked at Liuya and then smiled slightly, sure enough, you still have the power to hide yourself. Liuya smiled and said, there are indeed some trump cards. He can't say that he was able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 only after defeating Frieza, otherwise he might surprise Goku again. Then let's start. Wukong grinned. The power displayed by Liuya made him very excited, because the opponent's chi was strong enough. Not much weaker than myself. This gave him something to look forward to. Liuya nodded slightly and then assumed a fighting posture, and Wukong did the same. The next moment, both of them disappeared at the same time. Bump! 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 The two started fighting directly in the air, their bodies swinging constantly, and the speed of their punches was only after images, and their movements could not even be seen clearly. During the collision, rolling thunder and lightning swept across the field, the air waves were terrifying, and the collision sound was like thunder. Ha! Wukong suddenly punched Liuya in the face, and then Liuya screamed and shot backwards. Wukong's body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared behind Liuya, cupping his fists and trying to hit it again. Liuya reacted, pushed with his backhand, and fired an air bomb directly, hitting Wukong. Wukong screamed and was knocked back far away. Liu seized the opportunity and directly used the prince's strategy, blasting countless air bombs at Wukong. Wukong fell directly into passivity. Drop. The host fought Sun Wukong for 552 rounds. Please keep up the good work. Drop. Host. Liu worked even harder, releasing air bombs like crazy. But just at this moment, a terrifying energy emanated from Wukong. Ha! Wukong exploded his energy and transformed directly into the super blue state. The huge energy directly knocked Liu back. Don't talk about martial arts. Liu said speechlessly. Damn it, it was a fair fight, but you turned super blue. Are you bullying me for not having super blue? Gaku looked at Liu and then smiled slightly. You are really powerful, you can force me to the Super Saiyan blue state. Liu hesitated for a moment, then said, how did you transform into super blue? Can you teach me some skills? Wukong. Chapter 19 Super 3 plus Kaio Fist vs Super Blue. Faced with Liu's strange question, Gaku didn't take it to heart, but said, I have spent a lot of effort in practicing until now. It is not easy to become Super Saiyan Blue. Liu nodded in understanding, I understand. Wukong smiled and said, are you still fighting? My current strength is better than yours. Liu can't refuse, damn, the system has given the task, but now it has only played a few hundred rounds, and it is only half completed. Of course. Even though you transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, I didn't use my full strength. Liu said with a confident smile. Really? That's right, you can also know Kaio Fist. Wukong seemed to remember something, and then he also smiled. Liu nodded, that's right. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Liu exploded and exploded again in Super Saiyan form. Kaio Fist. Suddenly, Liu shouted angrily, and the next moment, a terrifying force suddenly burst out from his body. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The red aura enveloped him again, so terrifying. Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a look of seriousness and solemnity, but more importantly, he was excited, awesome. He can actually use the Kaio Fist 7 times. He can also use Kaio Fist, but in this state, he doesn't dare to use it. He has never practiced it, so he doesn't dare to add Kaio Fist to Super Blue rashly. Liu smiled slightly, 7 times? No, I am more than that. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu suddenly exploded with energy again. With a howl, Liu's energy surged again. 10 times Kaio Fist. Boom. Boo-hoo-hoo. The 10-fold Kaio Fist fell, and his power skyrocketed again. Wukong's face turned serious at this time, because the opponent's strength was no longer inferior to him. What a powerful force! It seems that I will also practice Kaio Fist. Wukong smiled slightly, but then he said, although your power has increased dramatically, the physical load brought by Kaio Fist is very heavy. Yes, you and Frisia are almost the same. Liu smiled strangely, really? Then come and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu suddenly rushed directly towards Wukong, so fast that even Wukong was shocked. Bump! Just as he reacted, Wukong screamed and flew out as if he had been hit hard. Ahem, so fast! Wukong stopped, then wiped the scratch on the corner of his mouth and showed an excited smile. Liu looked at Wukong, his anger rising again and again, his face serious and cold. Come again! Wukong laughed, and then rushed out. Liu snorted coldly, without showing any weakness, and also rushed out. Bump! 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 The two start with a high-speed collision. I hit you and I punched each other. Bump! Liu suddenly exploded and used Kaio Fist, and his speed increased to another level. In an instant, he clasped his fist and struck hard, knocking Wukong directly to the desert. Boom! A huge pit appeared, and Wukong's body fell as the pit appeared. Then, he gritted his teeth and rose into the sky, but his speed increased in vain. Liu's heart moved, and suddenly an air bomb was dropped. Call out! Suddenly, Wukong disappeared in vain, and then he appeared next to Liu and kicked him in the stomach. Ugh! Liu was kicked so hard that his stomach acid spurted out. Then Wukong didn't give Liu a chance and punched it into the desert. Turtle, section. Qi, Gong. In an instant, Wukong directly gathered his energy and unleashed a super powerful blow of turtle-style Qigong. Boom! In an instant, the desert with a radius of several kilometers was blasted open. A huge pit appeared in the field. As the dust fell to the ground, Wukong looked at the huge pit below, smiled slightly, and said, "I know you won't be knocked down so easily." The next second, there was a roar, and the entire desert seemed to be shaking at this moment. Ha! An angry shout fell, and the next moment, a powerful pillar of air shot straight into the sky, and the whole sky was stirred up again. Liu's body rose slowly from the source of the light beam. His clothes were a little torn and there were many scratches on his body, but his anger did not decrease much. Seeing this scene, Wukong's eyes suddenly became serious. He underestimated Liu's strength. This guy is incredibly powerful. Obviously the opponent does not have the realm of God, but he can fight to this extent with him. Even Wukong has to admire the other party. Liu has not yet gotten rid of the power of Kaioken at this time, but he is now out of breath, just like Frisia before. It has to be said that he is using Kaioken now. As long as he uses Kaioken more times and the intensity multiplier increases, if used for too long, he will be affected. Liu looked at Wukong and then said, "I can fight again." Wukong nodded, "Then I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, Wukong exploded in vain, and then, wearing the blue breath of God, he rushed directly towards Liu. Liu gritted his teeth and rushed out immediately. In fact, it is very simple to complete the task. As long as he swallows a fairy bean, he will definitely be able to persist for 1,000 rounds. But let alone Sun Wukong, even Liu himself cannot accept this. He is a Saiyan. He inherited the arrogance of the Saiyans, so his arrogant self-esteem will not allow him to do this. Bump bump bump. The two started to collide at high speed again, but as the battle progressed, Liu gradually became at a disadvantage. However, Liu also felt that although it was a contest between two sides, Sun Wukong also corrected his shortcomings during the battle, and his control of Super 3's power was not as good as Wukong's, and the other party was also helping him become stronger. With the strongest Saiyan talent activated, Liu quickly mastered his own power and is still developing his combat experience. Bump! During a gap, Liu punched Sun Wukong on the right side of his face, and the opponent was shot dozens of meters away. Drop! The battle with Sun Wukong has reached 999 rounds, and there is still one last round to go. The host will keep up the good work. Liu's heart moved, and the next moment, he suddenly looked at Wukong and said, "One move will determine the outcome." Wukong was stunned for a moment, then smiled confidently, "Okay." Liu exploded fiercely and used Kaio Fist to its peak. Wukong was also not to be outdone. He also suddenly exploded, and the blue breath of God directly expanded several times. Turtle, section. Qi, Gong. Their moves are surprisingly consistent. Two completely different turtle sects of Qigong are condensed, both converging their power on this move. A few seconds later. Ha! Ha! The two looked at each other and performed the turtle-style Qigong almost at the same time. In an instant, the two Qigong waves directly collided and merged, and the entire space trembled. P.S. It's coming, it's coming. Chapter 20 Shock. Other universes. After the big explosion, the place was in a mess, dust and sand flew up, and the vision was blurred. The collision between Wukong and Liuya almost turned the entire desert into a desert. A huge pit with no end in sight appeared in the field, and there were traces of thunder and lightning in the pit. Boo-hoo-hoo! In the air, Wukong and Liuya maintained the posture of performing the turtle-style qigong. Their whole bodies were wrapped in qi, and they were both gasping for air. Wukong withdrew his hand and immediately dissipated the super blue state, slowly calming himself down. When Liuya saw this, he also lost his strength. Maintaining the energy-consuming form of 10 times Kyogen and Super Saiyan 3, he was weak at the moment. You are really strong. Fortunately, I shamelessly followed Weiss to practice there, otherwise, I might not be your opponent. Wukong looked at Liuya with a smile. Liuya also smiled and said, if you keep fighting, I will definitely lose. Wukong did not deny it, but said, your Kyo fist still needs to be practiced harder, so that your body can withstand the load it brings. Liuya nodded, I understand. Wukong thought for a while and then said, what are your plans next? Liuya raised his eyebrows, and then wanted to say something. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission fighting Sun Wukong for 1,000 rounds. The reward is 2 times the Kyo fist upgrade, the current level is 12 times. Reward 500 million combat power points. Reward Sun Wukong's exclusive combat skill, Dragon Fist Explosion. Reward 100 fairy beans. Liuya frowned a little. He originally thought he could get the super blue skill, but he didn't expect it. System, why don't you reward me with super blue skills? System, host, the rewards are distributed randomly. I'm sorry that I can't open a small stove. Liuya. Liuya. Wukong asked with some confusion when he saw Liuya in a trance. Liuya reacted and immediately smiled, yet. My next goal is to practice hard and strive to reach Super Saiyan Blue as soon as possible. Hearing this, Goku smiled, really? Then you have to work hard. It's not that difficult to reach Super Saiyan Blue. I'll take you to see Weiss when I have time. Oh, by the way, Wei Si is an angel, and Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. He is the god of destruction. Liuya nodded, I understand, thank you. Wukong laughed, after fighting with you, I have become a lot stronger. At the same time, I also know that Kyo fist can still be used in this way. Next, I will also practice hard and practice Kyo fist. Liuya nodded, I wish you success. He felt a little weird in his heart, because even without him, according to the plot, Wukong later also used Kyo fist when he fought with Hit from the 6th universe. In other words, Wukong will also practice it on his own in the future. And now, could it be that I reminded the other party in advance? Thinking of this, Liuya is a bit complicated. Well, that's it, I'm leaving. If you want to practice, you can go to Gohan's house, and then you can find me. I'm looking forward to you fighting me again. Wukong smiled. Liuya nodded slightly, definitely. Wukong pointed to his forehead, then waved his hand, goodbye. After saying that, he disappeared. Liuya was stunned for a moment, then smiled, interesting. After landing on the ground, Liuya glanced at his palms with a complicated expression on his face. He has only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few days, but he didn't expect to become so powerful. This cheating made him feel a little unreal. My combat power is now close to 8 billion, which is already more powerful than Sun Wukong and the others, but the next enemies are even scarier than them, so even if I reach this level, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat them. Liuya pondered slightly and said to himself. He knew that after Frisia, there would be people from Universe 6, and Zamasu from the future world. Fake Vegeta. And the parasites brought by Gok. None of these strong men are simple. It seems that we still need to practice. Liuya sighed. His fighting ability looks very good now, but it will not be that good later on, so he still has to speed up his training. Although he can now control his power, he is still not proficient enough, and his power has increased too fast. Even if he has the strongest talent, he cannot digest it. So, Liuya disappeared directly on the spot, and he wanted to find a place to practice by himself. On the other side, time passed quietly. On the other side, over to Bulma's capsule. Gaku suddenly appeared in the field. He looked at Beerus, who was eating dessert not far away, and suddenly became happy. Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you to really come. I felt your aura, so I came. Beerus was stunned for a moment, then asked, I am a god, how do you feel my breath? Wukong smiled slightly and said, I have the realm of God in the super blue state. So it is very normal to find you. Beerus didn't care too much about anything, and immediately said, then why did you come here this time? Wukong smiled and said, I'm here to ask Lord Weiss to teach me how to practice. Weiss happily swallowed a small cherry ball, chewed it and looked at Gaku, saying, aren't you able to transform into super blue now? You have already broken through a stage, isn't it enough? Wukong shook his head, that's not enough. This time, I met two super powerful opponents. Oh? Is it Frisia? Weiss was stunned and then said. Wukong nodded, yes, he counts. Where's the other one? At this time, Vegeta came over. He was wearing a vest, with sweat dripping from his face, as if he had just come out of training. Wukong looked at him and said with a smile, Liuya. Him? Kakarot, are you sure you're not kidding me? Vegeta's face froze, and then he said angrily. Gaku shook his head, I'm not joking, Liuya, he is really strong. To be honest, even if I use Super Saiyan Blue to deal with him, it is a little difficult. Vegeta gritted his teeth, as if he couldn't believe it. Oh, Lua? Is he the Saiyan that Bulma talked about? It's interesting. I heard that he also stopped Frisia from destroying the Earth. It seems interesting. Beerus said lightly. Wukong nodded, he said he was sent from other universes. Other universes. At this moment, Beerus and Whis were both stunned, and then they became a little weird. Gaku nodded and then thought of something. He asked with some confusion, Lord Beerus, do you know about the existence of other universes? P.S. The current combat power has been changed. Readers who read it in advance can go back and read it again, otherwise it will be a bit confusing. Ask for a reward. Please give me a rating to update, thank you. Chapter 21 The Sixth Universe God of Destruction, Xiongpa appears. Beerus glanced at Sun Wukong and then said, well. Suddenly, Whis' angel scepter flashed with light. Whis glanced at the crystal ball on the scepter and was a little surprised. Lord Beerus, we have guests coming over here. Hey? Guest? What guest? Beerus was stunned for a moment, then said calmly. Weiss smiled slightly, who else can come to Lord Beerus often? Hearing this, Beerus was silent for a moment, and then sneered, that guy, is he trying to cause trouble? Ha 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 ha, I don't know. Don't you plan to go back if you don't give it to Lord Beerus? Otherwise, there's no guarantee that they won't mess around. Weiss said with a smile, but his expression was as relaxed as ever. Beerus said with a headache, humph. Then go and have a look. If that guy is just looking for trivial things, then don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, he suddenly looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, hey! Don't you two want to know about the existence of other universes? Then come with me. Hearing this, Gaku was immediately delighted, is what Lord Beerus said true? Beerus nodded, then touched his chin, in order to save my place, I still need your teleportation. Hearing this, Wukong smiled and said, I'm very happy. Boom! The next moment, Wukong exploded and transformed into Super Blue. A moment later, the four of them were taken away from the earth by Wukong's teleportation. The next moment, a group of them appeared at Beerus' home. Boom! As soon as a few people appeared, a destruction bomb was fired directly at them. Both Goku and Vegeta's expressions changed greatly, and they hid behind Beerus. Beerus snorted coldly, then stretched out his index finger to touch the destructive bomb, and the destructive bomb dissipated in an instant. Oh! Beerus! So you're here! A rough voice sounded, and the next second, a short, slightly fat elephant man who looked somewhat similar to Beerus appeared next to Beerus and others. In front of people. And behind him, there was an angel who looked a bit like Weiss. Beerus looked at him expressionlessly, and then said calmly, "If you don't give me a reason, I will punish you." The elephant man chuckled and said, "Don't be so cold. After all, we can be considered brothers." Brother. At this time, Goku and Vegeta, who were hiding behind Beerus, said in surprise. "I see. No wonder this man looks so similar to Lord Beerus. Are they brothers?" Wukong looked at the elephant man curiously and asked doubtfully. Vegeta's face was a little complicated. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction, so his brother, who also wears the same clothes as Lord Beerus, is he also the god of destruction? How is it possible? There is not only one destruction in a universe. God. Hey! At this time, the elephant man also noticed Wukong and the two. His face turned cold, and he said indifferently, "Beerus, who are these two humans? Are they your disciples?" Beerus originally wanted to deny it, but he rolled his eyes and then proudly admitted, "Yes. They are my disciples. And they are Saiyans." Hey? Saiyans? You still take a fancy to that low-level race, you really have poor taste. The elephant man sneered. What did you say? With Vegeta's violent temper, how could he tolerate the other party slandering the Saiyans like this? When the other party slanders the Saiyans, he is slandering him as the prince of the Saiyans. Oh? What? You want to fight with me? The elephant man looked at Vegeta and said calmly. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and stared at the elephant man. At this time, Weiss suddenly said, "Don't be impulsive, Vegeta. Standing in front of you is the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Xiangpa. He is also very powerful, you are no match for him." Hearing this, Vegeta was startled, and then said with some horror, "The god of destruction of the sixth universe. Haha. That's right. I am the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Have you seen how powerful I am?" Xiangpa looked at Vegeta and Vegeta proudly. Vegeta's body was trembling a little. Characters like the god of destruction already frightened him. After all, he was suppressed by Beerus in the first place. Oh! Are you also the god of destruction? Wukong's eyes lit up and he looked at Xiangpa in surprise. Xiangpa enjoyed Wukong's gaze very much. In his eyes, it seemed to be worship, so he said lightly, "Of course." Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously, "Then you must be very powerful, right?" Xiangpa nodded lightly, "Nonsense." Goku asked again, "Compared with you and Lord Beerus, who is more powerful?" Xiangpa was stunned, and Beerus was also stunned, and then he laughed. "Xiangpa, did you hear that? He is asking us who is more powerful. Shouldn't you show something?" Xiangpa's face looked a little ugly, and then he looked at Wukong. "Are you a Saiyan?" Wukong suddenly said, "My name is Sun Wukong." Xiangpa choked on his saliva, and then said angrily, "I don't care who you are. You said you are Beerus' disciple? Then you should be pretty good." Wukong laughed, then scratched his head, No, it's just so. He is very humble." Xiangpa said calmly, "It just so happens that I also have a group of younger brothers, and I will let you compete with me when the time comes." Wukong was suddenly surprised and said, "Really? Haha. Master Xiangpa. Are you the masters of the sixth universe powerful?" Xiangpa was stunned, Obviously he didn't expect this guy to be so excited, which caught him off guard. Ha ha ha. Weiss smiled slightly. He knew Wukong's character. He only had martial arts in his mind. If this guy communicated with Xiangpa, wouldn't he be angry at him? Vegeta and Beerus both looked at this scene calmly. They also knew Goku's temperament, so they were not surprised at all. But Beerus said at this time, Goku, back off, it's between me and him now. You go on your way. Goku scratched his head and then said, Okay, Lord Beerus. With that said, he walked up to Vegeta. Beerus then looked at Xiangpa calmly and said, Tell me, what are you doing here? Xiangpa stood with his hands behind his hands, pretending to be a master, and then showed an arrogant smile, then pointed at Beerus and said, This time, the things I bring must be things you have never seen before and don't have eaten. Hearing this, Beerus was stunned. Eat. Xiangpa said calmly, That's right. But then again, Beerus, I came all the way here, are you treating guests like this? The corners of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. Haha. Master Xiangpa, you are also the god of destruction after all, so pay attention to your image. Behind him, Angel Bados smiled slightly. Xiangpa snorted arrogantly and said nothing. Beerus was silent for a moment, then snorted, If you don't give me a surprise, see how I teach you a lesson. P.S. What is fanfiction? Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 22 The Existence of the Entire Universe. Parallel Universe. A moment later, Beerus and Xiangpa were sitting on a long dining table, looking at each other from a distance, with Whis and Bados standing behind them, and Goku and Vegeta standing behind Beerus. Behind Si. Hey! Xiangpa, didn't you say you had something for me to see? Where is it? Beerus tapped his fingertips on the table and said calmly. Xiangpa smiled mysteriously, Bados. Yes. Bados smiled, and then with a thought, her scepter suddenly lit up, and then, a large dinner plate with a lid appeared in front of Beerus. Oh? What is this? Beerus asked curiously. Xiangpa laughed, This is the delicacy of my universe. This time, I specially let you try it to let you know that my sixth universe is a veritable hometown of delicacies. Delicacies that you will never be able to eat in your seventh universe. I have it in the sixth universe. Wow Kaka! Beerus and Whis looked at each other, and then Beerus opened the lid of the dinner plate, and suddenly, a ball of yellow sticky stuff appeared in his field of vision. Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, What is this? Shit! As soon as he said this, Xiangpa choked. He slammed the table and glared at Beerus, Hey! Open your eyes and take a look. Use your nose to smell it. This is delicious food. Delicious food. Beerus curled his lips, then hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his paw to dip a little into his mouth, and Whis also followed curiously and put a little into his mouth. The next moment, the two of them looked like they were eating shit, and they spit out the contents of their mouths at the same time. Elephant handkerchief directly covered the face with black lines. Ba, ba, ba. Whis. Feed it to the dogs. No. Dogs won't eat this kind of thing. Lost it. Beerus said angrily. Before Weiss could move, Xiangpa slammed his fists on the dining table as if he was insulted. Hey! What do you mean? Beerus said calmly, If you came all the way just to show off this to me, then you can go back. Xiangpa said coldly, What? Is my food not delicious? Food? Mold food is almost the same. How dare you bring out such a thing? Beerus sneered. The elephant handkerchief was in a messy place, which was different from what he imagined. Shouldn't the other person show an expression of praise and then smile proudly? It seems like things are the other way around. Hey! Whis! Beerus said calmly. Here! Weiss understood, and then stamped his scepter. Suddenly, several cylindrical things appeared in front of Xiangpa. Xiangpa and Bados were both stunned, and then asked curiously, "What is this?" When Gaku and Vegeta saw those buckets of things, they were stunned. "Damn! Isn't this braised beef noodles? It's ready-made and already soaked." Since going to the earth, Beerus and Whis have been raised to have something in their mouths. Maybe he would have been interested in eating the things brought by Xiangpa before, but now, what the hell is that? Is it human? Oh no, can it be eaten by gods? Try it, don't say I'm going to hit you. I'm going to make you convinced. Beerus said calmly. Xiangpa hugged his chest and said calmly, "Humph. Your food doesn't taste good at first sight. I'm afraid it's poisoned." At this time, Bardos suddenly mixed a ball of dough with a fork out of curiosity, put it into her mouth, and after chewing it for a few times, she suddenly trembled as if she had been electrocuted. "Wow! What delicious food! Hey! Bados! What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiangpa said angrily when he saw Bados facing outsiders. Bados smiled and said, "Master Xiangpa, this is really delicious. And it's even more delicious than the stuff you brought." "Really?" Xiangpa hesitated for a moment, and then couldn't help but eat a little. Fuck! After eating a few noodles, Xiangpa's eyes suddenly widened. Then he directly picked up a bucket of instant noodles with both hands and poured it directly into his mouth. Suck, suck, suck. In a few seconds, Xiangpa finished a bucket of instant noodles. "Delicious food, what are you looking for?" Xiangpa asked, still unfinished. When Beerus saw him like this, he knew that his expectation was met, and he said proudly, "Hey! This is called instant noodles, it's just an ordinary delicacy." "What? Just ordinary delicacies?" Xiangpa was surprised. It's unimaginable that such a delicious thing is just an ordinary delicacy. "Weiss, you didn't tell me, it's a bit bad." Bardos also looked at Weiss in surprise. "Hoo ho ho! It's not that I don't want to say it, but Lord Beerus doesn't want to reveal it to me." "Sister?" Weiss said with a slight smile. "Sister? Weiss, is she your sister?" Wukong, who had not been able to interrupt, suddenly said in surprise. Weiss nodded, "Yes. My sister Bados is the angel of the sixth universe. The sixth universe looks very powerful. There must be many masters." Wukong said with some yearning. "Hoo ho ho! That's of course, and I'm telling you it should be a secret. In fact, the sixth universe and our seventh universe are a parallel universe. They are the two most special universes among all universes." Weiss said with a slight smile. "All universes? How many universes are there in total?" Vegeta grabbed the key point and asked. Weiss laughed, "There are 12 universes. 12 universes." Hearing this, Gaku and Vegeta were both shocked. Weiss said calmly, "Every universe has a god of destruction and an angel in charge. They control the life and death of all creatures in the universe, just like Lord Beerus. If any planet violates his order, then it will cleared. 12 gods of destruction." Both Vegeta and Gaku had complicated expressions. Beerus is already very strong, but he didn't expect that there are 11 more people who are as strong as him. Wukong was a little excited, "Then can I go to other universes and compete with those masters?" Weiss shook his head, "No. You are not a god. You cannot travel to other universes at will, otherwise, you may be erased." Wukong was a little sweaty, "Is it so serious?" "Hey! Ignorant brat! He's just a reckless man." Xiangpa said calmly. "Wes, explain the sixth universe to them." Beerus said suddenly. Weiss nodded, "Yes, Lord Beerus." Immediately, Weiss looked at Wukong and the two, "I just said that the sixth universe is a parallel universe to the seventh universe. So, to put it simply, what our seventh universe has, their sixth universe also has. Including the Earth, Scions have all these. What? There are Scions in the 6th universe too. Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Then Liuya, could it be from the 6th universe? Wukong said with some sweat. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This fact caught him off guard. Surprisingly, there are other Scions. Chapter 23 Bet. Universe 6 vs Universe 7. Liuya? Who is Liuya? Xiangpa was a little confused. Obviously, he didn't expect that a Scion in his own universe had slipped into the 7th universe. Impossible. If the Liuya you are talking about is really a Scion, then he has nothing to do with our 6th universe. Bados smiled slightly. Why? Wukong was a little confused. Because as long as a creature destroys the barrier of the universe, the god of that universe will notice it immediately, so that lore is not from the 6th universe. Beerus said lightly. It's not the 6th universe, is it other universes? Vegeta said with a complicated expression. I don't know, but it shouldn't be the case. Because the 6th universe and the 7th universe are parallel universes, they are somewhat similar. Except for the 6th universe and the 7th universe, there should be no Scions in other universes. Si suddenly said. The Scion named Lua, even our gods cannot fathom his depth, and we don't know his origins. Even other gods have no record of it. Beerus said solemnly. Hey! Isn't he just a Scion? What's all the fuss about? Beerus, you'd better tell me where you got this delicious thing. Xiangpa patted the table and said lightly road. Beerus glanced at Xiangpa, and then said calmly, these things come from a planet called Earth. What? Earth? Are you sure you're not joking? Can a small planet produce such delicious food? Xiangpa was obviously a little unbelievable. Beerus said calmly, of course. Xiangpa touched his chin, then he looked at Bados and said, hey Bados, doesn't our 6th universe also have an Earth? Right. Bados nodded, and then said, there is indeed an Earth, but it is a deserted planet with very few people living there. It seems that something happened in the past, causing the creatures there to be almost extinct. Ahem. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, damn, if this happens, then he will have no food. Not convinced. Xiangpa has always been compared with Beerus, and almost every time he loses very badly. This time, he was convinced to lose, even he coveted the so-called Earth. Hey! Xiangpa, should you admit defeat now? Beerus looked at Xiangpa proudly and said. Xiangpa said calmly, hey! What's so great, Beerus? Actually I came to you this time because I have a bet with you. Beerus was stunned for a moment, then asked, what do you want to bet on? Xiangpa said calmly, I have collected 6 Super Dragon Balls. Do you still remember that thing? It is the Super Dragon Ball that can realize any wish. Beerus' pupils shrank, how do you want to bet? Xiangpa said calmly, it's very simple. We will send out 5 warriors from each of the 2 universes. There will be a competition between the 2 sides. As long as you win, then I will dedicate these 6 Dragon Balls to you. But if you lose, give me the Earth. Hearing this, Beerus's face darkened. Not only that, Goku and Vegeta were also shocked and a little sweaty. How about it? It's not a loss. Or are you afraid? Xiangpa chuckled. Naturally, he is eyeing the delicacies of the Earth. If he wins, he can eat as much as he wants. Beerus looked at Xiangpa with wise eyes, but soon, he said coldly, Then let's compete, Lord Beerus. Beerus choked on his saliva, and then looked at Goku angrily, what did you say? Wukong smiled confidently, compete with them. We will definitely win. You guy. Ha ha ha. Brat. Do you know what you are talking about? Beat my 6th universe? Are you thinking about shit? Xiangpa suddenly laughed arrogantly. Wukong looked at Xiangpa, and then said, I am very interested in the masters of your sixth universe. If possible, please let the strongest ones come over to compete. Hey! Do you know what you are talking about? If he loses, the earth will be his. Can you bear this? Beerus looked at Gaku and said calmly. Gaku smiled confidently, I won't lose. I will definitely practice hard and defeat them. Doesn't Lord Beerus also want the Super Dragon Ball? Hey, hey, hey! Don't guess what God is thinking. Beerus looked at Gaku speechlessly and said. Haha. Wukong scratched his head and smiled. TCH. What a simple-minded guy. Vegeta said proudly. That Vegeta, don't you want to meet the masters of the sixth universe? Gaku suddenly looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta's expression froze, then he hesitated and said, Hey! I'm not interested in people like them. Okay. Then you don't want to participate. Let me and Gohan Piccolo and the others go. Wukong laughed and said. Hey! Kakarot! You did this on purpose, right? Vegeta's face turned livid. Damn it! Is this guy brainless? Don't you know that you are just being arrogant? Beerus looked at the two of them, then smiled. He looked at Xiongpa and said, Okay, I promise you, I will compete with you. Xiongpa snapped his fingers, Great! Beerus! You will regret agreeing. Because I, the master of the sixth universe, will easily defeat your disciple. Beerus sneered, It's too early to say this now, just wait and see. Xiongpa seemed to have a winning ticket and said with a smile, Very good. Then I will decide the venue for the competition. I will let you know when it is done. Bados, let's go. Yes. Lord Xiongpa. Bados gave a slight salute and then left with Xiongpa. In the field, Beerus looked at Gaku and Gaku, Did you hear that? The sixth universe is going to compete with our seventh universe. Wukong said confidently, Don't worry, I won't lose to them. And we also have many powerful masters. No, 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 you think the sixth universe is too simple. They have a very powerful person there. Weiss suddenly laughed. Really? Is he very powerful? Wukong's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Weiss nodded, Yes, and if you deal with him, you may not be his opponent. If you two join forces, you should be able to defeat them. What? Is it so powerful? Vegeta was a little shocked, and then he suddenly looked at Gaku, Kakarot, leave this person to me. Wukong suddenly became unhappy, Hey? That's not possible. I want to compete with him first. The two immediately started bickering. When can these two guys really join forces? Weiss sighed. Chapter 24 Control. Enter the time house again. After Xiongpa left, Gaku and Vegeta applied to practice here, and Weiss personally guided their practice. It was undoubtedly a huge gain for the two of them. They are now waiting for Xiongpa to prepare for the competition, and then compete with the strong men of the sixth universe. 3 days later. On Earth, somewhere in a valley, a powerful energy suddenly rose into the sky. All of Skyrim is affected by it. Piccolo and others who were far away on the Earth side all noticed this energy, and immediately looked in that direction in shock. That's Liuya's anger. This guy has become even more dangerous. In the valley, Liuya stood in a huge pit, covered with milky white aura, majestic. And that huge pit was created because his chi was too strong. Hey! Liuya breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and the anger in his body also calmed down at this moment. I can finally control the energy in my body perfectly. Now my combat power has reached 8 billion. Liuya said with some surprise. Through these few days of practice, his strength has improved again, and Liuya has controlled his own chi so smoothly, as if the chi was cultivated by himself. Not only that, when he uses the strongest Saiyan talent, he improves more than just this. His Kaio fist was also practiced by him. Now he can exert 15 times the power of Kyo Fist. 15 times. This kind of power is undoubtedly very terrifying. Now Liuya is confident, even if the super competition blue is in front of him, he is not weak at all. It's just that he can't control it perfectly now. I wonder if those guys from Universe 6 have appeared after so long. Liuya smiled slightly, and then he used teleportation and disappeared directly from the spot. Temple of Heaven. Liuya's figure suddenly appeared in the field. Mr. Liuya. When he saw him every day, he was slightly surprised. Why are you here? He still has some fear and respect for this Liuya, because he has seen it before. It was this Saiyan who fought against Frisia. Finally killed Frisia. Undoubtedly, this person's strength is no worse than Wukong-kun and the others. Liuya smiled slightly and then said, I have no place to live, so I'm staying here. Do you mind? Tian was stunned for a moment, then became a little strange. Mr. Liuya, don't you have a place to live? Liuya nodded awkwardly. He really didn't have a place to live. In the past, he could borrow Gohan's place to live, but now he is a little embarrassed. If he stayed here any longer, wouldn't it disturb Gohan and Vidal's intimacy? Tian hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, if Mr. Liuya doesn't mind, just stay here with me. I can help you create a house. Liuya nodded slightly, okay, thank you, Tian. Tian also smiled shyly, it's a small matter. Liuya nodded, then thought of something, and asked, by the way, are Wukong and the others still on Earth? Tian shook his head, they left a few days ago. Now I can't sense their presence. They must have gone to Master Beerus to practice. Really? Liuya understood and secretly guessed in his heart. If his guess was correct, it might be something about the 6th universe. Thinking of this, Liuya narrowed his eyes slightly. He also wanted to attend the Kung Fu Dao conference and then compete with the killer who could flash time. Now Liuya has reached a very powerful level. Only Wukong's Super Blue and the strong ones above can make him attack with all his strength. If you want to feel powerful, the only way is to fight a powerful opponent. Drop. Trigger system tasks. Task content: participate in the competition with the 6th Universe Conference and defeat Hit. Hearing this, Liuya was immediately confused. What the hell? Defeat Hit? System, worry. Are you planning to embarrass me? System, host, calm down. The conference will only take place in a few days. The host can use this time to practice. Let me tell you in advance that if the host defeats Hit, there will be unexpected rewards. Hearing this, Liuya was a little moved. He could probably guess that the reward mentioned by the host was nothing more than Hit's flash. With flash time, he can definitely defeat Super Blue. It's so awesome just thinking about it. System, host, accept your fate. This system has received professional training. Unless someone destroys the system. Otherwise, once the mission is released, this system will not return it no matter what. Liuya. Then we can only complete the task. Thinking of this, Liuya had a headache, and then he looked at Tian. I should still be able to enter the spiritual time room, right? Tian nodded, yes, you only spent 6 hours a day last time. Everyone in the time house can enter for 2 days. According to this calculation, you still have 18 hours left. After a pause, Tian suddenly said, I recently repaired the time house. Everyone can re-enter, but they can only stay in it for 3 days. Fixed. Hearing this, Liuya was stunned for a moment, then nodded, I plan to enter the time house again to practice. Tian was stunned and a little puzzled, Mr. Liuya, you are very powerful now. Forgive me, why do you continue to practice? Liuya closed his eyes and smiled, saying, as a plug-in, oh no, as a Saiyan, what we pursue is of course the ultimate power. And I always have a feeling that what happens next will be very serious. When the time comes, I'm afraid I have to step forward. Tianatian's understanding was a little vague, but he still said, well, in that case, Mr. Liuya can enter the time room, but this time, Mr. Liuya must pay attention to the time. If the entrance disappears, it will be difficult to get out of. Liuya nodded, don't worry. In fact, even if he times out, it won't be a problem, because when the time comes, he will be able to come out with a wave of Majin Buona's operations. He now fully has that strength. As if thinking of something, Liuya suddenly said, by the way, if Wukong returns to Earth, you ask him to come here, or if he wants to find me, just tell him that I am here. Tian was stunned and confused, what is going on? Wukong wants to find him? What does it mean? At this moment, Tian feels that his brain is a bit exhausted. But he still agreed, okay, I will notify Uncle Wukong and others when they come back. Thank you. Liuya smiled slightly, then turned around and entered the house. Tian looked at each other, and then felt a little complicated, what a special Saiyan. In the next time, Liuya practiced in the spiritual time room, and he told Tian that if it wasn't Wukong, then don't notify him when anyone comes. Tian and Bobo both had some bad premonitions. 3 hours later, Gaku, Vegeta, and Beerus Weiss returned to Earth. They come back with only one purpose. And that is to find powerful warriors, and then compete with the masters of the 6th universe. P.S. Fandom, of course, is different from the original work. I heard that readers like to give gifts to female authors very much, and they are beautiful female authors. Ahem. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I have a showdown. I'm a woman. Leave your rewards quickly. Chapter 25 Looking for participating warriors to prepare for the battle. Hey! Let me tell you, have you decided who to send to the competition? Beerus said somewhat boredly, holding a cup of lemon tea in his hand. Both Gaku and Vegeta had a headache. It's better to let Klin go, he is now the strongest person on Earth. Wukong suddenly said. Vegeta crossed his arms and said calmly, he can't do it. His power is limited to the Earth. If you want to compare with the masters in other universes, there is no comparison at all. Vegeta, your words are a bit hurtful. Gaku said helplessly. Humph. If you want the Earth to lose, then let him go. I won't bear any consequences. Vegeta said with a cold snort. Wukong scratched his head with a headache. I have one spot. His name is Monica. You can find the remaining 2 on your own. Beerus suddenly said at this time. Monica? Who is it? Is he very powerful? Wukong was a little curious. Vegeta also looked at Beerus with some confusion. Beerus smiled proudly, of course he is. He is the most powerful opponent I have ever seen. As he said that, he looked at Wukong and said, didn't I say before that you were the second-ranked opponent I've ever seen? Monica is the first. Oh. Really? Lord Beerus, is that Monica you mentioned really powerful? Gaku said excitedly. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and his face became a little solemn. Beerus nodded and said, of course. Can I still lie to you? Hoo ho ho. Weiss smiled and said nothing. Awesome. There is such an opponent, so why didn't we see him when we went to Master Beerus to train before? Wukong said excitedly. A drop of cold sweat fell down Beerus's face, but he pretended to be calm and said, nonsense. He is a great master and very busy. Don't worry about it, just find the other 2 to compete. In that case, let's go find someone. Wukong laughed and said immediately. Vegeta thought for a while and then said, Pico and Gohan are currently the strongest. No, there is also Majin Buu. I should be able to choose them. Gaku touched his chin and then said, Gohan can't do it. He hasn't practiced for many years. Besides, She won't let him participate. And now that my granddaughter has just been born, he is focused on it. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and he wanted to say something, but Gaku suddenly interrupted. Okay. Let's go find Bu. If that doesn't work, go to Piccolo. I'll go find Bu. Gaku laughed and said. Then he prepared to use teleportation. Wukong. Are you back? It's me, Tian. Suddenly, a voice fell. Wukong and others were stunned for a moment, and then became confused. Day by day? How did he find it? Oh. It's Tian. I'm back on Earth, what's wrong? Wukong laughed. Tianation's voice rang again, and he said, That's right, Mr. Liuya stayed here, and he asked me to ask you to find him. It's like he knows you have something to find him. How is this? What's going on? Do you know? Liuya. Gaku was stunned, and Beerus and others were also stunned. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression changed. Kakarot. Aren't you worried that you can't find a master? Isn't that Liuya so popular with you? Why don't you let him take action? Gaku and Beerus were stunned for a moment, and then both of them were overjoyed at the same time and said excitedly, That's right. Why didn't I think of that? And Liuya. Since he is not a Saiyan from the 6th universe, he can also participate in the competition on behalf of our 7th universe. Wukong said with a grin. Beerus also restrained his excited expression and said, Then let's decide, you can go find him yourself. Wukong nodded, and then he changed his breath, found Tianation's breath, and disappeared in an instant. Temple of Heaven. Wukong suddenly appeared in the field and looked at Tian. Hello. Wukong. Tian was suddenly surprised and quickly ran to Wukong. Wukong laughed and said immediately, How is it? Are you used to staying here? Tian nodded, Yes, I am already familiar with the identity of God. Wukong nodded and then said, By the way, where is Liuya? Tian said, He is still practicing in the spiritual time room. Sorry, I didn't make it clear just now and asked you to come early. Wukong glanced at the direction of the time room, then smiled and said, It doesn't matter, I'll come back later. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared. After Gaku left the time room, he came to Gohan's house, where he found Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo also said that he had no interest in this martial arts tournament, so he refused. What he actually wanted in his heart was that he couldn't play with Saiyans, otherwise he would be shocked. Although he had wanted to partner with Gaku before, Gaku was also partnering with Vegeta, so it was really hard for him to compete with this guy. And Gohan's strength is not as good as before, so there's no point in fighting him. If Piccolo doesn't participate, then they only have 3 people. Son Goku, Vegeta, Monica. There are still 2 left. Gaku thought for a while and went directly to Satan's house, where Majin Buu lived. After some persuasion from Gaku, Majin Buu finally agreed with Satan's encouragement. After gathering the 4 warriors, Wukong's mission was completed, and he returned directly to the space capsule. Very good, now that we have gathered the number of people, you two can practice hard next. Beerus looked at Gaku and Vegeta and said calmly. Kakarot, I won't practice with you this time. I want to practice here. You can do whatever you want. By the way, you can follow Weiss. Anyway, I will definitely surpass you. Yes. Vegeta said with a cold and arrogant expression. Gaku was stunned for a moment, and then he was not to be outdone. Don't worry Vegeta, I won't train with Whis, so you can rest assured that I won't surpass you. Humph. This is the best. Vegeta snorted coldly, then turned and left. Gaku smiled slightly, and then he waved his hands towards Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Whis, I'm leaving first. Go, go. Try to become stronger. Beerus waved his hand. Wukong laughed, "Don't worry." The next second, Wukong disappeared. In place, Beerus was a little silent. Is Lord Beerus worried about this competition? Whis suddenly laughed. Humph. I can't say I'm worried. It's just the appearance of these guys that worries me. No, Weiss, why do you want to teach them how to practice? Besides, you should teach Vegeta first, and then teach Sun Wukong after he improves? Do you have any plans that I don't know about? Beerus suddenly asked. Weiss smiled and then said, Where, how could I have such an idea? Beerus. Chapter 26 Goodbye Wukong. Start practicing. After Wukong left, he came to the Temple of Heaven again. As soon as he appeared, he said to Tian Tian, Tian Tian, I also want to enter the time house to practice. Tian Tian was surprised when he heard this, but the Liuya is still inside. Wukong smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. 2 people can enter the time house at a time. Haven't you upgraded it now? Besides, I also want to practice with Liuya. Tian Tian thought for a while, but quickly nodded in agreement, Okay, I'll let Bobo take you there. Wukong smiled and said, Thank you. Not long after, Wukong also entered the time room, and as soon as he entered, he felt an extremely powerful energy. Sensing this power, Goku was a little excited. What a guy! He is indeed a Saiyan. His improvement speed is so amazing. If this guy joins us in the martial arts tournament, it will undoubtedly be a big help. Thinking about it, Wukong walked towards the outside. At this time, Liuya was practicing. He jumped into the air and punched and kicked in the air. His speed was so fast that no one could catch him. Call out! Punching the void in front of him, Liuya's body paused, and then he looked at Wukong. Hi! Liuya! Wukong saw that the other party saw him, so he greeted with a smile. Liuya smiled slightly, as if he had already guessed that the other party was coming to him, so he was not surprised. The figure fell down and walked towards Wukong. Mr. Wukong, why did you come to see me? Wukong laughed, and then said, I heard from Tian Tian that you seemed to know that I was coming to find you. What's going on? How did you do it? Liuya secretly thought, damn. I have already studied the Dragon Ball series thoroughly, how can I still know the current situation? He can now say that apart from Goku and Vegeta, he is the true #1 master on Earth. Therefore, if the Earth is in trouble, the other party will definitely think of us. But Liuya's miscalculation was that with Goku's single-cell brain, he really almost forgot his existence. If Tian Tian hadn't found him in time, he would have wanted Krillin to take action. Wukong nodded thoughtfully, I see. By the way, I came to you this time because I want to invite you to participate in the martial arts conference. Wukong smiled slightly. Liuya was slightly startled, of course, he was pretending, he had to pretend. Otherwise, he acts like he knows everything, which can easily arouse suspicion. What's the meaning? Wukong laughed, and then explained the existence of the 6th universe and the 7th universe, and how many universes there were in total. Finally, he talked about the agreement between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. By the way, Liuya, are you a Saiyan from the 6th universe? Suddenly, Goku thought of something, and he suddenly asked. Liuya was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Wukong. Goku was also looking at him. No. After a moment of silence, Liuya shook his head, I'm not from the 6th universe. Hearing this, Wukong smiled slightly, and then said, I understand. Then I now invite you to participate in the martial arts conference with us, do you agree? Liuya did not hesitate and nodded, I agree. Oh shit! Only a fool would hesitate. He has a mission, and if he pretends to be modest, wouldn't it be unnecessary to take off his pants and fart? Okay. Welcome to be our companion. Wukong stretched out his hand towards Liuya. Liuya smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to hold it back. Next, let me practice with you. It would be a bit lonely to practice alone. Wukong suddenly suggested. Liuya nodded, just what I want. So, Wukong and Liuya practiced crazily in the time room. They fought each other every day, and their strength improved quickly. 3 days outside and 3 years inside, the two of them have been practicing like this for 3 years. Vegeta was also not to be outdone. He practiced in the gravity cabin of the space capsule. After Bulma's modification, the performance of the gravity cabin was getting better and better, and Beerus and Whis both lived in the space capsule. For them, this is undoubtedly a place that can satisfy their appetites. As long as Bulma is here, they can eat all kinds of delicious food. There is no way, as gods, they have no such thing as money. And Bulma is just like a rich woman. After knowing that Goku had entered the spiritual time room to practice, Vegeta became angry and shouted that the other party did not follow martial ethics and even thought of going to the time room to practice. He simply stopped being reserved and went directly to Whis and asked him to teach him how to practice. Whis was forced to teach Vegeta due to the temptation of delicious food. The practice continues, and in 5 days it will be the day agreed with the 6th universe. 3 days later. Boom! The doors of the Temple of Heaven and the House of Time opened, and then 2 figures fell out directly. It was Wukong who had lured him. Wukong! Mr. Liuya! Tian ran over quickly and said worriedly. Wukong laughed and said, I'm sorry, I was a little obsessed with practicing and almost exceeded the time limit. Liuya patted the dust on his body and said immediately, but the time house is a good thing. It would be great if it could be transformed into one with no time limit. In that case, they can always practice there, which is equivalent to cheating. 1 day of practice is equivalent to 1 year. In that case, wouldn't it be easy to surpass the god of destruction? But Tian shook his head and said, this is not possible. If you modify the time randomly, it will disrupt the order of time and space. By then, the entire Earth may be affected, and it may be destroyed by Lord Beerus. Liuya. It doesn't matter. In comparison, I still like to compete with masters and become stronger through them. That is the real strength. Wukong laughed. Tian suddenly smiled and said, Wukong, Mr. Liuya, let me get you some clothes. Now the two of them have matured a lot after 3 years of training, especially Liuya. He originally looked like a boy, but now he is a young man. However, Wukong refused. He was still used to wearing his own martial arts uniform, but Liuya didn't care. He just wore the most ordinary casual clothes now. Tian made him a green tight-fitting battle suit. After getting dressed, Goku looked at Lua, let's go see Lord Beerus, and I'll introduce you to him by the way. Liuya nodded. He also wanted to see if Beerus, that cat, would do something to him. Wukong took Liuya, said goodbye to Tian and left the Tian temple. Space capsule. Wukong and Liuya appear on the scene. Oh? Vegeta. Didn't you say you wouldn't train with Whis? You cheated. Goku saw Vegeta fighting Whis as soon as he appeared, and he said with some dissatisfaction. As if they sensed Goku's arrival, Vegeta and the two stopped. Vegeta looked a little cold. Hey! Didn't you cheat? Don't think I don't know about your use of the spiritual time room. Wukong's expression froze. Chapter 27 The Power of the Universe. Beerus, Angel Fighting Power. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I didn't think about this. I just wanted to compete with Liuya so much, so I practiced in the time room. Wukong smiled awkwardly, then spread his hands and said, then let's be even. Humph. Vegeta didn't argue with him, but looked at Liuya. Liuya also glanced at him and nodded slightly. Hello, Vegeta. Vegeta's mouth twitched, and then he closed his eyes and said calmly, Liuya, right? I hope you don't embarrass the Saiyans. Knock down the 6th universe hard. Liuya grinned and said, of course. Are you the Saiyan that Goku said? At this time, Beerus came over and asked. Liuya nodded, it's me. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, which universe are you from? Why can't I feel your universe power? The power of the universe? What is that? Liuya said with some confusion. System, host, let me tell you, the power of the universe, also known as the power of the universe, is a special power that exists in this universe since birth, and this power of the universe is also equivalent to your ID card, proving you were born into this universe. Liuya had some understanding, and she asked in his heart, what is the use of this cosmic power? System, the power of the universe and the power of destruction have the same origin. The manager of this universe is the god of destruction, and the god of destruction possesses the power of destruction. This power of destruction is the nemesis of the power of the universe. The two forces, they are all very violent existences. As long as you are a person in this universe, it means that you have the power of the universe in your body and are managed by the god of destruction. As long as you make a mistake, you will be destroyed. This destruction will detonate the body of a living thing. The power of the universe, and then wipe out the other party. Liuya was a little confused. Anyone? System, everything in the universe exists. Whether it is microorganisms, animals, humans, plants, planets, galaxies, or even the entire universe. Liuya nodded slightly, that's it. No wonder he thinks the god of destruction is so awesome. Aren't they all practicing Qi? Why is there such a big gap between the two sides? Of course, if a person's power is strong enough to fight against the god of destruction, then he cannot be destroyed, and can even kill gods. And the host does not have the power of this universe in your body, so Beerus deliberately targeting you. The system said calmly. Liuya nodded. You don't need to know what the power of the universe is, you just need to tell me who you are. Beerus also realized that he had spilled the beans, and then he quickly changed his words and said in a cold tone. Liuya smiled slightly and said, I'm not who I am, I'm just a Saiyan. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I won't do anything that threatens the universe. Isn't it? Beerus looked at Liuya steadily, and Liuya also looked directly at him not to be outdone. Goku and Vegeta were stunned for a moment. This Liuya is a bit awesome. How dare you confront Lord Beerus? Awesome. Beerus snorted coldly, and then said, I don't care where you come from, but if you let me know that you have done anything outrageous, I will destroy you directly. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and pointed it in front of Liuya. There was purple destructive power surrounding his palm. Lord Beerus. Goku's expression changed and he hesitated to speak. Whis looked at this scene with a smile on his face, but he didn't stop it. Liuya is not afraid at all, he does not believe that the other party dares to take action, and he knows that the other party thinks that he does not know that he cannot destroy him without the power of Zhou. So Liuya smiled slightly and said, Mr. Beerus, the god of destruction, you claim to have awe of all things, and you also require humans and gods to have awe. I don't seem to have done anything to you, right? Hearing this, Beerus was stunned, and then he said calmly, but you are a bit arrogant. It seems that you don't have the respect for me that you should have. Liuya said calmly, I said, you threw the destruction bomb in my face, do you want me to talk to you in a humble way? Beerus looked at Lua and felt a little unhappy. This guy was exactly like Goku. He had no fear of God. But Goku was a single-celled one, but the Saiyan in front of him was really not afraid of him, the god of destruction. Why? Does the other party know that without the power of the universe, his destructive bombs will not have much effect on him? No. No, this guy doesn't even know the power of the universe. Or is this kid just too courageous? Hey! Lord Beerus! Liuya is the player I found. Don't scare him away. Wukong said suddenly. Yes, Lord Beerus. Although Yuya is a bit arrogant, he doesn't know your existence, Lord Beerus, so don't argue with him. Vegeta was also worried that Beerus would be like the first time. To go crazy like that, he can't afford the other party's destruction. And if Beerus is angered again, the earth may be in danger. Humph! Beerus snorted, then turned around and walked away. I don't care about you. Anyway, we must win the 6th universe this time. If we lose the earth, I will destroy you. Haha. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, we won't lose. Goku laughed, relaxing the atmosphere. There's still one day until the competition, are you ready? Whis suddenly asked. Wukong nodded, we have practiced enough, it's ready. Liuya and Vegeta also nodded slightly. Liuya glanced at Whis and Beerus, and then used the system to test their strength. However, Liuya is also a little worried, whether there will be a bug in the system and the strength of the God of Destruction level cannot be detected. Immediately afterwards, Liuya had a thought. Drop. It is detected that the combat power of Beerus, the God of Destruction, has reached the peak angel level. Drop. It was detected that Whis' combat power reached the level of a second-order angel. Hearing this, Liuya was stunned, and then said in confusion, Angel? What kind of strength is that? The system explained, Host, you are far from a first-order angel now, so you better work hard. Liuya was a little confused, you don't want to say this. But he knows that Beerus is awesome. He originally thought that Goku and Vegeta would be very close to the level of the God of Destruction when they reached Super Blue, but it seems that is not the case now. No matter how powerful Goku and Vegeta are when they transform into Super Blue, they should not be able to reach the God of Destruction level yet. At 20 trillion, if you want to reach the strength of the God of Destruction, I'm afraid it's still far behind. This made Liuya a little confused again. In his world, netizens said that among the gods of destruction, Beerus was ranked high. He didn't know what the strength of other gods of destruction was. That was for sure a first-order angel, but I don't know what the specific combat effectiveness is. Moreover, Beerus is at the pinnacle of the first level. Chapter 28 The Strongest Monica? Liuya has learned a lot. Damn it! The requirement for God of Destruction level strength is in units of hundreds of billions. Liuya's current combat power, when used 15 times the Kaio fist, would be tens of trillions at most, still not up to the level of a God of Destruction. Should he keep a low profile? Whis suddenly said, Xiangpa and the others have already prepared the competition ring, should we go there? Beerus was stunned for a moment, then asked, Oh? Are you ready? Where is it? It can't be in their 6th universe, right? Whis smiled, of course not. The arena they set is on a planet with nothing, right on the surface of the planet. I see. In that case, let's go. Beerus nodded, then looked at Goku, hey! Go get them over here. Wukong nodded and was about to use teleportation. Hey! Are you going outside the earth? Can I go? At this time Bulma suddenly came over. Beerus looked at her with disgust, what are you going to do? Hey! Bulma, don't cause trouble. Vegeta yelled with a drop of cold sweat on his face. Bulma said calmly, oh my! Don't be so stingy. I didn't say you can't bring an audience, and you fight without an audience. Isn't this very boring? Everyone. Whis suddenly touched his chin, and then said, it seems to make some sense. And there's no point in not being able to bring the audience. Yeah, right. Bulma said playfully with a wink. Whatever you want, just don't lose. Beerus crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Bulma chuckled and then looked at Wukong, Wukong, call Chi-Chi and the others over too. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I understand. As he spoke, he pointed his finger between his eyebrows. By the way, Lord Beerus, where is the Monica you mentioned? Can you let me see it? Wukong suddenly asked. Beerus' face stiffened. Liuya. Monica, he had the impression that he was the one who delivered the food. He has no strength at all, yet he was touted as a super master by Beerus. Damn it! The key is that Wukong really believes it. Idiot! Go get them here first. Monica is still on the way. Beerus said angrily, his face turning red. Wukong groaned, then teleported away without further delay. In place, Beerus secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ho ho, Lord Beerus, do you really want Monica to participate? As far as I know, Monica is just an ordinary planet delivery guy, and his combat effectiveness is completely negligible. Wise. Suddenly he chuckled. What? Just a delivery boy? Then. Lord Beerus, why do you say he is a great master? Vegeta's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. Beerus glanced at him lightly, and then said, of course I lied to Goku. Fooling cockroach. At this time, everyone except Liuya was surprised. Why do you do this? Bulma asked doubtfully. Beerus said arrogantly, of course, let that guy have a goal. This guy Goku. He is so random. Now in this universe, he has almost no opponents. If this kid one day catches his eye on someone from other universes, Master, aren't you going to cause countless troubles for me in the 7th universe? After hearing this, everyone understood. Liuya doesn't think so, because now Sun Wukong has regarded him as his opponent, so Wukong should not feel lonely in a short time. Although he has not yet reached Super Saiyan Blue, he can reach 20 times the level of Kaioken. Enough to rival Super Blue. You must keep this matter a secret. If he knows about it, it will be terrible. Beerus warned. Everyone nodded quickly. What happened? Lord Beerus. Suddenly, a confused voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a group of people appeared on the scene, headed by Wukong. Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Kiki, Kame Sennin, Bu, Satan. All the friends are here. Goku looked at Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, what did you just say? The corner of Beerus's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly changed his attention. What I'm saying is that Monica should try not to take action. He is a trump card, so Monica takes action last. Hearing this, Wukong was a little surprised. Is this so? It's amazing. What about Monica? Beerus looked at Whis. The latter nodded knowingly, then he picked up the scepter and stamped it lightly. Immediately, a burst of light appeared in the field, and then an alien with long ears appeared. The shape is similar to that of a human, except that Monica's head is much larger than the body, and it looks dull, and it doesn't look like he is a master at all. Oh! You must be Monica. Hello, touch! Wukong was about to go over and shake hands with the other party, but Beerus punched him on the head in time, and Wukong suddenly felt pain. Beerus said calmly, don't be so enthusiastic. Monica has a shortcoming, that is, he is very afraid of strangers. If you scare him, the earth may be destroyed. Do you understand? Everyone. Monica. Damn! What happened? How come he is here? Isn't he still delivering food? Monica is a little confused at this moment, and the surrounding is still a strange environment. No, there are familiar people. Lord Beerus. Monica's expression changed immediately when she saw Beerus, and she was about to salute. Snapped. With quick eyesight and quick hands, Beerus stepped forward to hold Monica's neck, and then whispered a lot of whispers in his ear. Wukong and the others looked at them in confusion. They didn't know what was going on. Only Piccolo looked a little strange, with cold sweat dripping from his face, and he looked at Wukong vaguely. Monica was also sweating profusely at this time. He nodded from time to time, and shook his head from time to time. After about half a minute, Beerus let go of Monica. Monica looked hesitant, but he didn't say anything. Hey! Lord Beerus, what did you tell Monica? Gaku asked curiously. Beerus said calmly, nothing, I just told Monica about your situation and asked him to relax his vigilance against you. Is that so? Thank you so much. Wukong laughed. The corners of Piccolo Vegeta's and others' mouths twitched slightly, but they didn't say anything. Okay. No more nonsense, let's go. Go meet the guys from Universe 6. Beerus said calmly. He deliberately stood in front of Monica and blocked Gaku, who was eager to try. Then let's go. Weiss smiled softly, and then wrapped everyone in a circle of light. The circle of light flashed, and everyone left the earth. P.S. Again, this is fan fiction. Any discrepancies are normal, so please bear with me. I go back and read it again and again every day, starting from the beginning, and then looking at the comments. The author is also a reader. I think if you enjoy reading it, there is nothing wrong with it. There may be typos, please remind me if you find them. Please give me a reward. Chapter 29. The game begins. The first session, written test. On a brown planet without any life, huge pits similar to pits are spread all over the planet. At this time, a semicircular mask was in a huge pit, and inside the mask, a huge arena was established. Its area is a full 500 square meters. On both sides of the arena, there is a huge sign erected on each side. It is actually a mirror. On the mirror, there are pictures of Beerus and Xiangpa. At this time, Xiangpa, Bados, and others have gathered in the field, and their players have also gathered. There are 6 of them. One of them is a referee. They haven't arrived yet. Xiangpa said impatiently. Bados smiled softly and then said, it's already here. Oh! Hearing this, Xiangpa suddenly looked aside. Call out! Suddenly, Beerus and others appeared on the scene. As soon as they appeared, everyone was shocked, not by the place, but by the huge light ball surrounding the planet. The light ball exuded golden light, and there were stars in the light ball, 6 of them. And this the number of stars in the 6 is in order. This is completely an enlarged version of Dragon Ball. Is this the Super Dragon Ball? It's so big. Bulma's eyes showed shock. She didn't expect that there were Dragon Balls that could grow to such a big size. Everyone also nodded in agreement. After all, they were all shocked. They had never seen such a Dragon Ball before. This is the real Dragon Ball, and it is a cosmic level Dragon Ball. The Dragon Balls on your Earth are actually made from the fragments of this Super Dragon Ball, but its ability is far from as powerful as the Super Dragon Ball. Beerus said calmly. Wow! Is this the place for martial arts competition? Wukong suddenly said excitedly. I'm a little confused, why can we breathe here? Aren't we unable to live without the earth? Klin said doubtfully. This place has been wrapped by Bado's divine power, so you don't have to worry. Weiss said with a smile. Beerus looked at Xiangpa and said, Xiangpa, I didn't expect you to find this place as a competition venue. It's interesting. As he said that, Beerus glanced at the Super Dragon Balls around him, then closed his eyes and smiled. I didn't expect you to be able to find so many Super Dragon Balls, which makes me a little surprised. Xiangpa said calmly, Humph. I have been looking for the Super Dragon Ball for a long time. So you know how much I value this battle. But I have some doubts, did you take the Super Dragon Ball of my 7th universe? Beerus said jokingly, looking at Xiangpa. This. Xiangpa felt a little embarrassed. Beerus said calmly, stop talking nonsense, it is still ours after all. Are your people here? Xiangpa snorted, then nodded proudly, of course. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped aside, revealing their contestant this time. A thin boy, a dark robot, a fat golden bear, a purple alien in a cloak, and one who looks exactly like Frisia. That guy must be Frisia. When Krillin and others saw each other, their expressions suddenly became serious. Goku and Vegeta also looked serious. It seems that they still don't understand this parallel universe well enough. Liuya glanced lightly at the people in Universe 6, and then turned his gaze to Hit, with a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This guy is undoubtedly the most powerful person in the field. Humph! What Frisia? He is the justice representative of my 6th universe. And he has won the Outstanding Justice and Peace Award. Xiongpa said calmly, feeling a little proud. What? Peace Prize? As soon as this statement came out, everyone immediately attracted dumbfounded looks. Damn it! Is this a joke? How could Frisia be a just person? It's almost the most evil. In their 7th universe, Frisia is known as the Evil Emperor. Hello, my name is Frost. I am the captain of the Space Guard of Universe 6. At this time, a guy who looked like Frisia came over and said hello in a friendly manner. Krillin and the others looked at each other, hesitant. After all, Frisia had a big influence on them, so being so friendly now really cast a shadow on them, and they didn't know how to respond to his enthusiasm. Hi. Hello. My name is Sun Wukong. In our universe, there is also a person who looks like you, but he is very bad and does not have the title of kindness like you. Wukong said with a smile. Frost smiled slightly and said, understood. Okay, let's get ready. Let's fight quickly. Beerus said impatiently. Xiongpa suddenly stood up and said immediately, okay. If that's the case, let's start. This time our competition is divided into 2 parts. First, there is the written test. A cultural competition. Then a martial arts competition. A competition of strength. Beerus frowned, is there still a written test? Xiongpa said calmly, of course. This is a competition between our 2 universes. Of course it's a competition between culture. Beerus was a little impatient, trouble. Then let's compete. Xiongpa said calmly, he will be the referee for this martial arts competition. As he said that, a bean sprout-like alien walked up. Beerus glanced at the other party lightly, then nodded, then let's start. Soon, the players from both sides sat in front of a table, with a piece of white paper placed in front of them. This written test is a multiple-choice question. There are 10 multiple-choice questions on the paper. The one who answers 5 correctly will be the winner. Bados said with a smile. Everyone's expressions became serious. They looked at the white paper in front of their desks. When they picked it up and looked at it, they suddenly became confused. Damn it! Is it all about food? What idiot came up with this childish question? Yawn. Suddenly, Beerus and Xiongpa sneezed at the same time. Then the 2 of them looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, did you scold me? 2 people. Wise. Bardos. Humph. How can such a pediatric topic be so difficult for me? Vegeta was obviously impatient, so he immediately picked up the pen and started writing. He is the husband of the rich Bulma. What kind of wealthy family doesn't enjoy anything? Beeb. This player. You have been eliminated. Suddenly, when Vegeta was writing, Bados found a whistle from somewhere, and immediately came to Vegeta and blew it, scaring Vegeta. A thrill. The helpless people also looked over. Hey! What do you mean? Why do you say that I have been eliminated? Vegeta said angrily with some displeasure. Bados smiled slightly and said, well, you answered before I even asked it to start. This is a sign of cheating in the rules. Vegeta. P.S. I have slightly changed this plot, there are some differences, but the impact is not big. Chapter 30 Word and Word Written Test. Vegeta was eliminated. This was something that no one had imagined, but there was still some sympathy. It's actually a bit embarrassing that it's over before it even started. Hey! Vegeta! You are too impatient. How can this be done? Goku complained a little. Vegeta's face looked a little ugly, and he snorted coldly, humph. So what? It's just a written test, I'm not interested. After saying that, he flew up and flew directly to the people in the audience. Of course, Bulma's scoldings were also indispensable. Faced with this woman who could slap even the god of destruction, Vegeta was also a coward. He was so arrogant that he didn't dare to fart. Now, the written test begins. Bados suddenly ordered. Immediately, everyone began to answer questions. Luya glanced at the seriousness on everyone's faces and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Damn, is this called culture? He laughed so much. As long as you participate in the 9-year compulsory education, you can get full marks. Shaking his head, Luya didn't say anything. Although his arrival made the plot different from the original version, it was still the same. Luya finished writing on a piece of paper in 2 or 3 strokes, and at the same time added some of his own opinions on the paper. Soon, the time is up. After collecting the answers from the contestants, Bados also carefully compared them. Immediately, her eyes paused, and then she suddenly pulled out a piece of paper, held it up and said, I declare that in this written test, Universe 7 will win. Fair and just. Pfft! What? How is it possible? On the other side, Xiangpa, who was still looking proud, suddenly changed his face, and then he rushed to Bados and said dissatisfied, Hey Bados! Are you kidding me? How could my 6th universe lose? The 7th universe's cultural level is so low, how could it possibly beat my 6th universe? Are you kidding me? Are you an undercover agent sent by the other side? Master Xiangpa! Bardo suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, wasn't she just announcing the results of the competition? Why did she offend this god of destruction? Ying. The baby is feeling miserable. Hey! You don't want to admit it, do you? My 7th universe is weaker than your 6th universe. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Bados, took the piece of paper and looked at it, his eyes suddenly widened, oh! You can still do this? Oh! Xiangpa was stunned. Seeing Beerus's reaction, he temporarily forgot about his anger. Instead, he leaned over and took a look. Suddenly, his expression became wonderful. Whose answer is this? Xiangpa suddenly asked. Liu raised his hand, mine. Xiangpa looked at Lua, and then looked at him with big eyes and small eyes, a little confused. When he saw Lua's tail, he was stunned, are you a Saiyan? Liu nodded, yes. There was a hint of surprise in Xiangpa's eyes, what's going on? Why is Saiyan culture so advanced now? Aren't the Saiyans a group of rough fighting people who only know how to fight? Good. Very good. You are worthy of being a Saiyan from my 7th universe. Ha ha ha. Beerus immediately praised him, completely forgetting the previous threat to Liu. For him, as long as he can give him a face, it doesn't matter what it is. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, and then he could only slump, hey. Then let's count your 7th universe as the winner. As he spoke, he put away the test paper calmly. Beerus felt proud for a moment. Wukong and others also cheered excitedly and praised Liu again. The second game is a showdown between the 2 players. This showdown uses a wheel battle. As long as you defeat your opponent, you can proceed to the next step and continue fighting with the next opponent until you win the game, the referee explained. One more thing is that the first player in this competition will be decided by drawing lots. After saying that, the referee took out 2 bamboo tubes from nowhere, with 5 bamboo sticks in each. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly, and then became a little confused. This was not the scene in his mind, but this was understandable. Liuya felt that it was his arrival that changed the original trajectory of time and space. Players come here to draw lots. If you draw the number 1, that will be the first player to appear, the referee greeted. Wukong and others began to draw lots. Oh. That's great. I'm the first. Wukong suddenly said in surprise, a little excited. Bang! Vegeta glanced at Goku, and then at the blank bamboo stick in his hand, gritting his teeth. He also wants to be the first to play. I didn't expect Kakarot to be so lucky. The first player in the 6th universe is the Golden Bear. The two sides are divided into two factions, staring at each other from a distance. In the ring, Wukong and Golden Bear were only 10 meters apart, and they stared at each other closely. Since Goku is the first to appear, then who is second? Beerus asked calmly. Vegeta was about to speak, but suddenly Liuya intercepted him with quick eyes and hands. I'll do it. Everyone looked at Liuya, who smiled slightly and said, I will participate in the second game, right? No. Let me do the second game. Vegeta said with a gloomy expression. Liuya looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face turned disgusting. Kakarot is first, so I must be second. Liuya's face looked a little strange, and he suddenly thought of a word, the 1000-year-old second. What? Do you have any objections? Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Liuya. Although Liuya wanted to teach the other party a lesson, he couldn't take action in the current situation. Vegeta would lose to hit anyway, so he would just leave it to him. So Liuya nodded, since you want to go, let you go. Hearing this, Vegeta was satisfied. Beerus glanced at the lure and said nothing more, so he said, then Vegeta's second game, Liuya's third, Boo's fourth, and Monica, will appear last. Lord Beerus, I'm afraid Bu won't be able to participate in the competition. He fell asleep during the written test. Goku suddenly raised his hand. What? Beerus choked and looked quickly. Oh boy, Bu actually fell asleep like a pig. Damn it! Beerus gritted his teeth, because the player list cannot be changed, so Bu can be said to be indirectly eliminated. Wake him up! Goku said with some embarrassment. Once Bu falls asleep, most people can't wake him up. Everyone. At this time, Monica was sitting upright like a primary school student, looking at the scene in the field with some fear. By the way, are those the Saiyans from the 6th universe? Why, do they look so thin? Krillin said curiously. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked at the Saiyans from the 6th universe. I have to say that this is indeed the case. The Saiyans in the 7th universe are all muscular Saiyans, but the 6th universe is different. They look thin and weak and have no sense of strength. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said calmly, the opponent's energy is not weak, it is even stronger than you, so don't underestimate Saiyans. Hearing this, Krillin and others shut up in anger. As expected, being with Vegeta was like being in a volcano crater. Suddenly thinking of something, Vegeta looked at Liuya. Hey! You have been practicing with Kakarot for so long, haven't you succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan Blue? Liuya shook his head, not yet. P.S. Don't ask me why Kaishin didn't appear. I won't focus on the description. The important thing is to watch the fight. Chapter 31 Wukong vs Golden Bear. Haha, you should know that the current home field is Super Saiyan Blue. If you haven't reached this stage and understood the realm of God, then it is unrealistic for you to surpass us. Vegeta smiled faintly. Road. Liuya nodded, I understand this. In fact, he also wants to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, but the conditions don't allow it. When he was in the spiritual time room, he asked Sun Wukong for advice, but he couldn't transform successfully no matter what, there was no way around it. It seems that transforming into Super Blue requires some specific conditions. However, Liuya is not in a hurry. He should wait for news from the system. I wonder if there will be a super blue blood reward for completing this task this time. Okay, stop arguing and concentrate on watching the game, so that you can understand the strength of Universe 6. Beerus suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone calmed down and looked towards the field. At this time, Wukong was looking at the golden bear. Neither of them spoke, and they didn't even reveal much of their breath. Obviously, both of them were observing each other. At this time, Wukong suddenly smiled and said, "Hey! What's your name?" Golden Bear said calmly, "Just call me Golden Bear." Golden Bear, well, it suits your temperament quite well, but what I care more about is your strength. Wukong smiled slightly. Hee hee. Then let me show you. The Golden Bear smiled strangely and thumped his chest several times. Then his fat body began to bounce rhythmically, and the speed became faster and faster. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little puzzled and confused. What was this stupid bear doing? Wukong also frowned slightly, but soon, he discovered something was wrong with the other party. That means the opponent's speed is getting faster and faster. It was so fast that he even started to sweat. Drink! The Golden Bear suddenly drank, and then, his body suddenly jumped up to 10 meters high, and then, he shot out towards Wukong like a rocket. Wukong's expression changed, and then he moved, dodging the opponent's blows. The opponent's speed was not slow either, so Wukong could only dodge hastily. Suddenly, the opponent came straight from behind Wukong. Wukong's face darkened, and then he stretched out his palm. Bump! The next moment, he directly stopped the Golden Bear, causing it to pause for a moment. Wukong took this opportunity and kicked the Golden Bear directly into the air. Call out! Wukong's figure disappeared, and the next second he flashed in the air, punching the Golden Bear like a critical strike. Ah! The Golden Bear screamed, and its fat and elastic body fell directly. Boom! The whole arena roared, but strangely, the arena did not break, but only raised a puff of dust. Because when the Golden Bear hit the ground, his figure had already bounced up like a spring. Oh! Awesome! It's all okay. Wukong, who was hovering in the air, said in surprise when he saw this scene. After the Golden Bear was hit, his face suddenly became angry. The next moment he opened his mouth to Wukong, and blue air bombs continued to spurt out of his mouth, shooting towards Wukong like raindrops. Wukong's face condensed, and he used the Wukong technique to dodge quickly. The Golden Bear also chased Wukong's figure and kept releasing energy bombs, as if it was free of charge. Ha! At this moment, Wukong raised his hand and released an air bomb, which immediately collided with the opponent's air bomb and exploded. At the same time, Wukong continued to fire bombs, and a prince's fighting method was directly used. After a stalemate, it turned out that the Golden Bear was defeated. His figure was like a spring and kept bouncing and dodging at high speed. Wukong's eyes flashed, and the next moment he suddenly appeared behind the Golden Bear and fired a Qigong cannon. The Golden Bear didn't even dodge and took the blow directly. Boom! There was an explosion, and thick smoke billowed in the field. Great! Hit! Klin Kikai and others cheered in surprise. No! Vegeta and Liuya both said. Liuya looked at the field, and there was no surprise. In the Dragon Ball routine, the bigger the smoke, the greater the smoke, which proves that nothing happened. Sure enough, the smoke dissipated, revealing the Golden Bear's intact figure. Wukong was a little surprised. What? The Qigong cannon survived intact after being hit by me. The Golden Bear looked at Wukong, then grinned. That's it. Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, and then smiled, as expected of the Master of the Sixth Universe. He is really powerful. Two flashes of blue light flashed in the Golden Bear's eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly fired countless energy bombs towards Wukong. Wukong snorted and could only dodge. At the same time, approach the opponent step by step. Humph! This Super Saiyan from Universe 7 isn't that good either. On the other side, Xiangpa looked at the fight in the field with some disgust. Haha. Frost smiled slightly, looking at the battle in the field with a strange light in his eyes. Master Xiangpa, don't underestimate them. Although the Saiyans are a race with a lower culture, they are also famous as a fighting nation in the universe. Don't underestimate them. Bados said slowly. Humph. That's all. Xiangpa said without paying attention. In the field, Wukong dodged the Golden Bear's attack, but at the same time he had already arrived in front of the opponent and punched him fiercely. Boom! A strong punch hit the opponent's stomach, and at the same time, his stomach sank directly. But Wukong's expression changed. Haha! How about it? Your attack doesn't hurt. Did you not eat? The Golden Bear looked at Wukong arrogantly and provocatively. Wukong smiled slightly, and then he shouted lowly, accumulating strength and punching the opponent's body continuously. But the Golden Bear didn't seem to feel any pain, and looked at Wukong as if nothing happened. The next moment, the Golden Bear suddenly took action and punched Wukong in the face. The latter screamed and slid out. Wukong stood up as soon as the carp was erect. He looked at the Golden Bear and was a little confused. What kind of body is this? The Golden Bear said proudly, my body is full of elasticity and can ignore any attack. You can't beat me. Wukong's face looked a little solemn. Everyone in the audience was sweating. How could we fight in this case? Liu looked at it and didn't point it out, because he knew that the other party would find a weakness, so he didn't say anything more. Vegeta was a little annoyed. What are you doing? Such a weak guy, how much effort does it take to defeat him? As he said that, he suddenly said loudly, Kakarot. Can't you use your brain? Hearing this, Wukong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he looked at the Golden Bear, I'm going to do it. After saying that, he rushed directly towards the Golden Bear. The Golden Bear just looked at it. Snapped. The next moment, Wukong hit his head directly on the belly of the Golden Bear. Use your brain. Idiot. You didn't use your brain to headbutt him. Vegeta stood up angrily and roared. Everyone. Chapter 32 Fight Again, Goku vs Frost. Ha ha ha. Idiot, your behavior is so stupid. The Golden Bear suddenly showed a mocking smile when he saw Wukong headbutting himself without any pain. Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously, you are the one who is stupid. You actually gave your opponent a chance to get close. What? Golden Bear had a bad premonition. Suddenly, he felt his feet being grabbed. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of imbalance in the body. Ha! Wukong directly grabbed the opponent's ankles with both hands, and lifted him up with one force. Bang! The Golden Bear fell directly to the sky. Fuck! What? What? The Golden Bear was immediately confused. Can it still be like this? Wukong smiled proudly and said, hey! Let's see how you defend yourself now. If you can ignore these air bombs of mine, then physical attacks should be impossible, right? With that said, Wukong dragged the Golden Bear's feet towards the edge of the ring. Let me go. Bastard. Let me go. The Golden Bear kept twisting, but his body was too heavy and huge, so he couldn't turn over on his own. Wukong dragged him and said, hey, you guys, you should think that you are immune to all attacks and you haven't practiced well, right? That's why you have grown to your current figure. You are so stupid. Asshole. Put me down if you dare. Let's fight to the death, the Golden Bear said angrily. Wukong didn't take it seriously and said, stop struggling, I already have a general understanding of you, so you'd better go down. As he spoke, Wukong had already dragged the Golden Bear to the edge of the ring. Then, Wukong grabbed one of the opponent's feet with both hands. The next moment, he suddenly exerted force. Ah! The golden bear's entire body was lifted up directly. Let's go! Wukong swung hard and threw the opponent directly off the ring. Boom! The golden bear landed heavily, which meant that he was out. In the first round, Universe 7 wins, the referee said quickly after recovering from the shock. Oh oh oh! Universe 7 suddenly cheered excitedly. Damn it! I lost! Xiangpa said with some displeasure. Then he looked at Frost. Go! Teach this guy a lesson. Frost bent down slightly, as you command. Immediately, the next second, his figure disappeared from the spot, and then he appeared on the ring. Frost looked at Wukong and smiled. Next, I will be your opponent. Please teach me. Wukong looked at Frost, and then smiled slightly. Oh! Frost! I am also looking forward to your strength. Frost said slowly, to be honest, as a righteous person, I don't actually want to use force with you, but I have no choice. Master Xiangpa promised that as long as I come to participate, he will invest a large amount of money in me. Complete our equipment. Gaku understood and immediately said, You are indeed very kind, much kinder than Frisia from our 7th universe. Then please enlighten me. Frost said with a slight smile. Wukong suddenly smiled and said, You should not be in your final form now, use your final form, otherwise, you can't beat me. Frost was stunned for a moment, then a little surprised. How do you know? Gaku laughed, because Frisia of our 7th universe will also transform into another form. Hearing this, Frost nodded, I understand. Then, he suddenly let out a deep shout and started exploding. Boom! A powerful aura covered the entire venue, and the dark blue energy continued to expand. The breath is powerful. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the light dissipated, revealing Frost's figure. At this time, he had changed into another state, but it was not the final form, but the second form equivalent to Frisia, like a duck. General form. He didn't use all his strength. Frost looked at Gaku and then said, This is my final form. Wukong looked at the other party and frowned, You haven't shown your true strength yet. Frost smiled slightly and said, That's enough. Wukong made a greeting gesture and said, Come on then. Frost put his fists together at his waist. The next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated, he shouted angrily, and his body turned into an afterimage and flashed past. Wukong's face hardened, and he disappeared the next moment. Bump! 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 The two people immediately started moving at high speed, chasing each other, punching each other, and the crowd was dazzled. What the hell? What is Kakarot doing? Shouldn't this kind of thing be solved easily? Vegeta said with some dissatisfaction in the audience. Liuya looked at the figure in the field and naturally heard Vegeta's words, but he had already expected it. Gaku is different from Vegeta. When fighting, Gaku usually does not use all his strength at the beginning and keeps a line in everything. This is also his kind performance is different from Vegeta's. Vegeta is fine if he doesn't take action. Once he takes action, he suppresses his opponent with the power of thunder. The two people have completely opposite styles, but they can play together. This is very surprising to Liuya. Maybe this is some kind of pure friendship between the two people. Bump! Woohoo! Suddenly, Wukong was punched in the face by Frost, and his body fell directly. However, soon, Wukong landed firmly, and then quickly combined his hands and fired a Qigong wave. Boom! The powerful Qigong wave rushed directly towards Frost. But Frost showed an evil smile, and then he rushed directly into Wukong's Qigong wave, and he also tore away in Wukong's direction. Completely ignore his Qigong waves. What? Wukong's expression changed, but it was too late. Suddenly, he was directly hit in the stomach by Frost's head. The next moment, he suddenly flew backwards. It wiped the ground and slid 10 meters away. Frost stood on the stage with a proud smile. Frost's form is an assault form, capable of tearing apart the opponent's attacks with bullet-like assault force. Over in the 6th universe, Bardos suddenly explained. Awesome! Saiyan Gabe exclaimed. But the Saiyans of the 7th universe probably haven't used their true strength yet. Bardos smiled. What? Are you still holding back? Gabe and the others were startled and asked in surprise. Hit glanced at the field, then looked away, losing interest. He really couldn't get interested in a battle of this level. Hey! Bardos! How can you speak for the 7th universe? Xiangpa said with some dissatisfaction. Hey, Master Xiangpa, I'm just telling the truth. Bardos said aggrievedly. Xiangpa. P.S. Hello friends, let me tell you this time. Some friends don't like to read this book. It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own hobbies. I know that the book I wrote has flaws. It is normal for friends not to like to read it, but friends who don't want to see it, please just leave voluntarily. If you don't want to see it, don't continue to be a monster, instigate others, and ridicule others. I can't stand this kind of people. In fact, you can just leave if you don't like it. There is no need to return it. Leaving such a bad mark, for some people who use unpleasant words and disrespect others, I am afraid that others will not know that I am too showy and don't know what to say when I show off my face. There is also the matter of the collapse of the combat power system. It is indeed broken. It has collapsed to the point that I don't want to write about combat power. I just write about fighting. After all, although the combat power in Dragon Ball is very different, you can still fight, so it is broken in itself, but some friends are not used to it, and that's okay. I can only say that I couldn't write it the way you liked it, so thank you for supporting me. I won't ask for a reward today, ahem, I'm so shameless, I'll write it well. Also, I would like to ask whether you want to update at midnight or in the morning. I'm afraid it's not good for you to stay up late. It doesn't matter to me. Chapter 33 Sudden Dizziness. Wukong eliminated. You probably didn't use your full strength, right? Stop hiding it, otherwise you won't be my opponent. Frost looked at Wukong confidently and said. Wukong stood up, and then he chuckled and said, Aren't you the same? Didn't you use all your strength to fight me? Frost looked at him, then smiled and said, Then let's attack with all our strength. Wukong nodded slightly, I'll go first. Ha! With a loud shout, Goku exploded with energy, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Surrounded by a huge aura, Wukong looked at Frost with a smile, It's your turn. A cold sweat appeared on Frost's face, what a powerful force. What form are you in? Xiangpa and others in the 6th universe were also confused by this operation. They were all confused. When can Saiyans transform? Hit just glanced at Wukong's figure, then withdrew his gaze and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Goku explained, This is a Super Saiyan. Just like you, he transforms again in his original form. Hey! Gabe! You are also a Saiyan, can you transform? Xiangpa looked at Gabe and asked. Gabe broke into a cold sweat and shook his head, I've never heard of Saiyans being able to transform. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, a little complicated. Okay. It's your turn now. Wukong laughed and said. Frost glanced at Wukong, with a solemn look in his eyes. The opponent's anger had indeed reached a very terrifying level. It looks even stronger than him. But... show me your power. After saying that, Frost flashed and appeared in front of Wukong in an instant, clenched his fist and punched him directly. Majestic. Snapped. However, Wukong just stretched out his hand to block it and grabbed Frost's fist tightly, unable to move. You. Frost's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Wukong in disbelief. Wukong smiled slightly, then his face turned cold, and he stepped forward directly. Knock it out with one punch. Boom! Frost's entire body hit the protective shield directly, and his body trembled in pain. Obviously, the opponent's punch severely injured him. But Frost gritted his teeth and rushed out the next second. Bump! However, before he could get close, Wukong flashed out and received a critical hit, knocking him away again. It's useless. Your strength is too far behind mine. It's better to transform quickly, Wukong said with a grin. Frost's body was suspended in the air. He looked at Wukong, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then said, I didn't expect that there is such a big gap in your strength. It seems that I can only respond to you with all my strength. However, my final form is so powerful that even I can't control it. After saying that, veins popped up on his forehead. The next moment, he suddenly shouted loudly, and immediately, a huge wave of air swept away. So powerful! Looking at the huge aura, Wukong frowned slightly, but there was no emotion. After a few seconds, the huge airflow slowly disappeared, revealing Frost's figure. Frost's body shape at this time is somewhat similar to Frisia's, it is indeed his final form. Wukong smiled slightly, that's right. Frost smiled slightly and then said, my power is very powerful, so you have to be careful. After saying that, he shouted loudly, and a dark blue energy enveloped him. The next moment, Frost rushed directly towards Wukong. Extremely fast. Wukong moved his right foot back and took action instantly. Bump! To everyone's surprise, Frost was sent flying by Wukong's punch. Ah! Frost flew out directly and hit the ground hard, in a state of embarrassment. How is that possible? Xiangpa said in shock with his eyes widened. Damn it! Hasn't it already transformed into its final form? Why are they still being ruthlessly defeated by their opponents? It's amazing! The seventh universe's side breathed a sigh of relief. Frost's explosion just now was so spectacular that they were all worried. They didn't expect that Wukong was so much stronger than him. Humph! This kind of thing is far worse than Frisia, Vegeta said with a look of arrogance and disdain. Liu crossed his arms and watched this scene. There was no surprise. Indeed, as Vegeta said, even if Frost transformed into his final form, he could not compare to Frisia in his current final form, because he used the system to detect the opponents. The strength is only about a few 100 billion, and you must know that some time has passed, and Frisia must have become stronger now after training in hell. But Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. What is truly powerful about Frost is not his final form, but the ugly and evil heart beneath his disguise. In the field, Frost, who was fucked down, was also a little confused. He didn't expect that his strength had obviously improved several levels, but he was still fucked down. What does it mean? Impossible. How could it be possible? Frost didn't believe this evil, and the next second he rushed over again. Watch the move. Frost didn't hold back and kicked directly. The corners of Wukong's mouth raised slightly, and the next moment he appeared in front of the opponent before he could kick him, and punched him out without mercy. Bump! Frost didn't react and was directly knocked away by this critical hit. Everyone was silent, with a look of wonder in their eyes. Why are you stronger than me? Frost said in disbelief. Wukong didn't explain, because the question asked by the other party was nonsense. He said calmly, I want you to be kind, but I really don't want to do anything harsh again, so just admit defeat. Frost's face became a little distorted. Impossible. I will never admit defeat. If I lose, then the funds that Master Xiangpa promised me will be gone. After saying that, he rushed out again. Wukong frowned, and then he rushed forward. Bump bump bump. The two fought quickly, but Frost was no match for Wukong and was directly suppressed and beaten. Bump! Wukong used his strength and knocked the opponent directly into the ring. In an instant, the entire surface of the arena cracked open. Ugh! Frost spit out a mouthful of blood and coughed violently. Wukong looked down at him and said, "You have already lost." "No. I didn't lose," Frost yelled, and then he rushed towards Wukong. "You don't overestimate your capabilities." Wukong was a little unhappy. "Ah!" Frost burst out with a flurry of punches at Wukong as if he had lost his mind. Wukong resisted calmly, but for some reason, Wukong saw a double image in front of his eyes. He was startled and felt dizzy. Then Wukong suddenly softened. Opportunity! A strange light flashed in Frost's eyes, and the next moment he punched Wukong in the face, sending him flying away. Flying directly out of the ring. What? At this moment, everyone in the 7th universe was shocked. Chapter 34 Exposed. Vegeta appears. Contestant Sun Wukong fell out of the ring. Universe 6 wins this match. As the referee's voice fell, Xiangpa and others exclaimed. Impossible! How could Kakarot lose? With his strength, it's impossible for him to lose. Vegeta looked at this scene with disbelief on his face and gritted his teeth. Liuya looked at Frost's figure, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said nothing. Impossible! Absolutely not! How could Goku lose? The most unbelievable person was Beerus. His eyes widened and he didn't believe it. He had experienced Goku's strength before. No matter how bad it was, it would be impossible. You will lose to that kind of thing. Ha ha ha. Nothing is impossible. Beerus. If you lose in Universe 7, you lose. Don't default on your debt. Xiangpa said with a proud smile. Beerus gritted his teeth, and then snorted, Humph! I wouldn't do such a thing. Xiangpa nodded with satisfaction, that's good, that's good. Wukong. Kikai couldn't help seeing Wukong lying on the ground. She jumped down and landed next to Wukong. Krillin also flew down and stuffed a fairy bean into Wukong's mouth. After eating the fairy beans, Wukong woke up and asked, What's wrong with me? Kikai said sadly, You fell off the ring. Ah! Wukong was stunned, and then he couldn't believe it. How could it be? At this time, Frost came over and said with a smile, Mr. Wukong may have been a little distracted just now. I was also eager to win, so I struck too hard. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Wukong laughed, No, no. If I lose, I lose. You don't have to be modest. Frost bowed slightly towards Wukong, I accept it. Seeing Frost's good attitude, no one in Universe 7 was harsh to him. Wukong took Kikai back to the auditorium, feeling a little embarrassed, I'm sorry. I messed up. Hey! Kakarot! What's wrong with you? Why did you lose to that guy? With your skill, you can't lose at all. Vegeta said with some dissatisfaction. Wukong thought for a while, then shook his head, I don't know, I thought I won. Hey! Vegeta said calmly. Okay, now it's your turn Vegeta, with your skills, you can help me get revenge. Wukong laughed, but he was optimistic. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly. At this time, Liuya, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Actually, Wukong did not lose. What? As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Hey! What do you mean? Please explain clearly. Beerus asked quickly. Liuya pointed to Frost on the stage calmly, he cheated. What? Everyone was shocked again. Boy! I advise you not to talk nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove that Frost cheated? Isn't it because he can't afford to lose? Xiangpa's face became a little gloomy. Frost glanced at Liuya, with a cold look in his eyes. Liuya smiled slightly and then said, There is a hidden weapon hidden on his wrist. Just now, he used the hidden weapon to defeat Wukong. If you don't believe me, check it out. Hidden weapon. Everyone was startled and looked at Frost suspiciously. At this time, the referee suddenly came to Frost's side and raised his wrist to check. Frost gritted his teeth, but still did not let go. Ah! Sure enough, there is a hidden weapon, the referee suddenly exclaimed. Everyone stood up one after another. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Frost immediately threw the referee away, then revealed the poisonous needle directly on the back of his hand, and said with a smile. This is part of my body, not a hidden weapon. You! Frost! How dare you use such despicable and shameless methods? Xiangpa's face suddenly turned pale. For him, this was an extremely embarrassing thing. Their sixth universe actually had to rely on hidden weapons to defeat the enemy. How ironic it is to win the game. Frost's expression suddenly changed, and then he turned treacherous and said, Lord Xiangpa, I didn't intentionally use a hidden weapon. I just wanted to win for the sixth universe. You should also want to win. Shut up. You bastard. You've embarrassed me. Xiangpa sat up angrily, especially when he saw Beerus's disgusted eyes, he was even more annoyed. Ha 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 ha, you really have such a face. I will serve you with all my heart. Frost said with a faint smile. Buzz. Suddenly, a destructive force appeared in Xiangpa's hand. I will destroy you. But... Frost's face changed, showing fear. He was not pretending, but he was really scared. The other party was the god of destruction. If he killed him, he would not be able to escape at all. Wait. At this time, Vegeta suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. Beak said calmly, it turns out that Kakarot was not eliminated, right? In other words, he can still regain his qualifications for the competition. Hearing this, everyone immediately agreed. The referee suddenly said, if Sun Wukong player can find wounds on his body, then his qualifications can be restored. Hearing this, Kikai and Clinton immediately started groping around Wukong's body, and soon, they found a hole in Wukong's palm. The evidence is solid. The referee immediately said, now I declare that Sun Wukong player is reinstated in the competition. Wukong laughed, no surprise. Vegeta suddenly smiled and said, then, it's up to me to take action. After saying that, he suddenly jumped down and landed on the stage. Vegeta looked at Frost and sneered, no need to destroy him, I will do it myself. The elephant made a cut, but didn't make a move. He was really angry. This Frost actually ruined his reputation in the sixth universe. Bados. What happened to him winning the Cosmic Justice Award 3 times? Xiangpa suddenly thought of something and asked. Bados glanced at the scepter and then said, the reason why he was able to quell so many wars is because he started the wars. He caused the struggles by himself and calmed them down by himself. In this way, he would be able to calm down the wars. It has become a great image of justice. Damn it! Xiangpa gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Yes. I showed my cards. So what? I did this just because I wanted to get more funds to improve the equipment of the Space Guard. What's wrong with this? Frost? A particularly ferocious way. Vegeta said abruptly, humph. You are exactly the same type of person as Frieza. It's up to me, the prince, to eliminate you. Hoo ho ho. Just you? Come on then. Frost sneered. He thinks that Sun Wukong is already the strongest. After defeating the opponent, no one is his opponent. But... Ha! Vegeta exploded and transformed into a Super Saiyan the next moment. No! Impossible, you! Frost's eyes widened in vain. You, trash! Vegeta looked at Frost, shouted angrily, and then rushed towards him. Chapter 35 Crush Frost. Battle Robots again. Frost's face twisted when he saw Vegeta charging towards him in a fierce manner. He burst out and rushed forward immediately. Ah! Frost punched out directly, but Vegeta easily grabbed his fist and punched him in the face with the other hand. The next moment Frost flew out. Vegeta is not as soft-hearted as Goku. Goku will not fight seriously at the beginning, but he is different. Vegeta didn't give Frost a chance. The moment the opponent flew out, he had already flashed behind him and sent him back with an elbow. Damn it! How could Frost tolerate being suppressed all the time? He burst out with all his strength, his violent aura overwhelming the sky, and the next moment he rushed directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta sneered, and the next moment he exploded, wrapped in bright golden air, then he roared angrily and rushed straight towards Frost. Bump! In an instant, the two of them were close to each other. Time seems to stand still. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Ugh! Pfft! At this time, Frost's face suddenly twisted, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the dark blue energy on his body also dissipated at this time. I saw that Vegeta's fist had penetrated the opponent's stomach firmly, and the depth was not small. Vegeta's face was indifferent. You are not qualified to let me take action, but in view of your behavior, now, you trash, get out of here. With a low shout, Vegeta exerted his strength, and a wave of air immediately knocked Frost away. Woohoo! Frost flew out directly, and then hit the protective shield. The next moment, the protective shield could not withstand his impact, and Frost flew directly out of the ring and lost consciousness. He was knocked unconscious by Vegeta's punch. This shows how ruthless Vegeta is. Vegeta glanced at Frost coldly, then he snorted and turned away. The game is over. Player Vegeta wins, the referee suddenly ordered loudly. Damn it! Lost again. Baddos. Are these people really the elites of the 6th universe? Why are they so reluctant to beat them? Xiangpa said angrily. Baddos said with some resentment, Master Xiangpa, it's not that they are not strong enough, it's that the players from Universe 7 are a little abnormal. Humph! What's this? Aren't they just Saiyans? Gabe! Come on! Xiangpa said solemnly. Hey? But, I am the 4th one to appear. Gabe said hesitantly. Xiangpa was about to speak when suddenly, the robot beside him suddenly stood up, and then he hammered his chest crazily twice, let out a cry, and jumped down. Boom! In an instant, the entire arena trembled. Vegeta glanced at the other party, then sneered, is this my next opponent? Buzz! Suddenly, the field was covered by a light shield, and at the same time, the elephant handkerchief suddenly appeared in the air. He said lightly, now, there is an additional rule of the game. That is, if anyone touches this shield, he must lose. Hey! Xiangpa! What are you doing? Beerus suddenly appeared next to Xiangpa, glaring at him angrily. Xiangpa grinned and said, these are the new rules I have set. If you are not convinced, then there will be no competition. Beerus was suddenly unhappy. Oh shit! No comparison? They have already won 2 games in Universe 7, while the opponent has only won 1. They obviously have a chance of winning, so how could they not compete? But the other party added rules so randomly, which made him very unhappy. Okay. If you don't let me touch you, I won't let you touch me. How can a mere rule trouble me? Vegeta said arrogantly. Hearing this, Beerus glanced at Xiangpa coldly, and then said nothing. Return to the auditorium. Xiangpa smiled proudly, then took a meaningful look at the field, turned around and returned to the audience. Oh! Oh! The steam robot howled suddenly. What was strange was that his belly was filled with magma. When he howled, 2 streams of hot air would spurt out from its back. Vegeta! Liuya suddenly spoke. Vegeta looked at Liuya, what's the matter? Liuya smiled slightly and then said, its weakness is that it doesn't like people scolding it. If you can scold it a few words, then you win. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How did Liu know the weakness of the robot? Impossible. That's pure nonsense. How could you possibly know its weaknesses? No. It has no weaknesses at all. Xiangpa suddenly roared. Haha. How do you know it has no weaknesses? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Beerus sneered. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, but he was not a person who could hide it. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his face. Beerus suddenly looked at Vegeta and said, Hey! Vegeta, do as Liu said. However, Vegeta is not the type to rely on these crooked ways to win. He snorted coldly and said, I will defeat it in my own way. You don't need to order me. What? Vegeta, you didn't listen to me. Beerus said angrily. Seeing this, Goku quickly smoothed things over. Lord Beerus, let him win by himself. And with Vegeta's strength, he won't lose. Hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth, then crossed his arms and snorted, I don't care about him anymore. Let him handle it by himself. Goku smiled easily, and then looked at Vegeta, Hey! Vegeta, don't lose. Otherwise, I will play for you. Hearing this, Vegeta sneered, Don't curse me. As he said that, he looked at the robot and raised his fingers, Come on. Let me see what you are capable of. Oh! The robot was provoked and immediately became angry. It suddenly opened its huge mouth in the direction of Vegeta, and a stream of terrifying hot magma spurted out. Vegeta's expression changed, and then he dodged away. Boom! The place where he originally stood was suddenly in ruins. Not only that, it also exudes scorching heat. Oh! This guy is pretty good at it. Wukong said with some novelty. Klin and others were a little embarrassed. When did a robot become so powerful? Vegeta kept dodging, while the robot kept spraying thick lava at him. Explosions continued, smoke and dust rose everywhere, destroying the arena. Vegeta's face looks a little ugly, damn. If he couldn't touch the protective shield, how could he be so restricted? Oh! Suddenly, the robot appeared in front of Vegeta and punched Vegeta directly. Vegeta was so distracted that he had no time to dodge, so he could only cross his hands and receive the opponent's punch forcefully. Boom! Vegeta's expression changed and he flew out. Chapter 36 Vegeta whose pride was trampled on. After being knocked back by the robot's punch, Vegeta's face turned ugly. He underestimated the opponent's speed. At this time, the robot had arrived in front of Vegeta and swung its iron fists fiercely at it. Vegeta could only keep resisting. Oh! After throwing countless punches, the robot raised his fists high, and the next moment he slammed them down. Vegeta seized this gap, and the next moment he jumped and retreated several meters. Ha! Vegeta gathered an energy bomb in his palm and threw it directly towards the opponent. Oh! The robot roared, and the next moment a stream of magma suddenly erupted from his mouth, colliding with Vegeta's air bomb. Boom! Vegeta's air bomb was directly blown to pieces, and a huge stream of magma rushed towards him. Vegeta's face turned stern, and he directly used the afterburner technique, and the violent Qigong cannon rushed out. Collide directly with the robot's lava. Boom! The two attacks immediately came to a stalemate. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and then he exploded with energy and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. His breath surged, and with a low shout, he increased the power of the afterburner. Oh! The robot was not to be outdone at all. Two streams of steam were erupted from behind him, and the next moment the lava in his mouth erupted towards the opponent like a volcano erupting. What's strange is that the robot's magma can actually burn Vegeta's energy. Everyone also discovered this scene, and their faces became solemn at this moment. This guy who can spit out lava is so strong. Klin and others exclaimed. But Vegeta won't lose, he is Vegeta. Goku smiled slightly, not worried. Have you noticed? Vegeta's situation is not good. Whis suddenly reminded. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly startled and looked towards the field. I saw that although Vegeta was not at a disadvantage at this time, his breath was a little unstable at this time. It seems a little difficult to breathe. What's going on? Wukong's expression condensed. It's oxygen. The flame burned the oxygen inside the protective shield. So it's a little difficult to breathe, but that robot doesn't need to breathe. Liuya said calmly. Hearing this, everyone looked sad. Xiang Panaboy. He did it on purpose. Beerus said angrily. Hey! Vegeta, be careful. Vegeta's chest felt tight at this moment, because the magma spewed out by the opponent burned all the air in the scene. Don't let the other side succeed. Thinking of this, Vegeta suddenly shouted loudly, and the next moment, a powerful chi burst out on his own. In an instant, the white light Kikong cannon directly suppressed the robot's magma. Oh! The robot also sensed something was wrong. The next moment, he exerted force on his feet. Suddenly, its feet were directly inserted into the ground. Then, its eyes glowed red and it directly increased the firepower again. A powerful energy enveloped him, full of power. Boom! Vegeta's attack was directly suppressed, and the magma blasted towards Vegeta with an overwhelming momentum. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and then he suddenly withdrew his afterburner. The next moment he exploded violently, and slashed directly at the magma with his hand knife. Tear! The magma was directly torn apart by Vegeta. But in this gap, the robot had already arrived in front of Vegeta and punched him. Vegeta flew out as if he was hit hard. The robot obviously had no intention of letting him go. It rushed directly in front of Vegeta, grabbed his feet and smashed him hard. Ugh! Vegeta hit the ground hard, and the moment he bounced up, he violently activated the prince's fighting technique, and countless air bombs were fired towards the robot. But the robot quickly dodged them. And the other party also bullied me. Soon he was in front of Vegeta. Vegeta, who had missed the opportunity, was already in disarray. He could only hurriedly resist the opponent's attack. Bump! One mistake, and Vegeta was beaten again and flew out. Oh! The next moment, the robot flew directly above Vegeta, and magma spurted out. Vegeta's expression changed, and he quickly put his hands in front of him. Boom! The next moment, Vegeta's figure crashed directly into the ring, and the next moment, the entire ring exploded, with countless magma splattering everywhere. Vegeta! Goku's expression changed and he shouted worriedly. Beerus and others all looked grim. They thought Vegeta was out. How is that possible? Beerus was a little unbelievable, damn it! How is this going? Neither Goku nor Vegeta used their power. What was this fight about? Liuya glanced at the field indifferently, and then shook his head. The development of things was not what he thought, but it was not bad. The smoke gradually dissipated, and then Vegeta's figure was revealed. At this time, Vegeta's face was very ugly. Sweat was pouring from his face. He gritted his teeth and looked at his feet. But now, he was standing on one foot. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately ran to take a look and immediately discovered that Vegeta's foot was stepping on a fragment of the ring. He announced with some surprise, "It's not out of bounds." Player Vegeta's foot was stepping on a fragment of the ring. According to the rules, he did not out. Game on! Oh! Everyone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone in Universe 7 cheered excitedly. Apparently Vegeta was not eliminated, which made them very excited. But Vegeta himself didn't think so. His face became increasingly ugly, especially when the referee stated the rules of the game. He looks like Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince actually relies on the so-called rules to continue the game because of the rules. Surrounded by golden aura, Vegeta slowly rose up with an expressionless expression. However, Goku and Liuya, who are familiar with Vegeta's character, both twitched the corners of their mouths slightly, and Goku even said worriedly, "Vegeta." Liuya looked at Vegeta, and then looked at the robot with some sympathy. He was finished. It's not good to offend anyone, but Vegeta. This guy is famously crazy. If you get crazy, you can even fight Sun Wukong, the god of destruction. But, you, bastard. Vegeta's face turned black and he had already flown under the protective shield. He looked at the robot with an astonishing concentration of killing intent in his eyes. Oh! The robot beat its chest provocatively and spurted hot air from behind. Vegeta looked at the robot. The next moment, the energy around him suddenly began to become violent. Then, his energy began to increase crazily. No! That guy! Hey! Get rid of him quickly! Xiangpa suddenly shouted and said. Oh! The robot roared suddenly, and the next moment, he spit out a huge stream of magma and blasted it towards Vegeta. P.S. Starting from tomorrow. The update time will be in the morning, readers please take a rest. The first thing, some friends want to start a harem, which is a bit difficult, because I don't have a big fan of the women in Dragon Ball Super, so I'm not suitable as a heroine. It's too fake to fabricate it out of thin air, so the protagonist is looking for a wife. Let's talk about it later, maybe we will find a suitable opportunity and the right woman will appear? Of course, judging from the development of the plot, what we are pursuing now is fun. Dragon Ball Super is a whole lot of fun. Just be patient and watch. The second thing, I just want to ask everyone a question, Super 4 or Super Blue? The third thing, the protagonist will become a Super 4, but in the later plot, I will arrange a plot that you are not expecting and let him transform into a Super 4. The answer will be revealed then. Please hold back. Finally, I would like to warn you in advance. In the following battle, the fighting power will collapse. Please don't use it. Please don't use curse words when you curse. Finally, shamelessly ask for a reward. Chapter 37 Gabe appears. Saiyan vs Saiyan. But just when the hot magma was about to approach Vegeta, Vegeta directly exploded with energy. The extremely powerful energy exploded, and just the energy alone disintegrated the opponent's magma. What? All the players in the 6th universe said in surprise. It's unbelievable that Saiyans actually have such power. Gabe's face was complicated. He was also a Saiyan, but he had never known the form of Super Saiyan. Vegeta, something is wrong. Klin and others said solemnly with a drop of cold sweat on their faces. Ha, Vegeta, this guy's temper is getting louder. Goku was also a little embarrassed. He was worried that Vegeta would be like this. When this guy gets angry, it's no joke. Liuya looked at Vegeta and used the system to detect the opponent's combat power. However, he was surprised to find that this guy's combat power was astonishingly high. You know, this is a power that surpasses Super Saiyan. And Vegeta still maintains the first stage of Super Saiyan. It seems that he is really angry. Boo-hoo-hoo. Golden light surrounded Vegeta, and as he exploded, the protective shield turned directly into glass fragments and shot out in all directions. He spread his hands and then moved forward, finally. What? Could it be that? Piccolo's face turned green in shock when he saw this familiar move. Vegeta, you are so impulsive. Goku complained a little while dodging the glass. However, his peripheral vision seemed to capture something. He was suddenly startled, and then looked in the direction of Monica. At this moment, Monica sat in her seat with eyes wide open and expressionless, and there were several sharp pieces of glass stuck in the chair around him. Oh! He is indeed the best master in the universe. He is so calm. Wukong said in amazement. What he didn't know was that Monica had already fainted from fear when she saw Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey! Stop him quickly! Xiongpa suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Oh! The robot hammered its chest hard, and suddenly a lot of hot air suddenly came out of its body. It opened its mouth towards Vegeta, and the magma in its mouth gradually condensed. Boom! A powerful energy burst out, and the robot's power also skyrocketed. Vegeta's face was ferocious, and he suddenly shouted angrily, "Flash!" Boom! An extremely astonishing energy rushed directly to the robot below. Oh! Not to be outdone, the latter spurted out a stream of extremely terrifying magma directly from his mouth. Boom boom boom! Two powerful energies collided directly, and a powerful aura swept through them. Everyone couldn't help but protect themselves with their hands. Ah! Vegeta's veins popped out and he increased his strength in vain. Not to be outdone, the robot broke out again. But Vegeta's final flash is too powerful. Even if the opponent's energy can burn his chi, how can Vegeta's chi be so simple? The next moment the robot was directly suppressed. Vegeta's energy cannon has already hit it. Oh! The robot was shocked and resisted. At this time, Vegeta suddenly exploded, and then he rushed directly into the energy, shuttled like a fish in the water, and arrived in front of the robot. Get down! You, scrap metal! Vegeta roared with all his strength and punched the robot directly. Hey! Hearing Vegeta's vicious abuse, the robot's expression changed. And then it lost its resistance in an instant. Bump! Vegeta ignored the opponent's burning magma, and his fist emitted a dazzling light. He punched the magma directly, hit the robot's face, and immediately knocked the opponent off the stage. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement, a little surprised, and a little sighing. Out of bounds! Out of bounds! The player from Universe 6 is out of bounds. The Vegeta player from Universe 7 wins this game. The referee sneaked up to the robot and immediately announced when he saw that the opponent had indeed touched the ground. Yo XI! That's great! Beerus looked overjoyed. Win! Kling Bulma and others all became excited. Ha, ha ha! Goku smiled awkwardly. Vegeta, this guy, is really not easy to attack. Vegeta flew back to the audience with a calm expression, took the water handed over by Bulma and drank it in large gulps. Vegeta, the other party was seriously injured by you. Whis suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the sixth universe. At this time, the robot was sitting with its knees crossed, crying as if it had been traumatized and autistic. TCH. Isn't it a robot? It shouldn't feel pain. Vegeta said calmly. No, 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 what I'm saying is that his mind has been severely damaged. The other person can't stand others insulting him. Your useless words just now undoubtedly caused him great harm. Whis smiled. Humph. Vegeta's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say much. Okay, let's prepare for the next fight. Wukong laughed. Although he also sympathized with the opponent, there was nothing he could do. The gap in strength was too big. After a while, Bardos and Whis appeared above the ring. The two of them activated their divine power at the same time, instantly restoring the ring to its original state. Not only that, the protective shield was also restored. Whoa! At this time, the thin boy opposite suddenly fell onto the ring. He was Gabe, the Saiyan from the sixth universe. Vegeta glanced at him, then jumped up and reached the ring. Okay. Then let's start the game, the referee raised his microphone and said loudly. Gabe and Vegeta looked at each other, but they didn't make a move. Suddenly, Gabe bowed to Vegeta and said, Please enlighten me. Vegeta smiled slightly, Come on. Let me see the power of the Saiyans in the sixth universe. Gabe's face hardened, and he immediately assumed a fighting posture. What's strange is that his fighting posture is not much different from Vegeta's. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then smiled arrogantly, "Hey! That's interesting." After saying that, he also posed. Ha! Gabe took the lead in attacking and rushed out. Punch out! The power that erupted from that thin body turned out to be extremely powerful. Vegeta's pupils widened, and then his expression changed, and he crossed his hands in defense. Bump! With one blow, Vegeta's body retreated continuously, but Gabe didn't give him a chance. He directly pressed forward and used high-speed punches to directly suppress Vegeta. Oh! This Saiyan is so strong! He can actually fight Vegeta to such an extent. Goku said in amazement. Everyone also looked at this scene solemnly. Although they knew that Vegeta had not displayed all his strength, his opponent was very powerful. P.S. One more update. Let me insert an advertisement by the way, since the combat effectiveness in the previous chapters has indeed collapsed, I have changed it significantly now. You heard me right. Changed again. It hurts my balls just to talk about it. It's really a bit shocking to be said by a reader that I can't do math. This time I used a high-tech computer, and I don't believe that I can still be said that mathematics was taught by a physical education teacher. So my friends who have followed the update here are sorry. I'm causing trouble for you. If you want to watch it, start over from the beginning and waste some time. Sorry. I'm so ashamed of myself. Chapter 38 The Pride of Science. Gabe transforms. When Vegeta was being suppressed, he suddenly exploded, causing Gabe to pause for a moment. Vegeta also took advantage of this gap to directly counterattack, attacking Gabe with quick punches. Gabe was not to be outdone, the two of them fought back and forth, one punch and the other, the airwaves rolled, it was very exciting. Ha! Gabe suddenly grabbed Vegeta's gap and kicked him directly in the waist. Vegeta flew directly backwards, and as his body twisted, he fell to the ground. The next second, Vegeta put his hands on his waist. The same goes for Gabe, their postures are exactly the same. Sky Cannon. Ha! The two of them exploded at the same time. In an instant, the two Kigong cannons collided directly with each other, and an explosion swept across. Evenly matched. A burst of smoke dissipated, revealing the figures of Vegeta and Gabe. Vegeta looked at Gabe with some appreciation, not bad, he is worthy of being a Saiyan. Gabe also smiled back, you are awesome too. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, then come again. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta exploded with energy and instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. Wrapped in golden light, Vegeta's energy increased exponentially. Gabe was stunned for a moment, then took a stance. Vegeta frowned and then said, why don't you fight me as a Super Saiyan? Gabe shook his head, I won't. Vegeta was stunned, no. Gabe nodded, and then said, we don't have the concept of Super Saiyan over there. Vegeta was silent. Gabe suddenly looked at Vegeta and said sincerely, Mr. Vegeta, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Nani? Teach you? Vegeta said solemnly. Gabe bowed to Vegeta and said, yes, I also want to transform into a Super Saiyan. Please teach me. Vegeta's face was stiff, and then suddenly, the corner of his mouth turned slightly ferocious, you guy, where do you put the pride of the Saiyans? Gabe was stunned. Before he could speak, Vegeta's figure had flashed in front of him. Gabe was shocked, but the gap between him and the transformed Vegeta was too big, and he was directly hit by the opponent. The punch hit his stomach and sent him flying. Gabe screamed, but before he could adjust his condition, Vegeta appeared in front of him again. Bump! Following Vegeta's series of violent blows, Gabe was beaten like a sandbag. Ha! In an opening, Gabe fired an air bomb, but Vegeta turned his head slightly and dodged. He grabbed Gabe's neck and applied a slight force. Gabe was so embarrassed that he felt like he was about to suffocate. Vegeta looked at him with a sneer, with someone like you, what qualifications do you have for me to teach you? Gabe couldn't believe Vegeta's sudden change. He didn't expect that the other party would be so vicious. Humph! As a Saiyan, you actually begged for help. Where do you put the pride of the Saiyans? It is simply an embarrassment to the Saiyans. I am very disappointed in you. Vegeta looked at Gaara with a disappointed look on his face. Kaori. Gabe's body was trembling, he couldn't resist, because Vegeta's power directly suppressed him. Everyone in the audience was a little confused. That guy Vegeta. He was too cruel. Bulma said angrily. She had a headache for this husband. Vegeta wouldn't do this for no reason, he should have his own ideas for doing this. Goku defended Vegeta. As Vegeta's CP partner. He knows Vegeta well, so he knows what kind of person Vegeta is. This guy, tough and tender, has changed a lot since the beginning. Hoo ho ho, Vegeta teaching people such a lesson reminds me of the way he abandoned his dignity and begged me in order to practice. It's really cute. Why suddenly laughed? Everyone. Liuya watched this scene without saying a word. From the beginning to the end, he was observing their fighting style in the 6th universe. He was also preparing for the future All-Universe Power Conference. Although he said he had seen it before, he was there in person. At that time, it was still a bit strange. If nothing else, Gabe will transform into a Super Saiyan. In the field, Vegeta continued to speak cruelly, hitting Gabe and making all kinds of ridicule. Boy! I'll kill you now. It's a disgrace to me as a Saiyan. After I kill you, I will kill all your family, relatives, and friends together. The planet will collapse for you. Vegeta smiled ferociously. Gabe's pupil shrank, and the next moment, a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face, and the aura on his body also increased rapidly. Vegeta sneered, "What? You are so incompetent that you can't even protect your family. What right does such a useless guy have to live? You, shut up." Ah! Suddenly, Gabe roared like a madman, and a powerful force directly knocked Vegeta back. Tisk! Vegeta looked at him with a smile on his lips. Don't hurt my relatives. Gabe suddenly raised his head, and the next moment, he roared. Ha! Boom! In an instant, Gabe's figure was wrapped in a ball of golden light, and then, his hair suddenly turned golden at this moment. Super Saiyan! At this moment, everyone looked at this scene in shock. Surprisingly, he really transformed. Goku raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, "Vegeta, this guy is really good at it." Gabe suddenly roared and rushed directly towards Vegeta, hitting him with a wolf fang wind fist. Surprisingly, Vegeta did not fight the opponent with all his strength, but looked like he was being beaten by the opponent. Obviously it is too obvious to release water. Bump! 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 Da-da-da! Gabe attacked Vegeta crazily, as if he had lost his mind. Finally, he kicked him into the air, exploded with energy, and shot up. He came to the top of Vegeta and directly used his hands to clap your fist and smash it down. Boom! Vegeta's figure fell directly and hit the ring, which cracked open. Clatter! Gabe fell to the ground, his anger still not gone. The next moment, he shouted angrily and rushed directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta stood up and watched as Gabe punched him directly, without any intention of stopping him. Boom! With the collision, a cloud of smoke and dust filled the place. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta and Gabe's figures appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, Gabe's fist hit Vegeta's forehead, and Vegeta looked at Gabe calmly, and then he showed a pleased smile. "You can teach me." Gabe was stunned for a moment, and then after realizing what he had done, his expression changed and he quickly backed away. He has always been kind, but just now he wanted to kill Vegeta. Chapter 39 Change the Order. Super Blue appears. Is this me? Gabe looked at his appearance and said in shock. Vegeta said calmly, the most basic condition for transforming into a Super Saiyan is anger. As long as the anger reaches its peak, the potential in the body will be stimulated, so if you meet the standards in all aspects, you can transform. Super Saiyan is also caused by anger. Hearing this, Gabe suddenly realized and said, Master, did you do that to me just now because you wanted to make me angry? Vegeta said arrogantly, what if it's not? Gabe felt relieved, and then he suddenly lost his Super Saiyan state. Gabe was stunned, because he didn't withdraw automatically. Come again as I say. Vegeta said calmly. Gabe nodded, then slowly closed it, and then the next second, he opened it suddenly. Boom! Under a burst of explosive energy, a terrifying energy burst out from Gabe's body in an instant, and he also turned into a Super Saiyan at this moment. Golden light enveloped Gabe, and he was extremely excited. Success! Vegeta smiled, a little relieved. Thank you for your advice, Master. Gabe quickly bowed to Vegeta. Vegeta said calmly, it's not that simple to be my apprentice. I understand. I will work hard. I believe that I will impress you in the future. Gabe smiled confidently. In the future, that will happen in the future. Now, it is time to end. Vegeta smiled slightly. Gabe suddenly smiled and said, Master, it might be a little difficult for you to defeat me. Vegeta crossed his arms and smiled jokingly, you underestimate me. Gabe was stunned. Ha! Vegeta clenched his hands tightly and exploded in the next moment. Pure blue light enveloped him, and his strength increased countless times. Hey! Gabe's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Everyone in the 6th universe was shocked. What's going on with this form? Why does it have the aura of God? Xiangpa said in surprise. It seems that the Saiyans of Universe 7 are a bit extraordinary. They seem to have mastered powers that ordinary Saiyans cannot master. Bados said in surprise. TCH. Needless to say. It must be that guy Beerus. He must have taught these Saiyans special skills. Xiangpa said somewhat unconvinced. Hey, Mr. Xiangpa, you can't blame Mr. Beerus. The main reason is that Mr. Xiangpa rarely cares about things in the 6th universe. All you think about is eating and talking to Mr. Beerus. After all, it seems that I am still in charge of the affairs of the 6th universe. Bados said with a smile. Xiangpa. Xiangpa was a little embarrassed, after all, he was exactly what Bados said. Regarding the 6th universe, he won't care so much. If things get too big, he will directly destroy it, simply and directly. Look, these Saiyans seem to be a little bit awesome. Transforming into this blue form, their combat effectiveness has improved so much. Bados smiled and looked at the field as if he was watching a good show. TCH. Xiangpa was a little depressed, but it was hard to say anything more. Hit, who had been silent all this time, was also alarmed at this time. He opened his eyes and glanced at Vegeta with a meaningful look in his eyes. Then he shifted his gaze and looked at Sun Wukong in the audience. At this time, Sun Wukong was also looking at him. The two looked at each other from afar, full of gunpowder. After Hit glanced at Sun Wukong, he was about to look away, but the next moment, he suddenly locked his eyes on Liuya. Liuya also looked at Hit at this time. His expression was calm and there was no emotion. But Hit narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could see that Liuya might not be as powerful as Sun Wukong, it still gave him a strange feeling. The 7th universe is quite interesting. Hey, Liuya! Sun Wukong suddenly said, but his eyes did not leave Hit's sight. Hey! Liuya looked at him. Sun Wukong also looked at him and said with a smile, I'll go up first later, okay? Liuya was stunned, and Beerus and everyone were also stunned, a little surprised. Wukong, what do you want to do? Clin asked with some confusion. Wukong looked at Hit, then smiled and said, I want to compete with Hit. Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Not to mention whether there is a chance, Vegeta is so powerful that he should win directly. Everyone thought. Beerus and Whis both showed meaningful smiles. Wukong, are you saying that Vegeta can't beat Hit? Piccolo looked at Wukong solemnly. Wukong nodded, that guy is very dangerous. It's so dangerous that even I feel a little trembling. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Piccolo even turned green with fear. Is this what Wukong said? My friends have always thought that Wukong is invincible. Except for the god of destruction, he has almost miraculously won all other opponents. However, they have never heard Wukong say that he trembled because of the opponent's breath. Even those who were as strong as Shalo back then didn't have this qualification. Liuya was not surprised, but hesitated for a moment, and then said, you may not be his opponent. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then laughed, I think so too, but it would be a pity if such a master doesn't have a chance to compete. Everyone knows Wukong well, so they naturally know that he has committed another habit. After a pause, Wukong suddenly asked Liuya quietly, if I use that move, is there any chance? Liuya nodded, yes, but Hit has a great chance of winning. You haven't fully mastered that power yet. If you can't hold on, the harm to your body will be very great. Wukong nodded, I understand. Let me do the next one. Liuya. He didn't say much because he understood that he couldn't break through Super Blue yet, so he couldn't challenge Hit from the beginning. Even though he knew the opponent's routine, his strength couldn't keep up. Wukong is different. He has Super Blue and is extremely powerful. If you add Kaio Fist, there is a chance. At this time, in the field, Vegeta succeeded in pretending and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. He looked at Gabe and said, this is the higher level of Super Saiyan Blue. So awesome. Cold sweat dripped from Gabe's face, and he was a little amazed. He could feel the oppression brought by the other party. Undoubtedly, this was a very terrifying form. It turns out that they have been able to transform to this extent. Chapter 40 The strongest killer appears. Vegeta was beaten. During the confrontation between Gabe and Vegeta, everyone's eyes were attracted and they didn't notice a scarred figure slowly walking in one direction. However, both Bados and Hit noticed it attentively. Bados's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed across them. Hit looked at Frost who was planning something evil, and in the next moment he mysteriously disappeared. Damn Saiyan! Frost's face was pale, but his face showed hatred and ferocity. He finally got the investment from Elephant Pa, the god of destruction, on the premise of winning the game, but now he lost, so his share is gone. Not willing to give in. He wants to steal the funds while these guys are fighting. Soon, Frost came to a secret place. In front of him was a pile of jewelry and money as big as a hill. And of course, there's a cube. A look of greed flashed across Frost's face, ho ho ho. These are all mine. That cube is mine, you'd better not touch it. Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice came from behind Frost. Frost was immediately startled, and the next moment he turned around with a panic expression on his face. It's you. Are you Hit? I saw Hit looking at him with his pocket in his pocket. But, damn! Don't let anyone try to stop me. Frost was suddenly furious, and he burst out and rushed towards Hit. Hit looked at the other party indifferently, as if looking at a dead person. At the same time, from under his feet, a white time cage suddenly spread out. What? Frost was horrified. He found that he couldn't move. Bump! And the next moment, there was a muffled sound, and suddenly everything returned to calm. Frost's body was trembling, and his face was full of disbelief, because at this time, his body was riddled with holes. For a moment, Frost lost consciousness and fell to the ground. When he fell to the ground, he didn't even realize what moves the other party had used. Hit looked at Frost with calm eyes. You should be glad that I don't want to kill anyone now. Killer Hit. This is his identity in the 6th universe. He is also the most powerful killer in the 6th universe. The most powerful warrior. After glancing at the unconscious Frost, Hit picked him up and turned around to leave. On the other side, in a corner, Bados witnessed all this. She smiled slightly. It seems that I don't need to take action anymore. After saying that, she turned and left. Watching Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Gabe's face was extremely solemn. He had already felt the gap between himself and the opponent. But Gabe made a fighting stance and then said, "Let me see the strength of Super Saiyan Blue." Vegeta smiled strangely, and the next moment, he suddenly rushed towards Gabe. Ha! Gabe exploded, raising his energy to the extreme. In the next moment, he attacked Vegeta directly. But unfortunately, Vegeta was much faster than him. Gabe stretched out his fist, but failed to hit Vegeta. Instead, he received a direct punch. Bump! Ugh! Gabe spit out a mouthful of water as if he was hit hard, and his appearance changed directly to his original state. One punch. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and couldn't even take a blue punch. Gabe fell directly to the ground, and that punch directly caused him to lose all fighting power. Vegeta looked calm, then picked up Gabe and threw him directly into the audience of Universe 6. The Golden Bear caught it, and everyone looked shocked. Damn it! So defeated. Because Gabe successfully transformed, people from Universe 6 could at least fight Vegeta, but what they didn't expect was that the opponent knocked Gabe down with just one punch. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The friends of Universe 7 all cheered, because the opponent only has one player left. As long as they win the opponent, Universe 7 will win. But Goku and Liuya were not happy, and of course, Beerus and Whis were the same. Their eyes all fell on Hit, the last person in the 6th universe, and their eyes were meaningful. In the field, Vegeta looked at Hit, and he understood that the ace of the 6th universe was now ready to take action. Bring it on! Let me see what you are capable of. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled up in a ferocious arc. Before the referee could speak, Hit suddenly jumped down. I don't know why, but as Hit jumped down, the atmosphere suddenly became serious. Even the proud Vegeta showed a solemn look at this time because he couldn't feel the other person's aura. This is undoubtedly a very scary thing. Vegeta looked at Hit and then got into a fighting stance. Boom! The blue light directly wrapped his body, facing Hit directly in the strongest super blue state. Hit watched Vegeta transform into blue, his eyes fluctuated a little, and then he said, "Come on." As he said that, he also put on a posture, but it was the most ordinary posture, and there were no flaws around him. So strong. Wukong's eyes were solemn. Even if Liuya has the system, he has to say that Hit is really invulnerable now. TCH. Pretending to be a ghost. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the next second, he rushed directly towards Hit. Watch the move. Vegeta used his speed to the extreme and punched Hit. Brush. But in the next moment, his expression changed, because Hit had appeared beside him without knowing when. And his punch actually failed. What? Everyone in the 7th universe changed their expressions because they didn't see clearly what just happened. Hit didn't give Vegeta a chance and knocked Vegeta away with one punch. What? Vegeta was in pain, but more in disbelief. He didn't expect that his attack could be solved so easily. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and then he exploded again and rushed out again. When he was about to approach Hit, he flashed behind him and slashed down with a hand knife. But the strange thing is that Hit appeared next to Vegeta in the next moment and punched Vegeta back again. Everyone was shocked. Vegeta! Bulma's husband shouted worriedly. Too fast. I can't see his movements clearly at all. Piccolo said that he was paying close attention to the opponent, but he still couldn't see Hit's attack clearly. Wukong and Liuya looked solemn and a little complicated. Vegeta was punched twice in a row, and he was really angry. He is a dignified Prince Vegeta, adhering to the pride of the Saiyans. There is no resistance at all. Thinking of this, he exploded violently, and his combat power soared to a higher level again. But Hit didn't give him a chance. His figure kept flashing and he was in front of Vegeta not long after. Vegeta's face was ferocious, and he was about to punch Hit at the next moment. But... bump! Ugh! Vegeta was hit again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Hit launched another series of attacks. And fists fell on him like raindrops. Chapter 41 Vegeta's Defeat. Wukong appears. Under Hit's powerful attack, Vegeta was unable to resist at all. Everyone was sweating, especially the friends from Universe 7. Super Saiyan Blue was the most powerful form they had ever seen. Except for the God of Destruction, no one has ever been able to defeat him. I didn't expect that even Super Saiyan Blue can't fight Hit now. How powerful is he? Wukong asked Liuya, can you see Hit's movements clearly? Liuya shook his head, it's not clear right now, but his attack has transcended time. Beyond time? Wukong was puzzled. It was obviously the first time he heard about it. Liuya is right, Hit's power does transcend time. But this is not his own power, but the result of training, that is, his skills. Let's put it this way, he can predict the opponent's 0.1 second later. He used time to travel to another parallel space, so Vegeta's attack was not effective against him. Weiss suddenly explained. Beerus glanced at Liuya lightly, you know a lot. Liuya smiled slightly and then said, you can only say that I am knowledgeable. Beerus. Liuya, since you know the opponent's skill, can you crack it? Wukong asked. Liuya thought for a while, then looked at Wukong and said, Hit's attack is called Flash Time, which means that he can hide in another space the moment before you attack him, but in reality your body is still there, but you can't touch him, but he can give you a fatal blow in the next second. If you want to crack it, then you can only predict his prediction. Hearing this, Wukong fell into silence. Weiss and Beerus looked at each other with serious eyes, because they found that this guy named Liuya seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. He even knew when flashing. Weiss, with the level of civilization in our universe, is it possible for this guy to appear? Beerus said with some confusion. Weiss shook his head, I don't know, but basically there is no such thing, but I don't know his origin either. Beerus was silent, then looked at Lua, his eyes narrowed slightly. Liuya obviously felt Beerus's gaze, and his heart tightened, damn. It seems that I have to keep a low profile and not give any more spoilers. Ah! I understand. Wukong suddenly shouted in surprise. What do you know? Liuya looked at him. Wukong smiled confidently, just watch my performance later. Liuya. In the field, Vegeta was still struggling. He pulled away from Hitler. The opponent's attack was so weird that he didn't even see the action clearly. It was as if the other party was actually in front of him, and what was in the distance was just an afterimage. Weird. What's even more strange is that Vegeta couldn't touch the opponent's body. When he was about to hit the opponent, he jumped directly from the opponent's body and was beaten severely by the opponent instead. Strangeness. What are you doing in your days? After saying this, Hit had already arrived in front of Vegeta and punched him. Vegeta wanted to defend, but was accidentally punched in the stomach by Hit. In pain, Vegeta forced himself to hold back the pain, with a cold look in his eyes. It's now. Snapped. Vegeta grabbed Hit's arm, and then punched him directly with his other hand. Bang! Woohoo! But the strange thing is that it was Vegeta who got punched. Vegeta's eyes widened because he couldn't see Hit's speed clearly. After receiving 2 punches in a row, the wind from the punch passed through Vegeta's body and poured out from behind him. The next moment, he directly dissipated the Super Blue state. He has been seriously injured. There is no way to maintain Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta falls to the ground. The whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded, not expecting such a result at all. Vegeta, lost. Everyone in Universe 7 was in disbelief, their mouths extremely dry. Wukong's face became serious. He really didn't expect the opponent's move. Liuya also closed his eyes slightly. He was not surprised by this result, but it was a pity because in terms of combat power, Hit was not much stronger than Vegeta. It was just that Hit could dodge and caught Vegeta off guard. In this way, Vegeta is his opponent. Vegeta from Universe 7 falls to the ground. Hit from Universe 6 wins. The duel ended with the referee's drink. Hit glanced at Vegeta and then said, "You are still the first person who can take so many punches from me without dying." After saying that, he turned and left. Vegeta looked ugly, but he couldn't stand up. Goku appeared next to Vegeta and immediately led him back to the auditorium. Bulma quickly asked Krillin for fairy beans and fed them to Vegeta. After eating the fairy beans, Vegeta was resurrected with full blood. His face was a little depressed and a little shocked. When Goku saw this, he immediately said, "Okay Vegeta, that guy Hit is really powerful, even I can't see his movements clearly." "Humph! Guy! I will definitely not lose to him," Vegeta said coldly. Wukong laughed, and then said, "Okay, I will be the next one." "What?" Vegeta was stunned, and then looked at Goku. "Isn't the next game going to be a lure?" Liuya shrugged. Wukong laughed, "I switched with him, and I also want to fight Hit." Vegeta curled his lips, "Whatever you want." Wukong waved his hands to everyone, "Everyone, I'm going. Come on Wukong." Klin and others cheered. Wukong smiled slightly and jumped off the ring. On the other side, Hit also fell onto the ring. The two looked at each other several meters apart, with seriousness in their eyes. "That guy Goku, is that really okay?" Beerus said somewhat complicatedly. Whis on the side smiled easily and said, "If Goku loses, wouldn't there be Liuya and Monica, the best master in the universe?" "Why are Lord Beerus panicking?" Hearing this, Beerus' face suddenly stiffened, and then he said with some embarrassment, "Actually, Monica is not a martial artist, he is just a courier in the universe. I said this deliberately to stimulate Goku's fighting spirit." "Yes, Weiss, it's not like you don't know." "Hoo ho ho. It seems that Sir Beerus has made a miscalculation. If Wukong loses, I'm afraid no one in our 7th universe can stop Hit." Whis gloated. "Damn it." Beerus was a little angry. Piccolo, who has extraordinary hearing ability, overheard the conversation between the two, and his face suddenly turned green with fear. Has Goku almost become their only hope for the 7th universe? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Liuya. Is this guy really good? P.S. Brothers. Cherish these days of renewal, me. I'm dying. Do you have anything to say to me? Chapter 42 Looking for Toki's weakness. Everyone was shocked. In the field, Wukong did not take action immediately, nor did he transform into Super Blue at the beginning, but stared closely at Hit. Hit's face was expressionless, he was waiting for Wukong to take action. As the two confronted each other, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. Everyone looked at this scene nervously and expectantly. They really wanted to see the exciting duel between Wukong and Hit. Humph! Just pretending to be a fool, the Saiyans can't defeat Hit at all. Our 6th universe is the ultimate winner. Xiangpa couldn't help but sarcastically said. Shut your mouth. We can't judge what the outcome will be now. Just open your eyes and see clearly. Beerus said in a low voice. Hey! Although Xiangpa was unhappy, he didn't behave too much. In the field, Wukong's face suddenly relaxed, and then he looked at Hit and smiled. I'm sorry, I was looking for your weakness just now. That's why I didn't take action. Hit was stunned for a moment, then said, You are quite honest. Wukong put on a fighting posture and said immediately, Okay, now let's start the fight between us. I can't wait. Hit said calmly, Can't wait to lose? You decided you can't beat me. Wukong smiled slightly, Who knows? Maybe I can find your weakness. Hit looked at him and said immediately, Stop talking nonsense and come on. With that said, Hit struck a pose, which was still the simplest and most ordinary pose. But Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he sighed, Sure enough, there is no weakness at all. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was not good, the referee quickly said, Then both players are ready, let's start now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong's expression condensed. The next second, he rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hit and punched him straight away. Hit's expression remained unchanged, his figure dodged like a phantom, and the next moment he appeared next to Wukong, punching him with the same punch. Gaku noticed this, but he couldn't react. He was directly knocked back by Hit's punch. Wukong retreated continuously and covered the place where he was hit in pain, sighing, You are so strong. I have never seen this kind of pain and your strength before. Hit looked at him indifferently, and then said, Use your best, you can't beat me. Wukong grinned, and then rushed out again. Wukong rushed in front of Hit and used punches and kicks on him, but without any surprise, Hit dodged them one by one. His power was too terrifying. And using flash time, Wukong was hit hard by Hit without even touching the corner of his opponent's clothes. This kind of power is really incredible. Bump! Ugh! After Wukong was beaten several times in a row, he flew out instantly and was about to fall into the ring. Suddenly, he did some somersaults in the air at high speed and landed successfully. Wukong looked at Hit, then smiled and said, Although it cost me a little, I have seen your moves clearly. What? Hit was stunned, and then he didn't believe it. He hummed, Son Wukong, your tone is quite harsh, but I have no weaknesses. No. Hit. I have already mastered your weakness. Next, I will be serious. Wukong smiled confidently. TCH. Hit was a little disbelieving, his face no longer as calm as it was at the beginning. Wukong, are you kidding? How could there be a flaw in Hit's attack? Klin also couldn't believe it. Damn it! Kakarot. Vegeta believed it a little bit. After all, Kakarot was his partner. He knew him very well. Gaku was not good at lying. Maybe, he really discovered something. Ha! At this moment, Wukong exploded in vain, and a powerful force burst out from his body, directly transforming into Super Blue. Boo-hoo-hoo! Wrapped in blue light, Wukong looked at Hit, and then said, Hit, you are really strong, but I will not lose to anyone. Hit watched Gaku transform into Super Saiyan Blue with a more cautious look in his eyes. There is no doubt that this form is very powerful. Even he might be a little afraid when there is no flash. Thinking of this, Hit posed and then said, Humph! You said you found my weakness? Son Wukong, to be honest, I admire your courage. But, my flash has no weakness. Really? Wukong grinned, and then he suddenly raised his energy again, bringing Super Blue's state to its extreme. Bump! The next moment, Wukong rushed directly towards Hit. Hit's eyes froze, and the next moment, he still used flash as before. When Wukong approached him, he suddenly stopped for a moment. Hit sneered, and then punched out. Bump! But there was no expected scream, only Wukong blocked Hit's attack. What? Hit couldn't believe it. He couldn't understand that Sun Wukong really blocked his flash attack. How did you do that? Oh. Blocked. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Wukong could really resist Hit's attack. How is this possible? How is it possible? How did Kakarot detect that kind of attack? Vegeta was a little hard to accept. Flashing time means that the other party can stop time for 0.1 seconds, and this 0.1 second is enough to do a lot of things. It's not just that simple, the other party can control time and use flashing time to enter another parallel space, so that is the reason why Vegeta couldn't hit the opponent, but the opponent appeared in another position inexplicably. Liuya explained slowly. After a pause, Liuya suddenly looked at Weiss. It's like Mr. Weiss can manipulate time and use it to turn back time. Hit, like him, can stop time for about 0.1 seconds, but this 0.1 second, for an expert, there is undoubtedly a lot that can be done. Weiss nodded in agreement. You're right, that's the truth, but I'm also surprised that besides me, there are people who can manipulate time. It's really hard to understand. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. But even if you know the principles of the opponent's skills, it is difficult to overcome them. First, you need sufficient strength, and then you need to be able to control your body to achieve unity of mind and heart. React in an instant. Predict the opponent the location of the next second. And Wukong is predicting Hit's motives. Weiss explained. This is so awesome. Klin and others looked at the field with complicated expressions. They didn't expect that they could actually operate like this. Chapter 43 Hit evolves. An unprecedented master. In the field, Hit looked at Wukong with horrified eyes. Why can you? Wukong chuckled, succeeded. The next moment, Wukong swung his fist and swept towards Hit. Hit didn't believe in evil. When he used flash again, the space was frozen, and Hit punched Wukong in the stomach without any hesitation. Bang! But an unexpected scene happened after all. Wukong had firmly grasped Hit's fist with one hand. The next moment, Wukong whipped his leg. Bump! Hit was kicked back instantly. Hit looked at Wukong with a solemn look on his face. His flash time was really broken. So far, Sun Wukong is the first person to crack his flash time. Wukong posed and looked at Hit, smiled slightly, and said, Hit, without flash, you are not particularly strong, so I will not show mercy now. Hit looked at Sun Wukong and then narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, he suddenly said calmly, I have to say, you really surprised me. Being able to crack my flash shows that your judgment ability is very strong. However, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Click, click, click. Clenching his fists, Hit showed an excited smile. It's been a long time since I experienced such a hearty battle. Boom! The next moment, he suddenly exploded, and immediately after, a powerful purple power burst out, which was shocking. Wukong didn't speak, but his face gradually became serious. For so many years, no one can escape my assassination, and no one can crack my flash. Therefore, all these years, I have never chosen to go further. And now, you let me understand that I can still stronger. After Hit's words, the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Wukong's expression changed, and the next moment, he shouted angrily, exploded with energy, and rushed out. Bump! Ugh! Unprepared, Wukong suddenly got punched. How is it possible? He was hit. The faces of Klin and others changed drastically, and there was a very shocked look in their eyes. Even Goku can't crack it. Hit's flash time has been enhanced from the original control of 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. And he is still getting stronger. Liuya said slowly. Is this guy a monster? He became stronger so easily. Clin said somewhat complicatedly. It's not that he's a monster, it's that he could have gone a step further, but he didn't think it was necessary, because before this, he had never met an opponent he could even look at. Luya said lightly. Everyone looked solemn. Wukong won't lose, right? Bulma asked worriedly. Vegeta looked at the battle with a calm expression, and then slowly closed his eyes. That guy Kakarot probably has some backup plans, so just keep watching. At this time, Wukong retreated continuously, holding his stomach. The power of the punch just now increased a lot. You've become stronger. Wukong looked at Hit and said slowly. Hit looked at him and said, You made me stronger, so I have to thank you, because you made me understand my own shortcomings. As he spoke, Hit suddenly said, Son Wukong, just now, my flash time has been used for 0.2 seconds, and now, it is 0.5 seconds. After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared. Wukong was shocked because he couldn't see Hit's movements clearly. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes narrowed, there. After saying that, he fired an air bomb at his left side. Boom! The air bomb exploded, but Hit's figure did not appear. At this time, he appeared in front of Wukong and punched him. Ha! Wukong reacted and suddenly exploded with energy. The huge energy directly knocked Hit back. Wukong took this opportunity to bully him directly. However, at this moment, his movements froze in vain. Hit's fist swung out in the next second. Boom! No doubt, a direct hit. Ugh! The purple fist power penetrates directly into Wukong's body. Just like when Vegeta was defeated before. This punch is Hit's true power. The power was so powerful that even Wukong couldn't bear it and spat out a mouthful of white blood. Bump! Wukong knelt on the ground in pain, clutching his stomach and trembling slightly. Hit stood in front of him and said, Although you can predict my movements, I, who is wearing flash time, and am still an enhanced version of flash time, can predict your predictions. You, again, how many punches can you withstand from me? Wukong gritted his teeth and looked a little unyielding. He suddenly exploded with energy again, and the next second he rushed up from the spot and punched Hit. Bump! But there is no doubt that Hit easily dodged Wukong's attack when he used dodge. At the same time, he punched Wukong with all his strength again until he vomited blood. Wukong could no longer withstand Hit's two heavy punches, and his body fell directly forward. Wukong! Clin and others' expressions changed greatly, and they shouted quickly. Is it over? Over there in the 6th universe, Xiangpa looked at Wukong who fell to the ground and smiled proudly. Bados smiled and said, Hit is the #1 killer in the 6th universe, and he can still control time, like an angel. There are very few people who can defeat him. Although Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue they say they are stronger than Hit, but if they can't defeat him, then it's all in vain no matter how strong they are. Haha! My 6th universe will definitely win. Xiangpa suddenly looked at Beerus proudly, his eyes full of provocation. Can Beerus tolerate this? All the veins are bursting. Wukong can't beat Hit. He can predict Hit's attack, but Hit can control 0.5 seconds, which is a very long time. So even if he can predict Hit's attack, he will still be there. Make changes during this time. Weiss said slowly. Is it just like losing to the 6th universe? Beerus couldn't accept it. You know, losing to the 6th universe would not only hand over the earth to others, but Beerus would also be hit in the face. Got it. If Xiangpa brags about it in the future, wouldn't it be very frustrating? It depends on the situation. If Wukong has other cards, he should be able to make a comeback. Weiss said calmly. Kakarot has reached his limit, he can't resist Hit's attack at all. Vegeta said solemnly. That's not necessarily true. Liuya suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Vegeta looked at Liuya, his eyes serious. Liuya smiled slightly and said, Wukong's power is far from as simple as you think. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. What? Everyone was shocked, and then they looked at the field with some anticipation. Hey! How do you know? Vegeta was a little dissatisfied. He had practiced with Kakarot for so long, but he had never seen him have any trump cards, etc. Could it be? Vegeta was startled, and then he looked at Goku who was lying on the ground. His eyes were a little incredible. Chapter 44 Kaio Fist and Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing Wukong lying on the ground, Hit did not take any more shots, but called the referee. Hey! Referee! What's the calculation now? The rule is no killing, right? But the opponent can't even admit defeat, what should I say? Hit said calmly. This. The referee was also a little at a loss. He glanced at Sun Wukong lying on the ground, and then at Hit. Are you going to decide the outcome? Hit looked at Sun Wukong and said immediately, it's over. After saying that, he turned and left. Slow down. At this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded. What? Hit was startled and quickly looked back. Not only him, but also everyone else's expressions froze. I saw Wukong slowly standing up, his body still shaking uncontrollably. It was him who stood up. Wukong chuckled, don't worry. I haven't lost yet. You guy. Hit looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. This is impossible. Even Vegeta, who was also super blue, fell down after receiving his full punch. This guy took 2 punches from him. He can still stand up. What kind of monster is this? Wukong gasped for air. He had to say that he really felt the threat of death just now. The opponent's power was really terrifying. And not only that, his flashes predicted his own predictions. How powerful his talent is to be able to do all this. I can fight again. Wukong said tenaciously. Why? Is victory really that important to you? Hit looked at Wukong and said calmly. Of course not. Wukong shook his head, and then looked at Hit. I just don't want to disappoint you. Oh. Hit was confused. Wukong smiled and said, you should also hope that someone can be your opponent. So, I will not lose to you. After hearing this, Hit slowly closed his eyes, then opened his eyes, looked at Wukong, and said coldly, you can't even stand now, how can you fight me? Wukong chuckled, I originally wanted to hide myself all the time, but now I have no choice. It's not because I'm stingy, but because I just mastered this move, so I'm not sure. Hey! Hit's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone was a little shocked and wondered what Wukong said. Listening to this, Wukong still has a hand. How is it possible? Vegeta looked a little ugly. Liuya looked at this scene with a slight smile. Wukong stood still, took a deep breath, and then said, now, it's time to get serious. Putting on a posture, Wukong exploded one by one, and then opened the super blue phase with full power. Ha! Wukong shouted violently, and then, a terrifying energy burst out from his body. Not only that, but a light red light also appeared on the surface of the blue energy around him. How could it be, that state? Could it be? Vegeta's face changed drastically in the audience, and he finally remembered. Kaio Fist. Kakarot's trump card turns out to be Kaio Fist. Ah! Wukong kept roaring, and his chi also rose at this moment. And it seems to be improving endlessly. Kaka. Under the powerful aura, the protective shield in the air shattered. Impossible. This kind of power has surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Is there any state more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue? How is this possible? But what is this? Universe 6. Everyone looked at this scene with horrified expressions. Xiongpa and Angel Bardos both showed fear at the same time. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Xiangpa's face. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. And suddenly yelled, "Hit! Get rid of him before he has successfully transformed." Hit's eyes showed a cold light. He looked at Sun Wukong and was ready to take action. "Quick! Defeat him!" Xiangpa urged again. Hit looked at Wukong. He was not in a hurry to take action, but was contemplating something. Soon, Hit lowered his hand to attack. When Xiangpa saw this scene, he immediately said angrily, "Hey! What are you doing? Do you dare to disobey my order?" Hit ignored Xiangpa, but looked at Sun Wukong with a confident smile. "Sun Wukong, you are indeed very strong, but I will become stronger than you." Sun Wukong's anger was still rising sharply, and the entire arena couldn't bear his power and began to break apart. Suddenly, Wukong stopped exploding, and the light on his body disappeared without a trace. Everyone was confused because they couldn't feel Wukong's energy anymore. Hit also looked at Wukong, but the next second, his pupils shrank. "Ha!" Wukong suddenly shouted. The next second, a super terrifying force burst out. Outside the blue light, there is a red light. Kaiu Fist. The powerful force caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, including the god of destruction and angel, whose expressions became solemn at this moment. This kind of power is so strong. Hit looked at Wukong and said solemnly, "This is my trump card. Kaiu Fist. It was taught to me by Kaiu back then, but considering that it would bring a very heavy load to me, I haven't used it in these years. But before I saw the Rodya used it, I also remembered it, and after 2 years of practice, I mastered this Kaiu Fist. But this is not a simple control, it requires the balance of Qi and mind. It requires perfect mastery. I originally wanted to use it was meant to be used against Lord Beerus, and now it has to be used." Gaku explained. "What?" Beerus was furious when he heard this. "Damn it! Is this used against him? Is this guy hiding so deeply? Hoo ho ho! Lord Beerus, are you scared?" Wise said jokingly. When Beerus heard this, he immediately pretended to be disdainful and said, "How is that possible? Although he is indeed very strong, he is still too naive to want to deal with me." Liuya looked at this scene and had to say that when he used Kaiu Fist in Super Saiyan Blue state, the increase in power was huge. Goku's current Super Saiyan Blue has a combat power of 1.64 trillion, and after using Kaiu Fist, his combat power has doubled to 3.28 trillion. And Hit's power is only 1.65 trillion. Wukong's power is a little stronger than him. However, Hit's potential has not yet been unleashed. Speaking of which, Gaku has such a powerful move, why is he using it now? Beerus suddenly asked in confusion. Chapter 45 10 times the output of Kaiu Fist. Crush Hit. As soon as Beerus said this, the friends who were familiar with Gaku all had strange expressions on their faces. Vegeta said solemnly, "Those who don't understand Kaiu Fist certainly don't know how heavy a load it puts on that guy Kakarot when using Kaiu Fist. When he fought with him back then, that scene still resonates with me to this day. I have not forgotten that he was just a very weak existence in my eyes back then, and it was because he used Kaiu Fist that I lost to him. But he also has to pay a price for this, because although the Kaiu Fist can easily double his strength, if it is used continuously for a long time, it will cause unimaginable harm to the body. What's more, with Kakarot the special is getting stronger and stronger, and the difficulty of the Kaiu Fist is gradually increasing. So that guy won't use it unless absolutely necessary." Beerus and others all fell silent. "You're right, and now even though he can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still can't hold on for long." Liuya said. "I haven't asked you yet, is it because of you that Kakarot did this?" Vegeta suddenly looked at Liuya and asked. Liuya did not deny, "It's me." Bang! Vegeta snorted coldly. "No doubt, Kakarot beat him to it again, which made him very unhappy. At this time, Wukong looked at Hit in the field. He did not take action, but was calming down his emotions, and then showed a happy smile. I succeeded. Hit looked at him with a solemn expression. Although he didn't want to admit it, Sun Wukong's current power was better than his. Phew! I didn't expect that I could control this power perfectly. Wukong looked at Hit and then smiled. Hit! Now, I challenge you. Hit's eyes narrowed, and he immediately assumed a fighting stance. We're always here. Wukong laughed, and then he exploded with energy and rushed towards Hit. Hit's eyes flashed, and in an instant, his whole body and even the entire time and space froze at this moment, and the surroundings were blank. Flash time! Hit looked at Wukong, and the next moment he punched him directly. Click! But the next second, a shocking scene happened. I saw cracks suddenly appeared in the restrictions that trapped Wukong. And the cracks are still growing. Hit realized something was wrong, and his face suddenly became horrified. How is that possible? Ha! A powerful force directly shattered Hit's flash, and the next second, Hit's fist was directly blocked by Wukong. This is impossible. Hit was still in disbelief. His flash was directly broken by the opponent. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement, with deep shock in their eyes. It seemed that Hit's invincible flash was broken just like that. Wukong grinned. Your flash time is no longer effective on me. Because where I stand, it's far beyond your time. Ha! Wukong used his strength and punched Hit directly in the stomach. Ugh! For the first time, Hit seemed to be hit hard. He spat out a mouthful of white blood, and his body trembled with pain. Wukong didn't hesitate, and hit another elbow with his backhand, directly knocking Hit out. Hit retreated violently. When he stopped, he couldn't help but cover the place where he was hit. Strength, speed, everything has improved so much. How is this possible? Hit said in disbelief. It's not over yet. This is how powerful Kaio Fist is. Wukong smiled slightly, and the next moment, he suddenly clenched his hands and exploded violently. Ah! Boom! The blue and red light expanded more than doubled, and Wukong's chi was constantly bursting out with an extremely terrifying power. Wukong's power has improved again. Klin and others were excited. Such a terrifying power, this guy Lao Sunday. Piccolo didn't even expect that his wife could actually raise his energy to such a level. My face turned green with surprise. Damn it! Kakarot! Why? Why do you rush in front of me every time? Vegeta said unwillingly. Liuya looked at the explosive Goku and narrowed his eyes slightly. There is no doubt that the effects of an ordinary Super Saiyan's Kaio Fist and a Super Blue's Kaio Fist are very different. It is obvious that the Kaioken in the Super Blue state that is fused with the breath of God is much more powerful. Even though it's only 10 times. Thinking of this, Liuya couldn't help but detect Wukong's current power. Good guy, it directly broke the 20 trillion category. And it's still improving. 45,000 billion, 47,000 billion, 50,000 billion. Damn it! Goku, who used Kaio Fist 10 times, had infinite combat power reaching the level of a first-order angel. The most shocked person was Hit, because he was closest to Wukong and could easily feel the pressure brought by him. This is a very terrifying power. Even he was a little scared at this time. His strength is increasing rapidly, 3 times, 4 times, no. It's 10 times. 10 times the Kaio Fist. Wukong suddenly roared, and the terrifying power exploded directly. Boom! After Wukong finished exploding his energy, the next second, he suddenly rushed towards Hit. But it suddenly disappeared in the next moment. Hit's expression changed, so fast. I can't even see his movements clearly. I'm here. Hit! Suddenly, Wukong's voice came from behind, and Hit turned to look at him. Who knew that Wukong disappeared in the next moment, teleporting around Hit several times without leaving even an afterimage. Call out! Suddenly, Wukong appeared behind Hit and knocked him away with one punch. It wasn't over yet. Wukong took advantage of the victory and moved in front of Hit instantly, punching and kicking him so hard that Hit couldn't resist at all. Boom! He punched Hit in the face, and in the next second Wukong struck Hit with a knife, directly knocking Hit into the air. Hit also took advantage of this gap to relieve the pain in the air, and then fired several air bombs in the direction of Wukong. Wukong calmly stretched out his hand and kept knocking away the opponent's attacks. It's useless. I have surpassed you now. Hit! Wukong said calmly. Hit looked at Sun Wukong and then said, Sun Wukong, I have to say that you are really powerful, and you still hide such a terrifying hand. However, I regret to tell you that my power will become stronger and stronger with you. Powerful. Wukong's eyes narrowed, and the next second he had already flashed behind Hit, clasping his fists with both hands and knocking him directly into the ring. Boom! There was an explosion, and the arena cracked open. Goo! 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 At this time, Wukong's muscles twitched in vain a few times, and his expression suddenly changed. P.S. Don't ask me why I'm updating now. Happy. The fan list is out, it's rare. Thank you very much for everyone's enthusiastic cooperation. Let's try to get the reward list out too. You know what I mean? I was about to die, hey. Now it works again. It's so magical. Chapter 46 Strong Showdown. Approaching Angel Battle. Feeling the throbbing pain in his muscles, Goku's face gradually became serious. It seems that even Super Saiyan Blue can't maintain the tank's Kaio Fist for too long. As his strength increases, the power of Kaio Fist also increases, so the load placed on his body is very large. Thinking of this, Wukong looked down the ring, his eyes focused. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a loud noise, and then, a purple wave of air directly shook away the smoke and dust on the ring. Hit's figure is revealed. Ah! At this time, purple light gathered around Hit's body. He continued to explode, and his combat power also skyrocketed. What? Does that guy Hit actually have such great power? Vegeta's face suddenly couldn't hide his horror when he saw this scene. He discovered that Hit's energy had far surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. For a moment, the friends in Universe 7 were all nervous for Goku. On the other side, the 6th universe was experiencing ups and downs. At first, they thought that their 6th universe would lose, but they saw hope after Hit came on the scene, but with Monkey King's move, they were caught off guard. And now, Hit is trying to catch up. The potential in Hit's body is very great, and he should have never unleashed his potential, because for him, with his previous power, he had few opponents, but now, he has met the weird Sun Wukong, so the battle inside his body the factor is also activated and begins to expose all his power. Bados said slowly. Xiongpa sneered, humph. Victory will definitely belong to our 6th universe. Sun Wukong's form cannot last long at all. Haha, Master Xiongpa is right. An explosion of that level is not something one can bear. It will naturally put a huge load on the body. Bados laughed. Xiongpa crossed his arms and smiled proudly, as if victory was already theirs. In the air, Wukong was also staring at Hit, who was bursting with energy in the air. He could feel that the opponent's energy was gradually catching up with him. Unable to hide his inner shock, Wukong whispered, I didn't expect that such a strong person would exist in other universes. If I had known about this, I should have asked Lord Beerus to take us to see it. This kind of ability makes me tremble. My opponent, I must respond. Clenching his hands, Wukong roared and exploded again, raising his breath to its peak. The red light was very dazzling. Is Wukong crazy? Why do you need to boost your energy? He is obviously more powerful than Hit. Clin said worriedly. Kakarot's condition will become worse and worse as his power increases. Therefore, the battle must be resolved as quickly as possible. Under this premise, Kakarot's power must be far beyond above Hit. Vegeta said solemnly. Liu looked at Hit in the field, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At this time, Hit's explosive energy had been completed, and his power, under Hit's test, actually reached hundreds of billions. It has improved nearly several times. Is this a monster? How could there be such a powerful force in his body? However, although Hit's combat power has not yet reached the level of Sun Wukong, you must know that Sun Wukong's current body, even if its combat power reaches more than 100 trillion, cannot exert its full power. At this time, Hit's whole body was wrapped in purple light, and his aura was unprecedentedly powerful. And he slowly looked up at Wukong and said, I have to thank you, Sun Wukong, because thanks to your help, my inner potential has finally been fully released. Wukong looked at Hit and smiled slightly, very good, now, let's start again. Hit's eyes narrowed, and he immediately assumed a fighting posture. There was still no flaw in his body, but judging from his posture, Hit was already serious. Immediately afterwards, Hit suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the space where Wukong was located turned white. Everything is still. Flash time. Wukong gritted his teeth, and then he suddenly exploded with energy, directly breaking Hit's flash. The next second, he raised his arms to block it. Bang! A heavy punch hit him directly on the arm, but luckily Wukong blocked it. Wukong roared angrily and punched directly. Snapped! But unexpectedly, his fist was also caught by Hit. Hit looked at Wukong and said slowly, as all my power exploded, my flash time also exceeded the limit of 1 second, so don't even think about surpassing me. Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, really? Ha! Bang! Ugh! Hit was hit hard, and Wukong bent his knees into a shrimp shape. Then Wukong punched Hit again, knocking Hit to the ground. Hit fell in embarrassment, and the next moment, he suddenly exploded with energy, and then activated flash time again, flashing in front of Wukong. But Wukong directly broke Hit's flash. Although he couldn't crush Hit, he could still suppress the place. Bump! Suddenly there was an opening, and Hit punched Wukong. Wukong could only cross his hands to block it, and he immediately fell to the ring. Hit's body reappears and appears in front of Wukong. Unexpectedly, Wukong suddenly roared, and his powerful aura directly knocked back Hit, and his aura increased again. Whoosh! After repelling Hit, Wukong did not hesitate and directly used the prince's fighting method, continuously releasing Qigong waves towards Hit. Under the suppression of powerful and intensive firepower, Hit retreated continuously and was unable to dodge in the air. And suddenly, Wukong, who was constantly releasing energy bombs, suddenly looked ugly, and his muscles were also shrinking at this time. Even if he transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, he can't sustain 10 times Kaioken for long. Quick victory! Wukong's expression condensed, and the next moment, he suddenly stopped his hand, and then put his hands on his waist. Turtle, Pi, Chi. Hit was also aware of the crisis, and his face suddenly became serious. Then, he suddenly roared and directly raised his power to its peak state. Hu ho ho! Stretching out his palm towards Wukong, a powerful purple energy began to condense in Hit's palm. Wes! Beerus suddenly said in the audience. Yes. Weiss understood, and the next moment he appeared above the ring. At the same time, Bados also appeared beside him. The two angels looked at each other and nodded. Then the two angels activated the scepters in their hands at the same time. Suddenly, a protective shield directly surrounded the ring and Wukong hit. At this moment, Wukong suddenly roared, "Wave!" Boom! The extremely terrifying Qigong wave struck directly towards Hit. Chapter 47 Cherish each other. Make friends with force. The terrifying Qigong wave was so dazzling that it directly cut through the space and rushed towards Hit. Hit also felt the power of Wukong's moves at this time. Suddenly, his expression changed, and then he roared, and a purple light wave suddenly shot out from his palm. The two light waves collided suddenly. Both Wukong and Hit are using their strongest strength at this time, because they both understand that only in this way can they resist the opponent's offensive. But Wukong was obviously more skilled, as the huge Qigong wave gradually melted Hit's Qigong wave, approaching him. Hit secretly thought something was wrong, and immediately he quickly activated the flash, and his figure disappeared immediately. I've been waiting for you. Over there. Wukong roared, and then used teleportation to appear in front of Hit in an instant. Ha! With a loud shout, the turtle Qigong directly hit Hit. Ah! Hit resisted, but nay, he was too hasty and completely underestimated the opponent's power. Boom! With Hit's final stubbornness, a huge explosion finally exploded in the air. The intense light enveloped the entire venue, making it so dazzling that the audience couldn't help but block their sight with their hands. Such a powerful power! I didn't expect that an old boy like Lao Sun could be promoted to this level. Piccolo couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. You know, he and Goku started at the same time and came here all the way, but the other side kept coming here time and time again. Keep surpassing him. In fact, in addition to being depressed as the 1,000-year-old Vegeta, he is also very depressed, because it can be said that before these Saiyans came to Earth, he could be said to be Goku's most powerful opponent. But after coming into contact with the Saiyans, he found that he had no chance to get ahead. And since the android incident, he no longer chases after these Saiyans, because he knows himself that he is definitely not as good as these perverted Saiyans. Of course, Vegeta is different. He longs to surpass Goku again and again. But now the opponent has surpassed him by so much. This gap makes him feel very uncomfortable. As expected of a martial arts prodigy, Goku's strength is quite good, don't you think so, Lord Beerus? Weiss smiled and looked at Beerus. The corner of Beerus's mouth twitched slightly. It's not bad, but this kid actually wants to use this trick against me, which is a bit disrespectful. Hoo ho ho! Weiss smiled and said nothing. At this time, the smoke dissipated in the arena, but Wukong and Hit were no longer in the ring. Where did Wukong and Hit go? The referee shouted in surprise. There! Someone said, and everyone looked in one direction. I saw two figures standing on the top of the portrait mirror of Xiongpa and Beerus. It's Goku and Hit. Seeing that neither of them fell down, everyone was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Hit escaped Wukong's decisive turtle-style Qigong. Wukong looked at Hit solemnly. How could you escape my turtle-style Qigong? Hit smiled mysteriously and said, thanks to you, I improved myself again at the critical moment, so I escaped your attack. As he spoke, he clenched his fists with a dark look in his eyes. Wukong gritted his teeth slightly, because his current body can be said to have exceeded its load. The move just now cost him too much energy and physical strength, and now his muscles are sore. You can faintly see his muscles twitching slightly. The sharp-eyed Xiongpa noticed it and shouted excitedly, hey! What a great opportunity! Sun Wukong can't hold on for long. Hit! Finish him quickly! Everyone in the 7th universe had heavy expressions. Hit looked at Wukong. Although Wukong was struggling very hard at this time, he maintained the Kyo fist with an unyielding smile. Suddenly, Hit also smiled. Sun Wukong, I have to say, you really make me admire you. In all these years, I have never met anyone like you. Goku also smiled slightly. Me too, it's my first time to meet a master as powerful as you besides Lord Beerus. The two of them looked at each other in the distance, with smiles on their lips, and they seemed to feel sympathy for each other. The next moment, they both exploded at the same time. One red and one purple exude extremely powerful power. The two of them posed, ready to continue the showdown. Sudden. Poof. Wukong's muscles actually twitched violently. Wukong couldn't even bear the pain. Big beads of sweat flowed down, and he gritted his teeth and persisted. It's not good. Gaku is about to reach his limit. The old Kaishin suddenly changed his expression. Come on, Wukong! Clin cheered. Other friends also cheered for Wukong. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly and watched this scene without saying a word. Good opportunity. That's it. Hit. Don't get entangled with Sun Wukong. Delay time. Of course he won't be able to hold on. Xiangpa suddenly said excitedly. As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted a lot of unhappy looks. Even the players from Universe 6 were a little unhappy. Gabe stood up directly and said to Pa, Master Xiangpa, please don't interfere with them. Respect the fairness of martial arts masters. Shut up. How could Xiangpa tolerate a kid doing something wrong? He looked at Gabe angrily. Boy, don't meddle in other people's business. You know, you are just my pawns. Who cares whether you live or die? As he said that, Xiangpa stretched out his hand and pressed it in front of Gabe. If you say one more word, I will destroy you on the spot. Gabe's face turned pale and he stepped back continuously. At this moment, two sharp gazes came over. With an icy chill, Xiangpa was startled and took a step back subconsciously. When he saw the eyes of Wukong and Hit, he became angry again. Damn! Is he so timid? To be scared away by two mortals? However, Wukong and Hit ignored Xiangpa and looked at each other. Go on. Gaku took a deep breath, forced himself to endure the burden brought by Kaio Fist, and said with a smile. Hit nodded, and then he flashed in front of Wukong. Wukong didn't take action. The two looked at each other, then laughed at the same time, stretched out their fists and touched lightly. This is how you use force to make friends. Hit retreated, and then he took a new fighting stance. The next moment, he took the initiative and directly used Flash to appear in front of Wukong. Too fast. Wukong failed to react this time and was beaten violently by Hit. Screaming repeatedly. How is that possible? Clin and others couldn't believe it. Liuya said in a deep voice, Wukong's physical strength can no longer maintain his peak 10 times Kaio Fist. He can't keep up with Hit's flash time. Everyone looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 48 Wukong surrenders. The agreement of the strong. Bang! Ugh! Wukong was punched several times by Hit, the punches hit his flesh, and he suddenly fell from the air as if he lost consciousness. Suffer it! Beerus's face changed drastically. We will definitely lose. Ouch! Weiss also shook his head regretfully. Wukong! Clin and others stood up one after another and said worriedly. Are we really going to lose? Was Wukong really defeated? Great! Xiangpa on the other side was so happy that he almost applauded. Hit was very quiet. He looked at Wukong falling slowly, then closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It's over. Just when everyone thought the game was over, Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, and then, the powerful spiritual support made him explode at this moment. Ah! As Wukong roared, his energy reached its peak in an instant. The next moment, he rushed directly in front of Hit. Impossible! Hit's expression changed instantly. Without any defense, he was punched several times by Wukong. His body flew out and was embedded directly into the wall. How? Xiangpa and others stood up in disbelief. Who would have thought that Wukong could fight back at this moment and be so powerful? After the critical attack, Wukong suddenly lost his strength and fell onto the ring, gasping for air. Hit was embedded in the wall, and he pulled out with difficulty, and then he was panting and looking at Sun Wukong. Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up, then took a deep breath and looked at Hit. Hit, you probably still have a trump card that you haven't used yet, right? Hey! Hit was stunned, and then said, why do you think so? Wukong laughed, and then said, while fighting you, I felt that you were a little restrained. You must be paying attention to something. Hit looked at Wukong, and after a moment of silence, he said, I am a killer, and my duty is to kill people. So in order not to kill you, I try not to use killing moves. Wukong nodded, I understand. As he said that, he suddenly looked at Xiangpa and said, hey! Master Xiangpa, I apply to revoke the competition rules. What? Everyone was immediately puzzled by Wukong's operation. Hit was stunned for a moment, then looked deeply at Wukong without saying anything. Xiangpa was a little surprised. Oh? What rule do you want to revoke? Wukong smiled slightly, I want to revoke the rule of killing. If this were not the case, that guy Hit wouldn't be able to do his best. When Xiangpa heard this, he was immediately confused. This, what kind of operation is this? How dare your opponent say that? Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect Wukong to be so crazy. Wukong, did he take the wrong medicine? Clin said with some sweat. Everyone else was puzzled. Why? Hit looked at Wukong, aren't you afraid of death? Wukong smiled and explained, of course I'm afraid of this kind of thing, but I can't let you have any regrets. You should do your best for this battle, right? Hit looked at Wukong and was silent for a long time, then smiled, Son Wukong, you are really an interesting person. Hee hee. Wukong chuckled. Ha ha ha. Okay. Since you want to seek death, then I'll be more respectful than obey. Just revoke the rules of the competition. Xiangpa said excitedly. Hey! I don't agree. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Xiangpa and said through gritted teeth. Why don't you agree? That was what you, the people from Universe 7, requested. Xiangpa glared at Beerus angrily. Humph! If you disagree, you disagree. Beerus snorted coldly. *U0026+. The two gods of destruction were ready to fight because of the rules of the competition. Looking at the two gods in the sky, Hit sighed, such a powerful god, indeed we are just ants in their eyes. Wukong smiled and said, I don't think so. Although I can't beat them now, I can definitely reach this point in the future. Hit was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, indeed. Wukong chuckled, and then he took the initiative to walk towards the edge of the ring. Everyone looked at Wukong's actions in confusion, wondering what he was going to do. At this moment, Wukong jumped off the ring. Gah! At this moment, everyone was petrified. Hey! Gaku! What are you doing? Beerus reacted and said angrily. Wukong smiled and said, I give up. I can't beat Hit, he is too strong. At the same time, Wukong whispered, I am not a chess piece. Nanny. Beerus was so angry that his face turned purple. Ha ha ha. Beerus. Now you know how powerful my sixth universe is. Xiangpa laughed proudly, not forgetting to add insult to injury. Humph. Beerus snorted and returned to his seat. Suddenly, Wukong withdrew his Kaio fist and super blue form. Suddenly, his muscles twitched, and the huge pain made him fall to the sky. Wukong! Kikai and others rushed down, and Clin fed Wukong some fairy beans. Wukong felt much better now and breathed a sigh of relief, I'm alive. Hit walked to the edge of the ring and looked at Sun Wukong, why? Wukong chuckled, my body has reached its limit long ago. If I don't release the Kaio fist as soon as possible, it will be hard to say. Hit frowned, is that really the case? Wukong chuckled, of course, I also used my actions to tell them that we are not chess pieces. Hit was stunned for a moment, and then his face became a little complicated. Wukong stood up, then looked at Hit, clenching his fists slightly. Hit, you are very strong. Even stronger than me, so if you have a chance, please be sure to compete with me again. Hit looked at Wukong and then smiled. Son Wukong, to be honest, among the people I have met, you are also the strongest one, so I look forward to fighting you next time. Wukong was finally satisfied. Okay. Turning to look at Clin and others, let's go. After that, the group returned to the auditorium. Lord Beerus, I'm sorry, I lost the game. Gaku said still very wisely. Although Beerus was a little angry, he was sensible and waved his hand. Forget it. I don't blame you. Wukong said with some sigh. Hit is really powerful. Next time we fight, I will definitely surpass him. Kakarot, before that, I will surpass you first. Vegeta suddenly said in a deep voice. Haha. Let's work hard together. Wukong laughed. Humph. Vegeta tilted his head arrogantly and ignored him. The atmosphere was no longer rigorous, and everyone's expressions softened. Speaking of which, if Hit is so strong, only Monica can defeat him, right? Wukong suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and Beerus even broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a little panicked. Wukong looked at Liuya and said with a smile, the next battle is for you to deal with Hit. Be careful, that guy is not easy. Liuya smiled and said, don't worry. Beerus suddenly said quickly, hey! Liuya! You must get rid of Hit for me. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Do you hear me? Liuya glanced at Beerus, then inexplicably glanced at Monica, and said helplessly, I'll try my best. Beerus! Try your best? If he tries his best and loses, he's finished. Chapter 49 Liuya appears. Familiar scene. It's the Lore's turn. Wukong glanced at Liuya, and then started to think a little. Liuya shouldn't be Hit's opponent. Hit has consumed a lot of energy after his battle with you, so maybe there is still a chance. Beerus said calmly. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Clin. Clin, do you still have fairy beans? As soon as Wukong said this, the expressions of Clin and others suddenly changed. Old son! What do you want to do? Piccolo was so shocked that his face turned green. Doesn't this guy want to give Hit the fairy beans? Everyone felt the same way, because they also remembered the time when they fought Zilu. But Gohan almost lost his temper. If he hadn't become Super 2 in time, all the Z fighters in the field might have died. Doesn't this guy still want to do this? Beerus also noticed something. He looked at Wukong coldly. Hey! Are you trying to give Hit the fairy beans? He knew that with Wukong's character, he could definitely do it. Wukong smiled awkwardly and said, it's nothing, right? He will consume a lot of money in a battle with me, and don't we still have Monica as a trump card here? Upon hearing this, Beerus panicked and punched Gaku on the head. Baga! How can you think like that? The corners of the others' mouths also twitched slightly. Most of them knew the details of Monica. Only Wukong was kept in the dark. Until now, he still thinks that Monica is a super master. Gaku covered his head in pain and said unhappily, Lord Beerus! Why are you hitting me? Beerus clenched his fists in anger. Let me ask you, do you want Liuya to lose this game and let Monica appear? Wukong laughed. Yes, that's what I thought. Beerus! Wukong, don't mess around! Why suddenly said. He was speechless to his master. Why did he do anything wrong, but he wanted Monica to come over. And this was the first time he saw Lord Beerus so angry. Gaku looked at Whis. Wise thought for a while and said, it's not convenient for Monica to take action now, and this game is not a child's play. If you lose, you know the consequences. Ah! Why is it inconvenient? After saying that, he looked at Monica and was about to walk towards him. At this time, Beerus quickly stopped Gaku. Hey! What do you want to do? Wukong said in confusion, let me talk to Monica. Beerus said calmly, no. Monica can't get close now. Why? But why is he motionless now? Gaku walked around Beerus and his eyes fell on Monica. Ho ho, that's because Monica has been unconscious since she just witnessed the turtle sex magic. Why suddenly whispered. Beerus panicked, and then hurriedly said, if I say no, I just can't. Wukong's eyes narrowed. He thought this was a bit weird, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Seeing that the secret was about to be revealed, Beerus suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, so he said calmly, Monica is currently undergoing spiritual unification. You cannot disturb it at this time, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. There used to be a planet was destroyed because of Monica. Hearing this, Wukong was shocked, really? What a guy! Destroy the planet at the slightest disagreement. He is indeed a great master. Beerus took the opportunity to say, so it is not convenient for him to take action now. If he is interfered with, it will be very detrimental to him. Do you understand? He needs time now. Gaku had no choice but to give up the idea of letting Monica take action and obediently return to Vegeta. Beerus was relieved when he saw this. Ho ho, Lord Beerus, it seems you are in a panic. Whis gloated. Beerus was a little angry and said, you can't say that nonsense, Whis. You almost exposed your secret. Whis smiled slightly, I didn't expect that as the god of destruction, Lord Beerus would lie. Beerus was a little embarrassed, but he said firmly, humph. If it can make Gaku stronger, it doesn't matter if I sacrifice a little. Wise. Hey! They're getting ready to start. At this time, Piccolo reminded. Everyone looked towards the field. At this time, Liuya looked at Hit with some solemnity. Although the opponent has consumed most of his power now, he is still very powerful. Hit looked at Liuya with a calm expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Liuya suddenly took out a fairy bean and threw it to Hit. Everyone! Beerus and others' expressions suddenly changed. That guy! How can he be so messy? Beerus glared at Liuya with a ferocious expression. He was already angry at this time. Lua, what does he want to do? Klin and others asked in confusion. Idiot! Piccolo and Vegeta were both a little unhappy. Ha, Liuya, this guy has the same demeanor as I did back then. Wukong also smiled in surprise, but he was still a little excited, because in this case, he might still be able to see Monica take action. What is this? Hit looked at Liuya and asked. Liuya smiled and said, this is a fairy bean, which can restore your physical strength in an instant and reach its peak state. Hit was a little confused, why did you give me this? If I return to my peak, your 7th universe may have no chance of winning. Liuya smiled slightly, this is not necessarily true. I am still somewhat confident in myself. I am not that kind of villain. Your physical strength and strength are less than half of their original strength, so I also hope to fight you at your peak. Ha! Idiot! I didn't expect that there are such stupid people. Are you trying to kill me in the 6th universe? Xiongpa couldn't help laughing proudly after hearing this, and he looked at Beerus. Hey! Beerus, I accept your Earth without any courtesy. Damn it! Beerus was so angry that his face turned purple. He looked at Liuya, his eyes already a little cold. Listen, if you can't win, I will destroy you. Liuya glanced at Beerus, then smiled and said, I'll try my best. Hit looked at him and then smiled, you are as interesting as Sun Wukong, but even if you do this, I will not show mercy. Liuya smiled confidently, just let your horse come over. Hit glanced at Wukong's figure in the audience, and then swallowed the fairy beans without any further hesitation. In less than 2 seconds, Hit's condition returned to its peak. Hit looked at Liuya and said, "You are also a Saiyan, so show your power, otherwise, you are no match for me." Liuya smiled strangely, "Then it's embarrassing." Boom. P.S. Jaime ladies. Brother, oh no, sister has written over 100,000 words. I would like to express my special thanks to a few big guys for their generous rewards, and also to my friends Tai Zi for their generous rewards. I have to pledge myself to you, oh my. I feel very happy in my heart. I am currently saving the manuscript. When the time comes, there will be a wave of explosions for you to read enough. Please give me a reward from all the rich, handsome, and beautiful people. If you are happy, there will be more updates and they will be faster. Chapter 50 18 times the Kaio Fist. Lore vs. Ha! Liuya didn't hesitate at all and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Immediately afterwards, he exploded again and transformed into Super 2. At this time, his combat power has reached an astonishing over 5 trillion. Under the normal improvement, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Liuya's combat power also soared very quickly. Liuya looked at Hit and said, "I can also transform into the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, but that stage consumes a lot of physical strength, so I will fight you based on this form." Hit shook his head, "Not enough. Now that his potential has been awakened, his combat power reaches nearly 1 million billion when fully exploded. So even if he doesn't have to dodge, he can easily deal with the opponent." Liuya smiled slightly, "Of course I don't know enough, so..." As soon as he finished speaking, Liuya exploded, and at the same time, his power continued to surge. The combat effectiveness continues to soar. This posture, could it be that you? Hit's expression suddenly changed when he saw Liuya's posture. Liuya, he's using the Kaio Fist. Everyone in Universe 7 was shocked. How is that possible? His Kaio Fist is actually more powerful than Kakarote's. Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. Is he really going to become the 3rd child of 1,000 years? Oh! Interesting. Beerus, who was a little angry at first, was surprised when he saw this scene, and then his anger subsided a lot. Haha, Liuya's Kaioken is indeed more powerful than mine, and he can withstand more multiples than me. This can make up for the fact that he can't transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Wukong said slightly. Yuxiao, he and Liuya practiced together in the spiritual time room, so he knew Liuya's confidence. How could it be? He can do it too. At this time, both Xiangpa and Bados were not calm. Besides Sun Wukong, there are other people who can change into this posture. As Liuya exploded, Hit also gradually became more serious, but he did not interrupt Liuya's gas boost, which was considered as repaying the other party's kindness. At the same time, Hit also suddenly exploded at this moment. Purple light danced like a roaring dragon, and his aura surged instantly. Ah! Liuya's golden light has been covered with a red coat, exactly the same as Wukong's. And his power is also increasing towards billions. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The aura of the two people directly caused cracks to appear in the newly restored barrier, and it shattered into pieces. As a last resort, Weiss and Bados could only use their divine power again to strengthen the barrier. Liuya's energy is no weaker than Wukong's. Klin said with some sweat. Gaku was also a little solemn at this time. It's very good that I can control 10 times the Kaio Fist, but Liuya is stronger than me, and he still can't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, which means that he is against Kaio Fist. He has practiced the King Fist to the point of perfection. But what puzzles me is that the Kaio Fist consumes a lot of physical energy, so why is it not obvious in him? In the spiritual time room, he and Liuya also performed Kaio Fist sparring, but the opponent's energy consumption was much less than his own. And this is while maintaining Super Saiyan Blue. He doesn't understand this either. Looking at this posture, there seems to be hope. Weiss said with a slight smile. Humph! Beerus snorted arrogantly. In the field, Liuya suddenly roared, 18 times Kyo fist. Boom boom boom. In an instant, his anger surged. Hundreds of billions. The power of Liuya has reached 1 million billion. Chasing directly after Goku, who performs 10 times the Kyo fist in super blue state. In the spiritual time room, he has barely mastered the 18 times Kyo fist. Of course, his perfect endurance range is 15 times, and 18 times is a bit difficult, but only in this way can he fight Hit. Boom! At this time, Hit also completed his explosive energy. At this time, his combat power reached more than 90 trillion. But it is weaker than Liuya. Hit looked at Liuya and asked with some confusion, why? According to Sun Wukong's previous Kyo fist, this technique should be very consuming. You are not Super Saiyan Blue, but you can actually perform more powerful moves than Sun Wukong. Strong power. Liuya smiled slightly, you must have heard that practice makes perfect. Hit was silent. Liuya's Kyo fist has a relatively low load on the body due to a system plug-in. Of course, it is not without a little load. As he uses it more often and with more multiples, it is still a bit too much for the body. But his situation is better than Wukong, after all, he is a cheat. He should be able to hold on for a few minutes if he performs 18 times the Kaioken in his super second form. But the load it brings is still not small, although it won't cause the sequelae of Wukong. Thinking of this, he looked at Hit, let me experience the power of Flash. Hit struck a pose and then said, although your fighting power is better than mine, you can't be my opponent in my Flash. Liuya smiled, who knows? Hit smiled slightly, interesting, I didn't expect that besides Sun Wukong, Universe 7 also has a number 1 figure like you. Saiyans are really a group of extraordinary characters. Liuya smiled and said, okay, let's fight. Hit put away his smile, and then his eyes condensed. The next moment, white fields continued to spread around him. Time cage! Liuya shouted angrily and exploded. The next moment, he took action directly. His fist was like an afterimage. He stood there and punched in front of him continuously. What's shocking is that every punch he throws will cause a collision. That's because Hit has already attacked him. But they were all resisted by Liuya. System. Activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Liuya thought secretly. Drop. Activate the strongest Saiyan talent. This is a very good learning opportunity for Liuya. With the strongest Saiyan talent, he can capture the opponent's trajectory and continue to break through himself through battles. Suddenly, Liuya's pupil shrank, and the next moment, he was punched in the stomach. At this moment, the flash disappeared, and Hit had appeared in front of Liuya. How is that possible? Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong? Wukong and others' expressions changed, and they said worriedly. Very good. Just fight like this. Xiangpa said excitedly. Hit approached Liuya and said calmly, my flash time is not that simple, because in the battle with Sun Wukong, I have already exceeded 1 second. So, you can't beat me. Really? Suddenly, Liuya raised his head slightly and looked at Hit. What? Hit was startled. The next second, before he could react, Liuya punched him in the face and he retreated violently. Reversal moment. P.S. Haha. Does it not meet your imagination? Some people say that they are looking forward to the appearance of Super 4, but it is not necessary yet, it is not that time yet. I have raised the setting of Super 4 a lot, so it will appear later. Stay tuned. Chapter 51 Shock. I predicted your prediction. Hit was whipped back. This scene shocked everyone. Liuya, he can actually withstand Hit's fist. It's really amazing. Wukong's eyes lit up, a little surprised. Vegeta was also a little shocked. Both he and Kakarot had personally experienced Hit's fist. Undoubtedly, neither of them could bear Hit's attack. Especially Vegeta, who was knocked down by Hit's full punch. But Liuya was able to endure the powerful pain and fight back, which undoubtedly shocked them. In the middle of the field, Hit wiped off the scratches on his face and then looked at Liuya. I actually thought of this. Liuya raised his eyebrows and said, this is the first time I'm fighting you. I can't avoid you. I have no choice but to lure you closer. Otherwise, I won't have a chance, but the price is a bit high. Holding his stomach, Liuya could also feel the burning pain. He finally understood why Goku and Vegeta were knocked down by each other's fists. If these were weaker beings, one punch would not be too much. However, because of his fight with Hit, he gradually grasped Hit's offensive line. You can predict Wukong's prediction, then when you predict my prediction, I will predict your prediction again. In this way, I can break your flash time. Liuya said with a confident smile. Hit smiled slightly, that's easy to say, but I'm afraid you can't do it. I can do it. As long as I have the strongest talent, I can keep getting stronger. I will definitely beat you. Liuya shouted angrily, and the next moment he exploded, using Kaio Fist to its fullest. The next moment, Liuya appeared directly behind Hit and punched him. Hit reacted and immediately activated flash time. In an instant, a white time cage enveloped the entire place. And Liuya's attack solidified at this moment. But just when Hit was about to take action, the lure suddenly moved. How is that possible? Hit's expression changed, and his fist was directly caught by Liuya. Bump! Liuya was not polite at all, and punched Hit in the stomach with full power. For a moment, an invisible fist force passed directly through Hit's body. Ugh! Hit immediately vomited, the time cage could not be maintained, and the power was immediately broken when he flashed. Hit! Xiongpa was shocked and stood up directly, his face covered in cold sweat. Success! Goku, Beerus, and others were overjoyed. That guy broke Hit's flash time. It's so powerful. Klin said with a cold sweat. Although Goku had defeated Hit's flash when he transformed into Kaio Fist before, the Hit at that time was simply incomparable to what he is now. Bump! Hit half knelt down, gasping for air, trying to relieve the pain. He was the only one who hit others, but he didn't expect that he would receive such a punch now. Was his flash time really broken? Impossible. He controlled time to the level of 1 second. How could the other party break it? Liuya looked at Hit and said, I predicted that you predicted my prediction. When I flash, it is gradually useless to me. Hit gritted his teeth, and then he stood up with difficulty. Why did I just take a punch from you, and I can't resist it like this? Liuya said calmly, your strength in head-to-head combat is actually not that great. The reason why you are so powerful is your flash time. But I, who have used Kaio Fist 18 times, my strength lies in you. Above. Damn it! Hit gritted his teeth. And then he shouted angrily, and activated the flash again. In the next moment, he punched the lure countless times. Liuya quickly dodges. Although the opponent's speed exceeds time, he has a clear idea of the opponent's attack trajectory. Coupled with his own advantages, he can still dodge. Ha! Liuya yelled angrily, and then counterattacked, punching hard, and with a bang, Hit's fist was directly offset, and his power was offset across time. I said, I can predict your predictions. Liuya shouted angrily, and then he kicked out with a horizontal kick. Hit hurriedly raised his arm to block it. Bump! The next second, his figure retreated violently. Lures have the upper hand. Hit looked at Liuya and then said, Sun Wukong can't maintain this form for long even if he transforms into blue. Why are you okay until now? He found that the other party actually controlled this state very well, with no backlash at all. Liuya smiled slightly, because I am strong. If Wukong can also ignore the load brought by Kaita Fist, then Hit may lose to him. If you think about it from his perspective, his Liuya can still endure the load brought by Kaita Fist, so he has a great chance of winning. Hit looked at Liuya and then assumed a fighting posture. I underestimate you, but next time, I will attack with all my strength. Liuya also made a gesture, let the horse come over. He has adapted to Hit's flash time, and it has to be said that the strongest Saiyan talent is Awesome Glass. It is no wonder that Broly with this talent will crush Goku and the others. He is going to be strong now. Boom! With an explosion of energy, Liuya took the initiative and was in front of Hit in an instant. The increase brought to him by the Kaio Fist was undeniable. That kind of speed had already surpassed time. A look of ferociousness flashed across Hit's face, and the next moment he flashed out, dodging the Liuya's attack, and used flash time on himself, but he was unable to attack the Liuya in this 1 second gap, because the opponent had almost no attack at this time. Flaw. So he can only dodge. Where to escape? Liuya shouted angrily, tiptoed, rushed in front of Hit, and punched him in the face. Hit screamed in pain and retreated violently, but Wukong had already flashed in front of him, hitting Hit with a series of heavy blows, and his fists hit Hit like raindrops. The energy is sputtering, the force is terrifying. As Hit was completely suppressed, Xiangpa panicked and said quickly, counterattack. Counterattack. Hit, you can't lose. Others looked at this picture and sighed. I didn't expect Saiyans to be able to grow to this point. The Saiyans in the 7th universe are really terrifying. Gabe said sincerely, and then thought of something. He suddenly murmured, if you can come, you must be very excited. Very good. The situation is tilted towards Liuya. Beerus was worried just now and now he is excited. This kid's performance, well, is barely good. Seeing Xiangpa's livid face, Beerus felt relieved. Impossible. Besides Kakarot, there is someone who surpasses me so much. I won't accept it. Vegeta on the side looked a little ugly. Of course, this was what he was thinking. Kakarot would be very unhappy if he surpassed him. Unexpectedly, there is another one now. He is also a Saiyan. His title as the 3rd oldest person in a century has been confirmed. Chapter 52 Super Clash. Side effects eventually appear. Ta 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 ta. Liuya hit quickly and rhythmically, suppressing him immediately. Although the opponent had flash time, under the seamless suppression of Liuya, he was in a hurry and could only block the opponent's attack with his arms. Liuya's face suddenly hardened, and then he kicked out. The next moment, Hit was knocked back. Ta 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 ta. When Hit was retreating, Liuya directly launched the prince's fighting technique crazily, and countless air bombs bombarded Hit's body. Hit gritted his teeth and persisted, being beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back. Hit's energy is decreasing. Wukong suddenly said. Great. If this continues, Liuya will definitely win. Klin said excitedly. Humph. Defeat him now. Beerus' temperament increased and he said excitedly. Boom. 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 After Liuya fired countless air bombs in succession, he suddenly put his hands on his waist. Turtle, Pi, Chi. For a moment, a powerful energy condensed directly in his palm. Hit was able to breathe, and then he roared and exploded. Purple light enveloped his body, and then his palm suddenly began to gather energy, and the purple light ball continued to compress and strengthen. The strength of both of them surged at this moment. Seeing this scene, Weiss and Bardos knew that they were going to increase their tactics, and they immediately used their divine power to maintain the barrier. Liuya didn't hold anything back at this time, he was going to use this full-power turtle-style Qigong to resolve the battle. Hit is not weak, his chi has also increased to the extreme at this time. At this moment, he also had no reservations. Wave. Suddenly, Liu roared angrily, and the next moment, he suddenly launched turtle-style Qigong, a full power level of turtle-style Qigong. Drink! Hit didn't show any weakness and directly fired the purple energy bomb in his hand. He knew that Liu's turtle-style Qigong was so powerful and covered so much area that he couldn't escape even when he used the dodge, so he could only catch it head-on. Boom! The purple energy bomb directly blocked Liu's turtle-style Qigong, but it was somewhat at a disadvantage and was constantly pushed back. Ah! Liu roared with all his strength, continuously inputting powerful qi, maintaining the turtle Qigong while also increasing its power. Although Hit was at a disadvantage, he did not give up at all, but tried his best to resist. The purple energy on his body was swaying at this moment, and it seemed that it would be blown away the next moment. The powerful qi spread out, and even if there was a barrier blocking it, it was still unable to withstand the waves between the two. For a moment, the entire barrier suddenly cracked at this moment. The two angels also knew that treating the symptoms would not cure the root cause, so they gave up maintaining the barrier at the same time. The next moment, they appeared in their respective camps and opened the protective shield directly. Without the injection of angel power, the barrier was instantly shattered under the two huge forces. Wow! Everyone was affected by this powerful energy. Fortunately, they had the protection of angels, otherwise they would all suffer from this kind of power. What a powerful force! Compared to me, it's even worse. Wukong looked at this scene solemnly. Although his combat power when using the 10 times Kyo fist was similar to Liu's now, due to his physical strength, he is not able to exert 10 times the power of the Kyo fist. On the contrary, because the Kyo fist consumes physical energy and he has not yet fully mastered it, Liu is much better than him. This kind of battle is really rare. Beerus was also a little surprised, because he didn't expect Saiyans to be able to reach this level. No, it should be said that a small Kai Wang actually created such a technique. It really surprised him. But seeing Goku like this, Beerus glanced at Monica again. It seemed that he was doing nothing more. Maybe Goku's goal doesn't require Monica's participation. Beerus. In the middle of the field, a big explosion was inevitable, and even the referee didn't know which corner it was blown to. After the explosion smoke dissipated, the place was in a mess. At this time, the arena was in tatters, and except for the auditoriums of both sides, everything else around it had been destroyed. But what is strange is that after enduring such a terrifying force impact from the two, this asteroid was not destroyed. This is surprising. Of course, this may also be because the two of them were just interacting with each other and did not directly penetrate the planet. Otherwise, they would not be as peaceful as they are now. Bump! Suddenly, a figure knelt on the ground, gasping for air. The breath on his body was very weak and consumed a lot. It's Hit. Facing the lure's full power output, it was very difficult for him to resist it, and he almost couldn't stop it. And he was a little complicated inside, because he originally wanted to take the opportunity to improve himself like he had against Sun Wukong before, but he failed this time. Why? He does not know. Obviously this time is no weaker than Sun Wukong's time. Logically speaking, he should be able to stimulate the potential in his body. But this time it failed. Could it be that his potential has been fully unleashed? Hit was puzzled. Opposite him, Liu was also feeling a little uncomfortable. He was also a little weak at this time, and his chest was rising and falling. The full power output just now was also a huge drain on him. Moreover, when his physical strength and energy were reduced, the side effects of Kyo fist were also reflected at this time, and he now felt his muscles twitching. Drop. The host uses Kyo fist to transition. Side effects +10. The system has spoken. Really hammered. Liu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he really worked hard this time. If he didn't improve again, it would be difficult for him to use the 18x Kyo fist again. Looking at Hit, Liu took a deep breath and then said, "Hit, it's time to decide the winner." Hit stood up and took a few seconds to calm down. Then he looked at Liu. "You are really strong. I am no longer your opponent, but I will not give in easily." He has been a killer for so many years, but he has never known what defeat feels like. Even Sun Wukong couldn't really defeat him. This powerful opponent now made him feel powerless. The number 1 killer in the 6th universe is also one of the top masters in the 6th universe. He has his own pride. Drink! Hit exploded violently, bursting out his last remaining energy. The next second, he punched Liu in the air. Cast flash time at the same time. Invisible but tangible punches blasted out. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Speed, extremely fast. Liu gritted his teeth, and then he could only cross his hands to block it. Boom! A huge collision sound was heard, and even Liu was scraping the ground and retreating. When it stopped, a burst of smoke appeared where Liu was hit, which showed how powerful Hit's punch was. At this time, Hit had already arrived in front of Liu when he used Flash. Chapter 53 The Final Victory. Universe 7 wins. When Liu resisted Hit's punch, the latter was already in front of him. Punched over. Liu raised his hand and grabbed Hit's fist, and punched it out with the other hand. Bump! Hit staggered back 2 steps, and at the same time, an energy bomb instantly condensed in his hand. Hit the lure fiercely. Liu had quick eyes and quick hands. He jumped into the air and dodged the energy bomb. Boom! Along with a burst of explosions, light condensed in Liu's hands at the same time. Then he combined his hands, shouted angrily, and directly sent out a Qigong wave. Hit stretched out his hands to resist, but his body kept sliding backwards. Boom! Boo-hoo-hoo! Liu saw the opportunity and directly exploded, using his remaining physical strength to frantically maintain the increase of Kyo Fist and increase the output at the same time. Hit had very little physical strength left at this time. Faced with Liu's output, his figure started to tremble, unable to withstand the powerful energy and kept sliding back. Turtle, Pai, Chi. Liu suddenly spoke, and at the same time, all his energy was channeled out at this moment, and he charged up a blow. Use turtle-style Qigong again. He wants his opponents to understand that there is not only a saying in the world that they cannot fight against the Sun family. And there are other lures. No. Impossible. Xiangpa couldn't calm down anymore and immediately stood up, unable to sit still, sweating profusely. If Hit loses, then they won't have the next contestant. That's it, take advantage of the moment. Defeat Hit. Beerus abandoned his demeanor as the god of destruction and shouted excitedly. Achievement! Liu roared, and the next moment, the power of the Qigong wave surged, more than doubling in size. Under this powerful attack, Hit could no longer resist, and the ring behind him couldn't bear it and directly broke into dust and dissipated. And Hit himself was pushed hundreds of meters away by this Qigong wave. Boom! There was a big explosion, followed by a mushroom cloud. 1. When everyone in Universe 7 saw this scene, they suddenly became ecstatic. The corners of Beerus' mouth rose, unable to conceal the joy in his heart. There is nothing more joyful than winning an elephant pagoda. So strong. Even if he can't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he can still defeat Hit. Liu's martial arts talent is even better than ours. Wukong looked at Liu with a sigh and said. But Vegeta's face looked a little ugly. Compared to when he transformed into Super Blue and was defeated by Hit with a few moves, Liu defeated Hit, and he was still at his peak. This gap, making him very uncomfortable. No. Impossible. How could Hit lose? I don't believe it. How could a Saiyan be so powerful? Xiangpa said angrily, cradling his head with both hands. I originally thought that Sun Wukong was the ace of the 7th universe, and he would be safe after defeating the opponent. I didn't expect that there was such a monster. Who are the Saiyans of Universe 7? At this time, Liuya was suspended in the air, panting heavily. The move just now had almost exhausted his energy. Sudden mutant disciple. The next moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of Liuya and punched at an extremely fast speed. Oops! Liuya was shocked, but was unable to resist. Bump! Ugh! Liuya was immediately slapped and vomited. The body can be bent into a shrimp. How is that possible? Beerus and others looked at this scene in shock, because the person who took action turned out to be Hit. Why? Why is he okay? Great! Hit! Xiangpa Le went crazy. He didn't expect to be in heaven again. Hit looked at Liuya and said immediately, "You are amazing, but I will also become stronger." The moment he was about to be pushed out of the world and hit the ground, Hit spent a lot of power to use Flash, and then he avoided the Qigong wave. Liuya gritted his teeth. This was something he didn't expect. The other party could dodge, but it had to be too much. Feeling the pain, Liuya suddenly roared. The next moment, he suddenly exploded and grabbed Hit's fist directly. What? Hit was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could still resist. Liuya swung violently and threw the opponent out the next moment. At the same time, there was suddenly a condensed air bomb in his hand, and he threw it out, instantly blasting Hit into the air. Hit stopped forcefully. He knew that the other party was overdrawing his body. And it worked. Without daring to hesitate, Hit suddenly stretched out his hands in the direction of Liuya and directly launched a terrifying Qigong wave. Liuya suddenly roared heartbreakingly, and with just his last strength, he soared into the sky. Dragon, fist! The next second, Liuya's body glowed with golden light, and he rushed directly into Hit's Qigong wave like a fish, ignoring the opponent's Qigong wave and rushing towards Hit. No! Impossible! At this moment, even Hit couldn't believe it. Of course, it's too late. Erupt! Liuya roared in front of Hit, and the next moment, he hit Hit's stomach hard. Ouch! Feeling the explosive power, Hit's expression completely changed. Boom! With an explosion, Hit screamed, and a terrifying golden light rushed out from behind him. At the same time, it transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Liuya. And a bloody hole appeared in Hit's body. Hit's body trembled, a little unbelievable that such a powerful body would be directly penetrated by the opponent. Dying. Wise. Wukong suddenly said after coming back to his senses on the audience stage. Weiss understood, and then appeared in front of Hit in the next moment, and directly wrapped Hit's body with the power of angels, causing the opponent's life loss to slow down a little. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Liuya almost killed Hit. At this time, Wukong appeared in front of Hit and gave him a fairy bean to drink. Soon, Hit's condition gradually improved. On the other side, Liuya's figure also fell as if he had lost all his strength, but Wukong soon appeared in front of him and drank the fairy beans for him. Liuya's condition recovered, and he took a deep breath. "Thank you very much." Wukong laughed, and then said with a smile, "You tried too hard, and you almost killed Hit. And what kind of trick did you use?" Liuya smiled slightly, "I'll tell you later." Drop. The host's use of 18 times the Kyo fist is overloaded. Side effects plus 5%. I hope the host will pay attention. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Defeat Hit. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1 billion combat power points. Reward Hit skill, flash time. Current time control. 0.1 seconds. Reward host 18 times the side effects of Kyo fist minus 5%, current side effects, 10%. Note, once the side effects reach 100%, Kyo Fist will automatically block the host from being able to use it. Once it reaches 50%, the host will use certain multiples of Kyo Fist, and the combat power will only be 80%, and so on, until the side effects reach 100%. In addition, the host can offset the side effect points through tasks. The specific situation is to be known. Drop. Because the host helped Universe 7 win, additional rewards will be distributed. Reward the host with 300 million combat power points. Reward the hosts Goku and Vegeta with Saiyan energy. Trigger system task. Mission content: collect the power of 5 Saiyans. Transform into a Super Saiyan God. The current progress is 2/5. Liuya took a deep breath and fell to the ground. But when he heard the system's words, Liuya was stunned. Super Saiyan God? The one with red hair? Liuya had the impression that the Super Saiyan God was transformed by combining the power of 5 Saiyans with special power into one Saiyan. So can he? Now that we have the energy of Son Goku and Vegeta, we only need Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. After thinking about it, Liuya didn't care, but was a little excited. Nima. He really got hits flash. Although the time control is only 0.1 seconds, it is still very impressive. In a blink of an eye, the existence of Super Blue is defeated. However, he understands that after this lesson, Goku and Vegeta will practice targeted training, so ordinary flash time may no longer have any effect on them, so he must become stronger. Although there is no Super Blue transformation reward, it is very good to have this. As for Super Blue, let's transform into Super Saiyan God first. Come step by step. After coming back to his senses, he noticed the cheers of everyone and then looked into the distance. At this time, Hit has recovered, but his condition is not very good. Seeing Liuya, he looked at her. After a few seconds, Hit closed his eyes slightly, and the next second appeared on the broken ring. I lost. Liuya smiled slightly. You are very strong. Hit glanced at Liuya and then said, you are also very strong. Next time, I will become even stronger, so when the time comes, I hope to fight you again. The corners of Liuya's mouth raised, of course. Hit looked at him, then thought of something, looked at Wukong, and said, this harvest is not small, it is my honor to meet you, and because of this, I have broken through myself. He knows how much potential he has, but he can't unleash it on his own because he can't find an opponent. This battle with Sun Wukong and Liuya put a lot of pressure on him, so he will break through himself under the limit. Liuya sighed a little. Hit, what an arrogant person, would say such a thing. Hit nodded towards him and without saying anything else, he flashed directly to the audience of Universe 6. The referee came out of nowhere, ran over in disgrace, and said, I declare that in this match between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, the 7th universe wins. Oh. Klin and others cheered. At this time, Xiangpa's face looked as if a storm was coming. Black as the bottom of a pot. P.S. If I disappear one day, will you miss me? Chapter 54 The game ends. The pinnacle of the universe. All kings are coming. Hu ho ho. A trace of divine aura rose from under his feet, and Xiangpa's expression was extremely cold at this time. The performance of Hit and others made him very embarrassed. In other words, he was like Pa and could not accept losing. You losers, you lost to Universe 7. It really disappoints me. Xiangpa said gloomily. He was also a little annoyed. If the rule of killing had not been cancelled, they would have won. Hit fell to the ground and immediately looked at Xiangpa. I don't want the cube anymore. Let me go back quickly. Ha ha. It's not that simple. You have embarrassed me. If that's the case, then there is no need for you to exist. Xiangpa suddenly condensed a destructive bomb in his hand, raised his hand, and aimed Hit. The faces of the golden bears suddenly changed, and they stood up quickly, preparing to face Xiangpa's anger, because they knew that they might be destroyed together. Hit looked at Xiangpa with no expression on his face, but his eyes turned cold. Is that really the case? Damn it, why? Wukong on the other side couldn't stand it any longer, and immediately clenched his fists, ready to help. At this time, Beerus appeared in front of Gaku, with his back to him, and said indifferently, "It is undeniable that you did perform well, but you are no longer qualified to intervene in the current matter. The god of destruction does things, and mortals intervene, and there will be consequences." Conceded. But Wukong frowned tightly. Hit is a martial arts master he finally made friends with, and his personality is also very appealing to him. If they get along well, it is possible to become a close friend, so he doesn't want to see the system killed like this. Secondly, he was very dissatisfied with the god of destruction's approach. After all, Hit and the others had helped the warriors of the Sixth Universe fight to the end. Now that they had lost, they planned to discard and destroy them like chess pieces. This was simply not what a god could do. Beerus turned to look at Gaku. "I say it again, don't meddle in other people's business." Gaku. Sensing signs that Beerus was a little angry, Gaku fell silent, but still clenched his fists tightly. Below, Liuya looked at the situation on both sides, and then glanced in a certain direction with feeling, and then made a movement, as if he saw something extraordinary. Liuya quickly retracted his eyes and pretended not to see it. On the other side, the destructive bomb in Xiangpa's hand had solidified, and at the same time, he said disdainfully, "You are just a group of chess pieces. Especially you, Hit. You have disobeyed my orders many times. Now that there is no if the value is lost, then destroy it." Hit gritted his teeth and looked at Xiangpa, then pulled back his heels slightly, preparing for a fierce battle. "Master Xiangpa." At this time, Bados suddenly said. Xiangpa was furious, so he naturally ignored him and kept chattering, "Every one of them has embarrassed me. In this case, then destroy them all. Come on. Whatever tricks you use, even Super Saiyans can do it. Okay, let's see if I can destroy you in the blink of an eye." "Lord Xiangpa." Bado's voice came again. "What are you doing? Don't bother me." Xiangpa looked at Bados unhappily. Bados pointed in one direction and signaled to Xiangpa. Xiangpa looked over unhappily, not knowing what he saw. Suddenly, Xiangpa's eyes suddenly widened and he let out a cry like a slaughtering pig. His whole body trembled as if he was electrocuted. Even the destruction bombs went out at this moment. Beerus was still thinking about stopping Gaku, worried that Gaku would do something bad. Suddenly, Whis whispered, "Lord Beerus, look over there." "Over there? What's going on over there?" Beerus was stunned, and then looked over curiously. For a moment, his reaction was the same as Xiangpa's, horrified. The Kaishin who was watching the battle in the auditorium also saw it. Suddenly, the old Kaishin was so frightened that his soul flew into the air. I don't know when, but three figures were standing not far away. Two of them looked very similar, and they were like Teletubbies who had shrunk, with indifferent expressions. There is also a very short child. He is wearing a purple-red robe. There are two upside-down Chinese characters on the front of his belly. His head is like an egg with three vertical lines divided into two colors. Purple middle blue. Who is that kid? Does he deserve a beating? At this moment, the Kaioshin in the audience suddenly whispered to the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin's body froze, and then he slapped the Kaishin on the head fiercely. 8888. Shut your mouth. He is King Chuan. Lord Chuan Wang. The supreme god who is higher than the god of destruction. Old Kaijin taught him a lesson. What? Upon hearing this, Kaishin's expression suddenly changed, and he even considered cutting out his own tongue. It's a lie, that's. Beerus said tremblingly, his body trembling instinctively. No. Impossible, that one is. Xiongpa also looked frightened and panicked. The next second, the two gods of destruction exclaimed, "It's the king of all. Someone who looks like a child." Vegeta crossed his chest and said in confusion, "Who is he?" Piccolo on the side also asked. Beerus solemnly said, "Lord Chuanwang, that is the man who rules the 12 universes." "No, it is God. The Supreme God. The man who stands at the apex of all gods." "What?" Vegeta and Piccolo's expressions changed greatly. Everyone's expressions also changed with surprise. All kings. Speaking of Lord Beerus, wouldn't it have a bad influence on Lord Chuan when we stand at such a high place? Weiss said slowly. "Say, what to say?" Beerus was sweating coldly. In the next moment, Beerus and Xiongpa were the first to bear the brunt, appearing directly in front of the child. At the same time, they bent at 90 degrees, with textbook postures, as well behaved as elementary school students. "Welcome, Lord Chuanwang." Yet, Chuanwang's expression remained unchanged, his expression was innocent, and his voice was like a child's. Weiss and Bardos also appeared behind the two gods of destruction. "Greetings from a long time ago, Lord Chuanwang." Weiss said hello. Yet, Chuanwang responded, "You're well, Lord Chuanwang." Bardos continued. Yet, Chuan responded without any other words. At this time, the Kaishin of the 6th universe and the Kaishin of the 7th universe also flew over and knelt down without any nonsense. Lord Chuan," the old Kaijin said in a trembling voice. Yet, Chuanwang nodded lightly. Beerus asked, Dare I ask Lord Chuan, what's the purpose of coming, this time?" King Chuan said. "I'm here this time because you held a competition here, so I'm here to remind you." "Yes." Beerus and Xiongpa responded quickly. King Chuan smiled and said, "You can't be lazy in the work of the god of destruction." "Yes." Beerus and Xiongpa said quickly. "Wait a minute, Mr. Chuanwang, I want to report that Mr. Beerus is not wreaking havoc, but is focusing on taking a nap and eating delicious food." Whis said suddenly. Upon hearing this, the sweat on Beerus's face continued to fall like water. But he cursed angrily in his heart, "Well, Weiss. Just wait for me. It's like you haven't eaten delicious food. I want to report this too. Mr. Xiongpa doesn't pay attention to his health. He eats indiscriminately and overeats delicacies. As a result, his figure is now out of shape. I tried to persuade him, but he still doesn't listen." Bardos suddenly continued. In Xiongpa's heart, there are 10,000 grass nirvana horses galloping forward, and now he is so panicked. "I almost forgot, the duty of angels is to supervise the god of destruction." Ugh! After listening to the words of the two angels, King Chuan fell into deep thought, and then said, "Then let's change to a god of destruction." Hearing this, Beerus and Xiongpa were extremely panicked and even fearful. It's over. They're getting cold. Chapter 55 Promise come to an end. At this time, Chuanwang said again, "I'm just kidding." "Hey!" The two brothers breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "I am so surprised." "And?" Chuanwang suddenly spoke again. "Yes." The two gods of destruction responded quickly. At this time, they completely lost the airs of the gods of destruction, only filled with respect and fear. King Chuan smiled and said, "I watched the competition between your two universes. It was quite interesting." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chuanwang," the two gods of destruction said simultaneously. "So, I plan to summon all the masters in the universe to have another fight next time," King Chuan suddenly said, with a somewhat expectant tone. "Really?" Suddenly, an excited voice came. The gods were startled and looked quickly. I saw Wukong suddenly walking over, is it true? Are all the masters in the universe coming? Let's fight! Let's fight! Seeing him walking towards King Chuan, the two gods of destruction were stunned. They secretly thought that something was wrong, but it was too late to react. Suddenly, the two guards beside King Chuan suddenly stopped Wukong. It seems that if Wukong takes one step closer, he will ruthlessly destroy him. Wukong was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. I want to talk to him, can't I? The two guards shook their heads. Wukong begged, just let me have a few words with Mr. Chuan Wang. The two guards still shook their heads and refused, showing signs of taking action. Idiot! Be honest. Lord Chuan Wang is so noble, how can such a mortal get close to him? Beerus scolded. It's okay, it's okay. King Chuan suddenly said. What? Beerus, Xiongpa and the gods were all shocked. King Chuan walked up to Wukong and said immediately, you guys fought brilliantly. Wukong chuckled, thank you. Then let's have a game. In the near future. A game between universes. King Chuan looked at Wukong and said with a smile. Wukong said excitedly, okay. It's a deal. As he spoke, he extended a hand of friendship towards King Chuan. Beerus and Xiongpa watched this scene, their moods were up and down, like a roller coaster, and they were extremely scared. Even Beerus at this time wanted to bury Goku for such a rude guy. Just when everyone thought that Wukong had offended King Chuan suddenly hesitated, and then stretched out his hand to hold Wukong's hand. Haha! Wukong laughed happily, and at the same time he grabbed Chuan Wang and shook him, lifting his small body up. Ah! Beerus and Xiongpa became nervous again. It seems like you can fit a bowl into your mouth. Goku! You are so rude! Beerus said angrily. It doesn't matter. King Chuan didn't mean to blame him, but looked at Wukong, you are very interesting. Haha! You are also very interesting. Wukong praised. Okay, I'm going back. King Chuan nodded. Ah! See you later. Wukong waved his hand. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chuan Wang. Chuan Wang walked between the two guards, and then they turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of the universe. As soon as King Chuan left, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena finally relaxed, and both Beerus and Xiongpa breathed a sigh of relief as if they had escaped from death. Suddenly, Beerus rushed in front of Goku and lifted Goku's collar. Hey! You kid! How dare you be so rude to Lord Chuan? Wukong was stunned, it's nothing. What the hell? If Mr. Chuan Wang is angry, not only all of us here. Even the entire universe will disappear. Xiongpa said angrily. Wukong raised his eyebrows, and then said, I don't think he looks like that kind of person. But... Xiongpa gritted his teeth and looked at Wukong. Hey! Has Mr. Goku always been like this? Gabe approached Vegeta and asked. Vegeta twitched his brows and then said, ah, that guy deserves a beating like this. Everyone. Liu looked at the direction where King Chuan disappeared and remained silent. In fact, he was extremely shocked inside. Because just now he was going to use the system to detect King Quan's strength, but there was no way to detect it. What does that mean? It means that Quan Wang's power has exceeded the detection of the system. That's awesome. At this time, Beerus said with some disinterest, damn. Even if I win the game, I'm not that happy anymore. That's right. Xiongpa quickly agreed, this is just a warm-up match, and the competition won't officially start until Lord Chuan Wang holds it. So it doesn't matter if we lose. Take the opportunity to excuse yourself. But how could Beerus give him a chance? He snorted coldly and said, hey! No matter what, if you lose, you lose. You must keep your promise and keep the super wishing bead. Xiongpa gritted his teeth, and then said arrogantly, "Don't worry, I don't need you to remind me. I will treat the wishing beads as a reward to you. But there is still one last one, you won't find it so easily." "Humph! I won't bother you anymore." Beerus sneered. Xiongpa gritted his teeth angrily, and then said, "Let's go." Then he looked at Hit and others, "You guys should go too. If you don't come together for the next King of Chuan competition, you will all die." Gabe and the others looked at each other. "Do you want to stop killing them?" Seeing Xiongpa turning around and leaving without killing them, everyone felt relieved that the other party really didn't want to kill them. Gabe came to Vegeta, "Master, you must come to our planet when you have time." Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then said arrogantly, "I don't remember when I became your master." "Got it, Master." Gabe didn't care at all about Vegeta's arrogance. The other side. "Hey! Hit!" Wukong came to Hit and said, "Let's fight again next time." Hit glanced at Wukong, then glanced at Liu Ye not far away, and closed his eyes slightly. "I want to retreat, I'm not interested at the moment." After saying that, he turned and left. "Ha ha ha! Let's meet again next time. Bye." Wukong smiled as he watched them off. Chapter 56 Liu Ye's Plan. Goten's Master? After watching everyone in Universe 6 leave, the atmosphere in the venue returned to a relaxed state. "Bu! You're awake." On the other hand, Satan happily circled around Bu. Fat Ou smiled and said, "Yet. I slept so comfortably this time. It's a pity that I can't help Lord Satan win the game no matter what." Satan said nonchalantly, it's okay, we have won anyway." Bu nodded. At this time, Monica came over. When Satan saw him, he was immediately shocked. He had heard Lord Beerus say that this man was a super master who was even more powerful than Goku. If it's a lie. No, if you invite the other person to join you, wouldn't you be flattered? The world champion is confirmed. The more Satan thought about it, the more he thought it was feasible. He immediately pulled Monica and showed an amiable smile. "Well, your name is Monica, right? I am Satan. I am the strongest man on earth." Monica was a little weird as to why she was stopped by someone. When she heard that the other person was the strongest man on earth, and thought of the performance of Sun Wukong, who was also an earthling, she nodded slightly. "Well, my name is Monica." Satan organized his words and then said, I now want to formally invite you to be my spokesperson. I wonder if you are willing." Monica was stunned for a moment, then quickly refused, shaking her head and saying, "No, I have my own work." Satan was stunned for a moment, but still refused to give up. "Being my spokesperson will earn you a good salary." Hearing this, Monica's eyes moved, then she thought of something and shook her head. "I'm not short of money now." Satan was at his wit's end. "Hey! Monica! So you are here." At this time, Wukong ran over excitedly and grabbed Monica's hand. "Come and compete with me. I didn't even see you take action in this competition. I'm very curious about your strength. So be sure to compete with me." As soon as Monica saw Sun Wukong, she remembered the time when the other party had unleashed waves before. Her face suddenly turned purple, and she quickly broke away. But Wukong refused to let him go, and grabbed Monica's hand tightly, trying to make him agree to compete. On the other side, Beerus also suddenly noticed the situation here. When he saw Goku approaching Monica, his expression suddenly changed. He appeared behind Goku in an instant and slapped him. "Ah! It hurts so much. Lord Beerus, why are you hitting me again?" Goku said displeased. Beerus angrily said, "Idiot! Didn't I say you can't get close to Monica?" Beerus's roar immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw this scene, the faces of those who knew about it suddenly changed and they also came closer. Wukong said depressedly, "But I also want to compete with Monica." Beerus' face was covered in cold sweat, and he suddenly became panicked. Wukong looked at Monica and smiled, "Hey Monica! Be my opponent." Monica ignored him, but cold sweat dripped down her face. He was so frightened that he didn't know how to move. "No. Absolutely not." Beerus interrupted directly. "Why?" Wukong asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a while and then made up a reason. Monica has not yet completed the spiritual unification, because when Lord Xuanwang arrived just now, he interrupted Monica's practice, so his current state is not at its best. "Top, you probably don't want Monica to fight you in this state. Right?" At the end, Beerus felt that it made more and more sense. He straightened his back and told the lie as if it were true. As the saying goes, if you want to prevent a lie from being exposed, you have to cover it up with another lie. This is how Beerus feels right now. Wukong thought for a moment, then nodded, "It does make sense." "Yeah, right." Beerus took the opportunity to say. Everyone was speechless. Wukong is indeed a single-celled creature. Even Liuya, who already knew Wukong's character, couldn't help laughing. "But Lord Beerus, when can I fight Monica?" Gaku said sadly. "Well..." Beerus thought for a moment, and then he was afraid that the other party would hold on to Monica again, so he could only say, "Let's do this. After Monica is convenient, I will arrange for Monica and Monica to you compete. But before that, you can't have his idea. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Gaku was immediately satisfied. "Okay. Then I'll be waiting for news from Lord Beerus, haha." Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Facing this guy, he really abandoned the qualities of a god. "Ho ho! Lord Beerus, you seem to be less and less like the god of destruction recently, and you once had such huge mood swings." Whis whispered. Beerus snorted, "Isn't there nothing I can do? This kid is too difficult to deal with." Weiss asked secretly, "Then when are you going to arrange their competition?" Beerus' expression froze, but he quickly recovered and said, "Let's talk about this later." At this time, Liuya suddenly came over. He looked at Wukong and said immediately, "Wukong, can I trouble you with something?" Wukong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Ah. Tell me, you are also the benefactor of our Earth. If it weren't for you, our entire Earth would probably immigrate." Everyone also smiled knowingly, and they thought so too. Even Wukong lost. Without Liuya to turn the tide, it would be very difficult for them to win. Liuya smiled slightly and then said, "That's it, I have nowhere to go. Can you let me be the teacher of your son Wushan? Let me teach them how to practice." "What?" As soon as these words came out, not only Wukong but also everyone else was a little surprised and didn't understand why Liuya wanted to do this. Wukong asked in confusion, "Why is this? Why do you have such an idea, Liuya?" Liuya smiled slightly, "I am considered your friend now, right? To be honest, I have to integrate into your side, otherwise my sense of existence will be very low. And I also hope to learn from you when teaching Goten." Hearing this, Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. What a great idea! Let's not talk about the opponent's reasons in front of him, but the contest at the back is very tempting. Liuya's strength is beyond words, so if you can compete with him often, it will be of great benefit to him. "No. I don't agree." At this time, Kikai rushed out from the crowd and roared like a tigress, "I don't agree. That kid Goten can only study hard. How can he practice martial arts? With you as his father, isn't it enough?" Wukong smiled awkwardly and said, "That Kikia, I... Stop talking. No matter what you say, I won't agree." Kikai said angrily. Wukong. Liuya. Everyone. Chapter 57 Searching. The 7th Super Dragon Ball. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this man who could perform 10 times the Kyo fist being submissive in front of a woman. Piccolo looked at this scene and didn't know what he was thinking. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he subconsciously took a few steps back to prevent the flames of war from affecting him. Humph! Kakarot, you have today too. Vegeta looked at Goku with gloating, then looked at Liuya. Hey! Come to my place, my son Trunks is more talented than Goten a lot, I can allow you to be his master. Liuya raised his eyebrows and then fell into deep thought. The reason why he made this request was to obtain the special energy of Goten and Trunks, so that he could gather the power of the 5 Saiyans and transform into the Super Saiyan God. Of course, although Vegeta's attitude made him a little unhappy, it didn't matter to him. As long as he gained energy, he was done. Thinking of this, Liuya nodded. At this time, Bulma suddenly walked forward and said with some dissatisfaction, Hey Vegeta! Trunks is my son, can you ask my opinion? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said coldly, What? What do you think? Bulma hugged her chest and said, Humph! I have already thought about training Trunks to be my company's successor. When Vegeta heard this, he staggered and said in disbelief, What? Hey! Can't you just do that kind of thing yourself? We are dignified Saiyans, proud warriors. How can we manage it? This kind of thing? Kikai suddenly snorted, What's the point? My Gohan didn't study hard and became a scholar. Goku and Vegeta were both speechless. These two women were really... Haha! It seems that even if you have reached such a high level of cultivation, you still have weaknesses. Beerus, who was watching this scene not far away, smiled faintly, as if he was watching a show. Hoo ho ho! It's really not that simple. After all, he is the one who has slapped Lord Beerus. Whis suddenly said with a last strike. Beerus was furious when he heard this. Hey! Whis! Don't mention things like that in the past. Hoo ho ho! Whis covered her mouth and laughed proudly. No! I will never agree to let Trunks become decadent in your company. Vegeta protested at the same time. What? Why don't we just follow you all day long to fight and kill? And now that you and Goku are so strong, we can rest assured that the earth is protected by you, right? Bulma said calmly. Humph! Protecting the earth is Kakarot's business, what does it have to do with me? Vegeta said with a stinking look on his face. Wukong also protested, I have no interest in protecting the earth. I just want to fight against powerful opponents. Improve myself. Besides, isn't there Krillin who protects the earth? Klin. Damn it. Rely on him? If you really rely on him, I'm afraid he'll be killed before you even have time to call for help. Hey! It's up to you, but that kid must practice with me in the future, so if you bother me, don't blame me for being rude. Vegeta said stinkingly. How can you be so rude? Bulma said proudly, holding the other party to a tight end. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do for the time being. Sorry, Liuya. Wukong looked at Liuya. Liuya shook his head, it's okay. He sighed inwardly. Sure enough, these two proud Saiyans still have their enemies. Hey! Are you done? Now get down to business. Beerus suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. Beerus said calmly, now we have won 6 wishing beads from the 6th universe, and we are just missing the last one. Only by collecting 7 of them can we summon the Super Dragon. After hearing this, everyone suddenly became excited. They subconsciously looked at the golden Dragon Ball that was as big as an asteroid, and they all sighed. No matter how many times they see this kind of sight, it is never enough. So spectacular. Then by the way, where is the 7th wishing bead? Wukong asked doubtfully. Beerus thought for a moment, then looked at Bulma. Hey Bulma, take out your Dragon Ball radar. Bulma was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, okay. After saying that, she took out a capsule and pressed it. With a bang, a larger than ordinary Dragon Ball radar appeared in her hand. When everyone saw this, they all came over. "Let me see," Bulma said to herself, and then activated the Dragon Ball radar. Beep, 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 beep. The yellow light spot on the radar continued to expand, and suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, "How is this possible? What's wrong?" Beerus heard this and quickly came over. Bulma said awkwardly, "Maybe, the radar is damaged." "What? Idiot! Let me see." Beerus was startled, and then grabbed the radar from Bulma's hand, but when he saw what was displayed on the radar, he was stunned. "What do you mean? Lord Beerus, what's wrong?" Whis came up behind Beerus and asked. Beerus pointed at the radar and said, "It's strange. There are only 6 wishing balls here, but why does the radar show 7? Hearing this, Weiss was stunned, and everyone was also stunned. Liuya glanced at Monica, then glanced at the ground and smiled. "Yeah, what's going on?" Weiss suddenly became thoughtful after seeing this scene. At this moment, Monica suddenly walked up to Weiss and pulled his sleeve. "That. Oh? What's wrong?" Weiss looked at Monica in confusion. Monica glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, gestured, and then said, "I often look at the map of the universe. Generally, this must be viewed from a 3-dimensional perspective." 3-dimensional angle. Weiss was stunned and confirmed. Monica nodded affirmatively. After thinking for a moment, Weiss's eyes suddenly lit up. "I understand." "What?" "Weiss, what did you understand?" Beerus looked at him in confusion. Everyone was also puzzled. Weiss suddenly smiled and said, "I already know the whereabouts of the 7th wishing bead." "What? Really?" Beerus asked quickly. "What is that?" Piccolo asked. "The asteroid we are standing on is the 7th wishing bead. That's why the radar shows 7 dragon beads," Liuya said suddenly. "Ah!" Everyone was startled, and then quickly looked at their feet. "That's right. This is a 3-dimensional space structure." Weiss smiled slightly and then looked at them. "Everyone, get on the cube." At this time, a giant block appeared in the field. P.S. Haha, in fact, if I disappear as mentioned before, it is not what you imagined. I am still here and updates will not stop. Watching the Olympic Games these days, my heart is filled with excitement. I am also very excited to see our country working so hard. Very touched. I'm even more excited than readers giving me the master certification. All I can say is, China is awesome. In addition, if I update 5 times a day normally except for explosive updates, will you shower me with gifts? Author, Wivu, I go to bed late and get up early just to work hard on typing. Kidney overdraft is a common occurrence. Can I receive certification from a great master in my lifetime? Reader, of course. This will give the author a great certification. Ask for a reward every day. Hit me hard, I will never fight back. Brothers and sisters who are still studying, especially those who are young, you should spend wisely. If you enjoy watching it, just send a message for love. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 58 Super Wishing Beads, collect them all. Everyone quickly entered the square, and immediately Weiss' figure floated up, and then he stepped on the square. The next moment, he waved his scepter, and the entire square flew directly up. Gradually, everyone moved away from the competition venue. Like this, they also saw the Super Dragon Ball from the outside, and received a great visual impact. Dragon Balls, which are like asteroids, are rare to see in this life, so you are lucky. But what they were confused about was that the abandoned asteroid they originally competed on was about the same size as those Super Dragon Balls. Hey! Weiss! What did you bring us up for? Beerus asked loudly. Weiss smiled slightly, and then said, "Just look at it, Lord Beerus." As he spoke, he suddenly waved his scepter and murmured something. For a moment, light green angelic power surrounded Weiss's scepter. Weiss glanced at the asteroid, then raised his staff and pointed towards it. Buzz! A ray of light shot out directly, and finally disappeared into the asteroid. Under everyone's doubtful eyes, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. I saw that the planet that looked like an earth ball suddenly started to tremble. Not only that, cracks gradually appeared on its surface. The next moment, the rock and soil on the surface of the planet suddenly shattered, and then floated away. Divine light suddenly appeared, and the rock and soil erupted like a volcanic eruption. Wow! What's going on? Bulma and others' expressions changed drastically. Could it be? Piccolo thought for a moment and then said in shock. That's right. This asteroid is the 7th super wishing bead. Weiss smiled slightly and said, this is also the reason why there are only 6 wishing beads but the radar shows 7. Awesome! I didn't expect that the real wishing bead would be stepped on under our feet. Bulma sighed. Humph! This is all thanks to that boy Xiongpa. If it weren't for him, we would have had to spend a lot of time finding the 7th wishing bead. Beerus said lightly, although he was surprised, but it was nothing feels. Then the question is, why did it become like this? Wukong asked with some confusion. At this time, Liuya smiled slightly and then said, it should be that after the last wish, the Dragon Ball disappeared automatically after completing the wish. When it disappeared, the Dragon Ball smashed an asteroid similar in size to it. So the asteroid's ash also covers the original appearance of the Pearl Dragon Ball. Piccolo also nodded in agreement, yes, this is actually similar to the Earth Dragon. Everyone understands. At this time, as everyone was chatting, the huge Dragon Ball also restored its original appearance. It's a Super Dragon Ball. And now, all 7 wishing beads have been collected. Haha! Finally they are all gathered. Beerus smiled slightly. Everyone was also amazed. The Super Dragon Balls are as huge as a planet, but they appear so small in the universe. The universe is so big. Liuya looked at this Super Dragon Ball with some desire. This Super Dragon Ball is a very awesome existence. Any wish can come true. And even the lost universe can be resurrected. Wouldn't it be super cool if it got him a thing like this? With Xiaojuju in his heart, Liuya started to observe these 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Super Dragon Balls rotated around each other, eventually forming a hexagon. And the 4 planets were between the hexagons. Dragon Balls gather. It's time to witness a miracle again. Wes! Summon the dragon quickly. Beerus said suddenly. Whis showed a hint of helplessness. Lord Beerus, I'm sorry, I can't summon the dragon. Beerus' expression froze, then he looked at Bulma and said. Bulma, you should know how to summon the dragon, right? Bulma hesitated for a moment, then said, I can tell you how to summon the dragon, but you must not make wishes casually, especially wishes such as destroying the universe. Beerus said impatiently, I know, I'm so annoyed. Don't worry, I won't do such a thing. After hearing this, Bulma was relieved and then said, the way to summon the dragon is to communicate with the Dragon Ball in the divine language, and finally shout, I want to send it. This way the dragon will come out. Hearing this, Beerus pondered for a moment, then looked at Whis, summon. Hearing this, Weiss nodded slightly, then he swung his scepter, and then, a sacred breath burst out from his body. Then, Weiss's face became serious, and he said in the language of God, come out. Shenlong. Quack, quack, quack. The venue suddenly fell into silence, and everyone couldn't help but wonder, what does this mean? Did it fail? Buzz. Suddenly at this moment, the 7 beads suddenly emitted golden light. Under the golden light, all 7 beads suddenly lit up. They emitted a dazzling golden light, and then the hexagonal Dragon Ball suddenly transferred all its power to the 4 stars in the middle. This is, A reaction. Everyone held their breath, because they knew that the real being at the top of this world was about to come out. Buzz. Suddenly, the 7 dragon beads were directly wrapped in golden light, and the golden light was continuously expanding. It's getting more and more dazzling. Everyone, protect your eyes. Wukong blocked the dazzling light with his hands. Everyone followed suit and cooked the food. Beerus was fine. He was used to Dragon Balls, so he wasn't surprised at all. After a while, the space trembled violently at this moment. Suddenly, a powerful force spread out, followed by a powerful breath. Weiss's eyes narrowed, and then he waved slightly, and then the scepter in his hand also emitted a weak green light, immediately wrapping the entire square and retreating back. After retreating to a safe area, they all watched this spectacular scene. Especially Bulma, because for her as a scientist, this kind of thing is of great research value. Wukong looked at this scene and smiled slightly. This scene reminds me of what happened when I was a child. At that time, the Dragon Balls on the earth were very difficult to find. It's not as easy to find them as it is now. Yes. The days when Goku and I went looking for the Dragon Balls together are so nostalgic. It's been so many years now. Time flies so fast. Bulma said with emotion. Haha, actually Bulma, you are not that old anymore. Goku laughed. Bulma suddenly became angry. Wukong. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha. Wukong smiled awkwardly. Beside him, Vegeta's eyelids were twitching violently, and he had a bad feeling. Why do I feel like my head is green? Chapter 59 The End. Bulma's invitation. When everyone was sighing at these 7 giants, suddenly, the 7 wishing beads burst out with bright golden light at this moment. Buzz. Golden light enveloped the 7 wishing beads, followed by golden light that was as dazzling as the sun, and then, a huge figure condensed in the form of golden light, which was a vague dragon shadow. Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded through the starry sky, and the entire universe heard this dragon roar at this moment. It was so spectacular. At the same time, a golden dragon was traveling in the universe. In its eyes, planets were just tiny pellets. When it opened its huge mouth, it swallowed a planet. At the same time, Wukong and others were also sucked into the endless abyss by this mouthful. What's going on? Wukong and others' expressions changed. They thought they were swallowed by the super dragon. Don't panic, we are entering the inner world of Shenlong, where we can truly see Shenlong. Weiss suddenly said at this time. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved a little. I don't know how long it took, but everyone saw a huge golden dragon suspended in the darkness. The holy light it emitted was extremely sacred, as if it was going to illuminate the universe. Is this, the divine dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Ball? Piccolo, as a Namekian, is very familiar with the Dragon Ball, but now, when he saw this super divine dragon appear, he sincerely felt that the insignificance. No matter it is the divine dragon of the earth or the divine dragon of planet Namek, they cannot compare with the current divine dragon. No wonder it is said that the Dragon Balls on Earth are only made from fragments of Super Dragon Balls. It's really surprising. Okay, now you can make a wish. Lord Beerus. Whis said slowly, holding a staff in one hand and behind his back in the other. Beerus nodded lightly, then looked at Super Shenlong, and said thoughtfully, the wish made by the wishing bead must be made in the language of our god to be effective. Yes, Lord Beerus, you should hurry up and make a wish, but don't make any bad wishes secretly. Do you understand this sentence? Bulma suddenly reminded. Beerus could only nod. I understand, I understand. No need to repeat it to me so much. As he said that, he looked at Weiss and said, Hey Weiss. Make a promise to me, I say, promise. Weiss nodded, Yes, Lord Beerus. After hesitating for a moment, Beerus organized his language, and then spoke a bunch of words to Shenron that Gaku and others could not understand. Everyone. Liuya's face was also filled with astonishment. He didn't feel anything until he saw it. He was startled when he saw it. It was just like the song of a bird. And soon, Beerus stopped chirping and said to Whis, "That's it." Weiss raised his eyebrows in surprise, then said without saying anything more, "Yes." After saying that, he started talking to Shenlong, of course, using divine language and adding some special rhythms. After stopping, Weiss looked at the dragon, waiting for its response. Buzz. At this time, the super dragon's strange red eyes suddenly glowed red. It took only 2 seconds for it to return to its original state. The super dragon looked at Weiss and said in the language of God, "The wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." Weiss gave a slight bow. As soon as he finished speaking, the super divine dragon roared toward the sky. At this moment, its dragon roar resounded throughout the universe. Aha! Immediately afterwards, the super divine dragon became elusive and turned into 7 super dragon balls, which shot out in 7 different directions in the next second. No one knows where they are going. Is that over? Wukong's doubtful voice sounded under the silent starry sky. Ah, that should be it. Piccolo responded. What? I feel so lonely. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma said helplessly, and then looked at Beerus. This is a secret. Beerus said with a faint smile. What a secret, don't tell me. We won the Super Dragon Balls, so let's reveal them anyway. Bulma refused to accept it and said angrily. That's right. Mr. Stingy Beerus, what's there to hide? Wukong also said dissatisfied. Hey! Well, since you want to know so much, let me tell you that I just asked Shenron for a comfortable bed. Beerus said proudly. What? Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a result. Idiot! I can fulfill this request at any time, okay? You just wasted this opportunity. Bulma reacted and became angry. What? You dare to call me an idiot? Woman! Did I indulge you too much? Do I want to be destroyed? Beerus said angrily. Bulma, however, was not afraid and said calmly, is that good in the first place? I can make your wish come true at any time. Then it's better to use the Super Dragon Balls to do something beneficial. Humph. Anyway, the wish has been made. No matter so much. This trip is over here, Whis, let's go back. Beerus greeted. As you command, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled slightly, and then drove the cube directly to Shuttle. What? Bulma sighed, this trip was in vain. I don't think so. I'm very excited to meet masters from other universes this time. I look forward to fighting them again next time. Wukong smiled, with excitement in his eyes. Humph! Single-celled organism. Bulma snorted coldly. That's right. Liuya, right. Wukong laughed and then looked at Liuya. Liuya came back to his senses and nodded, ah, yes. By the way, what are your plans after you go back? Wukong asked curiously. Liuya thought for a while and then said, I'll stay at the Temple of Heaven for now. Wukong understood. Well, Liuya, you don't have a place to live yet, right? Since you performed well this time, I decided to give you a house, how about it? At this time, Bulma suddenly said. Liuya was stunned and didn't understand what this woman was planning, this. Don't worry. I don't usually live in that house, so it's useless to leave it alone. It's boring for you to stay in the Temple of Heaven all the time. You might as well live a good life down there. And it's close to my home. You can come when you have time. Let's spar with Vegeta. Bulma said with a playful smile. She is also somewhat selfish. After all, Vegeta is so far behind Goku this time and has been surpassed by Liuya. She wants to help Vegeta improve his strength, at least not to embarrass Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta didn't know what the woman was thinking, so he snorted coldly. Liyue thought for a while and felt that he couldn't just practice cultivation, he still had to live a good life, so he said, "Okay. Thank you then." Chapter 60 Celebration Banquet. Name Monica. At the same time, Bados, who was rushing back to the 6th universe, was suddenly stunned when her scepter suddenly lit up with green light. What's going on? Bados was a little curious, and then took a look at what was happening in the crystal ball of the scepter, and her expression suddenly became exciting. Brush! The space cube that was still shuttling came to a sudden stop. Ouch! Xiangpa didn't react and hit the glass in front of him directly. Bados! Are you trying to murder me? Xiangpa looked at Bados like a roar. Bados appeared in the square and said immediately, "No, Master Xiangpa, I have something to report to you." "What can't we talk about when we go back?" Xiangpa said unhappily. Bados handed the scepter to Xiangpa. On the crystal, a planet appeared, which was similar to the Earth in the 7th universe. "Lord Xiangpa, look at this." Xiangpa glanced at the Earth in the crystal ball disapprovingly, and suddenly became unhappy. "Isn't it the Earth? Don't mention the Earth to me. I will get angry if you mention it. Damn it! He has summoned the strongest players in the universe, but he didn't expect that he can't even defeat the people on a planet in the 7th universe. Can he not be depressed? No. This is the Earth of the 6th universe." Bados shook his head. "What do you mean?" Xiangpa reacted and asked curiously. Bados explained, "This is the Earth of our 6th universe. Now for some reason, the Earth has humans again, and whether it is civilization or other things, it is similar to the Earth of the 7th universe." "Really? Doesn't that mean that we also have our own Earth?" Xiangpa said excitedly. "Yes. We can also eat very delicious food," Bados said with a smile. "Speaking of which, what's going on?" Xiangpa looked puzzled, wondering why this happened. Bados thought for a while and then said, "It should be Lord Beerus who made a wish with the Super Dragon Ball and turned our Earth into what they did." Hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes widened, and then he frowned and said, "How is that possible?" He. Suddenly, a huge golden ball flew past them, but soon disappeared at the end of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. "That's a wishing ball." Xiangpa stared at this scene with a bit of disbelief in his eyes. Bados said, "Master Xiangpa, it should be just like what I said." Xiangpa was silent, feeling a little complicated in his heart. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and smiled arrogantly, "Hey! You meddling guy! Don't think I will thank him. The competition between us will not end so easily." Having said that, his tone was not so aggressive. Bados smiled knowingly, and then set off again. On the other side, after the game with Universe 6, the friends all returned to Earth. Peaceful life begins again. Liyue also moved to live in the house given to him by Bulma. To be honest, Liyue has never thought about this kind of life. In his opinion, when he travels to the Dragon Ball world, he should be either fighting or on the way to fight. Other than that, it's just practice and practice. How can I want to live in such a comfortable house? But now it's true, and Liyue's tense nerves are gradually relaxing. In this case, take a few days off. On the 3rd day, Bulma issued a notice that a celebration party would be held at her home. All friends are invited to participate. Of course. Their hero Liyue was also invited. Liyue thought for a while, and then knew that this day seemed to be the story of Wukong and Monica. So he went directly to Bulma's house. "Hello, Mr. Weiss." On Beerus planet, Whis is talking to Bulma. "Hey, Miss Bulma, what do you want from me? Or are there any new delicacies coming out?" Weiss asked expectantly. In the crystal ball, Bulma smiled slightly and said, Well, that's it. I plan to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the heroes who defeated the sixth universe, so I also want to invite you to come. Is it convenient for you? Weiss smiled. Celebration party? It should be the kind of party with a lot of delicious food, right? Yes, it's just like the banquet you and Lord Beerus had for the first time last time. The food is delicious this time. Bulma said seductively. Really? Do you have food? At this time, Beerus came over from nowhere and said excitedly. Ah, of course. But Lord Beerus, you can bring Monica with you by the way. Bulma thought of something and said. Beerus' face froze, but he quickly recovered. Ah. I understand. That's it, we will go. After saying that, he motioned to Weiss, who smiled slightly and said goodbye to Bulma. After the call ended, there was silence. Beerus walked back and forth, a little agitated. Weiss saw what he was thinking, and immediately said, Lord Beerus, if you ask me, let's recruit him. No. Beerus said in a deep voice upon hearing this. But there's no way to go on like this. Wukong will find out sooner or later. Weiss said quietly. No, no. If we confess, then Goku and the others will slack off in their training. Although Vegeta already knows the truth, Goku will be greatly affected by this. If he knows that Monica is a fake master, then he may be in trouble. This is a bad sign for him. Besides, as a god, I have already lied. If Wukong knew about it, I might not even become his target. Besides, if this matter reaches the ears of Lord Xuanwang, wouldn't it be the rumor that ruins me? Beerus gave a lot of reasons. Weiss laughed. In the end, you are only doing it for yourself. Beerus disagreed and said calmly, in short, Goku must not let him know Monica's identity. Therefore, we will not bring Monica to this celebration party. But Bulma asked Monica to go there by name. Weiss said suddenly. Idiot! Wouldn't he lie and say that he was sick and couldn't come? Beerus said with a black line on his face. Oh yo, it seems that Lord Beerus, you are going further and further down the road of lying. Weiss said with a joking smile. Beerus' face darkened. Who am I doing this for? Who knows? But I'm really looking forward to the delicacies of the earth. Weiss laughed. Beerus glanced at Weiss speechlessly. You guy. Chapter 61 Discussion. Lore vs Gotenks. Bulma's house. At this time, Bulma held a large celebration banquet and invited all her friends to participate. Of course Liuya also came here. He was sitting at the gourmet table eating snacks. I have to say that the food here is very delicious, a little different from his world. Of course, Liuya was still very low-key. Except for Bulma coming to say hello at the beginning, he didn't make much noise. After all, everyone here knew each other, so the greeting seemed a bit unfamiliar. Today is the battle between Wukong and the fake Monica, but thinking about it, I'm still looking forward to it. Liuya looked around and found that Wukong was not around, and smiled slightly. But when he thought of something, Liuya frowned. He has not yet been able to turn into Super Saiyan Blue. Even Super Saiyan God has not reached it. Of course, he is now heading towards Super Saiyan God. Effort. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his attention to Trunks and Goten who were playing around. He had to ask them for help. With this thought in mind, Liuya stood up and walked towards the two of them. At this time, the two of them also discovered the approaching Liuya, and they suddenly became curious. The two little ghosts chatted quietly. Hey Wushan, look, Brother Liuya is here. It's true. Brother Liuya is a very strong master. He defeated enemies that neither Dad nor Uncle Vegeta could defeat. Do you think we should fight him? Trunks suddenly suggested. Ah? Isn't this not good? If Mom knew, she would blame us. Goten looked hesitant. Idiot! Can't we just find a place where no one can see us? And if the two of us defeat Brother Liuya, then we can show off in front of Daddy. Trunks had a daydreaming look on his face. But Wushan was still a good boy relatively speaking, and he was still a little hesitant. When Trunks saw this, he immediately rolled his eyes, and then said, "How about this? I bought a new set of limited edition toys yesterday, and I can give one to you, how about it? It's very cool." Hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, "Really? That's great. Very good. That's it." Trunks smiled slightly. Liuya was suddenly startled. He saw two little guys walking towards him. What does it mean? Brother Liuya. Hello. Trunks and Goten came to Liuya and said hello. Liuya smiled slightly, "Hello, are you looking for me?" Trunks nodded vigorously, "Yes. Goten and I saw you defeat Hit, the strongest killer, and we admire you very much. Right, Goten?" As he said that, he kicked Goten, who nodded quickly, "Yeah. Yes." Liuya laughed and said, "So? That's what you two came to me to talk about?" "Of course not. The two of us came to you because we want to fight you once." Trunks said proudly. "Oh? Are you looking for a fight with me?" A flash of light flashed across Liuya's eyes, and then he smiled and said, "Okay. Promise." Taking this opportunity, if he can get the energy of these two little guys, then he will be one step closer to his goal. Yeah. Great. Trunks and Goten were both happy. "Okay. Then let's find a place to fight where no one is," Trunks suggested. Liuya glanced at Bulma and Vegeta in the distance, then nodded, "Okay." Soon, the two little guys and Liuya left the banquet. Vegeta, who noticed this scene, glanced at the direction they were leaving, his eyes flickered, and then he looked away. Arriving at a small island by the lake, Liuya and the two little guys stopped. "Okay. Fighting here won't affect the banquet." Trunks looked at Liuya and said, "We are going to join forces." Liuya smiled slightly, "Come on. Although these two little guys are not strong, they are still very good after fusion." Trunks looked at Goten and said, "Goten. Let's use fusion." Yeah. Wushan was also excited about the next battle. So the two little guys stood side by side, and then started dancing, standing on tiptoes, hands horizontally outside, and began to approach each other. "Wrong, hee. Ha." The two index fingers directly touched each other, and in the next second, Trunks and Goten were wrapped in a ball of light. Liuya's eyes narrowed, and he could feel that after the two little guys merged, their strength improved a lot. The light dissipated, revealing Gotenks' figure. His body had not changed much, but his hairstyle was similar to that of Goten when he turned into a Super Saiyan, and the hair color was half and half. Gotenks' initial form. How about it? It's awesome. This is the trump card between us. Gotenks said proudly. He thought Liuya didn't know that they could fuse. Liuya nodded, "It's indeed good." Drop. Trigger system side tasks. Mission content, fight against Gotenks. The system suddenly spoke. Liuya was overjoyed and energetic. He looked at Gotenks, "Come on." "Okay." Gotenks made a gesture, then stamped his toes and rushed directly to the lure. Ha! Gotenks punched Lua, but the latter grabbed his fist directly. Eh? How is that possible? Gotenks didn't believe it. He had already fused. Logically speaking, he should be very powerful. Regarding the two little guys' amazing confidence, Liuya smiled and said, "I can even predict when to dodge, so you have to go all out. In that case, let's attack with all our strength." Gotenks shouted, and the next moment he exploded, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and his power skyrocketed. Suddenly, a strong force came. Liuya frowned, and then had to let go of the other party. Taking advantage of this gap, Gotenks quickly used his fists and kicks at the Lua, firing a set of high-speed punches continuously, making a clicking sound from his mouth. But Liu can dodge the opponent's attack. Even if the opponent's strength increases 50 times, it can't do anything to him. Although both Goten and Trunks can transform into Super Saiyans, their fighting power is not strong, and although they become stronger after fusion, they are still not good enough. However, the opponent's form is also constantly improving, and Liu will soon have to take it seriously. Bump! Snapped! Liu caught Gotenks' punch and then hit him with an elbow backhand. But Gotenks seemed to have expected it. He directly supported the Lua's arms with both hands and jumped behind the Lua. Then he turned around and swept out with a kick. Liu's speed is not slow, and his figure disappears in a flash. The two began to collide fiercely, and the violent aura caused water pillars to rise into the sky around them. Chapter 62 Fierce Battle. Super Saiyan Gotenks. At this time, in the celebration banquet, everyone also felt the chi coming from the distance. That's Gotenks' anger, and Liu's. Why did they start fighting? Klin said in surprise. Indeed, what are those two boys doing? Bick narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly. They should be sparring, but according to Liu's character, Goten and Trunks should have taken the initiative to find him. Krillin said thoughtfully. Everyone agreed, after all, the naughty nature of these two brats was really a headache. Shishi and Bulma were both a little angry when they heard this. How come these two babies disappeared as soon as they turned around? Hey! Vegeta, go call them back. The party is about to start. Bulma said to Vegeta, who was standing not far away with his arms crossed. Vegeta paused, but after all, he still did not refuse his wife's request, so he ducked and disappeared. On the other side, Liu and Gotenks were still fighting fiercely, and Liu was having a hard time dealing with it at this time. I have to say that after these two little guys found the feeling, they became stronger and stronger. Haha! Give me a hit! Gotenks suddenly said excitedly, and then he punched fiercely, and his fist and arm rotated like a hot wheel. Ha! Gotenks punched the lure directly. The latter was startled and then crossed his hands in front of him. Bump! The next second, Liu's body suddenly retreated, and when he stopped, his arms were a little numb. Rubbing his arms, Liu looked at Gotenks and smiled, there's something. Hee hee. Gotenks chuckled, with a rather proud expression on his face. But, I have to be serious now. Liu tightened his fists, and then shouted angrily, exploding fiercely, and a pure white light enveloped himself, and his power was constantly rising. Liu didn't use all his strength just now. His approach was a bit similar to Wukong. He didn't use all his strength beforehand, but warmed up first, and now he really lets go. Seeing such a powerful aura, Gotenks couldn't calm down. System, activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Liu thought silently in his heart. Drop. The strongest Super Saiyan talent is activated. Liu looked at Gotenks. He was not just doing it to complete the task, this was also a good opportunity for improvement. Very good. Come again. Liu smiled slightly, and then took the initiative to attack. In the next moment, he was in front of Gotenks, and punched Gotenks away who didn't react. Ouch! It hurts. You unexpectedly attacked me. Gotenks covered his face with tears of pain. Liu said innocently, what sneak attack? I told you in advance. Gotenks put his hands on his hips and said fiercely, I'm angry. The consequences will be serious. Let you try my moves. As he said that, Gotenks suddenly took a deep breath, and then he exhaled continuously in front of him. Then, Gotenks appeared in front of him one by one like souls. There are 6 in total in front of you. Liu raised his eyebrows. He had seen this before. As soon as it touched these things, they would explode immediately. The destructive power was amazing. It seemed that he had to be careful. Catch him! Gotenks pointed at Liuya, and immediately the boys rushed out like wild horses running wild. Liuya's eyes narrowed, and then he stretched out his palm to fire several air bombs. Boom boom boom. For a moment. When the air bombs touched those soul bodies, they exploded. There were explosions in the field. What? Gotenks was a little dissatisfied, and then he breathed out fiercely again, summoning more than a dozen subordinates in a row. Those soul bodies rushed out again. Liuya looked calm, and the next moment he exploded, using his speed to the extreme, flying in the air while dodging those things. Gotenks was manipulating a group of boys to pursue him. I have to say that this was very interesting. He had a happy smile on his face and kept chasing the lure. Boom! 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 Several of them, surrounded by lures, exploded when they collided with each other. Suddenly, Liuya changed direction and rushed directly towards Gotenks. Gotenks was startled and then reacted, I know what you want to do. But I won't let you succeed. Liuya smiled slightly, and the next second, he was in front of Gotenks. Gotenks exploded with energy and immediately punched Lua. And those puppets still have no intention of stopping. Call out! Suddenly, just when Gotenks was about to hit the lure, he suddenly swerved and avoided Gotenks' attack. The two were less than a fist apart. The next moment, Lua used teleportation and disappeared. He was only a fist away from Gotenks just now, but he had no intention of attacking him. Gotenks was stunned for a moment, and then realized that his younger brothers had already bumped into him without distinguishing between friend and foe. Gotenks screamed, but he still didn't escape the fate of being bombed. The smoke from the explosion directly buried Gotenks' figure. Liuya appeared dozens of meters away, watching the explosion, but the next second, his face froze. Ha! A loud shout came, and then, a burst of golden light broke through the smoke like the sun, revealing Gotenks' figure. At this time, Gotenks' appearance changed drastically. His hair had grown longer and his eyebrows were missing. Super Saiyan Level 3. Gotenks transforms into a third-level Super Saiyan. The breath surges. Liuya narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little solemn. They actually forced us to use our true skills. Very good. Very good. Gotenks looked at Liuya arrogantly, with lightning arcs growing all over his body. He was very handsome. Liuya smiled and said, come again. Gotenks grinned, and then appeared in front of the lure in the next moment, pointing his index fingers at the lure. And the light attacks shot out from the fingertips were very weird. Since Gotenks' speed has increased a lot, Liuya can only dodge at this time. At the same time, he gathered an energy bomb in his hand, and the next moment he rushed directly towards Gotenks in those attacks like raindrops. Gotenks also noticed this scene, and then he used the turtle-style Qigong method, shouted angrily, and directly launched a dazzling light wave. Liuya also shouted deeply, and the energy bomb condensed in his hand was pushed out directly. Come face to face with that Qigong. And he also blocked Gotenks' Qigong. Good opportunity. Ha! Gotenks naturally would not give Liuya a chance to breathe, and immediately increased the output, and the energy of Qigong increased sharply. Liuya's expression changed, and the next moment he had to close his body. At the same time, he also pushed out his other hand, and energy emerged in his hand to resist Gotenks' attack. PS, 5 updates today, let's see the effect. Working hard to code. In fact, I have always had a dream, which is to support young models, but the situation has suddenly changed recently. The lessons learned from car signing tell us to cherish life and stay away from the anti-pornography. Chapter 63 Sorry. Too much force. Gotenks finally seized the opportunity, and naturally he would not be stingy with his anger, and he outputted it directly. Liuya resisted the opponent's power, but he was still calm enough. Suddenly, Gotenks spit out a soul body while releasing the Qigong wave. The soul body flew directly towards Liuya at high speed. Liuya looked at the soul flying towards him and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Boom! Drink! Liuya blocked the opponent's Qigong wave with one hand, and used the other hand to do everything gently. Poof! Boom! Suddenly a huge force exploded. Call out! Suddenly, Gotenks appeared in front of Lua and punched him directly into the sea water. Boom! For a moment, a water bag like a steamed bun was lifted up, and the sea was in turmoil. Yet! 1. Gotenks made a pose excitedly and smiled proudly. Humph! In the air, Vegeta, who had come to watch the battle a long time ago, saw this scene and smiled, somewhat satisfied with the results of these two brats' training. Just before the water wave calmed down, suddenly, an even more terrifying wave of water spurted out. Hey? What? Can you still get up? Gotenks said a little depressed. A figure slowly rose from the sea, and this figure was none other than Liuya. At this time, his green clothes were a little damaged, but it was nothing serious. What? Is this okay? Gotenks was a little depressed, but he had used his real skills. Unexpectedly, he still failed to defeat the opponent. Liuya glanced at Gotenks, then took a look at the damage on his body, and then smiled, not bad. It seems that I underestimated you. After speaking, he looked at Vegeta in the air and said, has the party started? Vegeta crossed his chest and shook his head, not yet, you continue. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Gotenks also noticed Vegeta's presence and suddenly didn't know how to scream. Trunks is Vegeta's son, but Goten is not. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, you continue to spar, Gotenks, I want to test your recent training results. Hearing this, Gotenks immediately laughed and said, Yo xi. Then let's watch. We will definitely defeat Brother Liuya. After saying that, he suddenly exploded with energy. For a moment, a powerful energy emitted, and then Gotenks raised his state to its peak. Liuya smiled slightly, and then moved his feet slightly. The next moment, he exploded violently, and the pure white aura light immediately enveloped him. Vegeta's eyes moved when he saw that Liuya had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, but the next second he looked at Liuya's tail wrapped around his waist, not knowing what he was thinking. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Liuya struck a pose and said to Gotenks, come on Gotenks. Let me practice with you. Okay. Here we come. Gotenks shouted excitedly, and the next moment he attacked directly towards the lure. Liuya grinned, and then rushed out. Bump! The two fists collided, and for a moment, a powerful force burst out. The next moment, the two began to fight at high speed. The force of the fists that collided caused ripples in the space. During the battle, the two could be said to be evenly matched. However, it can be said that it is relatively easy for Liuya to deal with Gotenks, who has transformed into the third level of Super Saiyan. Although their current fighting power is not very strong, if they grow up, they may be able to stand alone. Bump! Suddenly, Gotenks was caught with a punch, and Liuya showed no mercy and directly hit the opponent with a knee. Then he landed an elbow blow, hitting Gotenks directly on the island, causing a puff of smoke and dust. Vegeta watched this scene quietly. Of course, although Liuya was a bit cruel, he was not afraid of Vegeta's revenge, because he was not afraid of Vegeta at all now, and if it was not possible, he would not show mercy. This is a strict father. Also a proud warrior. Liuya looked at Gotenks on the island, and then he put his hands on his waist, turtle, pi, chi, gong. Aha! The dazzling energy was condensed, and in the next second, Liuya shot a Qigong wave directly at the entire island. Wutenks, who was still in the pit, scratched here and there in pain, then raised his head to look at the turtle-style Qigong that was shooting towards him, his face condensed, and the next moment he also fired a cannon into the sky. After Goten merged with Trunks, he knew all their moves, and the Sky Cannon was taught to him by Vegeta. But when he used it, Vegeta in the air was a little unhappy and said, "What the hell? Is this how the Sky Cannon is used?" Boom! The two Kigong waves competed fiercely, but Liuya's turtle-style Kigong wave was even better. Boom! Gotenks was gradually suppressed, and his Sky Cannon was constantly being eroded. Cough, cough. Gotenks gritted his teeth and persisted. Even though he exploded again and again, he could not stop Liuya's turtle-style Kigong. Ha! At this time, Liuya exerted force, and the output suddenly increased sharply. The turtle-style Kigong was about to hit Gotenks' face. Ah! At the critical moment, Gotenks seemed to have pushed out his potential. Then, he suddenly shouted angrily, and the terrifying chi was output from his hands, pushing out some of the turtle school Kigong. Aha! What? But the next moment, Gotenks suddenly flashed with light and transformed back into Goten and Trunks. Sure! Liuya was shocked when he saw this. The next moment he quickly put away his anger, but it was still a step too late. Oh! Trunks and Goten both yelled in panic. Mom! It's over! Call out! At this time, Vegeta appeared in front of them, holding the turtle-style Kigong with one hand. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and then waved to the side. And instantly knocked away the turtle-style Kigong. Hey! Liuya breathed a sigh of relief. He had used too much force just now, and he just wanted to bring out the potential of the two little guys, but he almost made a mistake. If they were hit without resistance, the two children would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Sorry, I used too much force. Liuya said awkwardly. Vegeta glanced at Liuya, then looked at Trunks and Goten. You two, you must practice hard in the future. Don't be lazy anymore. Hey? What? Trunks said a little decadently. Idiot! If you don't practice well, I won't take you to the amusement park. Vegeta said angrily. Okay. Trunks could only accept his fate after hearing this. He still liked the amusement park very much. I originally thought I could defeat Brother Liuya, but I didn't expect that the fusion was cancelled early due to excessive energy consumption. Chapter 64, Guilty. Monica cried after being beaten. After finishing their sparring session with Gotenks, several people returned to the banquet. When Shishi and Bulma saw their son looking like a beggar, they immediately scolded him. Finally the two imps were ordered to take a bath, and of course, the lure as well. Liuya felt refreshed after taking a shower. He was satisfied with the reward he received from Gotenks this time. The combat power rewards will not be small, and the energy of the two little guys has also been gained. Now they are only one step away from the Super Saiyan God. And he also gained the skill of Gotenks, which allows him to summon those undead-like bombs. This move is still very lethal. If he encounters some opponents known for their speed, he can release a large number of bombs to block the opponent's movement. The banquet was about to begin, but neither Wukong nor Sun Wuhan came to the scene. Sun Wuhan did not come, which made Liuya a little disappointed. If the other party came, then he could take the opponent's power in advance, which would be good. By the way, where is Gaku? Bulma, who was chatting with Chi-Chi and other girls, suddenly asked. Kikai replied, Wukong should still be working in the fields now. I don't know when he will arrive. Wukong knows how to work? It's really rare. Bulma said with some confusion. Humph. If we don't work, our family's situation will become difficult. If Wukong doesn't help, I won't be able to handle it alone. Kikai said calmly. Bulma nodded and thought, originally, I thought Vegeta was the only one who didn't do anything, but it turns out Gaku is like this too. Vegeta. Then Gohan didn't come either. Gohan? He's been very busy these days since that competition. He won't be able to find time to come over until later. All right. Hey! Bulma! At this time, Vegeta suddenly came over and greeted Bulma. What? Vegeta frowned and said, "Are you sure you are serious about holding this celebration party? Don't make Beerus angry like the last birthday party." When Bulma heard this, what did she think it was? That's it. So he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I have already prepared this. I will take care of the delicious food this time, so the last accident will not happen." Hearing this, Vegeta's expression softened and he said nothing. At this time, Ji, who was sitting next to him, suddenly sensed something, stood up, and looked up at the sky. "Are we finally here?" Hoo ho ho! At this time, a car suddenly flew into the sky. That's right. Flying car. What is this? Clint asked curiously. Jake said proudly, "This is delicious food. I paid a lot of money to order this takeaway food." Everyone came over. The flying car landed slowly, and then the door opened, and an alien in casual clothes walked out. How is that possible? You are. Everyone was stunned when they saw this alien, and then their expressions became exciting. Hello. The alien took off his hat and bowed to everyone. His big pink head looked very bright. Monica? How could it be you? Clint said in shock. In his opinion, isn't Monica the master of the universe? Why are you delivering food? In response to everyone's surprise, Vegeta, Piccolo and others' expressions changed, and then they looked a bit embarrassed. Why is this guy here? Monica hesitated for a moment, then sent the express to Jack and said, "This is your express. Please sign for it." Jack reacted and could only sign for it first. But the big-hearted Bulma said happily, "Hey Bulma, why did you come here early? Where are Beerus and the others?" Monica thought for a while and then said, "Sorry, I am not with Lord Beerus." He couldn't help but think of the scene when Beerus gave him a cart full of money after returning to Beerus' planet. At the same time, Beerus warned him. He looked around for a week and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sun Wukong is not here. Oh, forget it, just come and join our celebration banquet. Bulma invited with a smile. But, I still have express delivery to deliver. Monica had a look of rejection on her face. Hey! Don't refuse. By the way, think about what I told you last time. At this time, Satan appeared out of nowhere and hugged Monica. Monica couldn't react to such an enthusiastic Satan. How about it? Do you want to come to my gym and be the image ambassador? I'm even ready to show off. Satan laughed and then waved to the side. Hey! Come here quickly. When everyone heard the sound and looked around, they were immediately happy. I saw a person who was 90% similar to Monica walking over, but he was slightly bulkier and larger than an ordinary person. He took off his hood, revealing a charming face. Lord Satan, I can't breathe. Satan waved his hand towards her, then looked at Monica and said, "How about it? Mr. Monica, do you want to be the image ambassador of my gym?" No. Monica shook her head and refused. Ah? Did you just refuse? Satan was a little disappointed. Yo! It's Uncle Monica. Suddenly, Trunks and Goten rushed over from far away and stopped suddenly in front of Monica. Hello! Monica said with cold sweat dripping from her face. Haha! Uncle Monica, why are you here? Lord Beerus said you are very strong, right? Trunks said suddenly. Hey! Trunks, calm down. Vegeta knew something was wrong when he saw these two brats, and shouted immediately. What? It's not easy to meet Uncle Monica. Trunks said as he hit Monica's chest in a friendly gesture. You think so, Mona? Bump. The next moment, Monica's figure flew out directly. What? Everyone was shocked. Mr. Monica, are you okay? Bulma asked quickly. Trunks? Vegeta's face turned black. Trunks glanced at his hand, then looked at Monica, and murmured, "It shouldn't be. I didn't even exert much force. By the way, isn't Uncle Monica the best in the universe?" After hearing this, everyone reacted, and the uninformed friends also looked puzzled. Yes, how could this happen? Woo, oh. Monica's cry suddenly came out at this time. Monica cried after being beaten? Everyone's expressions suddenly brightened. Isn't Monica a master? Why was he beaten to tears? Hey! Piccolo, Monica doesn't know how to do it. His martial arts training is very low, right? Klin looked at Piccolo. The corner of Big's mouth twitched slightly, who knows? On the side, Liuya looked at this scene without any surprises. Then he sensed something and suddenly looked towards the sky. Coming! Chapter 65 Wukong's Persistence. Find ways to help Monica. The next second Liuya raised his head, Vegeta's expression changed, and then he looked up at the sky. It seems we have arrived. After saying that, suddenly, a rainbow light rushed down, and then, the figures of Beerus and Whis appeared in front of everyone. Oh? So lively? Are you welcoming us? Weiss said with a smile. Humph. I came all the way here, so I want to have a good meal, but what about you, Nanny? Monica? Why are you here? Beerus said, suddenly noticing Mona who was crying. Card, his face suddenly became sweaty. Lord Beerus! Why are you here so slowly? Bulma stepped forward. However, Beerus ignored her and looked at Monica, angrily saying, Hey! Monica! Didn't I tell you not to come? Why are you here? Monica said aggrievedly, I just sent a courier. Beerus choked, then glanced at everyone, and after noticing the look in their eyes, his heart felt cold. It was over, exposed. Oops! Exposed? Weiss said with some pity. Lord Beerus, actually, Monica is not a master, right? Krillin asked anxiously. Beerus was silent. Everyone is also a little complicated. Vegeta felt something bad. At this time, Beerus's expression returned to normal, and then he said calmly, That's true. The reason why Monica was named this master was because of me. It was Weiss' idea. Weiss. Liuya and Piccolo also had their mouths twitching violently. Damn it! You can really make it up. Why? Klin couldn't understand. Why did you pretend that Monica is a master and lie to us? Beerus has a headache. He is not a god who likes Rory. There is nothing that one destruction bomb cannot solve. If there is, then two. And Weiss suddenly stood up and said to everyone, Everyone, the reason why Monica pretends to be a master is because we have to set a goal for Goku and Vegeta to chase, because only in this way can they change. More powerful. At the same time, his face became serious and he said, But I hope everyone can keep this secret, because if Wukong knows that Monica actually has no martial arts training, it will undoubtedly be a very big blow to him. This is also it will make him lose his pursuit. Even if he can still train hard at that time, he will often be lazy and eventually fail. Do you want him to be like this? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Okay. Now that the matter has been exposed, from now on, you must keep this secret with me. Beerus said lightly, with a commanding tone. Only in this way can he comfort himself. Haha, I didn't expect that the mighty god of destruction would also lie. It's really rare. Bulma teased. What did you say? Beerus' face turned dark when he heard this. Bulma was about to say something else, when Vegeta suddenly rushed over and covered Bulma's mouth, saying, Stop talking. Lord Beerus also did this because he wanted me and Kakarot to practice hard. Just stop causing trouble. You're right. Beerus snapped his fingers, gave Vegeta an approving look, and said, it's precisely because we still need Goku's power to face the next cosmic event, so you must keep the secret from me, or I will destroy you. Do you hear me? Seeing Beerus's menacing tone, everyone was a little scared and nodded quickly. I forgot that this guy is the god of destruction, don't mess with him. What secret? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Goku appeared behind Beerus. Ugh! Beerus was startled. When he saw it was Goku, he immediately roared with a guilty conscience, "Idiot! Where did you come from? Don't you mind, Lord Beerus?" Wukong laughed, and then he caught something with his eyes. His eyes lit up and he became excited. "Yo! Monica, you are here!" Suddenly Wukong appeared in front of Monica, holding Monica's arm with both hands excitedly. "Very good! You just have time now, come and compete with me." Monica. Hey! As soon as Monica saw Goku, her face suddenly became panicked, and she looked at Beerus for help. The latter was startled, fearing that Wukong would use too much force to kill Monica, and immediately yelled, "Wukong! Don't be rude! What's wrong?" Wukong chuckled, and then begged Monica again. "Pa!" Suddenly, Wukong was slapped on the head. Who? Wukong was about to get angry, but when he saw that the person who hit him was Kikai, he immediately shrank. "What's wrong?" "Kikai!" Kikai said angrily, "Look at how you look now. Do you know how you can dress like this at the banquet here? Why don't you go back and change clothes for me? It stinks." Wukong smelled himself and found that he really smelled like sweat, and then he could only sigh, "Okay then." Wukong directly used Wukong technique to leave. "Hey! Think of a solution now. Wukong will be back soon," Bulma said immediately. Beerus looked at Whis, who shook his head. "What should we do? How can we prevent Monica from being discovered by Wukong?" Klin said anxiously. "You guys are asking, do you want Monica to go back? Doesn't Master Weiss know how to manipulate time?" Jack suddenly said. Everyone's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. "No. It's too late now. Today Goku has to fight Monica no matter what. If we let Monica go now, there might be something wrong." Weiss shook his head and refused. "What about that?" Beerus said impatiently. "Ha! I thought of it." Trunks suddenly said. "What?" Everyone looked at him curiously. Trunks said proudly, "In that case, wouldn't it be enough to find someone to pretend to be Uncle Monica?" "Pretend?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Beerus also gave him a thumbs up. "Very good, kid. But the question is, who can we find to pretend to be Monica?" Weiss asked. Beerus was stunned and then said, "The only ones here who can compete with Goku are Vegeta and Liuya, but Goku must be very familiar with Vegeta's moves." Having said this, he looked at Liuya. Liuya shrugged helplessly, "I can't help it. I can't beat Goku. Of course, if I can still fight while using Kaio Fist, I will be discovered if I use Kaio Fist." Everyone was immediately discouraged. This won't work and that won't work either. What should we do? Suddenly, Liuya smiled slightly and said, "But Lord Beerus, can't you replace Monica? With your strength, you are more than enough to deal with Goku." Hearing this, Beerus's face suddenly turned cold. Chapter 66 Beerus endures the humiliation and pretends to be Monica. "What did you say? How could I, the mighty god of destruction, do such a thing?" Beerus said angrily. "What's the point? Aren't you still lying? Isn't it natural to sacrifice yourself for your lies?" Bulma said disapprovingly. "Damn it!" Veins popped up on Beerus' forehead, and he suddenly wanted to slap this woman to death. "Lord Beerus, make a decision quickly, otherwise Goku will come back," Whis suddenly said. Beerus hesitated. Did someone call me?" Wukong suddenly appeared in the field using teleportation. Beerus glared, so fast. Everyone was also shocked. Haha! Monica! Can we compete now? Wukong came to Monica and smiled. God knows how long he has been waiting for this moment. When he heard that Monica was a very powerful master, he wanted to compete with him without thinking about food. Unexpectedly, he finally got the opportunity. When everyone saw Wukong like this, they didn't know what to say. Beerus stood up again and forcibly pulled Gaku away. Hey! Monica is not something you can challenge casually. Oh? What do you want from me? Wukong asked doubtfully. Beerus thought for a while and then said, yes. If you want to challenge Monica, you should do 100 megasit UPS first. 100 trillion? Okay, I'll do it. After saying that, Wukong ran to a grassy area and started doing it. While Gaku was doing sit UPS, Beerus fell silent. At this time, Trunks and Goten suddenly moved the Monica suit that Satan had brought earlier. Lord Beerus, look, we have prepared all the props for you. Trunks said as if he was taking credit. But Beerus looked at this hood unspeakably, it was really so ugly. Actually, I want him to be the god of destruction wearing something like this. It's simply an insult to him. Just when Beerus was hesitant, Whis' voice suddenly came, you have to hurry up, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus subconsciously looked in Goku's direction, his eyes widening for a moment. I saw Wukong suddenly speeding up at this time. The speed was very terrifying. It seemed that it was really possible to finish it in a short time. Beerus fell silent. On the side, Vegeta and Piccolo both looked at Gaku, with cold sweat dripping from their faces. This old guy is the most troublesome at this point. He wants to spar with everyone he meets. Okay. Suddenly, Wukong rushed over. So fast. Beerus was stunned, and then his expression changed. Hey! Gaku! How could it be done so quickly? That's 100 trillion. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then said, it's 100 trillion. Is there any problem? How, did you count? Beerus said in disbelief. Wukong twirled his fingers innocently, that's 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, won't 100 trillion be over soon? I haven't warmed up yet. Everyone. Liuya is also a little sweaty. It is rumored that Gaku in the Dragon Ball Super plot is not only a bit of a bad guy, but he is really a single-celled creature. He finally saw it. Idiot! That's not how it's calculated. It will take at least many years to complete 100 trillion. Beerus was so angry that he accidentally let it slip. Wukong didn't care, but said, okay, I'm going to compete with Monica. After saying that, he ignored everyone and pulled Monica towards the distance. Let's go Monica, let's find a place to have a fight. Monica struggled immediately, but was as helpless as a weakling. She could only look at Beerus and the others for help, tears streaming down her face, and she cried silently. No! Stop him quickly! Beerus was anxious. Dumpling, use gravity to hold Wukong down. Tianjin Fan suddenly said to Dumpling. Okay. Dumpling didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to restrain Wukong. Wukong, who was walking, suddenly felt that his body was extremely heavy, and he was shocked. What? The situation is so heavy. Well done! Beerus praised. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Dumpling shouted softly, I can't hold on any longer. Everyone's expressions changed as they saw the dumpling being dragged forward and wiped out. Didn't even the gravity technique stop Wukong? Beside him, Klin suddenly gritted his teeth and rushed out. Sun Fist! A low cry directly dazzled the unsuspecting Wukong, and he immediately subconsciously let go of Monica. Upon seeing this, Klin immediately moved Monica. Lord Beerus! Now is the time. Otherwise it will be too late. Krillin said quickly. Trunks and Goten quickly handed over the equipment. Beerus gritted his teeth and looked at Goku, who was about to return to normal. He could only reach out towards the equipment. Ugh, it's so dazzling, what is it? Wukong suddenly recovered at this time, looked behind him with some doubts, and was stunned for a moment. Hey? Monica? Why have you become bigger? At this moment, the fat Monica stood in front of Wukong with cold eyes. Inside the puppet, there was Beerus, who looked disgusted and unhappy. Hey! You have to stay away from here. Otherwise, the banquet will not be held. Bulma warned. Wukong laughed and waved his hand. I understand. At this time, Beerus did not follow the routine and appeared in front of Goku instantly. Before the latter could react, he punched him in the face. Ugh! Wukong was immediately in pain, and his body flew out. And Beerus rushed out immediately. Without hesitation, he directly started punching and kicking Wukong. Wukong was directly suppressed and even received several punches. He grimaced in pain. Bump! Beerus kicked Goku directly several dozen meters away. Everyone's expressions condensed, and they started directly. Amazing! Liuya and Vegeta Piccolo also had serious expressions on their faces. They still didn't know Beerus' true strength, so they were watching carefully now. And Liuya directly activates the strongest Saiyan talent to look at it. I was also murmuring in my heart, when can I get a plug-in like the Sharingan? Although this is the Dragon Ball world, he seems to remember that he has an identity as a time and space patrol. Without thinking much, Liuya watched the discussion seriously. It hurts. Goku rubbed the sore spot, and then he didn't care about Beerus' sneak attack, but said excitedly, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Monica, so I'm not polite. Ha! With a burst of energy, Goku rushed directly towards Beerus. Beerus under the doll also sneered and rushed out at the same time. P.S. Please give me a reward. If you reward more, please update more every day. Chapter 67 A Wonderful Battle. Excited Beerus. Boom! 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 High in the air, bursts of punches flew out, and Goku and Beerus began to move and fight at high speed. What is worth mentioning is that they actually fought back and forth. Bump! Ugh! Wukong was punched and flew out directly, crashing into a mountain in the distance. Boom! But the next moment, Goku rushed out again, roaring and firing directly in front of Beerus, attacking with random punches at an astonishing speed. Beerus calmly resisted the attack. Goku's level was much worse than him, but he was now restrained by this toy suit and couldn't use it. Ta 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 ta! Wukong, however, kept attacking Beerus like an excited bull, without letting go of every blow. In his understanding, Monica was a very powerful existence, so he always changed his mind. I got rid of my previous mistakes and became very serious as soon as I started playing. Bump! Suddenly, Beerus directly grabbed Goku's fist and punched it out with his other hand. What? Wukong didn't expect that even though he was suppressing it with all his strength, the opponent would still be able to catch him. Before he could react, he was directly punched in the face by Beerus, and his body flew out like a cannonball. But because Beerus punched with some force, it was also a little over the top, and his fist immediately broke through the doll's costume and it split open. Hey! When Beerus saw this scene, 10,000 grass nimbus galloped past in his heart. On the other side, Goku covered his face with his hands and kept screaming in pain. When he stopped, he looked at Beerus and smiled, since you are so rude, I will fight with all my strength. After saying that, he directly exploded. For a moment, terrifying air waves rolled, and milky white light immediately enveloped Wukong's body. The next second, Wukong rushed out. Beerus was so anxious that he could only hide the exposed cat claw behind his back and meet Goku's attack with one hand. Bump, bump, bump. The two started fighting again, and at the same time, Beerus was actually suppressed at this moment. Are you kidding? How is it possible? Lord Beerus was suppressed. Everyone was a little confused. When did Lord Beerus become so weak? No, he is restrained. He is wearing that doll suit. If he exerts a little force, it might be exposed. So he is controlling himself. Vegeta said calmly while watching the battle in the field. Then it seems like Goku can beat the opponent. Bulma said in surprise. Humph. You underestimate Beerus too much. His power is far from simple. Vegeta said calmly. Everyone looked at this fierce battle with some shock in their eyes, and Monica on the side had already fainted. Bump. Ugh. Goku was unable to defend against Beerus' attack again, and was directly punched in the stomach by Beerus. At the same time, Beerus's other hand also had its glove blown to pieces, revealing it in the air. Beerus was immediately confused when he saw this. Is it so fragile? As for his stunning kung fu, Wukong had already reacted, roared angrily, and immediately punched out. It directly knocked Beerus away dozens of meters. Goku looked at Beerus solemnly. He could feel that the opponent hadn't tried his best yet. Of course, in his opinion, the person in front of him is Monica. When Beerus stopped, he immediately looked at Goku. A purple-black light suddenly appeared around the doll. Inside the doll, Beerus looked at Goku, then grinned, with a touch of heat and excitement in his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly changed his voice and roared angrily, and for a moment, the terrifying energy suddenly enveloped him. This is the first time Beerus has used power other than the breath of God. Even so, the divine power that empowers him appears to be very powerful. When Wukong saw this, he naturally did not dare to neglect, and he smiled. That's right. You should have fun fighting. Ha! Goku exploded with energy and immediately rushed towards Beerus. Beerus snorted coldly, no longer caring about his exposed arms. Just beat Wukong randomly. Wukong didn't use his full strength. He should be able to transform into Super Blue. Klin said suddenly. They don't dare. If they really use their full strength, I'm afraid the entire western capital will be destroyed, let alone this place. Piccolo said calmly. But Lord Beerus won't be angry, right? Will being suppressed by Goku like this make him lose face? And looking at him now, he seems a little angry. Bulma said worriedly. It was already very unspeakable to ask the other party to pretend to be Monica and wear a doll like that. Now the beating was so painful. She was worried that Beerus would get angry and want to destroy the earth again. When other friends heard this, they also became a little worried. Beerus' temper was unstable, and no one knew what would make him unhappy. At that time, he would destroy everything directly. This is very serious. Hoo ho ho! That's not the case. At this time, Weiss came over. His scepter was gone. Instead, he was holding a plate of fruit salad in his left hand, and he was holding a fork in his right hand and putting them into his mouth piece by piece. Weiss, Lord Beerus is really not angry, is he? I think his situation is a bit abnormal now. Bulma asked. Weiss swallowed the food and then waved his hands nonchalantly. Okay. Lord Beerus is enjoying the battle now and is not angry at all. Don't worry. Hey! Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And since the last match against Universe 6, Lord Beerus can only watch their match as a spectator, and his heart has been itching for a long time. So he is also eager to fight now. After all, after the first fight with Goku, he basically rarely takes action, because he is too strong and can't find an opponent. But now, with the restraint of this doll suit, he can control the situation while fighting Wukong. This kind of battle is what he wants. I want it. Weiss smiled and explained. After finishing, he picked up a piece of fruit and ate it. He was in such a good mood. Vegeta and the others watched the fight closely, but from their perspective, it was not difficult to see that Beerus was now very involved in the fun of fighting. On the other side, Liuya was eating while watching the fight. I have to say that he was also a little itchy. However, he lost interest in this limited battle after watching it for a while, and then his mind fell silent and his consciousness entered the system. Looking at his normal combat power of more than 10 billion, Liuya sighed. He has improved a lot now compared to when he competed with the 6th universe. Because he always uses the strongest Saiyan talent in battle. Of course, except for fighting and training, he has no use at other times. There was some silence when he saw his skills. He almost forgot that he had also transformed into an ape. Chapter 68 Super 4 and Super Blue exist at the same time? Regarding ape transformation, Liuya only knows one thing, that is, Saiyans use their own tails and then use the power of the moon to transform into gorillas. The gorilla is the most primitive form of Saiyans, and this form is very terrifying. Once you transform into a gorilla, your power will skyrocket. And he knows that there is another function, which is to transform into Super 4. However, Liuya knows that the tail is just a tool for the Saiyan ape transformation, and has no direct relationship with the Super 4 transformation. The tail is more like a collector that can enhance the reception of natural frequency Boolean light, allowing the body to ape transformation. It determines the Saiyan's ape transformation. Can demi-humans naturally transform into apes? They can transform into apes without tails. The body's ability to receive Boolean light is weaker than that of a tail. Just like Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, he can successfully transform with the super Boolean light created by Bulma. Become a Super 4. In other words, as long as the bolt's light is strengthened, the ape can be transformed, so the tail has nothing to do with the Golden Giant Ape and the Super 4. After transforming into the Golden Giant Ape, the Saiyan needs a strong consciousness and the restoration of his own sanity, and then transforms the Golden Giant Ape. The energy is compressed and finally transformed further, becoming the 4th level Super Saiyan. Vegeta has no tail, but he successfully transformed into an ape through enhanced Super Boolean light. When transforming into an ape, his tail appeared instantly. To put it simply, with the tail, he can be transformed by moonlight. Without a tail, he can also be transformed by enhanced bolt's light. Ape transformation. At this point, the tail has lost its function. The old Kaishin knew the power sleeping in the Saiyan body and how to wake it up. He knew that he had to pull out his tail, but he didn't know that using technology to enhance the bolt's light would have the same effect. Of course, this is now in the Dragon Ball Superverse, and this concept cannot be used to balance it. Moreover, the current Saiyans are taking the path of gods. Unlike in the GT version, they still evolve and transform into Saiyans again and again. A higher stage. Thinking of this, Liuya thought to himself, System, is this ape transformation the one I imagined? System, what kind of ape transformation is the ape transformation in the host's imagination? The corners of Liuya's mouth twitched slightly. Of course, can we break through to Super 4 with this ape transformation? System, host, you don't have to worry about this first. The first step is to improve your strength. Otherwise, you will be at your wit's end and use this skill. I'm afraid you will be killed indiscriminately because you lose your mind. Liuya. Shaking his head, Liuya didn't say much. This system is a bit unfair, so it's better not to mess with it. He doesn't know whether Super 4 can exist in this super universe, but he knows that he should be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. If Super 4 and Super Blue exist at the same time, can they coexist? This is a question. The question, of course, what Liuya is thinking now is, can they be changed and the two powers merged together? Thinking, he looked up into the sky. Boom! At this time, Beerus and Goku were fighting fiercely. With white and purple lights constantly colliding, and their auras were terrifying. Bump! Beerus punched Goku in the stomach, and Goku screamed. At the same time, he endured the pain of the blow and immediately punched Beerus, directly towards the head. At the same time, Beerus reacted and tilted his head slightly, but because his head was too big. So Wukong's fist is still grazing his headgear. Poof! For a moment, one ear was knocked off the Monica doll's headgear. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. No. I made that carefully. Satan suddenly became aggrieved. But at this moment, Beerus kicked Gaku away. Wukong was kicked straight away. Beerus was a little uneasy. Damn, my ears are gone. What should I do? The secret is about to be revealed. However, Gaku was too big-hearted to notice the incomplete thing. He only saw Beerus and Zeal at this moment. This battle made him enjoy himself. Come again. Gaku laughed, and then suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a powerful aura emitted, teleporting directly in front of Beerus. Punch out! Beerus swerved and avoided Wukong's punch, but in the next moment, Wukong's foot followed suit. Not good. Beerus was startled and swayed again. Poof! The next second, his butt was scratched, and Beerus' tail was exposed. It's not good. Piccolo and Vegeta's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and the next moment they disappeared at the same time. Wukong couldn't get a single hit, so he struck again. But Beerus turned around and kicked Gaku instantly. Naturally, Wukong would not give up and rushed out again. At this time, Vegeta and Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of Beerus. Piccolo directly covered Beerus with his cloak. At the same time, Vegeta quickly gave a piece of white cloth to Beerus. The latter knows how to wrap his tail quickly. Vegeta? Piccolo? What are you doing? Gaku asked in confusion. We don't know what's going on. It's just. Monica seems to have the power to control people. Why did my hand grow uncontrollably? Piccolo pretended to stretch out in a hurry. The long arms directly tied up the defenseless Wukong. Vegeta, your acting skills are terrible. Piccolo's face twitched. At this time, Vegeta said with an awkward expression, Yes. I am also out of control, my body is completely out of control. Piccolo. Your kid's acting skills are mutual. At this time, Beerus had already wrapped his tail, and there was no expression on his face. In the next second, he threw Piccolo and Vegeta away with one hand. Beerus looked at Gaku, then sneered, and the next moment, he exploded. The deep purple energy stirred the sky, and the aura was more than a little higher than before. Wukong suddenly became excited when he saw this. Yo xi! If that's the case, then come on! Ha! Gaku shouted angrily and exploded, but he still did not transform into a Super Saiyan, and he stretched his normal state to the maximum. The next moment, Gaku disappeared instantly, and at the same time, Beerus raised his hand and grabbed a fist. What? Before Gaku could react, Beerus' fist had already reached his stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Beerus struck again with his fist, directly knocking Gaku down. Call! Boom! Wukong forcibly stopped, but he was still a few meters away from the ground. And his powerful energy directly caused a big pit to appear on the ground. Beerus hooked his fingers at Gaku, full of provocation. Can this be tolerated? Gaku slowly rose up, exploded with energy, and rushed towards Beerus in an instant. Beerus was also furious and rushed out. Boom boom boom! For a time, the powerful force caused bursts of explosions to ring out nearby. Chapter 69 The storm is over. Although it is normal, the intensity of the battle is not much weaker than that of Super Saiyan. Gaku and Beerus looked at each other in the air, the aura in their bodies was rising rapidly, and they seemed to want a showdown. Seeing this scene, Vegeta and others were shocked, and then quickly looked at Weiss. Wes! Stop them quickly! Vegeta looked a little anxious. He could feel that if these two guys let it go, the entire earth would be hit hard. Ouch! Weiss was also a little helpless. Why did these two guys become addicted to fighting? At this time, Wukong suddenly began to explode in the air, and then his power skyrocketed. Humph! Beerus snorted coldly, and then an astonishing purple light appeared all over his body. The two looked at each other, and then they both rushed towards each other at the same time. No one thought about dodging this punch. Liuya also stood up, preparing to take action to prevent accidents. However, it turned out that he still underestimated the power of the angel. When Goku and Beerus' fists were about to collide, Whis appeared between the two and directly grabbed their fists one by one. Oops! I told you, it's over here, otherwise the banquet won't be held. Weiss said with a slight smile. His rescue was really powerful, and he stopped Goku and Beerus at the same time, which surprised the friends present because Whis' strength made them feel very unpredictable. Second level angel. Liuya looked at Weiss and narrowed his eyes slightly. I have to say that the opponent's strength is indeed higher than Beerus. Weiss. Why did you stop us? Wukong said a little unhappy. He was unhappy when the competition was interrupted, no matter who the opponent was. Whis didn't pay attention and said slowly, Master Beerus asked you to stop. Ah! Hearing this, Goku and Beerus were both stunned, and then looked down at the same time. Among the people, I saw the figure of Beerus standing, but this Beerus was a bit strange. He did not have the majesty of a god on his body and looked dull. Seeing this scene, Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't care. Oh! Okay then. Hearing Beerus speak, Goku had no choice but to obey the order and fall down. Whis looked at Beerus secretly, and then laughed softly, Lord Beerus, you did a good job. Humph! Beerus followed with some interest. Not bad, not bad. Monica is even more powerful than I thought. If he doesn't use all his strength, I really can't beat him. Wukong said excitedly. He could see why the opponent was so powerful. I couldn't attack with all my strength, probably because I was worried about damaging the place. Hey! I told you to go somewhere far away. Make my back garden a mess. Bulma suddenly became unhappy. Wukong waved his hand. Well, anyway, Bulma, your family is the richest man in the world, so don't worry about this. Bulma sighed, a little helpless, but who told Goku to have a good relationship with her? Ha ha ha. By the way, your fight was so exciting that Monica fainted. Yin Cha suddenly burst into laughter and pointed at Monica. Everyone's expressions were already stiff, and then everyone broke out in cold sweat. Beerus also froze because of these words. Ah! Monica! Wukong was confused for a while. Wasn't Monica just finishing fighting with him? How could you faint? Thinking about it, Wukong looked over and immediately saw Mona Kabanka. He saw the other person staring ahead blankly without any reaction. Wukong was shocked. He quickly looked back and forth between the real Monica and the fake Monica. What's going on? Well, Bulma and others were all a little embarrassed. While drinking tea and enjoying the murderous gazes of Piccolo and others, he felt even more ashamed and wished he could disappear immediately. At this time, Beerus inside the doll was already angry. He had spent so much effort to give up his dignity as a god and pretend to be this ugly and troublesome thing. He didn't expect that now because of Yun Cha's words, your efforts are completely in vain. He is unforgivable. Whirring. Purple divine power surrounds Beerus' body, like a demon god, ready to destroy everything. When Vegeta and Piccolo saw this, sweat suddenly broke out on their faces, and they quickly got into fighting postures, preparing to face Beerus's wrath. Sure enough, we still got this step. 10,000 alpacas rushed past in Vegeta's heart. Sure enough, Bulma can no longer be allowed to hold such a large banquet, otherwise she will be disregarding the safety of the earth. This party is poisonous. Weiss also looked at this scene with some helplessness. The so-called not afraid of opponents like Wukong, but afraid of teammates like pigs. Now Lord Beerus is so angry that he doesn't even want to touch his brow. Just when Beerus was about to take action, Gaku suddenly became excited. Hey! I understand. Will Monica be a clone like Bu? It's so powerful. Just the clone makes it difficult for me to resist. Everyone was stunned, and Beerus was also stunned, and then his breath calmed down. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, although I can't really fight Monica, but his clone is so strong, I should be super powerful. Very good. I must practice hard next time. Try to do it next time. We must win Monica. Wukong vowed, looking extremely confident. Immediately after being handsome for only 3 seconds, his stomach growled, "Ah, I'm really hungry after playing for so long, let's go eat something first." After saying that, he ignored everyone and walked towards the food area. Everyone was completely relieved, the storm was finally over. Wukong, this guy is really big-hearted. Clin said with emotion. Everyone also nodded. They were all a bit dumbfounded about Wukong's character, but fortunately they had successfully muddled through now. Ha, ha ha. Sorry, it's all my fault. Yin Cha quickly apologized awkwardly, knowing that he almost ruined everyone. You are also a talent for being able to speak so mindlessly. Tianjin Fan glanced at Yin Cha and said calmly. Drinking tea. Phew. Beerus took off his hood, sweating profusely. It's finally over. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Beerus waved his hand. After this time, let Monica appear less on Earth. Yes. Weiss nodded. Liuya looked at Gaku, who was eating, with a strange look in his eyes. Logically speaking, Beerus's disguise as Monica should have a lot of flaws, but is Gaku really brainless? Is that so? Chapter 70 Wukong is sick. The days of being a grandpa. After a wonderful duel at the banquet, the atmosphere became more joyful and the party ended quickly. Welcome back next time. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Bulma waved to the two Beerus. Everyone was ashamed. If every gathering was as thrilling as now, wouldn't they have to worry to death? Ho ho. See you next time. Let's go, Lord Beerus. Weiss said with a slight smile. Beerus nodded lightly, returning to his cold demeanor for a while. Soon, Weiss and the others turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. Now that it's over, let's go back. Piccolo walked over, looked at Vegeta and Gaku, nodded, and flew away immediately. Everyone also left separately. Liuya said goodbye to Wukong and others and returned to his home. After taking a bath, he lay on the bed and sighed. I can be considered one of the top masters in the universe now. If I use my strongest Saiyan talent all the time, my strength will soon surpass Gaku and the others. But in this way, it will be less fun, or forget it. Liuya shook his head. Since the battle with Universe 6, his strength has improved very quickly. The fighting power under normal conditions may be difficult for a fighting genius like Sun Wukong to catch up with. What's even more worth mentioning is that Liuya now knows how to flash. Although it is only 0.1 seconds, it is not something that ordinary people can break. Except for Super Blue, he can defeat any Z warrior. Of course, he can do it even without having to dodge. Next, let's practice flash time. Hit's flash time has been improved to 1 second. I'm afraid he will improve it again in the future. He must be prepared for the subsequent power conference. Liuya murmured to himself. So in the next few days, Liuya found a place to practice. Of course, he did not go to the time house, but found a small island. And he began to practice Fenki, constantly using it, and then groping from it to activate the strongest Saiyan talent, and his progress gradually became obvious. But a few days later, Liuya heard the news that Wukong was sick. Liuya was also a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it, he guessed that Wukong had used the tenfold Kyo fist, which caused him to suffer from delayed Qi disorder. The 10 times Kyo fist, plus he was already very powerful, so as the power of Kyo fist becomes stronger, he will become completely controlled by Gaku. Liuya sighed a little, although there was a big reason why Gaku was able to use Kyo fist with him, so he went to visit him. At this time, Wukong was at Gohan's house. He was holding Gohan's daughter Xiaofang and playing with her. Kikai stared at Wukong with a displeased expression. This old boy had worked so hard to prepare meals last night for him to come back. Unexpectedly, he gave her a surprise as soon as he came back and destroyed the house. As a result, I had no choice but to move here to live with Gohan. Now she saw that Wukong had no regrets at all and acted as if nothing had happened. This made her more and more angry and she gritted her teeth. Piccolo was also sitting on the sofa, looking at Wukong and Xiaofang, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Hey! The days when I can't practice are so boring. Wukong sighed, holding Xiaofang high. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You Saiyans are basically training every day, so it's good to have some time to relax. What's more, you and Vegeta have almost reached their limits. It's very slim to go further. It's not as good as relax. Piccolo said calmly. That's what I said, but I still can't accept it. Wukong said with a grimace. He has indeed reached his limit now, and no matter how hard he practices, the effect of improvement will be minimal, even if he enters the time room, unless there is a very powerful opponent who can force him to unleash his potential. I said Wukong, you'd better recover yourself as soon as possible sometime, otherwise I'm worried that you will also damage Gohan's home. Kikai said calmly. Kikai, what are you talking about? Wukong asked awkwardly. No. I believe Dad wouldn't do this. At this time, Gohan and Videl opened the door and walked in. Ah! Gohan, Videl, you are back. Wukong raised his hand to say hello. Daddy! 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 Xiaofang was also very happy to see her biological father and kept babbling. Gohan walked over and said with a smile, Ah, I came back early today. As he said that, he picked up Xiaofang and said, Xiaofang, do you miss Daddy? Hey! Xiaofang kissed Gohan affectionately, acting coquettishly. Everyone was enjoying themselves. By the way, Gohan, aren't you talking about cooperation with the professor at the school? I heard that he wants you to be his assistant? Why are you back so soon? Kikai said suddenly. She was very worried about her son. Gohan lowered his head slightly, and then said, I refuse. What? Kikai was startled and asked quickly, why? Gohan smiled and looked at Xiaofang. Vidalai and I have decided that we will no longer be busy with work and can find more time to accompany Xiaofang. Yes, Gohan and I think so. And we don't have to do anything if we work. After all, my family still has money. Okay. Kikai was a little disappointed. It was normal for her to be unhappy because her son had given up on his great future. Haha, Gohan is the opposite of you. Piccolo suddenly looked at Gaku and said. Wukong laughed, he didn't care about anything, for him, he was only interested in practice. Of course, I also hope that Uncle Piccolo can help me train when I have time. I haven't had formal training for a long time. If this continues, I'm worried that something will happen in the future and I won't be able to intervene. Gohan suddenly looked at Piccolo. K, smiled. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and then smiled happily, even if you don't say so, I hope I will train you. Haha. Gaku and Gohan both laughed. You Saiyans. Kikai felt so miserable that she couldn't express it. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the house. This energy belongs to Liuya. Big glanced out the window. Liuya. Wukong was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. When everyone went out, they saw Liuye. Liuye, why are you here? Wukong looked at Liuye and then smiled. Liuye looked at Wukong and said, I heard that you are sick. Is it okay? Wukong looked a little sad when he heard this. Ah. Fortunately, I just can't get angry recently, otherwise my power will be flowing around my body. Liuye nodded, you were too reluctant when you used Kyo Fist. In fact, it was fine at the beginning, but in the end you had already exhausted your physical strength and had to support it, so this is why you are like this. Wukong said helplessly, I didn't know you would beat Hit. If I had known this, I wouldn't have fought so hard. Liuye. Chapter 71 Gohan's Request. Fight again. Liuye said hello to Gohan and others, then looked at Wukong and said, since you have nothing to do, I will go back. Wukong nodded, yet. Bye. Liuye nodded, then turned and left. Wait. At this time, Gohan suddenly said. Liuye stopped, then turned to look at him, Gohan, are you calling me? Gohan took a few steps forward, and his eyes were inexplicably serious at this time. Liuye, I want to ask you to fight with me. What? It must be said that Gohan's sudden words shocked Piccolo, Goku, and others, and they didn't understand why Gohan would make such a request. Liuye was also a little surprised. In fact, he also wanted to let the system obtain Gohan's power through a battle with Gohan, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Now I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to bring it up. Gohan looked at Lua with firm eyes. Liuye was silent for a moment, and then said, Gohan, you have to understand that I am much stronger than when I first started. Gohan nodded, I understand. So I want to ask you to fight with me. Goku looked at Gohan hesitantly, but Piccolo signaled him not to mind his own business. Why? Liuye smiled. Gohan gritted his teeth slightly, I don't want what happened last time to happen again. I have stopped practicing for many years, and my strength has retreated instead of advancing. Because of this, when a powerful enemy comes, I can only look at myself. My partners and relatives are suffering. This feeling makes me very heartbroken. So, I want to get my feelings back. Liuye said, but Mr. Piccolo can also help you. Piccolo was silent. Gohan nodded, I understand this, but I still want to compete with different masters. If Dad is fine now, I will also ask him to train me. Gohan. Kikai and Baitalai both had complicated expressions. Please. Please train me. Gohan bowed to Liuye. Liuye said helplessly, well, in that case, I promise you. Great. Gohan clenched his fists excitedly. Let's change places. Liuye said, suddenly flying up and flying directly in one direction. Gohan nodded towards Goku and the others, and then followed Liuye. Wukong couldn't hold himself back and was about to follow, but was suddenly held down by Piccolo, if you have a physical problem, don't go. I'm afraid you will be stimulated by them. This. Wukong had no choice but to give up. But even so, Piccolo followed him. Too cunning. Wukong curled his lips. Wukong. Come and take care of Xiao Fang quickly. Baitalai and I will cook first. Kikai greeted. Okay. Wukong could only hug Xiao Fang. On the other side, Liuye came to a valley. And Gohan also landed on the opposite side of the Lua. Liuye looked at Gohan and said immediately, don't hold back, use your strongest power. Gohan nodded, and then spread his feet slightly, assuming a posture similar to Zama step. The next moment, he suddenly shouted. Boom! Super Saiyan appears directly. Gohan's energy increased sharply, and his combat power increased 50-fold. But Liuye frowned, because even if the opponent transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is not his normal opponent, and his combat effectiveness is not as good as his normal. Gohan has become no Bihan. Liu smiled slightly, then jumped twice and assumed a fighting posture. Drop. Activate the mission. Mission content: obtain the power of 5 Saions, current progress, 4/5. Gohan looked at Lua, also wary. Although he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still felt that the normal Lua was invulnerable. So strong. In just 6 months, Liu's power has become so much stronger. Is it time for him to go to the time house to practice? Hey! Liu's eyes narrowed, and his figure disappeared instantly. Before Gohan could react, he punched him hard in the face. Ugh! Gohan screamed and flew out. Crash through the hills. Don't be distracted. Liu looked at the other party and said calmly. At this time, Piccolo also appeared at the scene, but he did not take action, but watched the scene from the air. Ah! Suddenly, a burst of bright golden light lit up, and then Gohan's figure rushed directly towards Liu. Liu tiptoed and immediately rushed forward. Ta 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 ta! As soon as the two people touched, they burst out with powerful force and punched each other at an astonishing speed. The sound of the fist is like thunder. But soon, after the two of them exchanged hundreds of punches, Liu suddenly grabbed Gohan's fist, and then he kneeled forward. Another punch knocked Gohan down. The next second, Liu put his hands directly on his waist, and then he fiercely fired a turtle-style Qigong. Boom! A huge energy wave rushed down. Gohan stood up, and in the next moment he raised his breath to the extreme, and at the same time he also burst out with turtle-style Qigong, fighting against Liu. Although there is a taboo in Dragon Ball, that is, you cannot fight with the Sun family, but now it seems that Liu can ignore this taboo. Because at this time, Gohan was in really bad shape. Ah! Gohan furiously outputted turtle-style Qigong, and the powerful energy caused a big pit to appear under his feet. Liu shouted lowly and turned on the high power. On the other side, Piccolo, who was watching this scene, had a bad look on his face. Although it was said that after Frieza's battle, Gohan also came to him for training, but only a few days later, Gohan was going to attend a scholar exchange meeting. The delay resulted in that although the strength was slightly improved, it was still too weak. Even Liu's normal state can't be dealt with. The power in his body has fallen asleep. How can I help him wake it up? This thought flashed through Piccolo's mind, but soon, he didn't think much about it anymore. After all, the life that Gohan now pursues is different from Goku. They are different. Although he was once the best warrior, this glory has passed. Now there are no extremely dangerous opponents. Even if there are, Wukong and the others can deal with them, so he gave up helping Gohan realized his plan. Gohan made a hard sound at this time, and at the same time he could no longer resist. The next second, an explosion appeared in the field, and at the same time, a hemisphere of energy wave appeared. Liu held back his anger and looked into the explosion. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a huge pit appeared in the field, and Gohan's figure was in the center of the pit. Gohan was now kneeling on the ground, sweat dripping down his face, panting heavily, and had returned to normal. Seeing this, Liu fell into the pit and said to Gohan, "Your strength is far behind what it was back then." Gohan was silent. Chapter 72 Xiao Fang is missing. Trio haunted. Gohan's body was trembling at this time, as if he was blaming himself for being weak. Liu looked at him, shook his head, and said, "As far as I know, you awakened the second level of Super Saiyan in the battle with Cell, and then broke through in the battle with Majin Buu. You have freed yourself and unleashed your full potential, but now, your potential seems to have been sealed again." "That's right." Piccolo suddenly fell down and walked slowly. Gohan's power, if he insists on practicing, will definitely not be much inferior to that of his father. It's just that he already yearns for a peaceful life. The Saiyan talent is automatically discarded. Gohan stood up, and then whispered, "Sorry." Uncle Piccolo, I let you down. Piccolo did not blame him, but smiled and said, it's not a big deal. You have your own family now and Xiao Fang, so there is nothing wrong with pursuing your own life. There is no need to chase us. As long as those two guys are guarding this earth. I also respect your choice. Gohan looked up at Piccolo and saw that there was no disappointment in the other person's eyes. He also smiled. Although he had a family now, he was still just a child in front of Piccolo. Piccolo had a great influence on his life. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo smiled faintly and then looked at Liuya. Let's end the battle here. Gohan doesn't need this kind of training yet. Liuya nodded, I understand. I sighed in my heart, what a pity for a genius. But he is not worried. The conference of power will not be held for a long time, so we will talk about it then. Let's go, Gohan. Piccolo looked at Gohan and said. Gohan nodded and then looked at Liuya, then let's go back first. Thank you for today. Liuya nodded, it's a trivial matter. After a while, Piccolo and Gohan left. Liuya pondered slightly, then smiled and said, interesting. Drop. The host task has not been completed and efforts are still needed. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Liuya smiled slightly. He had already guessed the outcome. Although he said that he had not obtained Gohan's power, he was not in a hurry. On the other side, when Piccolo and Gohan returned home, they saw Goku and others looking unhappy. What's going on? Gohan asked doubtfully. Gohan. Videl suddenly rushed over and threw herself into Gohan's arms, choking. What's wrong, Vidalai? Gohan didn't understand. Hey! Old son! What's wrong? Piccolo's eyes narrowed and he looked at Wukong. Wukong scratched his head, well, that's it, we can't find Xiao Fang. What? For a moment, Piccolo and Gohan's expressions changed. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Xiao Fang be missing? We just left for a while. How come it's missing? Bic was so angry that his face turned green, which showed how angry he was. Bic can be said to be Xiao Fang's nanny. He treated her like he was his own granddaughter, and now this bad news caught him off guard. What's going on? As a father, Gohan said in a deep voice with a heavy face. Let me tell you, it's like this. Vidalai and I were cooking, and Xiao Fang was handed over to Wukong to watch. Unexpectedly, Wukong, a big-minded guy, actually fell asleep. When we came over, Xiao Fang is gone. Kikai said at this moment, glaring at Wukong as she spoke. You can't blame me. I just slept when Xiao Fang fell asleep. And I haven't been in a good state recently, so I was sleeping hard and didn't notice the situation in the outside world. Wukong whispered. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to find Xiao Fang. Piccolo clenched his fists and said. We searched nearby, but we didn't find Xiao Fang. Wukong said with some self-blame. I'll go find it. Gohan, let's go together. Piccolo looked at Gohan. Okay. Gohan followed Piccolo and left. Let's help too. Wukong said. Several people hurriedly searched nearby. Because they didn't believe that a child could run very far, they just searched nearby. At the same time, in a bush in the distance, the Chowder Rice team was using binoculars to look at the scene at Gohan's house. Behind them, there was a huge robot. And they also heard the news that Wukong was ill and wanted to take advantage of it. But now they saw Piccolo and the others searching nearby, and they suddenly thought they had been discovered. Boss! Let's run! They are coming! Ashiu said quickly. Chowder was almost scared out of his wits and said quickly, run! Xiao Wu was also the first to bear the brunt and rushed towards the robot quickly. Boom! But at this moment, the robot suddenly moved, as if the engine started, and gradually left the ground. Nanny. When the Chowder group saw this scene, they were immediately frightened. Their spaceship didn't seem to be able to start on its own, right? Not daring to think too much, the three of them slipped in just as the spaceship was about to fly away. Bump bump bump. Boom. The next second, two flames suddenly erupted from the robot's feet, and it left quickly. Disappeared at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. At this time, Wukong and others are still looking for. At this time, in the cockpit of the flying robot. Isn't this Gohan's daughter Xiao Fang? Ashu's voice suddenly sounded, filled with shock. Chowder looked at Xiao Fang, who was happily tapping the buttons, and a cold sweat fell down his face. Why? Why is this kid here? Boss, what should we do now? Xiao Wu said at a loss. Idiot! What else can I do? Throw her down quickly. This is the descendant of the Saiyans. The Chowder Rice panicked. No. She's still so young, we can't do this to her. Xiao Wu is also a woman after all, and maternal love suddenly overflowed. Idiot! Chowder cursed. What does it smell like? Ashiu moved his nose, and then his face turned dark. It smells so bad. Could it be? Could it be? The three people reacted and immediately turned their attention to Xiao Fang at the same time. She actually pooped. Chowder's expression changed drastically. Boss! We don't have a design window here. Xiao Wu said quickly. Why is this? Chowder's blood suddenly surged. The smell was so overpowering that he lost his mind and punched the control button. Dib. Drill. 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 Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and then the whole robot trembled violently. The next second it lost all control and started firing. Soon it flew towards the sky. No. P.S. Today's 6th update, all you rich and handsome guys, can you ask for a reward? Chapter 73 completed. Super Saiyan God Mission. Boom. A violent noise suddenly came, and Liuya, who was flying, also felt something. He looked up and saw a huge yellow robot rushing into the sky. Is that Chowder? Liuya was stunned for a moment, then suddenly exploded and rushed out in the direction of the robot the next second. Boom! The robot broke out of the atmosphere and was still rushing upwards. It seemed that the fuel had not been exhausted and it could continue like this. Liuya also followed suit. After breaking through the atmosphere, he directly used Frisia's cells, which allowed him to survive forever in outer space. And when he just caught up, the robot suddenly exploded. Not good. Liuya was shocked. He knew that Gohan's daughter Xiao Fang was inside. There were also Chowder and the others. Although they were villains, they were good people. In a moment, Liuya rushed to the front of the explosion. Drink! Without any nonsense, he pushed it out with a palm, and a powerful energy burst out, blowing away the flame. But the next second, something happened that made him stare. He saw a little guy appearing in his field of vision, and her whole body was exuding a milky white light. As for the Chowder trio, they grabbed her feet. This. Liuya was a little complicated. He understood that Xiao Fang was awakening. As expected of a descendant of the Saiyans, it is really rare for someone less than 1 year old to have such a talent. Yet. Xiao Fang waved her little hands, and then she saw Liuya, and she suddenly narrowed her eyes and laughed. Liuya smiled slightly, and then looked at the Chowder at her feet. You three, you are really stubborn. Spare your life. Spare your life. Boss. We really didn't mean it. This little girl ran here on her own. Chowder Rice was a coward at this time and could not get up at all. Humph. If Gohan and the others know that you almost put her in danger, I'm afraid no one can save you. Liuya said with a sneer. Not to mention Gohan and the others are kind-hearted, Piccolo is not a soft-hearted master. If Piccolo finds out, I'm afraid they will all be finished. We also wanted to get her back. But the machine broke down, so we had no choice but to do this. Xiao Wu suddenly said. Luya glanced at Xiao Wu and knew that she would be with Trunks in the future, so she didn't pay much attention to him. Immediately, Luya came to Xiao Fang, grinned at her, and opened his hand. Come on, I will take you back. Xiao Fang blinked her big eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her small hand on Luya's hand. At the same time, she grinned at Luya and made a babbling sound with some curiosity. Luya smiled slightly, and then used teleportation. In a moment, he and a few people appeared and flew over a forest. Luya looked at Chowder and the others. I'll give you a lesson. You are still a few decades old and want to be a villain, give up. After saying that, before they could be surprised, Luya waved his hand and the three of them immediately fell down. Ah! Ignoring the trio, Luya knew that nothing would happen to them. He immediately hugged Xiao Fang and frowned. You pulled it. Ba, 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 ba. Xiao Fang was playing around, grabbing Luya's face with her little hands and stroking it all over. Forget it, let's take you back. Luya smiled helplessly, and the next second he disappeared. At this time, the trio was still hanging on the top of the tree, but all three of them fainted. The other side. Wukong and others were already sitting at the door of the house, their faces a little downcast. Piccolo's veins were bulging out, looking like a volcano erupting. Gohan comforted Videl, also looking worried. Wukong. It's all your fault. If you don't look at Xiao Fang properly, she disappears. Kikai poked Wukong's head with hatred. Wukong also blamed himself a little. In fact, if he hadn't been sick, he would have found Xiao Fang very quickly, but he couldn't feel the qi, so he missed the opportunity. Damn it! It's all your own fault. Xiao Fang. Just when everyone was silent, Luya's figure appeared in the field, taking Xiao Fang with him. Xiao Fang. The sudden appearance of Luya shocked everyone, but when they saw him holding Xiao Fang, everyone suddenly became uneasy. They all ran towards Luya. Bidalai hugged Xiao Fang directly, crying uncontrollably. Luya. Why is Xiao Fang at your place? Wukong asked with some confusion. Luya said, not long after I left, this little girl ran over, and she could fly. It was unbelievable that she could do this at such a young age. I was afraid that she would run around, so I took her with me. Came back. That's it. Big's sullen expression also softened. Thank you so much, Luya. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't be able to find her. Gohan bowed to Luya and said. Luya waved his hand, and then said to Bidalai, it's easy with a little effort. By the way, help Xiao Fang change her diaper. When Bidalai heard this, she immediately reacted, blushed, and then nodded, thank you. After saying that, she carried Xiao Fang into the house. Speaking of which, I really lost my temper after not seeing you for a while. Wukong also relaxed and laughed. Shut up. If you do this again next time, you won't be allowed to get close to Xiao Fang. Kikai said with a grudge. How is this okay? After all, I can be considered Xiao Fang's grandfather. Wukong protested. Is there any grandpa like you who has lost his own granddaughter? If it weren't for Luya's help, we still wouldn't be able to find Xiao Fang. Kikai said angrily. Goku smiled awkwardly, and then looked at Gohan to help him. Well. Mom, don't blame Dad. Now that Xiao Fang is back, let's just eat. Gohan said in relief, knowing that his father's nemesis was his mother. Hey! Kikai snorted coldly, then turned around and went back to the house. Well, Luya, why don't you go to dinner with us? Thank you for finding Xiao Fang. Wukong looked at Luya. Luya was about to refuse, but Gohan also said, yes. Come and eat with us. Ah, let's have a casual meal together before going back. Piccolo said to Lua in a rare good mood. Okay then. Liyue couldn't refuse, so he said. Soon, Liyue and Wukong's family left after eating. He and Xiao Feng also became familiar with each other. At least Xiao Feng no longer regarded Liyue as a stranger. After Liyue left, Wukong also decided to go to the King of Kai to practice and recover his condition. He didn't want to go on like this. The days without strength were very painful for him. After Liyue returned home, he was just about to take a shower when suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Drop. Congratulations to the host for helping Xiao Feng, and a special reward for Saiyan Xiao Feng's energy. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the Super Saiyan God mission. Rewards begin to be distributed. Chapter 74 Superman Water. Fake Vegeta appears. 3 days later. Somewhere in the forest. A ray of light flashed strangely, and then the surrounding space went blank. And a figure appeared in the field at some point. It's Liyue. Liyue curled his lips and was a little excited. His current flash time has reached 0.3 seconds. In 3 days, under the condition of using the strongest Saiyan talent, I have to say that flash time is indeed terrifying, and the training is very difficult. It is somewhat difficult to reach its level before the Tournament of Power. Just as Liyue was thinking about it, he was suddenly startled, and then he looked into the sky in the distance. After thinking for a while, he pointed at his eyebrows and calmed down. Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten are no longer on Earth. After muttering to himself, Liyue narrowed his eyes slightly. If I guess correctly, they should be on fire. Drop. Trigger system tasks. Liyue was stunned for a moment, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, the star is on fire. Boom. 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 In a valley, bursts of explosions came. Not long after, several figures flew out of the valley. At the same time, laser cannons were fired from behind, making them keep dodging. Hey! Goten! Run quickly! Don't let them catch up! Trunks said to Goten as he ran, with Monica on his back. Wushan was carrying an old man on his back, and the old man was holding something like a pacifier in his hand. Behind them, a group of pink aliens were chasing. These aliens have been possessed, and the thing possessing them is called Superman Water. It turns out that Trunks and Goten accidentally boarded Monica's spaceship and were taken to the planet Huo Shangguo together. Before they could fully understand the environment, they encountered a chase. An old man was being hunted by several wanted criminals in the universe, so Trunks and the others also took action. Saved the old man. But they didn't expect that the other party hijacked Monica and Trunks, and the others had no choice but to submit obediently. The wanted criminal Greer's target is the pacifier in the old man's hand. According to legend, this pacifier is a key, and the key seals something called Super Divine Water. They were also blinded by ambition and snatched the key away. Who knew that as soon as they opened the Superman Water, they were forcibly possessed? Got it? No, it was copied perfectly after the energy was taken away, and the strength of the copied monster also increased dramatically. Due to the weirdness of the Superman Water, Trunks and the others could only run away first. Snap! Ugh! Not good! Suddenly, Trunks tripped and fell as soon as he turned his head. Bump! Trunks! Goten couldn't help but stop and shouted anxiously. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this time, before Trunks could react, several laser cannons suddenly fired towards him. It's over! Trunks's face changed drastically. Suddenly, at this critical moment, Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Trunks, and with a few waves, he directly knocked away these laser cannons. Dad! Trunks looked overjoyed. Vegeta turned to look at him with a proud look on his face. Why are you running around when you have nothing to do? Do you know how worried your mother is? Sorry. But if Dad doesn't come, we will be dead. Trunks quickly dropped the subject. Vegeta snorted coldly and forgot to look at the aliens. Who are these people? Oh. It's Greer. At this time, Jack, who was following, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Greer? Is he the fugitive you mentioned? Vegeta thought thoughtfully. Hee. It seems that a stronger one has arrived. Very good. Next, I will absorb all your power. Greer stepped forward and looked at Vegeta ferociously. Humph. Vegeta showed a disdainful smile. You guys are like rubbish, and you still want to absorb my energy? How ridiculous. How will you know if you don't try? Greer smiled strangely, and then waved his hand. Suddenly, his men rushed out. TCH. A bunch of trash. Vegeta snorted coldly. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared and appeared strangely in front of one of his subordinates. He punched the opponent directly and knocked him down. At the same time, Vegeta's figure keeps flashing, taking away an enemy every time he appears. No. Impossible. Greer's expression changed. He didn't expect this mysterious guy who suddenly appeared to be so powerful. But after being surprised, Greer thought of something again and showed a hidden smile. No matter how powerful you are not our opponent. Ha! Vegeta fired a blast of air bombs at the men flying towards him, and immediately took them away in a wave. In the field, pink viscous liquid is constantly dripping, and these liquids are also squirming. Dad! Be careful! Trunks said worriedly. In response to Trunks' reminder, Vegeta did not waver at all. He fell in front of Greer and crossed his arms. You are the only one left. Tell me, have you decided how to die? Haha. I have to say, you are really powerful. But, it is impossible to defeat me. Greer smiled faintly, seemingly not panicking. What nonsense are you talking about? For someone like you, I can kill you with just a finger. Are you kidding me? Vegeta said disdainfully. Really? Then your power belongs to me. Greer laughed strangely. And at this moment, suddenly, a ball of pink liquid appeared silently behind Vegeta, and suddenly enveloped him. Dad! Trunks was shocked when he saw this scene, and his face turned pale. How is it possible? What is this? Ah! Vegeta struggled crazily, but the more he struggled, the more suffocated he became. Finally, he became powerless, and all the strength in his body was wiped away, as if he was being struck by something. Just suck it away by force. In just a few breaths, Vegeta was sprayed out by the pink liquid, falling down in front of Trunks. How is it possible? Vegeta stood up with difficulty. He looked at the other party in disbelief. The liquid was squirming at this time, and finally turned into Vegeta. Pink Vegeta. Impossible. Vegeta lost his voice. Ha ha ha. This is how powerful I am. You can't believe it. Greer stepped forward and said slyly. Vegeta had some doubts about life. He found that his strength was gone and he felt weak. Dad! Are you okay? Trunks walked up and asked worriedly. What kind of trouble have you caused? Vegeta said with some displeasure. That. The old man hesitated to speak. But at this moment, the fake Vegeta suddenly rushed over. Be careful! Vegeta pushed Trunks away, but he was punched away and crashed into the rock. Chapter 75 The Powerful Fake Vegeta. Ha ha ha! Give up the resistance, you people will all be absorbed by me. Greer was extremely arrogant at this time, because he had fake Vegeta as a helper, and he was full of confidence. Asshole! How dare you hurt my father? Trunks gritted his teeth and looked at the other person. Hey! Don't worry. You will also have a share. Hey! Greer said lightly, and then said to Vegeta, absorb them quickly. Fake Vegeta glanced at Trunks and hesitated. Trunks, run! Vegeta climbed up from the rubble and said to Trunks. Trunks had no intention of leaving. He looked at Greer, then gave a low shout, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and rushed towards the opponent with his small body. Suddenly, the fake Vegeta stood in front of Greer. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Trunks' wrist. He grinned, and then swung it hard, sending Trunks flying away. Sky Cannon! Suddenly, the fake Vegeta's face turned cold and he fired his signature Sky Cannon. The target is Trunks. Not good. Vegeta was anxious, but there was nothing he could do to change his current state. Trunks also showed a look of fear. The gap between him and his father was already very big, not to mention the fake Vegeta who was now much stronger. This move is going to send him to heaven. For a moment, Trunks forgot to dodge. Trunks! Goten shouted, and he rushed over, knocking Trunks away, and the two fell to the side. And the cannon that shot into the sky also missed, destroying the mountains directly. This, impossible. His power is only higher than mine. Vegeta looked at the visual impact of this blow in disbelief. He didn't expect that the opponent's power had become so much stronger. How awesome! The old man was already panicking. Damn, Greer was scary enough in the first place, but now there is another such a scary man. They may be in trouble today. Goten! Trunks dodged the blow and immediately called to Goten. Wushin understood, yet. The two stood in formation, and then their power surged and they transformed into Super Saiyans. Then, the two merged directly. Boom boom boom. A dazzling white light dissipated, and Gotenks appeared. Oh! They can actually fit together. It's interesting. But, I want your power. Greer was a little surprised, but soon became excited. When he gathers all these powers, no one in the entire universe will be his opponent. Humph! I, Gotenks. Destroy you all on behalf of justice. Gotenks pointed angrily at Greer, then opened his hand and fired an energy bomb. However, Greer did not panic. At the same time, the fake Vegeta stood up and knocked away the attack with a swipe of his hand. Suddenly Gotenks appeared in front of the fake Vegeta, and he fell down with a quick blow. Bump bump bump. The fake Vegeta calmly resisted, but the gap between Gotenks and him now was really too big. Bump. Fake Vegeta seized the gap and grabbed Gotenks' fist, then lifted it up. Ugh! Gotenks wanted to struggle, but the fake Vegeta punched him directly and flew out, collapsing mountains. Humph! Too weak. Fake Vegeta said with some dissatisfaction. Perhaps because he copied Vegeta, he did not want to kill the other party immediately, but felt a bit reprimanded towards the two brats. Ah! After a burst of explosive energy, Gotenks' figure rushed over again, and then he directly hit the fake Vegeta with a soaring cannon. Idiot! You actually used this move against me. Fake Vegeta sneered, and suddenly burst into anger. It was just that under normal circumstances, he would burst into anger, raise his fist high and punch directly. Boom! Under a burst of dazzling white light, a powerful force directly blew away Gotenks' attack, and he himself was even blown away and slammed into the wall. Vegeta looked at this scene and gritted his teeth. Gotenks had not conducted systematic training during this period, so his combat effectiveness was far behind. Let's get out of here first. The old man suddenly suggested at this time. Hey! Let me ask you. What is this? Vegeta looked at the old man with an unkind look on his face. The old man didn't hide anything and told what happened. Superman water? Can it copy other people's power? That's it. After hearing this, Vegeta felt a little complicated, and then looked at the fake Vegeta. It's bad now. Because I have no flaws anymore, I guess. Only one person can defeat this imposter. The old man was stunned when he heard this. Is he so confident? In Vegeta's heart, he only recognizes Kakarot as his opponent, and no one else is worthy. Well, you have to defeat him as soon as possible. Otherwise you will disappear. The old man hesitated and finally said. What? Vegeta was shocked. Will he disappear? How can this be? This is the scary thing about Superman water. The old man's face was solemn. It was sealed because it was so scary, and now, it has been released by these guys who are obsessed with profit. Vegeta was silent for a long time, looking at the field with a somewhat anxious look in his eyes. Ah! At this time, Gotenks roared angrily, and his aura improved to a higher level again, becoming Super Saiyan level 3. Oh? Are you finally serious? Fake Vegeta sneered, and the next moment he took the initiative to attack. Gotenks was not afraid at all and directly attacked him. Ta 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 ta. The two collided continuously, and they had already landed hundreds of punches in a few seconds. Bump. Ugh. But the fake Vegeta was obviously more powerful, and he immediately knocked Gotenks away with an elbow. Hu fu fu. At the same time, the fake Vegeta had condensed an energy ball in his hand, and in the next moment he hit Gotenks directly. Turtle, Section. Chi, Gong. Gotenks can only explode his energy and use turtle-style Qigong. Boom. The two attacks collided and exploded. You can't beat him at all, run away first. Gotenks prepared to run away. Who knew that the fake Vegeta had already appeared in front of him through the smoke, grinning, run somewhere. A heavy kick directly kicked Gotenks away. Gotenks. Vegeta's expression changed. This kind of attack was simply not something they could withstand. Bump. Falling to the ground, Gotenks was forced to defuse the fusion. Both brats are a little weak. Humph. Fake Vegeta looked at them, then stretched out his hand, preparing to fire another energy ball. At this time, he suddenly froze and turned his head to look at a high ground somewhere. There, a figure stood and pointed between his eyebrows. It's Liuya.